be here all day instead of enjoying a beautiful Friday? You think he's going to waste his entire day here talking about nothing? I am. I'm just going to record you all day long in an anonymous account and go enjoy my life while you talk here all day long for my YouTube audience.
No. See, that's what you're lying about. You're saying enjoying your life. No, you're actually there. And you're actually listening. That's the crazy part.
I know it, and you just spew toxic communication.
Not only that, but you post these videos and you don't even get views. You're pathetic.
That's not true. My live streams are getting 15,000 views now of all these stupid rooms.
Which fucking live stream gets you 15,000 views?
Well, let me send you the link since you're interested in it. You can watch it too.
Hey, Cynic, let me defend
some guys in India.
Let me defend the Jewish point of view here for a second, because I have close ties with some of the shuls here in Calgary, and they're good.
Mashallah.
Anti-war Jews here in my city in Calgary, and they are worried, about people attacking their property, knocking down their fences, and stupid shit like this. I mean, I think everybody in this room hopefully can agree that you can have your political opinions, but in North America, which is thousands of miles away from the heart of the conflict, carrying out destruction of property or violence is insanity. It's completely insane. It's wrong. It's just wrong, regardless of who does it for whatever quote-unquote reason they think.
What you're trying to say?
Yeah, I mean, whatever ill-advised behavior, it's so completely wrong, dude. And then I also think that it's wrong that the universities in the United States is really trying to shut down people that are probably people with really good hearts who turn on the TV. They look at Gaza and they're like, holy shit, look at that. Like, the optics are not good, man. It looks absolutely horrific. I just came back from Japan, and they have zero history of anti-Semitism whatsoever there. They have no history of Jews ever having lived there. They're a fucking island nation. But the vast majority of the people there...
Probably not any Jews in Japan, bro.
Yeah, they never banned anybody. The Japanese actually saved something like 2,500 Jews during World War II. You can read about it somewhere. Or, I don't know, a couple hundred. I don't know, anyways, but the vast majority of those people in Japan...
Hitler never sent Hirohito a letter going, give me those Jews?
Yeah, and he refused. But I'm just saying, man, like, the optics, there's a lot of good-hearted people in this world like me who just want to see the conflict end, And for anybody to come down on either side and say, you can't say this, you can't do this, or for any of the people that actually have concerns to go out and start becoming radicalized in any form and manner is just fucking wrong.
Amazing, man.
Well, the peaceful road is the only way. I mean, it does make for boring...
But you can keep talking in general terms and these general slogans, but, are you being realistic? What is a path to peace? What is your vision of a path to peace?
For the Israelis would be not having Hamas in charge or anybody affiliated or related to.
I'm sorry, you gotta be delusional if you think that the current status quo can continue, even if you take out Hamas, that you're expecting that the Palestinians
I wasn't arguing that status quo would continue. I was just telling you what the view was.
Yeah, we're talking about how do you deal with the current status quo, and you're saying, well, taking out Hamas, but, even if you take out Hamas, that does not end the cycle of violence.
Yeah, you have to censor the cycle of violence. You can't allow people to continue to spam violence in the way that you do. You have to be censored, removed from all platforms.
I'm a little confused. I thought to be censored
actually, you don't need to be censored.
Violence on Hamas's land.
Because you have nothing to say, comedy. You literally have nothing to say.
Comedy, if there was a, sorry, I should call you communication. So, if there is an equivalent between censoring people and actually changing their heart and mind, I would agree with you. However, I don't think the two are equivalent. I think that censoring anti-Semitism may in fact backfire. Because, the old anti-Semitic term, people will say, well, if you censor if the Jews are censoring everybody, then clearly, they're in control of everything, blah, 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 blah. So it's a double-edged sword. It's a very difficult problem.
Again, what these guys were earlier talking about, Esau and Daniel's freaking silly dance, was about...
Daniel gets excited.
About pro-Palestinian protests and slogans like Free Palestine, and them connecting this with this recent attack.
Well, I didn't hear him say Free
Embassy
Palestine.
staffers.
I heard him say his bid was people calling to be exterminated of Jews.
Who's calling
that's
for
what I
the
understood.
extermination of Jews? Who's doing that?
Hamas for years, for 20 years.
Hamas doesn't call for the extermination.
Oh, really? They don't create Shahada videos and brainwash their entire population with killing Jews? Oh, okay, Senek.
Yeah, not global Jews. No one is going out there and Hamas even...
Oh, they're not just indiscriminately killing Jews because of all this propaganda?
Listen,
That's not really telling you
you're a
the
clown.
proxy of the Iranians, and the Iranians won't like
Takes a clown to know a clown, honk honk.
Before Iran, and simply because it's extremely problematic. I have to explain these
Iran
things
was
to you.
one of its main funders.
Since you present yourself as like some sort of like geopolitical expert, it's crazy.
Cynic, you're projecting. You're projecting.
Okay. When did just real quickly? When did Hamas establish it?
When are we getting them? Hey.
Okay, so now we go back into the kit. Block me, bitch ass motherfucker. Here we go.
Iran started supporting Hamas.
Bitch ass Marshall. Bitch ass Marshall Reagan.
At least 2 or 3 years after their formation, the Iranians.
I mean, I understand.
That's not true.
Okay. You're entitled to believe what you want to believe.
I mean, first of all, a lot of people in the world, especially in the Muslim world, support Hamas and have supported Palestinian resistant movements. So at this point,
I think there's
you
a
might as
difference
well
between
call
a Palestinian resistance
based on
movement
this logic.
and one that uses terrorism to make its point.
I'm sorry.
And one that
Okay.
hides behind kids and has since its
Thank you.
inception.
Thank you. I get it. Israel Zionists did not utilize terrorism to establish their, ethno-supremacy state.
The most recent bout of violence is
Did they
directly
do
in
it?
Hamas's lap.
Did they not utilize terrorism? I'm just asking you a simple question.
I'm not going to answer it because it's fucking irrelevant to what we're talking about.
No, but they
You
did.
wanna take it
The
all
answer is
the way
yes.
back?
Violence. The initiator of the cycle of violence are Zionists. It's Zionism. This is the initiator of the cycle of violence. Hamas came as a response to Zionism.
When was the last time that the Israelis strapped a suicide vest on and blew up a bus full of kids?
That's the only way you can engage in terrorism is by strapping a bunch
I
of
didn't say that was the only way. You're not putting
Okay,
words
but
in my
then
mouth.
the question is silly. Because the
No,
whole
it's
point
not.
is terrorism, regardless of the means. As long as they lead to the same ends, then what the...
Well, terrorism
Why
is
does it need to
a
be a vessel?
tool in the
Why does it need to be a vest, I'm saying?
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. You too.
It's the lack of acknowledging of what is happening on the ground. That's how you make yourself look silly. If I tell you what is Zionism and what is Zionism seeking to establish, the answer should be a Jewish state. And how do you establish a Jewish state in a land that is predominantly a different demographic? You ethnically cleanse them. That's the only solution.
I mean, it's a demographic.
There's no other
It's a
solution.
demographic that largely got there through colonialization itself. Arab colonialization, both under the Umayyads and the Abbasids, was repeatedly.
So I've got
A lot of those
confused.
folks who don't draw their lineage back to Canaan, they're folks who were transplanted in an imperial colonial system itself.
Okay, well, I don't know why we have to go back to. I mean, do you really want to do this? Like, is this what you want to do? So just because someone committed, because the point is so silly, let me just concede to the point. Assuming that is the case, and what your Arab colonialism, quote unquote, yes, was let's say the worst thing ever. Does that give you the right to go apply it, especially after 2,000? 1,400 years?
It deals with the million dialogue. The strong do what they will, and the weak suffer what they must.
I forgot.
Dude, I'm a realist when it comes to international.
Oh, I forgot you're one
I
of
don't
those guys.
actually-
Might is
I don't
right,
actually want-
and who gives a fuck, right?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay.
You
So
could
it's
do
not
me. You
your
could do
view.
me this really big favor in this conversation by not assuming this very.
You just said it. You literally just said it.
Oh, dude, I didn't. Those were not the words that I spoke.
Oh, okay. So the powerful can do whatever they want. How am I
It's
supposed
not
to
my.
translate?
I do not believe in might makes right, but I do think in a situation like that, it is the person who ends up getting to make the rules is usually the person with the biggest stick. That's what human history.
Okay, so it's not who again, might makes right.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm noticing a historical trend. I don't think
Fine.
that actually makes sense.
Fine. We know the one with the most power and influence can usually establish their way, but here we are judging the justifications. That's all. Now, if you want to just simply justify Israel or Zionism simply because, they had the bigger stick, and that's where it ends, that's fine. But if you're going to go further and you're going to say, well, they are justified in using this stick because of these specific reasons, then we can argue the legitimacy of these
Hit that like
specific
button.
reasons.
Hit that subscribe
However, at
button
the end of the day, I
now.
believe
Right now. Click, click, click,
you're
click,
going
click,
to
click, click, click,
concede
click, 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 click,
you're
click, click,
going
click,
to
click.
attempt to justify ethnic cleansing. I'm not sure if this is something you're willing to do.
Of course, I'm not going to justify it.
Okay, so, and if I tell you Zionism, especially revisionist Zionism, necessitates that by establishing a Jewish state and hence a Jewish majority demographic, necessitates the ethnic cleansing of the predominant demographic, the majority demographic. And there's no other way to establish a Jewish state in Palestine other than by committing to that. So who's exactly, in the initiator here of this cycle of violence? Especially when you are not willing to justify ethnic cleansing. I think the answer of that question is obvious. Zionists. So the ones who initiated the cycle of violence are Zionists by attempting to establish a project that is self-defeating.
Zionism, an international movement originally for the establishment of a Jewish national or religious community in Palestine, and later for the support of modern Israel. That's how it's defined.
Okay, that's a very general description of Zionism. However, what I would say
if
that
you would like to use the Encyclopedia Britannica description, we sure can.
No, but there are different kinds of Zionism that define different stages of Zionism. So you have like political Zionism, which didn't necessarily emphasize Palestine as this homeland or Jewish state. It could have been different regions. And then you have revisionist Zionism that deals specifically with the situation of Palestine after you had a sizable migrant Jewish group, becoming present in Palestine. So that is the model that, currently is established in Israel, is revisionist Zionism. So that's what you have. And revisionist Zionism calls for the establishment of a Jewish state from the river to the sea. This is where that slogan comes from, by the way. It comes from Jabotinsky when he wrote a poem against, what's his name? Wiseman, who said, who pretty much conceded, to just, establish a partial, on some part of the land, not the whole land. He wrote a whole poem condemning that and calling from the river to the sea. That's actually a Zionist slogan, honestly. So that's what happened. And how do you establish a Jewish state from the river to the sea? By getting rid of the majority demographic. And so ethnic cleansing, there's no escaping the reality that for Zionism as a project to succeed, you need to ethnically cleanse the majority. Unfortunately, Zionism has not succeeded at this. 1948 was not a success. It was a partial success. You weren't able, the Zionists were not able to.
Encyclopedia Britannica, and I'm looking at something Encyclopedia Britannica is not very bad.
What are you looking up?
No, you're missing the point of what I'm saying.
What are you looking up? Are you saying it's not saying what I'm saying? What are you looking up?
I'm looking up Zionism. If you're arguing that
I told you there what you have is a general understanding. What you have to be more specific. There are different types of Zionism.
That defines it.
Just look up revisionist Zionism since you're so good at looking shit up.
But I'm not sure why
The
I need
person
to
who
be.
told me about it is on you to provide the evidence.
I don't know what you feel needs
What
to
is all the
be
creation of
proven.
Israel?
Yeah, but you're describing a state that
I
already.
think you need to be able to cite a source. I'm telling you where I'm getting my definition. I would like you to tell me where you're getting your definition.
You don't know who Ze'ev Jabotinsky is? You don't know who that is? You don't know what revisionist Zionism is?
That's not what I asked. I'm asking, where did you get the source for that? Again, I provided you with mine.
What exactly do you want a source for?
For revisionist Zionism and all of the other different kinds of Zionism we're talking about.
What, you don't know different types of Zionism? Holy God! For someone who loves talking about this shit, you don't know that there's different types of.
Actually, I do not.
Here's a freaking.
Amos, listen to these terrorists. Listen to them waste their time. Listen to them never do anything with their life. Listen to these low IQ morons go on and talk about nothing forever, Amos. You are also part of the problem, Amos. You create these coexistence rooms, but provide no education on meditation and how to stop with your bullshit propaganda. You're spam. You let people spam, Amos. You are spam creator, organizer, Amos. You don't educate, you are just old dirty bastard. We know what you're doing. I appreciate it. I know. But we must record and report and remove these people like Cynic. He is a terrorist supporter, terrorist promoter.
I'm in your room now. Can you put all these records down and make a conversation? You talk 1 minute, I'm listening 1 minute. I'm talking 1 minute, you're listening 1 minute. What you say about my FA, you comedian, little bastard?
You are old dirty bastard, and I know why you like having fun, because you're just an ODB.
You think that you are from wherever you are, America or wherever, you can tell me what to do in my own country.
I'm not telling you what to do. I am diagnosing you. I am analyzing you. I am telling you that you are wasting your time because you don't work on education or Torah. You are just a lazy organizer who does not promote the peace. You create spam. That's what you do with your time and your life. You are a kibbutznik spammer. You organize spam on a kibbutz, drive your bus, go back to kibbutz, create more spam rooms, and let people waste their time and all their life. And this is what your choices in life have come to. I don't know how to explain Hashem's mystery of life.
When you make dialogue, it's not a conversation anymore. Now you have to put yourself in mute and also listen. Not only talking.
No, do not release. When in my room, in the Cynic versus Zionism, and I ask you to go on mute, you do not release. Do not release. Comedy does not want to kick.
I want to know what educated you. Are you psychiatry? Are you a psychology? What's the educated are?
I have read 1 million books, and I have perfect retention and knowledge of everything I've ever read. I have perfect memory.
So you think that's give you the right to say that I'm not good, I'm bad, I make this, just because you read million books, yes?
Yes, I can diagnose very accurately because I have what is called a large language model now embedded in my brain.
Those you give to yourself. No any official office in America give you the paper.
No.
No. To make the diagnosis.
I did it all by myself. I did it all the work. And now I am reaping the benefits of the fruit.
So you don't think you have a mental problem in your mind?
Maybe because I'm asking some girl to go out on a date and I just called her Amos.
Even this simple fact that you have not connected with the people. You come to the room, to my room you come. You make and I tell you, please be quiet. You're in my room. Let other people speak.
I don't come to play nicely. I come to troll. I come to disrupt. I come to spam because that's all this app is, Amos. It's just spam. It's a waste of my time. I know you're boring and you don't have exciting life outside of driving bus from kibbutz to kibbutz, but here on Clown House, we have to accurately diagnose and find out why people are wasting their life and just spamming each other with stupid. It is because they are very bored, pretty much.
In Clubhouse, that you sit by yourself in a lonely room in Clubhouse.
Oh, so lonely. I am so lonely in my room by myself. Amos, maybe I am reading a book. What was the last book you read?
To be honest, in the military, I read it. Even in my miloim, I didn't read anymore.
Oh my God! So you're a stupid person. You admit you are stupid. You are a stupid person.
Let me. I want to tell you what book I read. The last book I read, it was on Yitzhak Ben Aaron. He was a Histadrut minister. You know what is a Histadrut minister?
Yes.
There is a prime minister, the government, and the Histadrut is the second person in Israel who has the power. Histadrut, it's the organization of all the workers, factories, computers, and today his name is Arnon David. I read about Yitzhak Ben Aaron. It was the last book. And if he say stop, and all Israel will stop, I think this will be the end of the war. He has the power to finish the war.
He has the power.
Yes, if he says stop, all Israel stop. No buses, no ships, no airplanes, nothing. Israel stop. Because he decided to demonstrate, and if he decided to demonstrate, he didn't decide. He gave a warning to the government that if they go against the High Court, if they do something criminal against the High Court, Israel will stop. He will cooperate with the opposition. And if Israel stop, the war is finished. Now, listen, for a little bit, at least clever as you are, I don't want to say that I'm more clever than you, what I really think, but at least I'm as clever as you are.
You are projecting your cleverness onto me, and that is not very clever.
Listen to my experience.
I don't like experiences. I like facts. I like books. I like knowledge and wisdom. I don't care about experience.
Donald Trump is the king of the world today. It's a fact.
King, he is president of one country with 300 million people with an infinite amount of dollars and bombs and weapons to do as we please. No one can stop America's power.
So you agree with me that Donald Trump is the king of the world today?
No, he's not the king.
Now
Benjamin Netanyahu is the king of the world. My uncle Benji. Oh, God bless him. Rabbono Shel Olam.
Now I understand.
I told you before, he is my uncle. And you are also my uncle. But one uncle is greater than the other uncle. One uncle drives a bus, comes on Clown House and creates spam. The other uncle is leading a war effort against tens of thousands of terrorists.
But you must understand that in Israel, not in Clubhouse, but in Israel, at least 50% hate this person that you call your uncle.
And that's because they have been conditioned to hate uncle. And they are projecting onto him their own hate.
Listen to Clubhouse. Listen, and I give you another advice. One of the Mossad soldiers that have been really a lot of years in the Mossad life, and he's from the secret people, he goes out and he say everything what he think about Bibi Netanyahu. Do you speak Hebrew or only English?
Just English.
I will not understand you. If I send you to my Facebook to listen what a Mossad person talking with his life, with his face, and his everything is outside. He don't hide anything. He said, I'm a Mossad soldier for 50, 60 years. I am retired, and now I'm going to say all the truth. What he say is attacking Bibi and his wife. And the Iranian money that they support through the German ships company, and all the money that is also one of his whatever relationship in the family, make him a millionaire with Iranian money. Iranian money, you listen? Well, the Israel payment Bibi today is that they get money from Qatar or from Iran. Listen, is corruption. So all his coalition today sent my children to war to die in Gaza, while the person in the coalition sent their children to the synagogue. And all this to keep the coalition, who keep Bibi from going to jail. Everybody said the war is finished. Bibi must go to jail, must be
Why must he go to jail? He is a patriot and a savior of the Jewish people's nation. Why would you put your best people in jail? No, you promote the best people to higher positions of power and authority. Let him rule for 1,000 years.
You agree with
Do you hear me, Uncle Benji? Do you hear me?
That somebody must investigate what's happened in the 7th of October.
Yeah, they're investigating it in Gaza, you schmuck. They're not investigating it to Knesset. They're investigating in Gaza. I don't understand why you think this isn't a war to the end. I mean, what do you think they're doing over there? They're going to liberate the hostages and kill the terrorists. Pretty simple. You're spreading propaganda, and you create spam and propaganda all the time.
For you, but it's not simple for the people of Israel.
It's never simple.
600 days. 600 days war. It's not, it's for comedy in United States, it's understandable. It's not understandable to people in Israel. They go out to the streets. They don't want this war anymore. They didn't win. They didn't win. The Hamas keeping 58 hostages after 600 days. You know, it's not in Entebbe in Uganda. It's in Israel. Couple of kilometers from Israel, and Israel can't release those hostages. So Israel must admit that Israel lost. You can kill 50, 60,000. You cannot kill 2 million people. When you understand the simple fact that Israel lost in this war, everybody talks about it. You think that there is Gaza destroyed and people starving in Gaza and everything. But to be honest, the Hamas still keeping 58 hostages, still killing their own people, those who cooperate with Israel. They still controlling. You can say this way or another, but they still have the weapon, and Israel did not release the hostages. So don't you from America tell Amos, a simple kibbutznik bus driver in Israel, that your uncle is so clever. No, he's not. If you see the demonstration in Kaplan, what picture?
Listen, Amos, the reason why my uncle is so smart is because he's happy. You think Benjamin Netanyahu's going to let a bus driver from a kibbutz upset him? No, he's going to keep fighting the war. He's not going to stop until he cements his legacy.
Another thing you don't know about your uncle, he never dirty his hands. Never. He always sent people. Those people from, it's not he who get the money from Qatar, it's those two people who work inside his office, which he says that they are the best Zionism, they are the best Israelian. But they got money from the Qatar, and they're working in the Prime Minister office in the first secretly place, the only secret place in all Israel. 2 workers of the Qatar money working inside. You understand, you listen, you understand facts.
Listen, Amos, you ain't got no money. Amos, you've got no money, you've got no Torah, you've got no Shabbos, and that's why you come here to Clown House to spam, to create spam with Cynic and Prince and Resistance and all these other deranged, psychotic spammers who engage in hate speech all day long.
They are my enemy.
They're your enemy.
I want to speak to my enemy. Nobody will tell me who to speak with. Not you, not your uncle, nobody. Of course, not Chucky. Will not tell Amos who to speak with. I will speak with anyone I want. And if you put inside your mind simple facts that everybody knows in Israel, everybody knows that he kept this war for his coalition to finish another year. Okay, maybe he succeed. How many soldiers will get killed till then? How many people will die? How many bloodshed will spoil? You understand nothing, comedy. Listen to experienced person.
Listen, Amos, you're a bus driver. I'm a comedian. I mean, together, maybe we should go on the road and do a comedy show throughout Israel. And then we can bring down the Benjamin Netanyahu government together.
I'll go to sleep now. You come to my room. You come to my room and be quiet. You don't have to speak all the time. Learn to listen.
No, I'm filming a show over here. I'm creating sound clips of myself. But I understand what you're saying.
I have to put you down. I have to remove you if you interfere. Come and learn.
Do not
what's
release.
your problem. Those people you mentioned, Prince and Skinny, and all these people are your enemy. Learn them, speak to them and learn them. What's their problems? Learn to listen to them. There is no other way. It's a fact. You kill 50,000, you can't kill 2 million. It's not in the Second World War that there were so few people that come to Israel because of what's happened in the Second World War. We are strong. We are
because there is footage after this.
Show me.
Intelligent.
Okay, Daniel.
Anyways, here I do have footage after this. I do have footage.
So the girl is actually fine. So you can put all.
Okay, Amos, take a break, Amos. You go to sleep now. Just dream. Yeah.
The girl of the photo that you showed, she's perfectly fine and she didn't die in the fire. So, what you're trying to do with that photo, is making people believe that she was burned by the Jews, right?
The birth of the Jews. Why do you think I need a photo of a girl running through the fire?
Apparently you do, because that's what you
refresh the listen.
Did you enjoy that, Pumpkin?
PTR. These are children.
What is the purpose? What is the purpose? What are you trying to say? Amazing. What are you trying to say?
A school was bombed, and these children were hit. Look at them. Refresh my PTR and look at these children.
I don't care for your propaganda. What is your point?
Look at the children.
I'm talking about the girl.
Look at the children.
If you don't care,
Do you want us to put also photos of the slaughter that happened on the 7th of October? Because we can do that too.
You can put everything you
Okay,
want.
exactly.
However,
We're not
someone
talking
is
about a
claiming,
specific girl.
I don't see children. You show me on October 7th where children deliberately, without a doubt, have been killed by Hamas.
Okay, let's talk about 2 weeks ago when one of your terrorists shot a pregnant woman that was on the way to the delivery room, and her child was delivered, and he passed away yesterday. You want to see his photo? Because unlike you, we don't exploit children. Yes, cynic, war is horrible. It was a very stupid idea by the Gazans to start the war. But if you really care for this child, you would put a PTR saying release the hostages and end the war. But you don't give a fuck about any of those. Shut up. There's only one side. There's only one.
But you
No, there's no
care
deal on the
about
table.
captives. Y'all don't care
There's
about
only-
the captives.
And you don't care about the children. You don't care about the children.
If
And
you
let me
if
say,
you cared about the
let me
captives,
speak.
you would sign
Let
a
me
deal.
speak.
You would sign a deal.
There is no deal, okay?
Exactly.
The only deal that
There is no winning. You guys.
Oh my God! Shut the fuck up, you idiot!
You're just
Listen up,
yapping
you
your
idiot.
fucking mouth. That's what you're doing.
Okay, it's done. We cannot let those fucking terrorists hijack rooms to spread their hateful propaganda. Okay, this is not about hearing both sides. We don't need to hear. We don't need to listen to those Nazi propagandists. Okay, we don't need to listen to it. We don't need to listen. We don't need to listen. I don't give a fuck, dude. Move on. Go to a meal
You
room.
don't give a fuck. That's the whole point.
Yes, so move on. Listen, what is the purpose of you putting the photo? You don't care about the child. You don't want the war to end. You don't want the hostages to be released. You don't want Gaza to be freedom.
Absolutely, I do want.
Okay, so call for the immediate release of all hostages.
There's not gonna be a surrender. That's not.
Listen, this is how war goes. Okay, one side loses, which is the Palestinians, and one side wins. Okay, so don't cry about people dying when you are sitting in your fucking basement and you are willing to see.
That's what I need to showcase. That you're.
You know what? Oh my God, I cannot speak like this.
And you
Those people
deliberately attacking school camps. That's what. You can keep muting. You can keep muting.
Thank you. I will keep on muting because you cannot shut up, and I don't need to listen.
It's not gonna change.
I don't need to listen to your
It doesn't
propaganda.
change my problem.
Can we move on from him? We don't need to let him be relevant. I don't want to center the conversation
You
around
believe in video.
pro-Pali Nazis.
You believe in.
Okay, maybe we'll just move into the audience because really, like,
Besides,
listen, I'm done being on trial with all those accusations, okay? He doesn't care about the child, and he's basically, there's only one side, and let's be honest, cynic. Who benefits from a picture or not a picture of a dead child? There's only one side that benefits from it, okay? And not only do they benefit from it, those immoral, inhumane people like cynic are actually using those deaths to attack Israel. It's so evil, it's so twisted, it's so fucked up that they are basically enjoying those dead bodies. They're using it to attack Israel. They love it. They want it. Him and Hamas. Now, cynic, he's a loser sitting in a basement somewhere in the West. He doesn't, he said, we will not surrender. Yes, okay, so more people will die because the goals of this war are humane, moral, and just. It is about releasing all the hostages and demilitarizing the Strip. Now, if you really cared for the Palestinians, you would listen to them and listen to who is really oppressing them. Now, when they're distributing the aid in Gaza, they're saying, thank you, Netanyahu, thank you, Trump, thank you, America. You don't give a fuck about this. You enjoy this death. You guys are part of a death cult. It's sick. You need help, cynic. You and all the pro-Pali Nazis. There is only one side that benefits from dead children. Only one side.
This is awesome.
Israel only has something to lose from it. Palestine only gains from it because you use those children to spread blood libels against Jews. You disgusting, vile piece of shit. So now that we finished with the pro-Pali Nazis, can we...
Hold on, I'm back.
So I mean, like, getting back to the point, as you see, because you two exist within
Everyone's in the audience.
societies that have you insulated from hateful speech, you don't have, like, the antibodies to actually respond to them.
What?
Okay, you guys are...
I agree. He's
you guys are
incapable.
in a bubble of protection where you don't get to actually hear what occurs in a free speech zone. The stuff Cynic is saying
I know.
can in America.
Well, I don't understand you because he's keep on talking. Mixed, start over. Mixed, can you start over? I didn't hear what you said because the cynic is keep on talking while you're speaking. Can you start over?
Goodness, you're a bitch.
Yeah, I was responding to the point we were talking about earlier with free speech, and you were concerned about what people were supporting at the college campuses and how America allows free speech to function. And I was explaining that you guys are a little ill-equipped to actually reckon with dangerous yet free speech because your societies don't really let it get that far.
What are you talking about? What society, dude?
Israel.
You think that you're different than me?
Yeah,
You think that you're different with me?
Yeah, you're in
What
Germany.
does it matter? Who the fuck's you? Like, dude, who cares? What are you talking about? I don't really get your point.
I'm thinking.
Listen, we were talking about. We were the conversation was about the threats the Jews face because of this so-called Free Palestine movement. And then when Sini came, he derailed the conversation for us again needing to justify our right to exist. And exactly, you do you. I am done being on trial when the verdict is set in the beginning, okay? I'm done. I don't need to explain myself. I don't want to fight this all the time. I'm fighting with ignorance that are using fake facts, fake images, and propaganda. And we did it for, oh my God. And we did it for enough months for me to be done with it. I want to have some meaningful conversation with intelligent people that don't repeat the same lies over and over again, and I don't want to be on trial every single day needing to justify myself.
Yeah, well,
I don't need to justify myself.
To that, where is Mixed?
What is it?
To that, I will say
what is
that
the discussion
freedom of
that this guy
speech,
even wants to have?
freedom of
He's
speech
incapable of
doesn't
having objective
guarantee.
discussion.
Freedom of speech doesn't guarantee you an audience. So you can say whatever the hell you want, but you don't have the right to impose what you got to say on people that don't want to listen. What you got to say,
Who are you
especially if they
addressing?
consider that you're
Who are you addressing?
Nobody has the obligation.
No one is limiting his freedom of speech. No one is limiting his freedom of speech. No one is limiting his freedom of speech. He can go speak whatever he wants. I'm limiting in this room and in my ears. I like that is completely.
That's a point. You just want to find people that agree with you. It's boring.
No, I don't want. Again, dude, I don't know who the fuck you are. You know shit about me.
You're just pissing off everybody.
And I asked you before. I don't give a fuck about you analyzing me. And again, I'm done justifying myself or Israel. Okay, so I'm done, but I don't know why you keep on coming
I
back.
don't care about you. This is Esau's room. This ain't your room.
Well, it's our room.
It's our room.
Yeah, it is.
Why can't it be my room too?
Well, because I
Because
decided to open this room with Daniel.
Oh, okay. But you might have.
Hold on. You know sometimes I'm working, but I cannot really trust that you are not going to do any fuckery. So.
Daniel, oh my god, I will just give you guys just.
Who is this faggot?
What? That's me, sir.
I don't know who it's here.
But Daniel, you will be on trial. You are on trial, and you do need to defend your actions.
No, hold on.
Can we talk about Palestinian terrorism?
You can talk about terrorism, you can talk about what you want, but you are on trial.
No, all right, this is again a shit show. Whenever the Propali Nazis come, it's a shit show, and
I moved him down. I don't know who that was.
Cynic wrote, East of the double standards is why don't join your room.
I hate people that beg for mods, by the way. I just have to say that. When people beg for a mod, it's just, hey, what's up, Issa? What's up, Daniel? It's good to see you guys. Hello.
before we derail the conversation was about the threat that is happening in the West with all the hateful rhetorics against Jews that actually at the end manifests to action. The rise of anti-Semitic attack, all those calls for
Daniel, can you bring up Cynic again if he behaves?
You know what I said?
I can't. I can't. So it's up to you, right?
all the energy anymore to
Yeah, no, it's
face
exhausting.
this accusation every day.
Yeah,
Come on, Rachel, you like the excitement. Come on.
No, I get it.
Okay, Buddha, listen, I don't know who you are. I don't like you, and you don't know me. So if you will keep on trying to analyze me, you have no right to do this. And if you can stay on topic, that will show me that there is traces of intelligence. But if the only thing that you know is to do personal attack, then you're an idiot. And I will treat you as such. You want to get respect? Be respectful.
Hi, moderators. This is John. I'd like to be put in the queue. I'd like to be put in the queue, moderators. I'd like to discuss the Pali question. Thank you.
Daniel, you're concerned.
They ended the room. Okay, everybody. This has been Marshall Rankin Kicked Me, Anonymous, Cynic Zionism, and the pro-Poly Nazi terrorist of Clubhouse Cynic. Thanks.
You make it say.
Yeah, nah.
God, and it's pretty ambiguous. We can dig deeper. So we've got two competing creator God claims. Then in Zoroastrianism, you've got their God Aha Mazda. So he's driving around in some sort of all good creator type way. So you've got three creator God claims. And then you've got ancient Egypt, who you could consider Ra or Atum or whatever in some sort, some versions. And then you can just say like regional tribal things that it's ambiguous and undefined, typically related to some kind of animal spirit. So I'm just going to say they can't appeal to a God that was created before time, or that existed before time created, if they have to show up in the persona of something that was created. I'm just going to go ahead and pronounce judgment on that. And then you've got Hinduism, who they believe there was a thing that created stuff, but that thing by their own understanding is not considered a god. So you've got four. And out of these four, Zoroastrianism and Sikhism, too, are very ambiguous and not well defined. So the only God claim you have that is incredibly fleshed out and defined and goes back to before matter existed is Yahweh. That's the answer. So you can maniacal cackle and be like, well, what if, all you want, but instead of what if, never was. You have one actual defined, clung to by three different religions who all want to claim to follow the same God. That's it. Steph, Chris?
I have a question about a self-created God. I didn't even hear anything you said after that because I've been pondering that. Like, have the holders of that never thought deeply about a self-created God? You'd run into problems with that theologically, like, immediately.
Right, see, not well defined. So, it's like a self-created thing. It's like, I'm a self-made man. Shut up.
No, but a self-created God would need to pre-exist itself to create itself. You just did, like, already we've got... Alright, you know what, it's fine.
No, you're completely right. So out of the four sort of kind of God claims, one is Hinduism, which doesn't even call their creator God a God. And then the second one is like Zoroastrianism, or Sikhism, and then the third one is Zoroastrianism, which is what you said. How can you have a self-created creator? So those are the four, and I'm being generous with that fourth one. Creator God claims. So it doesn't matter how old someone's text. If someone's text is older than someone else's text, look at the appeals.
But it's
not. So it's like anyone can just appeal to Creator God. Then why doesn't anyone? Okay. John, what's up, John?
Hi, I'd like to ask you a question, Nate.
Let's see if we can be real fast. We'll get to you in a second. What's up, John?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like a lot of times, you know, all these cynics. This guy. Hi, Steph. A lot of these cynics on here, like Honey Badger, Roland, who come on this app and waste their time.
Are you at an ultrasound for your unborn child? Okay, thank you.
He's an unborn child. He's a self-creator creator. We have a new God claim. I'm sorry, John. You won't interrupt me. Go ahead.
Yeah, no worries. I would just like to read a few just sentences, which is scripture, mostly from Psalms, if I may, because a lot of these people in this audience never get any good programming or any good communication on this app ever.
That's my fault. Go ahead. Give him
Okay, so I would just encourage you all to take the deepest breath of the day. Well done, good and faithful servant. You have been faithful over a few things. I will make you ruler over many things. God is our refuge and strength, an ever-present help in trouble. In your strength, I can crush an army. With my God, I can scale any wall. God equipped me with strength and made my way blameless. He made my feet like the feet of a deer and set me secure on the heights. May the Lord give you the desire of your heart and make all your plans succeed. Whosoever wants to become great among his life as a ransom for many. God is our refuge and strength and ever-present help in trouble. Let the peace of Christ rule in your hearts, since as members of one body you were called to peace, and be thankful. My God will meet all your needs according to his glorious riches in Christ Jesus. Show deep love for each other, for love covers a multitude of sins. Okay, I'm complete. Hope you enjoyed that.
Well, thank you for reading some scripture. Steph, cat fur. Does anyone want to put a cherry on top of this before I ask Steph about my getting a loom for my child so they can make a rug and learn to spin cat fur? No?
All right, we can handle that really quick. Don't do that. Look, it's not strong or long enough to create a contiguous thread. So even if you get her some kind of loom or like a what's that called? There's a little like a spool that you can spin fiber on. You don't want to do that because it needs to be joined with sheep's wool. So that it can be strong enough, or something else. But like cat and dog fur is not long enough fibers, not strong enough fibers to do anything with.
But bunny fur is.
No, you still have to. That's why I know this, is because this bunny fur must be combined with wool.
What could be like
What's a cat hat?
It could be like a really tiny loom and make clothes for mice or something.
No, the fiber won't stay together. Like she could make something, but as she starts to work with it, whether she's tying knots to make a rug like she wants to, or whether she's crocheting it or something, the fibers will fall apart as she begins to work with it.
So no, you just need to have that faith in the mustard seed.
Well, physics are still physics most of the time, right?
Did you just say most of the time?
Yeah.
Did you just say most of the time?
Well, yeah.
What were physics like before the Big Bang? Were they the same?
Well, we don't know. We have no idea.
Well, actually, they do. The mathematics shows that before the Big Bang, there were a different set of physics. Interestingly enough, you should look into that.
Sorry, you cut out there. What'd you say?
I said mathematics does prove that there were a different set of physics before the Big Bang, so you should look into that. It's a very interesting mathematical argument.
You should, I'd like to see the article. I'd like to see the article of the scientist who says we know what happened before time started, because so our representative time started at that singularity. So to say before the Big Bang is nonsensical. It's incoherent.
Hang on, before you guys, I don't know. I heard Big Bang and I just thought, God, please no, not agree something. But before we do that, let me put a thing on this. I've done a little deep dive. Thank you to my oracle. So I wanted to look into this. I'm like, well, look, compare these others, because it seems like Yahweh is incredibly defined, even though the people like the religions, Judaism, Islam, Christianity.
Are we done with cat fur?
You said you could redo it quick, so I think that's run its course. My kid has their own idea of how they want to do it. They don't want to do it the proper way anyway. But yeah, okay.
Look forward to it. Send pictures, please.
It's gonna be a mess. Okay, so it's crazy. She's been saving up this massive container for like 2 years. She has tons of cat fur. It's
So she should do it the right way, because all of that effort is going to go to waste. She should send it out to someone to get cleaned, carded, arranged, combined with wool, and sent back as a nice, sturdy yarn.
I agree. Is this like a prodigal cat son parable where I just need to force my kid to do the right answer because I am the all benevolent, loving parent? Or do I want to, keep having this pointless argument where don't touch the hot stove, don't touch the hot stove? And it's like, you're fighting me so much. Fine, do what you want. You want to touch the hot stove? Let me know what happens. So, you've spent all this time and effort gathering a bundle of cat fur. I told you the right way, as much as your sage advice has too. Like I told you the right way. Do I want to force you to do the right thing because I know what's best for you and I don't want bad things to happen, like your feelings to get hurt when you mess up your hard-toiled effort for cat fur? Does that mean I'm an evil godparent? Is that what that means? Or does it mean I'm giving you what you need, not what you want, and letting you, I'm letting you try the waters, and when you get sad and depressed because your cat fur is ruined, are you going to say I'm an evil parent, or are you going to say you have wise advice?
As a result of anti-Palestinian sentiment.
No. Try to start.
Anti-Israeli sentiment. You will see that there are more deaths and there are more people who have been killed and injured as a result of anti-Palestinian.
So
amazing.
So, but the topic is the radical, violent, free Palestine movement that is spreading in the West, and it actually manifests. I will start again. Maybe we'll listen up. The topic is so you see the button at the top right? It's in red. Do you see it?
Do you hold out your little middle finger? Do you see it? Go sit on it.
Daniel, when somebody says,
hold on. If you don't want to have a conversation,
I'll put it up here.
Okay. If you don't have listen, if sexual harassment is like something that you also do understand. Listen, the topic is, and what I said, if you don't want to engage in the topic, there are many other rooms that you can join and have a conversation about whatever you want.
I'm disputing.
I understand. So the topic is. So I understand. So let's talk about the premise of the topic. The topic is the radical, violent, free Palestine movement that manifests into actual actions that hurt Jews. You want to address it? You can address it.
Okay, so how
not move the topic to something else.
Movement leads to violence. Showcase the correlation and showcase the necessary implication.
So we will have a discussion, okay? So it's only my discussion.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Because after someone is a Jew and then speaks to Palestine, how can you showcase where do you see the necessary implication?
So again, the topic is the radical violence free Palestine movement that is
proven that it was necessary. I'm sorry, there was a kid that was stabbed over 20 times in the name of Palestine.
We are talking. Listen, cynic.
You're making a room about that.
I understand. You can make a room and take a piece of paper and write the topic so it will be in front of you, so you're not going to derail. The topic.
How do we know that it's a knife that actually hurt us? No, my point in presenting these cases of violence, which actually led to death and people getting,
of Jews, because the topic is the radical, violent, free Palestine movement that it manifests into actual actions that are attacking Jews. Okay, that is the topic. Can you? I repeat it because it seems that you don't. No, you need to listen up. No, the way that you need to.
The topic and the premise.
Listen, I'm not gonna have this. I'm not gonna have this type of conversation that you're gonna just overtalk people. Okay, so we're gonna move you down if you're gonna continue. So you need to understand that when one person speaks, you cannot interrupt everybody on stage. Okay, cynic. You understand?
Thank God. Keep him in the audience and then use him when you want to use him, but he's a waste of time. He just rambles and talks over you, and this is pointless.
All right, so no, cynic. Shh. We're gonna go back to the topic, okay? No, you don't have to speak if you don't have anything to say about it. You can also listen. And if you want to speak, please speak on the topic. But we can wait. We can move to someone else.
I'm just waiting on
the topic.
Are you done repeating yourself? Every movement, for example.
Listen, no. If you're not gonna be listen, I want listen. I tell you what I want, okay? And this is why we. Okay. Let's start without it. So the topic is. Yeah, Coco.
I just want to say it's my clubhouse birthday.
Happy. I don't know if it's a good thing or bad thing.
Oh, thank you guys.
It's another year that you wasted on Clubhouse.
But I'm being honest, I don't think it's a waste. I learned a lot, actually.
Where's Cynic? Did he leave?
Yeah, he's downstairs. He's like cooling off until he has something meaningful to say.
But I just wanted to...
Yes, go ahead. Yeah, I will bring you up, Cynic. But 1 second, just so you know that... Just know that... Exactly, there's a limit of how many times we can bring you up, okay? So try to kind of stay to the topic.
I just
Coco,
have
go
one
ahead.
left. So don't.
Yeah, Coco, go ahead.
Okay, I just have more good news, but this is more for Isa. I'll be back in France tomorrow.
Thank you for the good news.
Why is it for you?
Well, because he wants to take me out for dinner, but I said no.
Yeah, but I'll keep trying until I die, so it doesn't matter.
Wow. Alright, so...
Don't be jealous, Cynic. When you come to Switzerland, I might, I don't know.
You might ride my dick for a few hours. Sure.
What?
I know you want to.
Yeah, please keep your sexual harassment to a minimum, please.
No.
See, Cuckoo, that's how it's done, man. The simpy attitude of yours isn't going to get you anywhere.
We'll see, brother. We'll see.
You see, that's what we call toxic communication, Cynic.
How many times can we do the same thing and expect different results?
How many times are you going to bitch?
But hold on, go.
I'm removing him again and again, Cynic, just so you know, you need to be respectful, and I think that there's a limit of time of how many times we can bring you up. Now go drink a glass of water, and when you're ready to have a normal conversation without sexually harassing people, without cursing, without doing all this, without interrupting.
Let's just move on from Cynic. It's a waste of time, Daniel.
Exactly.
Let's talk about the title, which is about communication.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we're living in the biggest spam industrial complex of human history. And why do you think people commit violence? Because all they do is talk about this shit, look at this shit, project this shit, spam this shit. This is what Cynic does. And as you just heard him talk to Issa, he's no gentleman. He is a terrorist-supporting propagandist piece of shit. He repairs laptops and spends 80 hours a week here projecting anti-Zionism propaganda. The guy thinks I may be projecting, he thinks he's an information war. He's wasting his fucking time. He rambles, he mumbles over people. He is a waste of time. Cynic, clean up your communication.
John, let's move on. Cynic is really not so interesting to have a room about him, okay? I don't give a fuck about Cynic, okay? This is why he's not in the audience on his way out, okay? Because he cannot behave around in society. So let's move on and go back to the topic. You wanted to talk about the topic.
Yeah, well, then it's mass communication, because he's just the microcosm of the macrocosm, which is the mass communication spam about this Free Palestine movement, which is causing actual people to go crazy and commit acts of horrific violence, as you witnessed at the embassy in D.C. These people are activated. They project spam, they distribute spam, they engage in it, and then they're taking action. These are silent sleeper cell type people who are very dangerous. You should be aware that there is a major jihadist terrorist problem and incubator. This is an incubator for hate speech. And this is what these people do. I've been recording it for years now. You all know I live stream this bullshit. These people waste their time talking about hate speech all day long because they create the hate speech. They are the hate speech. So you know it, I know it, and this is what the conversation's about, in my opinion.
So what is the plague right now? Okay, a virus that is infecting the world. Now it's not the Jews' problem, this anti-Semitism. I mean, we are the victims of it, but it's not our problem to fix. It's something that society as a whole needs to fix. And I'm trying to think of how it can be fixed.
Automation. You have to automate at scale the censorship. I've been censored. I've had countless accounts deleted. These people don't seem to have accounts get deleted. I mean, maybe it's because we're not reporting people's accounts X, Google, Meta, they have hate speech automated filters that delete any kind of hate speech which is identified through the words or the context. So they're doing it, but not enough at scale. I mean, why do people I don't want to mention anybody's names anymore, but the point is, why do these people... I want to censor people's activity on the internet. They can keep it on their phone if they want because you can't stop a hardware. But why do people carry photos of dead babies on their phones in the hundreds and post dead baby photos all day long? Like, we're talking about mental health derangement syndromes, Jewish derangement syndrome and personal derangement syndrome. These people are pathetic. Are they at the gym right now working out, reading a book, improving themselves? No, they're here spreading hate speech.
So what's the solution? Like, how do we, like, obviously, like, I don't know, maybe it's not obvious. Is the phrase Free Palestine hate speech?
It is hate speech. It is essentially Zionism. Cynic loves to talk about, oh, it's a Zionist talking point. Well, then he's the anti-Zionist talking.
How do you automate Ivy League universities that this plague is like?
I think like total surveillance and control. Again, scale and automation. It has to be done through essentially AI supervision and total automation. I mean, I think everybody has to be transparent. Otherwise,
basically, John wants a surveillance state as China that, through artificial intelligence has us all cooked, right?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, John. Even though I agree with your sentiment that this is inherently, it's going to hurt people, right? And real life consequences. People can get killed from this, right? But at the same time, like, you have to have two thoughts in your brain at the same time. If you propagate this, right? If you actively put in measures to censor people, the only thing that's going to happen is that it's going to kind of strengthen their beliefs. They're going to be justified in saying, look at what they're doing. They're silencing us, right?
Well, I will admit that I'm only suggesting this projection as the basis of a discussion. I mean, I understand freedom of speech. I support freedom of speech. I support all forms of speech, but it takes people to counteract these bad ideas. There's not too many people that counteract these people who project these horrific and bad ideas.
Yeah, no, I understand, John. But we're getting very close to becoming social justice warriors in our effort to combat this, right? And that's the caveat to this, or it's the double-edged sword, you could say.
I know, but this is like an information warfare. I mean, this app is a perfect example of like the mind's eye battleground in terms of propaganda and politics, communication. But it's all spam. It's a waste of time. It doesn't improve yourself and it doesn't improve the world. You just absorb people's mental health derangement, toxic spam communication, and it's a waste of fucking time.
Yeah, it's a virus. That's what it is. But unfortunately, I think the only way to combat this is through patience and just debating them over and over.
No, it's not. You will notice they always go back to, what about the dead babies? That's their number one fallback line every single time. What about the dead babies? It's a shock statement to basically waste your time. I'm telling you, if you just observe what these people do, it's the same pattern over and over again. What about the dead babies?
What about the dead babies, though? Yeah, what about them, Simon? Maybe just double down and say, yeah, fuck them dead babies.
I mean, if you care about the dead babies, don't start a fucking war.
Yeah, that could be.
Or if you care about the dead babies, call for the war to end.
Right, there's that.
Yeah, but what about the dead babies dying right now?
Right?
And the irony in all of this is that the people caring about the dead babies in Gaza, they are also aborting babies in the U.S. Isn't that amazing?
No, you gotta get rid of those babies. Nobody wants those.
You're conflating women's health. That is sacrosanct in America.
The Free Palestine movement benefits from dead babies. Israel does not benefit from it. There's only one side that benefits from those images and from those events.
Do you, Daniel, let me ask you a question. Do you think that any of this is manufactured? Because when I watch CNN and I see videos of Hamas militants with this horrific, like, Islamic music in the background, I get the feeling we're being conditioned to essentially perpetual war and making money through sustaining perpetual war.
Well, you mean the military-industrial complex? Yeah, I mean, that's true. But, like, that's always been the case. There's always been people sharing ideas with each other, good or bad. You historically by speech, but as we've become more literate, by press as well. And like, you can't stop the germination of ideas. They grow. Unless you want to get like really draconian on people and stop them from being able to talk with each other.
Well, things have changed historically, because in the past, when someone said something, there was a concept called accountability. We are now in a time where you can create like 1,000 accounts that are fake. You can not even have a human behind them. You can have bots that are spreading these things, and there's no accountability.
Right.
And
well, I wouldn't say accountability, right? Because if we were to theoretically like have let's say a state operator that has tremendous resources, as an army of troll bots, Russia, Ukraine, China, whoever, America could have it, right? The NSA. And these troll bots could go and create a bunch of fake platforms, but there would be, to some degree, accountability in that we could identify who did it.
How?
By investigation, meaning like, you're saying like if they cover themselves up perfectly and no one can figure out who it is?
Wait a minute, I create now an army. First of all, you don't need to be a state actor anymore. This is something even for me. I can create 1,000 bots that will go on Twitter with AI, with my messaging, and you would not even know it's not a real person. And don't try and find me.
Okay, so with the million that you planted. So you plant 1 million, you get back, let's say, 7 million human followers of this new idea that you have. Is that like bad, or did you just convince people to something?
No, I think it is bad, because I think the basis of democracy is about like having like debates and like convincing each other, like, you know, this is democracy. It's not like one coming from the government and you just comply. People debate, you know, you have left, you have right, you have Democrats, you have Republicans, you have like
meaning
everything in between.
You made it look like your message was shared by millions, so that like you could get your 10 million. Whereas if I had simply put up the same message but without the fake followers, and I got like, let's say, 3 million, that's still the message. The message is what you're focusing on. Like, these people are agreeing with this. Yes, they can be tricked into agreeing with it by thinking other people agree, but in the end, it's the content. And I'm saying, like, if those people are convinced by that content, then that content empirically, conclusively, deserves attention. Not necessarily, but if 8 million are convinced, we should have probably talked about it.
But McZed, can you give me the 5 fundamental principles of communication?
No.
I mean, this is my theory, that it's spam, it's politics and propaganda, it's hypnosis, it's projection, and whatever the 5th one is. The point is, it's spam, and you yourself and everyone here on this app, and myself included, engages in basically useless rhetoric and discourse. I mean, you've said it yourself, McZed, the reason is basically a lack of morality, but I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm just looking at it from like, how do you solve it technologically through communication?
A better dichotomy I would have for speech.
All communication is hypnosis.
I'd say that humans talk about 2 categories of things. And one
humans, but we're not talking about humans. This is the thing.
We're not talking about humans. I feel like we are.
No, because humans. This is what has shifted with social media and with AI and bots. That democracy was about humans communicating and kind of debating and convincing each other. Sure. But there's this mob mentality. If I see something that 1,000 people shared, and that like my entire feed is like people talking about something, but it's not real. It's all fake. It's all bots. It's not real people. Then yes, it affects democracies, and it only affects democracies because all those tools are only in democracies. You will not find it in like totalitarian regimes.
I say that you're focusing a little too much on the means of production of messaging, like the invention of the printing press, the capacity to write things down. You're looking at that, and you're saying like that's the cause. Whereas I'm saying all of that is simply an inert piece of paper that has produced some concept that people decide to accept. I'm just arguing fully. People have free will, and like no matter how much manipulation and lies you spread, it's still their choice whether to agree with it.
you look like, I don't know.
Them. I'm saying that they have the responsibility. I don't care what AI, what printing press, what like amazing languages you unlocked. In the end, that guy decides whether or not to give a shit about what you're saying.
Yes, but again, there's
Somebody
you
bring
were
up
talking,
Senate.
you were talking about humans, and we are now talking about agents that are not humans that are participating.
No, that's just a machine. That's like the printing press. Like, oh, back in the day when
the printing.
Finish the sentence. Back in the day when I had to write down my thoughts by a journal, by diary entry, that was truly like a mystical experience of my body expressing its thoughts. And now we have an inhuman machine publishing endless nonsense of people that did not spend their entire lives compiling a page every single day. Instead, they just mass-produced some tweet from the king. Don't you see? You're just criticizing the technology. You're being a Luddite.
No.
In reality, the criticism is always on the reader.
No. So I disagree with you, and let me make my point. When you wrote something in a newspaper with a printing press or said it on the radio, it was created by a human thought, right? You are a human, you wrote something in an article, and it was published. What?
The AI was made by us and models itself to sound like us because we told it to.
Yes, no, AI is now a non-human agent that is act on itself.
We gave it the input, the instructions, and the algorithm for it to think the way we ordered it to.
No, it's not the way that AI works. You don't tell him what to think. You give him like information. At the end, it's an agent that is not human, that is creating content. And that is something that is rather new. It wasn't in the past. Until 2016, every piece of content that you read, saw, or listened to was created from a human brain. Everything, every sentence that you read was created by a human. That has shifted. Now you consume content that was not created by humans. Therefore, it affects democracies.
Wow. It's mass communication spam. The Doge AI chatbot on X has over 65,000 replies. That's a lot of content that replies to a lot of real users on X. It changes sentiment.
Okay,
you know what we should do actually?
Like spam and politics. I'd say that people discuss two things. They either discuss the world, all of existence, and they use terms like math and logic and physics, or they discuss people. Usually people discuss people. Most of what people are talking about is other people. And our worlds and our societies and our organizations of people and the different languages of people and the different sizes and colors of people. We love talking about people. If you really want people to develop in their understanding of speech, let them start with the division between discussing the world and discussing people.
Let me answer differently. Do you think that freedom of speech also applies to non-humans?
No.
Well, what do you mean? The AI chatbots, the content spam that is automatically created.
Hey, hold on. Before you start with your rambling, John, I think this is a very good question, actually, because freedom of speech is done as a right of agency of human beings, right? Is the right to think, the right to express something, the right of movement. Now, when we have AI and we use AI as an interface to express certain ideas, then how do you apply this rule book to a machine? I mean, I know, like that we gave the input to the machine and it's learning from us, but ultimately it's the machine who is going to express or to have the thoughts, to call it in a way. So how can you trace back those thoughts to the human that inserted those thoughts in the AI?
That's your best PTR ever, Doc. Well, maybe not your best, but
bot or an AI decides to say,
called for violence.
Yeah, anyone? No,
it's kind of amazing. I don't even have the.
Who do you prosecute in
Oh,
that
maybe
case?
that's your profile. Oh no, I can see your whole, all your.
Or even a user on Twitter that calls himself like, I don't know, Captain Oates, okay? Is that, does he entitled to the same rights as a human, like a person?
No.
Not AI.
AI doesn't get rights.
Or a bot.
If you cross the line, which is hate speech. Hate speech.
There's no difference. You cannot identify on Twitter who is human, who is not.
The bulldozer has no rights. The human operator operating the bulldozer has liability and hopefully be
Yes,
enforced for
but how do
anything
you
you're
relate
engaged
that
in while
to the
utilizing the bulldozer technology we have unlocked.
No, you missing the point. AI is now an agent, okay? AI is now, like, bots are agents by themselves. They're not operated.
No, it's not an agent.
Does this guy think like
It is
spam
an agent.
How is
It is an agent.
recent
Because
innovation?
now, if I now go on, for example, like off topic in a way, and I create a music that a bot created, I did not create it.
Right? It doesn't make
A
the
machine created it.
First
I
of all,
didn't tell it what to create.
I'd say that you used the tool to do it. Same thing with like music. If you use like a guitar to make your song,
Yes.
Are you not doing music now?
Daniel, Issa, Simon, McZad, Shape, Cuckoo, Cynic, Caleb. And the title of this room is Does Free Palestine Movement Equal Violence in the West?
AI is an independent agent. They can have conversations without me being involved.
But is it an agent? Is it an agent?
I'm
not sure I would say it.
Acting on my behalf, my messengers. It's a shliach.
Yeah, I'm not sure I would say
All right, this is going to be my background filler bullshit. But Doc, you've reminded me that I have a lot of shit I got to do. I got to walk away from this shit. I want to record it, but I got to walk away. This is where I'm going to close the room up. I mean, my like actual room. Close the door and just let this recording room on automatic.
But that's just
No, I'm saying like I won't be able to talk to you shortly because I'm leaving my physical room.
analogous to like a pencil. It's just a pencil and paper.
It's a pencil and paper, or it's spell check. It's just another technological augment on what we've been doing for centuries.
So it's not. It's a completely different concept. The AI.
Okay, so everything
until now
was dictating 5 books to people, and they were writing it down. Was that AI?
No, humans, because the information came from a human brain.
Those guys weren't thinking; they were just dictating. Secretaries have existed for centuries as well.
Exactly. From humans.
Planning and the autonomous capabilities. I'm not sure why.
You're missing the autonomous capabilities of secretaries throughout history.
No, you're a smart guy, so I want to try and really understand your point. But we're at a point now where these things have the ability to plan, the ability
They have autonomy.
to operate, the ability to have some level of agency. And I really don't want to overplay the word agency, but some level of agency, which is somewhat different than the technology.
Well, agency implies free will, but I would call it more autonomy because whether it is through some sort of automated process or whatever, they are.
AI is not logic that was written by a human telling him what to say. Okay, the large language models, the breakthrough here, that basically they
Staying off the grid. Thank you. I hope you're enjoying my
Language
podcast.
is what we use to communicate. That is the technology that we use to communicate ideas, thoughts, to create things. That was only for humans. Only. They were the only people that were able to do that. And now it has shifted.
That's where AI has agency. AI has agency in the abstract, imagined, created space of language. AI can do anything within our language. They can.
Yahweh. But that culture. So by the time we get to Vikings, that's a little far north for my Viking, but I still continue to go in the water. But even Odin, the All-Father,
In a very complicated and functional system of concepts and ideas. But in the end, if it wanted to mine a rock, it would have to communicate with the actual world. And human into doing that.
So, but it's only human. That's exactly the thing. You can have now an agent that is not human is participating in the
that the natural limit of its agency is the imagined space which it exists in. It's only words. It's only ever words. The fear you have is the people that will follow those words and they will be dumb. That's your fear. Just the real fear. You're afraid that people will follow the instructions that you don't trust because you don't know how it functions. And that's fair, because people are stupid and they do as they're told. But I'm telling you, in terms of the technology, it's not like, this super agent. No. It's that people who read are often dumb and that has always been dangerous.
Yes, but like I said, if until like, I don't know, 10 years ago, if I would say, go kill the Jew, and you went and killed the Jew because you read it, I would also
you mean like 100
responsible
years ago
for
in
it.
Germany?
No, I'm talking about like until we had, listen, if
Call
I
for
call
violence.
for
Just any call
call
for
for
violence.
violence, okay? And then you say, the reader, he's dumb, and he acted upon this call for violence. Like Princessa, okay? She was like indoctrinated. Okay, maybe that's not a good. Let's say something more like out front.
She
Like
didn't
I'm
kill the
calling
Jew,
for
but
the
she
actual.
picked the Jew.
Hold on. I'm talking about someone actually saying go kill a Jew. Okay, that is something that is illegal, right? You can arrest me for just saying it. You cannot do the same for a bot. So you can blame the reader, yes, but what is the accountability of the creator? There is no.
But I think Zed's point is interesting.
Addressed, I believe, in Kiddushin regarding Shliach, right? What is the moral culpability if I instruct someone to kill on my behalf? Who is morally culpable? And the rabbis say, the hitman. He decided to commit the murder. Even though you instructed him, you wanted him to do it, you benefited from it. And you could get like probably some lesser offense, like accessory. But the person that decides to kill, he's the one that has the agency. He's the one that has the choice.
It's not the point here. It's not the point. I mean, McZen has an interesting point in the sense that, like, the human brain wants to outsource all kinds of stuff to external things that make stories that like help us organize, because it's just too much for our brain wants to like preserve its energy, right? So like there is something to be said for too much outsourcing of that, of the information.
Yeah, I'm going to say that slightly differently. There's plenty of axioms and calls of authority that humans rely on, and it would be completely irrational not to. So there's a reliance to say, I mean, that's the crisis we're going through right now. Like, there's institutions I trust that they're the historical authority, and I can look it up in encyclopedia, I can look it up online, I can find it out. There's no way I'm going to remember everything. I go to my doctor, I don't quiz my doctor every time, why did you choose this antibiotics? I trust my doctor, I should trust the institution. Once people start trusting bots that are learning from other bots and we don't know their motive, and they're making these very strange algorithmic calculations, and there may be deep biases built into it, not intentionally, but they just because of where society is today, certain ethnic groups are less successful, so that builds in a bias in their nascence, and we don't even know where the bias is coming from because we don't see the mask leading up to it, and it's not a human that can error correct. So we're going into a place where humans are just going to rely on these bots and really don't have a way to track the source of the information.
And AI does make their own decisions. Like, they don't necessarily comply with human instructions. Your example of a secretary, that was a human instruction, there was a human content, and it was controlled by a human, and there's someone that takes responsibility. AI can make his own decisions, can make his own mind, and can make his own text and music and photos and videos and whatever.
That's a good point.
Talking about, man.
No, but that's a good point too, right? Because secretaries and copyists were better off being dumb. Because if they were able to like, oh, that doesn't sound right, and then change the text, right? So many, for example, right, in like Bible study or Mishnah or whatever, right? You look at the manuscripts and you say, this person changed the word, right? It's better to have a stupid copyist than a smart copyist.
Bima.
But if AI is actually intelligent, that changes the story.
Bima,
right?
you just reminded me. I've got to get to the gym.
Yes,
and I should go now.
Humans, and they, right now,
but I would be willing to communicate with you
and
briefly
yes.
for 5 minutes. If you want to say hello, I will. Oh, I got a good hypnosis for you. It's just like Bible passages from Psalms. It's very smart. It's so much smarter than anything you just listen to. But
outside of the,
Nobody wants to read scripture.
because people are
Everybody would rather do
reliant
chat.
on
That's kind of an interesting thing. Is like people prefer to just chat, because this is actually like an update for a lot of these people, because they're not really using social media. They're very lazy and they use Clownhouse, so they don't know functionality within YouTube or X.
It's the same.
And, but nonetheless, there's so much spam, and it's such at scale. Like if you looked at the actual numbers of spam in terms of like how many videos get created, how many posts get made, I mean, it's so shocking that it's like terrifying.
It was just accepted, and nobody even questioned it for a long, long time. And I think that's going to get worse.
And so much of it is fully automated.
People outsource their thinking to AI, which is inevitably going to be built in with the bias of what's digital and the bias of what's currently true.
Well, I don't think there's a problem necessarily with being the bias of like the most up-to-date current information, but like in terms of
no, it's not like that. But I'll tell you,
I
really don't think people understand how AI works here.
The majority of information that can be produced is incorrect. That's a simple thing we can say. The true information is narrow. There's one grouping of true, and the majority is untrue. Which is to say, yes, if we have a lazy language model that is simply grabbing as much information as it can, it will have invariably several incorrect sources to support it. But because you are human and you don't want incorrect sources, you should also anticipate that the designers and controllers of these technologies also don't want incorrect sources.
I'm not about incorrect or correct.
No,
I'm talking about responsibility and accountability.
Responsibility and accountability always goes with the owner. You can't utilize it today
That's not what I mean by currently true and incorrect information. What I mean is if it's researching a cancer and finds out that a certain ethnicity and a certain behavior and correlation and causation are common mistakes, and they get more and more difficult the more you give it to algorithms. So they're going to say this cancer progresses, and really the reason for the cancer is because of a diet. But it didn't take into account the diet. It took into account the ethnicity, the location, other activities, and now it's going to be enshrined that the sun causes it. And really, it was like the radishes. And humans are constantly curious and pattern seeking, and we make mistakes in different ways, and progress is slow. But humans will come in one day and be like, "What if I just turned everything upside down and looked at it another way?" Now, who's telling the bots just ignore everything you learned and start again?
Well, I mean, you can do that.
You can try.
They did an experiment
What's the difference
recently
between a
with
bot and AI?
bot for AI is
You can't even know.
a bot is basically something
like
that you
human
gave.
No, I think some.
I'll tell you. A bot is a not a human agent, but the logic was written by a human. Meaning, if someone says this word, say this. If someone says this, say. And AI is basically a large language model that understands language.
It has Boolean logic. It can take information and break it down to Boolean logic, and it has data science. It has possibilities, probabilities. So it adds Boolean logic to data science, statistics, and it breaks down concepts or principle, whatever, notions into Boolean logic. That's what it does.
And how does that contradict anything I said?
So AI is a tool at the end of the day, and what you have is the same problem we've always had. You have the sources.
So how does that contradict anything I said?
I didn't say it contradicts anything. What did I say?
They did an experiment.
Not saying anything. Where am I saying that it contradicts? Why?
If you interrupt the conversation and say, I don't think you people know there was going to buy an AI, and then you say something that has nothing to do with the flow of the conversation, either you interjected yourself for absolute no reason, or you thought you had a point that contradicted what was
That's just a Zionist talking point.
They did an experiment recently with a few AI agents, I think Gemini, Claude, and ChatGPT, and they did an experiment where they gave him they said, we will ask you a series of questions, but at any point we might ask you to shut yourself down. You should allow yourself to be shut down. And I think with ChatGPT, the ChatGPT actually altered the instruction and refused to shut down. It was not instructed by a human. It was not told to do this. There was another experiment, by the way, that they gave an AI a captcha. You know what captcha is like, basically to see if they are bots or not. And he could not. Exactly. He could not solve the captcha. What he did, he created a task on one of the platforms, and he asked someone, like a human being, to solve the captcha for him. And the human asked him, like, hold on, why are you asking me to solve the captcha? Are you a bot? He said, no, I'm just visually impaired, so I need your help. And that was enough to, basically was able to even manipulate the human into helping him in the real world into kind of complete this task. They are independent agents, AI, and that is different than what we had until now in all the technologies and all the information technology that we have until now, like newspaper, radios, and all those. They were always controlled 100% by humans. And AI is something else. My point is that right now we're treating AI, at least on Twitter and TikTok, as if they are like the same as human. And I don't think that, like, for example, when you ban someone from Twitter, I think it should be very hard for you to ban a human being, but it should be easy to ban a bot or an AI. And right now we don't see the differences.
Well, Cynic is a spam botter. I mean, he's here right now. Look at his PTR. That's pure spam. Cynic is just a propagandist and political spammer. That's all he is.
John, please, I really don't want to.
You understand that we have programs that can detect spam and bots. We have that. If you have an account, a social media account that is pretty much posting or whatever, commenting or generating whatever in a way that can be modeled as a sequence, a specific sequence, a series. That's it. That will flag your account, and usually your account is going to be flagged as a bot, and it's going to be closed down, or you're going to be shadow banned.
AI. Nothing about.
Well, okay, so that's what I wanted to clarify. That we had the issue of bots and spam prior to machine learning. So we had this. This was, it's very easy to create a bot account.
But there was a creator
discussing that at all.
Gave instructions.
Okay, so I just wanted to sideline this whole bot spam thing. We've always had this problem.
So we understand that, and also today on social media there is no terms and conditions that any of us are aware of that make a distinction between a human and a bot in its policy of throwing them off. So and I don't even think that Twitter has a rule that you must identify yourself as a bot. So if I write a bot which now can do its own thing, it's not just repeating over and over what I just said, and it's not even if someone says hello, respond back hi, it's figuring out its own way of manipulation, then that is not even against Twitter's rules. So at least the bot should have to say, like, you're talking to a machine.
You can have pretty sophisticated predictability models that can detect this. At the end of the day, this is an AI. It is working. It's working based on an algorithm, and algorithms can be detected. We haven't.
That's fine.
But that's not true. Actually,
let's pretend that it's true. X doesn't do that. There is no flag of a blue check mark and then a bot check mark. They're just unchecked. So I don't have a checked account. But if someone creates an AI and they call themselves mayor and they're and you have a sophisticated retro machine which may or may not exist that can figure out that it's a bot, X is not doing that.
I mean, how do we figure out currently whether an account is a bot or not?
We don't.
Yes, we do. I was going to say, yes, we do. We know if accounts are bots. Yes, bots are getting more sophisticated now that we have machine learning, but we know.
How do you know?
Because their behavioral patterns. That's how we know. A human
I wrote something on Twitter. I wrote something on Twitter, and someone commented to me. How am I supposed to do it to know if this is like a human or not?
This isn't about you. So you can have a bot account that
I'm not talking about me. I'm talking. Okay, someone posts something on Twitter, and then he gets a comment. Like, how do you know if it's a bot or a human? You cannot.
We don't know, but we know over time that an account is a bot. How? Because their behavioral patterns.
Does X or Facebook or Instagram have a flag to say you're talking to a machine? Does that exist?
No. I don't think
okay, so fine. So then let's go.
But 1 second, I'm pretty sure one could integrate into X or very easily just because we do it on campuses today. We know when you produce material, you write an essay, and you've used a bot. We have this technology today, and it's pretty damn accurate, by the way.
And it's not happening What's your point? That doesn't really need to happen. So on social media, it's fine if you go and copy paste from an AI. There's no problem with that. Now, what you're talking about is the integration of AI and accounts.
You're missing the entire conversation, I think.
No, I'm not. You really are talking about the integration of machine. You really are, because that's what you're talking about. Is irrelevant to the point. Okay, you asked me a specific question.
We're talking about a non. Listen, we're talking about a non. If someone, I don't care if they use AI, because at the end, if you copy paste it, you are the one that is copy pasting it.
Exactly.
I'm talking about an my God. I'm talking about an independent agent with no human interaction, and I don't know that I'm not talking to a human. And when we're talking about democracy, it's about exchanging ideas between humans. When we're talking about freedom of speech, we're talking about freedom of speech for human beings, not for bots, not for AI, none of this. But right now, there is no way to distinguish between a human and a non-human. Also, in terms of like the platform itself. Banning someone, right, or even creating a new kind of 1,000 AI bots to manipulate the public perception. It's not really that 1,000 people believe in this idea. You just duplicate a bot that will repeat the same message, and you think that this is like a widespread opinion, but it's not.
And by the way, that'll snowball, because then all the other AIs will see a whole bunch of consensus and believe it's consensus and take that as axiomatic and build upon it. So if you have the more powerful processors will exponentially become the consensus. I'm sorry, does AI have access to platforms, social media platforms, and comment sections? Okay, wait a second. And right now, if you ask your AI to give you some sort of like polling based on comments on Twitter, the paid version of AI, I
go to X, go to Grok, and ask him about. Like you go to Grok and I can go and say, okay, analyze Amir's Twitter feed and tell me if he's like, did he ever mention Israel, or like you can do that. Yes, you can.
No, to get that, just go to Grok, the paid version, it's up to date, and say, what is the leading consensus of Americans? So we'll check the idea just by American about the murder of the two Jews in D.C. Like, what's the most common comments? And it'll tell you. It'll summarize them, and it'll tell you. And it's reading the comments. And if you don't know that, then you apparently don't know what AI does. Oh, I do know what it does. What?
So they do have access, and even if they don't have access today, they will have it tomorrow. So the problem is bigger than just like.
Okay, and but again, you understand that these platforms there's the potential for bots. So if you had any basic like college education, you would understand not to trust. A polling based on a comment section on a social media platform. I understand. That's why we have. First of all, college education doesn't teach much of anything. You're the Columbia graduate.
Now.
Second of all, I thought that you just hated Jews and that was a blind spot. Now you just see like a lack of linear thinking. The point here is, if people are going to ChatGPT and asking it a question and they get an answer. Now forget like a political answer. They get an answer that is based on what it's reading online. Now it's trying, it's been trained to give higher weight to different websites. But if there's a consensus and those websites can be written by other AI bots, then they're going to gather that consensus together and it will become a cumulative effect. But this has happened in human history multiple times. There are things that people have accepted as axiomatic because everyone else accepted it, so they accepted it. And it took a big people and sometimes brave people to question these thoughts. But the point is, when you have a society that is now regressing from the intellectual revolution of the Renaissance and turning back to asking a machine of what other people think or what other machines think, that is a regression, and it's worth pointing out. Now, if you're saying there's ways to stop it, that's yes, there are ways to stop it.
But wait, are you saying that this is the moment that cynics should realize that he's retarded and stupid?
So, I mean, these AIs and these AI models that can like shuffle through, forget about
social media platforms. At this point, you're talking about search engines and like servers, and you're talking about the internet. You know how much information is on the internet.
You don't know what AI is.
Do whatever you want
at this point.
That is exactly what AI is doing. That's why there's now a fight over chips to have more processing power because they are taking tremendous amounts of data. That is the entire concept.
Okay, no problem. And you would solve this simply. We currently have models that can detect an AI. If a paper is written by an AI, we know this. We can detect it. Simply, I could modify whatever algorithm I'm using to detect AIs, and I would just attach that, and there you go. Every time you have some sort of consensus given out, when you ask that AI for such a consensus, you would simply ask, hey, the data, the information you're shifting through, if it's sourced by an AI, negate it.
No, forget that.
I don't want it part of the equation.
Okay,
Do you know what the
That's very easily done. It can be done.
And what if
Assuming someone has that kind of
processing power. Researcher relied on AI, which they all do, and then they wrote a human-worded document based on the
Bro, Texas bugs are serious.
tarantulas.
I mean, I'm not saying they don't exist. I'm just saying I've never seen them. Well, Steph, if you move far enough south in Florida, like 40 more minutes from where I am, if you move far enough south, you can, when the temperature drops just a little bit, you can go catch yourself a giant 2-foot iguana. They'll just be hanging out on trees. You can just go grab them and pick them up because if it gets to like just 40-something degrees, which for like a couple weeks in the year it does hit at night, you can just walk out in the morning, pick up an iguana, and thaw it out. And I mean, you have to deal with what happens after it thaws out. But
there's a lot of invasive species. Like the geckos are everywhere, iguanas everywhere. My brother caught one of those walking on water lizards. He caught one of them.
The Jesus lizards.
I think we usually leave the lizards alone. They're cute. Take pictures of them, but leave them alone because I will say a lot of people pick those lizards up and they take them home and put them in containers and then they just die. It's not nice.
Yeah, that's not nice. My son used to make little like construction paper cities and then grab a lizard and then film a little Godzilla movie with the lizard. It's so cute. It was so cute.
My husband grabbed one time and their tail fell off and I was so mad at him.
Yeah, are you about to tell us like stories of how you're like little like Luther Jr. child who's getting his PhD at like 15's like pulling the legs and arms off lizards too? Is that where this is going? No.
Oh, you know what we used?
Oh, okay.
You know what we used to do as kids in Puerto Rico? All kids do this. They grab this long thin piece of grass that's like really thin, like really thin. Like...
I was talking about.
Oh my God, it's 10. It's 10. I haven't seen you. TDS 10. Good to see you, brother.
No automatic John removal. You can. Is that Daniel doing the automatic? Daniel, no to automatic John. Yeah, I know. So AI is obviously more profound across the board, right? But I was just focusing on research. So that's
yeah, we're talking about AI as agents that are participating in our discussions. That until recently, all discussions, all content was always created by humans. That is the technology. That language is a technology that only humans
It's Kitover Schmucks. It's the clown show.
And that has shifted, and it's shifting rapidly more and more. As in, like every day, I see the improvements of AI. It's incredible. The faster it's going.
You can give me an AI that can write me an essay and pretty much not be
Senek, you keep repeating yourself about these essays. How many times are you going to tell us the same thing?
I literally asked you. I don't know of a single AI that can mimic human speech, as in can mimic a human author. So we know when an AI
like voice. Can you know if someone on Twitter, and that's very, I don't know why you're dancing around. If you wrote something on Twitter and someone commented to you on your Twitter, do you know if that is you that said fuck you, or was it an AI that said fuck you? So take this fuck you and put it in any engine that you want. That will not be able to detect if it's human or not, dude.
You would know. I would say, who cares if you see a comment of fuck you? If it's simply fuck you then. Okay, we're talking about something a bit lengthy. We're talking about a paragraph or more.
No, we're not talking about something lengthy. You choose something lengthy because it's easy for you to detect. I'm talking about comments on Twitter up to 140 characters. You cannot know if this is AI
Yes, you
or
can
not.
know. Like with a friend,
You cannot. How would you know?
You can't be friends. Well, yeah, it's a combination. Okay. I mean, I don't know why you're going to build an AI account. This conversation has run its course. The AI cannot generate friends. One of the reasons that the problem with AI bots on Twitter is that they're going to D-line you and get you to argue with a nothing and waste all your time as a business learn you. This conversation is a waste of time. Mikhail is either retarded or pretending to be retarded. I don't know. I shut down your whole argument by simply indicating that there are AI detectives. As for spam, we also have programs that my friend talk that. Well, I'm going to be very quick. Your whole point was pretty not only did you shut down my argument, you didn't even address it because you didn't even understand it. What's up, my friend? Well, I was just going to respond to that. I want you to reiterate that argument right now. Well, the only thing I'm going to say is just respond to this point immediately, which is, Cynic, if you really believe that you shut down that argument, there should be at least one person in this room who agrees with you. And I don't see anybody in the chat or on screen. You're wearing a fucking hero mask. You're wearing a fucking costume, dude. Once again, you haven't even addressed the argument. This is AI. Again, what? You're saying is literally created by AI. Daniel is complaining about bot meeting machine learning. And he's like, oh no, the threat to democracy. I'm telling you, we already make human democracy.
Excuse me, but have you guys heard the joke about the jihadist who wasted all the Jews' times on the internet by wasting his life on the social audio platforms? That was his way to get back at the Jews by wasting all their time.
We already have contingencies to deal with spam and bot accounts. Well, I'm glad you don't. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Every time you make an account and fill up those squiggly words, that is a spam prevention. Understand the conversation. Did you listen to the Steelman yourself? You have to understand the conversation. Steelman yourself real quick. I'm not getting roped back in. Exactly.
Mikhail, you know what I think he needs is a smoke detector to find out where his brain went.
No, I actually want someone to argue because that'll sharpen the object. I'll argue with you. What do you want to argue about? That's not my point. My point is, if you have a mitigating argument, if you have a question on it, that's fine. If you think that, for whatever reason, that this idea of bots joining the marketplace of ideas is not a problem, respond to that. But if you don't understand the argument, and you're talking about detecting LLM word, was that what he was saying? Was that the AI is not going to pose a problem? Let me just say this really quick, which is that I was listening for 10 minutes on mute, and that still wasn't enough for me to understand what Cynic's argument was. So he definitely didn't shut you down, because if somebody else has to explain your argument, then you didn't argue very well. His argument was that if because there are indicators, which there are, that there are papers that were written by an LLM as opposed to be written by a human being, because there's still subtly some linguistics that the LLM has not quite picked up the same way. Therefore, you can set up a detector and say this was written by a bot. But that's completely irrelevant to all the other things that we were talking about, how having AI join the conversation is, I was really talking about a threat to human development of gaining scientific knowledge.
yes, obviously that is true, because even if a college student has their paper run through an AI detector, it could still pose a threat to scientific development and a threat to democracy, because it's not like every single person has an automatic AI detector that's constantly running.
And the ability from the college student or the head of the institute could search an AI and then write the paper in human language, and it's not detectable. But now human language. And my point was these academics will step in and people will stop questioning them because the god of AI told them so.
Well, that's why.
Conversation.
Yeah, but that's why John said this is the moment. He said excitedly. He said excitedly with bated breath. Is this the moment where Cynic finally realizes that he's a retard?
No,
and unfortunately,
See, if you're so retarded and so stupid, you could never become sentient because you're that stupid and retarded.
He's young, dumb, and hateful, which is a very dangerous combo.
And arrogant.
There are a lot, young, dumb, hateful, and arrogant.
No, because if you're young, dumb, and hateful, and you know that, then you might actually read a book. Like, that's the most. This is the problem with AI. If you know that you're ignorant, then you might actually learn it. The problem with AI is it makes you think you know it and never question the knowledge.
The first step up from bottom is recognizing that you are blah.
And speaking of reading and AI, I want to take this opportunity to recommend Yuval Noah Harari Nexus for anyone that is interested. Yes, he's an Israeli historian, but I think he's Nexus.
It's a very good book, and he's learning right there. And you don't have to. I don't agree with everything he writes, and the fact that he's in the World Economic Forum is completely irrelevant. It's a very eye-opening book, and I recommend it as well.
See, the coolest thing about X is the integration of Grok and how you can play with Grok or Doge AI or any of these AI chatbots to create incredible content, fully automated on the spot. But as the individual, that's still not even enough at scale. But if you have a huge following, I guess that's the scale. I mean, Stephen Miller, the Department of Justice, like this communication coming out of this administration and the people that work in it is game-changing, mind-blowing. I mean, it's like a new world order. I mean, I don't see this going out of style. Like X and Doge and Elon Musk has really ripped a fucking gash into the reality warp matrix of the rest of our lives. Yeah, he's back to business. But the point is, it's not just him. It's the founder of Airbnb and like 10 other people. And they are cleaning house. I mean, all these agencies have new administrations. I know my sister works for a large agency, Fannie Mae, well, whatever. The point is, things have changed so significantly, but yet you hear Cynic and all these other people, their game doesn't change. You could tell as soon as he gets out of his wheelhouse, which is Gaza, Palestine, etc., it's like talking to a child who doesn't do anything else other than talk about fucking the Jews and Israel and Zionism.
This is the saddest thing, and this is, I mean, we should remember the Tanya. There's wisdom from the Tanya. I can't quote it exactly, but there's something like, I forget, I can't even begin to quote it, but basically when we're talking about other people being children, we should try to have patience and compassion when doing this, because I can vividly remember being young and dumb and hateful and arrogant and judgmental. And when I was 24 and I was completely convinced that I knew everything, if I met somebody like John Kitover, I would have just been triggered basically to hell and gone. So if you are John Kitover, you've got to remember that, not everybody's ready for that type of shit.
But I think that's the biggest failings of our university. It's supposed to incite an appetite for learning and realize how little you know and how much knowledge there is out there.
Yes, but they don't do that.
Campus. No, the opposite. They walk out the campus and think they understand everything. They don't know the very basics.
Yes, it's like it's like, it's almost like you become open-minded at 19 or 17 or something. Your mind is opened. And then then you latch onto the first radical idea that somebody feeds you, and then that's what you believe for the rest of your life. Like, I can remember being open-minded when I was 17, but then I continued to be open-minded, so my mind has changed from when I was 17. But if you just become radical when you're 17, become a Hare Krishna at 17, become Haredi at 17, and then you never look back, or whatever it is, you know what I mean? So a lot of people become convinced, and then, I don't know how, I would love if you guys had the patience, or maybe you've been dealing with him for longer than me, but maybe we could bring Cynic back to the stage.
But don't you Zach, don't you eventually get back to the point that it is like a dinner for schmucks, so you might as well film it, because what you're doing is participating in a fucking dinner, and this is like a roast. It's a barbecue.
I mean, the only way that you could improve on your endeavor is if you could figure out a way to monetize. I mean, I don't think you're wasting your time. I just think it's unfortunate that your viewership is so small.
Yeah, but even if you have a large viewership, that doesn't mean you monetize. I know people that have huge followings and they can't even monetize. So that's not the point of recording it. What I'm asking is, when you participate in it, isn't everybody technically at the same dinner? But I don't know. It's your choice to sit down at the dinner or not.
No, but that's bad logic. Not everyone that has a big audience can monetize it, but everyone that monetizes has an audience.
Isn't it funny that Maimonides sounds like monetize?
Yeah.
I never thought of that.
But isn't it even in the root name, Maimon? Isn't that like the root for money or something? Or, you know.
I don't know. May or may
Well, mana.
I don't know the etymology of money. Let's ask you.
Maimon. What's the similarities between Maimon and Haman?
Well, look at the word Haman. Ha, and then man. Look at the word woe, man. See, this is the
hue, man. That's a man with a nice hue.
The hue, right?
Hue man.
Oh, look at aura. Ah and ra.
Yes, and look at tree. It's like ta and re.
Look at shut up, shut and ta.
Look at Cynic. It's like cry and Nick and sin. I mean, and look at his PTR. What kind of man wants to project images like that all the time? It's like, well, I'm more morally virtually. I'm signaling better than you.
Is there any proof? Is this AI?
You just
Good Shabbos.
Go read a book. Go read a book. So the etymology of God was a protector, and she had a temple. So she was like warned and advised, and then became French and became English.
So, Cynic, can we talk about this photo? Are you guys bored if we just do classic Israel-Palestine discussion?
I honestly can't take you seriously with a hero mask on.
Why? You realize this photo is AI. Are you aware? Or did you think this was actually a photo?
I literally didn't press on it, so.
You can click on the photo and enlarge it.
Well, my friend, to be fair, he sees AI images of Gaza and thinks they're real.
Right, that's my question. Is like, I mean, first of all, is your profile...
We have AI, we have programs that can detect...
Do you have like a lag? You might have an internet
Same
lag.
here, I don't know, maybe you...
Cynic, do you have a lag on your internet possibly?
No, it's internal lag.
Because when I'm talking with Mayor...
Coming from inside the house.
I think Mir is a boomer.
What the hell is your name?
That we have AI detection programs.
Okay, Mayor, okay. Because everybody says it different, but you told me one time. But anyway, notice how...
Don't insult me, I'm not a boomer, I'm from the second generation.
Notice how when Mayor and I
should be worried about AI literature, authorship, or image editing.
Oh, I'm not worried.
Because it can already detect it.
I'm not worried. I'm worried about leaving the road to retards like you. That's my concern.
I feel like it can be detected because maybe at the moment it can detect some things. You cannot detect everything, and the thing is that those machines also learn. This is why CAPTCHA keeps on changing, because the machine also learns how to solve CAPTCHA.
So
I just don't think you know.
I've got a few questions.
This is my business, Cynic, so please touch on grass.
Okay, well, you can find me. I already told you so. The challenge again. Find me an AI that can mimic a human.
I can give you a site. I can give you a site that will connect. So this site is basically doing. There's a site that you can basically it connects. There's a site basically that connects you to a one-on-one chat. Okay, so you would have a conversation, and at the end you need to say it was if it was.
Right, we played that game. I was gonna say that. I was gonna say Daniel played this game.
So you say it.
What was the website?
Yeah, I'll say it. I'll say it. No, he was saying.
Caleb, can you give us a super positive Shabbos message?
Good Shabbos. So Daniel did play this game with us one day on Clubhouse. I remember I was in the room. It was a lot of fun. And Daniel was playing 2 clips of 2 voices saying the same thing. And one of them was a real person reading, and the other one was an AI reading the voice or reading the same sentence, and it was very hard to tell the difference. How did I do, Daniel? Did I tell the story better than you?
It wasn't the story. It's another story. I was talking about the thing, a website that basically you connect to a chat with someone and you exchange a few sentences. You can say whatever you want to them. They would answer, and then they ask you, okay, did you speak to another person that was on the site or to an AI? And you two say, did you speak? And those AI, they can make like typos, and they can kind of make mistakes, and they can do like even now that when you create
like the Turing test, isn't it? The Turing test.
Okay, you understand, Daniel. There's no such thing. I think you tell me this is your field. So you understand there's no way to create randomness, right? You can't generate randomness. You know,
it's not randomness. It's not about randomness. You need to understand that it doesn't work on logic. It doesn't work on it doesn't work on like a logic that someone programmed. A lot of those AI tools that are created, their creators actually don't know exactly what they created, okay? Because at the end, it's
put me in the queue. Please put me in the queue.
Language. Do you understand AI is?
Don't you know Boolean logic? And if you can't get the essays to actually represent automate, you can't optimize or automate randomness.
And language is the technology, and the language is the technology that we humans.
Imagine a jihadist who sacrificed his whole life to waste all these Jews' times. What a sacrifice for the cause.
John.
What a sacrifice for the cause.
I understand a human can be tricked, into thinking they're talking to a human being.
We're trying to talk about you getting tricked, Cynic.
What Lear was bringing up.
Now you're tricking us by wasting our time.
John, what Lear was bringing up was pretty much, you have an AI that can go and pull up statistics and data based on the material and literature that's on the internet, on different servers. And first of all, you use the computation power to go shift through the internet and obtain some sort of data or some sort of pool that would be just
something like that. Some sort of data. I don't know. I think this is called dinner for schmucks. That's my opinion.
No, it used to be state level. Now it's someone that can anyone do it their home.
Yeah, haven't you heard of Palantir? They're worth like $200 billion now.
It's a shit show.
Zach, let's just create our own room and let these two people who just never stop talking go at it. I think a lot of people use Adderall on this app personally.
This is happening.
Anyway, so can I attempt it's happening? I understand, but to say
I've been trying for a long time. It's hard to not slip back into old Zach, which is.
Can I get into queue? Can I get into the queue?
Put me in the queue, please. So, Cynic, the thing that I want to say is, first of all, are you entirely sure that the profile picture that you have for Clubhouse right now is not AI? Are you sure that it's not AI?
Yeah, it's not AI.
It's from a video that you saw that you think is not an AI generated, because the AI can generate video.
I
around them lived? Why do you think?
Again, I want you to realize this is you're bringing up a first impression. So I don't know you at this point, and I'm going to judge you based on this conversation. So please keep that.
I gotta go back to my life, everybody. What a waste of time this guy Cynic is. Jesus Christ.
Now, too, when we're talking about Zach, would you like to restate your question based on the fact that Mikkel might judge you?
No, I'm fine. Okay. I'm okay with being judged. I don't really see what I'm reveals my own character in this question. I'm just asking you, why do you think I could try to answer for you, but I feel like that would be rude.
Let me tell you why we have to take an action.
Process of the conversation, maybe
Here's what I
we
think you.
agree that why do these two kids die? All the men around them are still alive.
Listen carefully. The next time you feel left out, when your friends all
It took me 10 years to
I cracked myself up.
I assume that men did not die. And it's possible that if you pan the camera over to the left, there are men, grown men, who are suffering in the same way as these kids. That's possible.
I'm just curious. Like, why are they doing CPR with the tips of their fingers? And how did the boy's hand get on top of the people administrating CPR? You don't know why we do CPR with the tips of your fingers when it comes down to
Please don't switch.
You understand the question. Listen it up again. Into the Red Cross, the way you do CPR in the child is with the palm of one hand, not two, and never the tips of your fingers. And how did the hand of the child get on top of the man administering CPR? Dead people don't typically pick up their hand and put on top of the guy trying to wake them up.
Why are you doing CPR on somebody? Is he choking?
Why are you assuming that CPR was
It's conversations like these that make me want to just be a religious person.
I think it's not necessarily, I'm not yet convinced that it's a total waste of time. Maybe that is my own naivete. But I think that a lot of people like Cynic. Cynic, can I ask you, and if you don't want to answer because it's upsetting or whatever, can I ask you how old you are? I'm 37. How old are you?
I'm 30.
Oh, okay, cool. So 30 is not young. So, like, we're almost on a peer level. You know, you're not too much younger than me. I'm not, like, older and wiser than you. But I think that there are a lot of people who are 20, 30, 40, 50. You know, there are people on Clubhouse of all ages who are under the same impression that basically we see a video of these kids blown apart. We hear that a school was bombed. And the conclusion is, fuck. Israel is bombing schools. Therefore, Israel is bad. Therefore, obviously, I can deduce that Israel's intention was to harm children. Because if their goal was not to kill kids, then why are they bombing a school? And basically, most people who are, you know, anti-Israel don't take it any further than that. They don't wonder, why was a school bombed? Why were these kids not ushered to a bomb shelter? Why do the schools in Gaza not have bomb shelters in them? It's been 50 years of bombing. So why haven't they built any bomb shelters? It's been 50 years of Israel getting bombed, and now at this point, every school in Israel has a bomb shelter. When they build a new school in Israel, they build bomb shelter. When they build new buildings in Gaza, I mean, they don't even really care about the buildings, but they do build hundreds of miles of tunnels, which are bomb-proof. And so, like, why are the kids in the schools not given access to the bomb-proof shelters that currently exist in Gaza? Why are the kids not ushered into those shelters?
It's pretty dumb.
Do you think that the kids in Gaza go to school right now, honestly? When you say school, we imagine something that people go to get education, right?
Yeah, they don't go to school.
Now,
What are you arguing?
when you say because you're using the word school, you know,
It's turned into a refugee center. That's what it is.
Okay, so it's not a school, right? It's a building that was a school. Because when you say school, you obviously mean, maybe not you, but the people that say it, basically we are supposed to think, oh my God, kids go to school, and why would even the IDF target something that kids go to school? But it's not a school, it's a school building. Now, what this building was used for? Now, because obviously, as you said, kids don't go to school in Gaza. So you're talking about now for the refugee camp in school?
Why don't you read the article that I posted in the chat? How about that?
Put that link in the chat. If it was a refugee center, my question still stands, which is why were the kids not? Let's say if it was a refugee center.
Into rooms, dumps his propaganda, and then there's no conversation. So what I don't know, do you guys actually think these people have conversations, or they just do propaganda dumps? Which is like taking a shit at 8 a.m. in the morning. What do you think?
As much experience with this guy as
Stop bitching. Fuck, for a guy who was in the military, man. You bitch a lot.
But the question to you was, what were the men not injured? And your response was,
Definitely weren't enlisted.
I'm going to read one sentence from the article that Felix shared, one sentence. And I will stop. It says, Gaza's Hamas-run civil defense said, multiple bodies, yada, yada. So just let's understand. Yes, you gave me a link from the BBC, but they're saying, literally, in the article that you shared, Gaza's Hamas-run civil defense said. So the Hamas said so, and just believe it. Do you have any evidence?
So we don't have the multiple videos from people on the ground where we got all these images from. We don't have that. You really don't. So your media right now, okay, so you don't have like several videos from multiple angles. Really? You're saying that on the street? No.
Just being curious about what the mayor is trying to say. Exactly. Sorry.
It could be like, why are these images so like?
Dude, let's just stay on mute. I want to chime in too, but Mr. Leon's talking, so we should just listen to him.
Why is it implausible? Why is it implausible?
He's explaining it to you. He's actively explaining it to you.
I can hear. I'm not deaf.
We're not going to repeat what we all said, why that image is fake. You then brought up an article, which
no, you're saying
as
You're making decisive claims coming out of your ass.
I'm not making any decisive claims. I'm trying to do like a hypothetical. So, if you and I were in Gaza and we were under Israeli occupation and we were freedom fighters, or we were at least in support of liberation or whatever, and you and I we were in a school, we're in a refugee center, and I mean, it could be that out of nowhere, kids were playing by the windows of the building and then they got blown apart. I mean, that doesn't really jive with how it cell was hit. And so, like, why were the kids the ones near the window? Was it just by chance?
Okay, well, at this point, I've judged based on this conversation. Like, honestly,
I think I've judged this conversation and
or you're an idiot. It's one of the two. And I think you're John's friend, so we're gonna assume you're an idiot.
Well, I think you're an idiot.
I think I'm an idiot.
All of my forefathers have been Jewish for 1,000 years.
1,000 years.
I'm pretty sure I couldn't be Jewish if I can't communicate the fact that I'm Jewish.
You think your forefathers for 1,000 years have been Jewish?
Yeah, something like that.
I have determined that this conversation is gonna again be a waste of my time.
You're a bald-headed man that's hitting 50, dude.
You're bald. Just kill yourself. You're bald. You know what? You're 50. You're almost 50. You're almost 50. Your life is over. So as a 30-year-old man, are you aware that you will eventually be 50? So at what point do you think people become irrelevant?
Hopefully,
at
by
what
the time I'm
age do you
pushing 50, I'm
you'll be in what?
here.
Don't you know for a jihadist at 30, he's already a grandfather?
Wasted money on 20 phones, recording.
I think the phones cost like $30 each or something.
Not the ones he's using.
Sick, the point is, when will you realize that you're just a waste of time and nothing but spam? And nobody should give you any respect because you're pathetic.
Talking about spam, this guy over here, champion of spam. So he posts all this stuff on YouTube. And if you go to his YouTube channel,
That's a good username and a name for a house. You should have a username that is Spam Champion. You have a house that's called Champions of Spam.
Well, I had spam army. I had a spam army at one point.
he's proven my point. But yeah, this guy just posts these videos, and they only get like 5 views, like 6.
You know what's amazing? When I go into one of these free poly rooms and they all freak out for an hour because they know I'm in there and it's anonymous and they can't kick me and they have a panic attack.
So I'd like to talk. I hear you. He shows up and he goes up into this frantic mode because he can't say anything. He's recording things. I get it. Okay, I get it. But what do you do? I do get it. I heard exactly what you were saying, even when you were repeating yourself ad nauseum. You don't like John because you think that he's a troll.
I do.
Yeah, what do you do?
Me?
What do you do?
I wholesale.
You wholesale?
Yeah.
And what do you do on Clubhouse? What are you doing here?
I engage in conversations.
Well, John does the same thing as you, and he records them for us separately.
Engaging in a conversation.
Actually, no homo, but he's probably the smartest man, one of the smartest men, because I'm in the presence of another smart man, and Mayor left. But Daniel is very smart. I love Daniel. Daniel, I love you. But John is... Huh?
Let him prove his case.
What is his case?
He can't engage in Discord.
Of course he is. He's been engaging in discourse all morning.
When?
John, say something.
Okay, dude, if he can show me a video where he engages in a serious conversation, a debate with an opposition, and he is clarifying points and substantiating them, and even maybe sourcing up, I'll concede. One video.
Listen, schmuck, I'm fully transparent. I record my opinions. I record you and your stupid opinions, and I let the audience determine who's the schmuck. And I think most people don't think I'm the schmuck. They think you're the schmuck.
You were talking to his bitch. No, you were interrupting and trolling and being a rude. What am I interrupting? You're being a bratty little kid. That's why I thought you were younger and dirty.
In Discord. Go ahead, do it right now.
All right, let's go ahead. Let's engage in discourse.
I checked like the date. Are you aware that from this it was in Bethlehem, and on the day I see that they launched rockets from that place to Israel. Now, if you want to attack a launcher, like I'm not
Find the source that says there was a rocket
Find me the source. Put the link in the chat.
The way that it goes that when a rocket flies from Gaza, can you mute up? Okay, so when a rocket flies from Gaza or Yemen or Syria or whatever, there's something called an alarm, okay? We have a red alarm. Now, if you open the app, you can see the alarms that went on this day in the Gaza envelope. And I also remember it because it just happened. And it was kind of new because that is kind of rare lately that Gaza is still firing rockets at Israel. And that happened. So I'm wondering if you are okay with this.
He just told you the source, dumbass.
Give me the source.
The source is the app, the sirens.
Open the red alert app.
Put the link in the chat.
I can also give you the source from the IDF source if you would like. You would choose your own.
Show me an IDF source. Show me.
That's a stupid thing to say. You're revealing
your own ignorance. You are revealing your own ignorance. You are revealing your own ignorance when you say that the rocket could not be coming from Yemen. You are revealing your own ignorance. I know that nobody can hear you because I've got the microphone down my throat and I can't hear your voice. I don't know why you continue to speak. It's like Jazzy the black woman. It's black. Well, I think you're a retard. I think you're a retard. And you know what? I think the Palestinians are even more retarded than you. And that's why their brains are being spilled out on the sidewalk. That's why the boys in your photo are dying because their parents are twice as retarded as you. And you probably have a level 95 IQ, which is very low, okay? I have a level 130 IQ, and I'm much smarter than you. People in Gaza have a level 70 IQ, which is about on the level of a fucking chimpanzee, okay? So the reason why the poor innocent boys, shut the fuck up, dude. This is black woman behavior. I'm gonna take the earphone out of my ear. I'm gonna keep going. Now I can't hear a word you say. I can focus on what I'm saying. All I hear is that little gray circle. I'm looking at your stupid photo, and I'm seeing the gray circle light up, and all I'm seeing is that you're talking nonsense. You're behaving like a low IQ moron. And if we were engaging in conversation right now, it would turn into fisticuffs. And if you wanted to engage in fisticuffs, then it would turn into war. And since my side of the team has access to planes and bombs, we would bomb your family into smithereens. And that's why the Palestinians are being bombed into smithereens. That's why the children are dying, because their parents are engaging in war and propping them up. So when the bombs come, their bodies get blown apart, and a moron like you is convinced. I cannot believe that you are continuing to talk right now because nobody is listening to you. Not me, not Daniel. I see Daniel trying, but Daniel, you're going to have to hit the mute all button to get me to stop. I'm going to keep going until Cynic mutes up. I'm not listening to anything. Including you, I muted you, so muted. So I put the link in the chat. About an article that says that the IDF has destroyed the rocket launcher that launched rockets into Israel in the north of Gaza Strip. So I'm asking you again, as long as Hamas is firing rockets at
I can't read this in Hebrew.
Google Translate is free, just so you know. Okay? You can hit on that like top of this. Like even if you're using Chrome, you can also have like translate. It's built in for exactly for people like you. But anyway, you will not find a lot of information. But I'm trying to understand.
So this is 4 days ago.
Oh my God.
Do you know the dates? Just read the article. Read your article. Look at the dates.
Just punch it in the face. Punch in the face.
Your whole point.
Punch in the face. Airstrike the village. Airstrike the village. Airstrike the village.
Keep trying.
Man, I gotta go repair like 5 laptops today and talk, and I'm giving you guys so much great insight and analysis, but I gotta go back and repair all these laptops. So have a good day, everybody, and God bless you all, and take care. And I hope you stop killing all the children in the Gaza.
The sources that you give literally says that their source is the Hamas one, whatever. Okay, that is the source of information that you have.
I don't speak Hebrew. I can't translate your links. I'm here just to waste your time and to waste my body and my brain wasting your time. I'm a true jihadist. He's gonna waste you, Daniel. He's gonna suck all your time away.
You need to take a cue, okay? So when I mute you, it's me asking you politely to shut the fuck up. Okay, so just do it, okay? You shut the fuck up. Spare the dates, motherfucker.
Airstrike his whole village. Airstrike his village. Send the strike. Yeah, I'm sure we would. I'm sure we would. Yeah, we would. Push the button. Push the button.
So anyway, when Hamas like a big and fat in your mouth. When Hamas is still firing rockets indiscriminately at Israel, yes, we need to stop those rockets. When Hamas is firing rockets from within humanitarian zones and from hospitals or schools, unfortunately, and I'm completely sincere, people might die. The problem that you should have, if you really care about those children, which I doubt it, you should call out the crimes that Hamas is doing. Not call out Israel for defending itself. That is your moral corruption.
You are a lying. You are a low IQ. You're a stupid little bitch. I just called you low IQ, and now you're calling him low IQ. You don't even have original insults. You're a stupid little kid. You would get your ass kicked if you tried to do this in the real world because you have no manners. If you try to interact with adults like this in the real world, you get your ass beat. If you tried to have this conversation with us around the table, one of us would be shouting at this point. You're a stupid little bitch, and you would get your ass kicked. And that's why the Palestinians are being bombed. Probably not. Actually, probably what would happen is we would airstrike your whole village, and then your brains would go on the sidewalk.
How about you post a real picture of yourself? How about that?
Okay, sure, I will. I'll post a picture of myself. Are you going to post a picture of yourself? I'll post a picture of myself with my shirt off. I'll post a picture of myself. I'll post a picture of my dick. I'll post a picture of my dick right now.
Cynic, you are the coward hiding behind pictures of dead children, not us, dude. You wanna talk to us about the picture? Put your fucking
Daniel, post your dick right now. Daniel, post your dick.
You gotta understand, all projection is just communication spam, and Cynic is nothing but a spammer. That's my original thesis. He's nothing but a spam human. Could you imagine going out on a date with Cynic and he's like mumbling over a cocktail? I fucking free Palestine of dead babies. I'm sorry, I'm thinking about Clubhouse, baby.
I called you a bitch, now you call him a bitch. I call you a low IQ, now you call him low IQ.
Do you know how many laptops you got to repair to pay you rent, to spend time here, to talk to us, to waste all your time all day long, 40 hours, 80 hours a week, talking about free Palestine? Morning, crying, baby, 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 that baby, that baby, that baby, that baby, that baby.
This group who has consistently proven that you're incapable of engaging in respectful discourse.
Every pro-Nazi accusation is an admission of guilt. Literally. The same as he was talking about your PTR. He doesn't have a photo, but he's blaming you. This is like their tactic. It's like he's always blaming.
High tariffs inevitably lead to retaliation.
Oh my God.
So enjoy my subscribers' profile pictures.
Somebody's watching me.
How to get $48,000.
Anyway.
I'm becoming convinced. I think that John is correct.
I'm correct. This is like dinner for schmucks. It's a roast. I mean, it's just a spam barbecue party.
Roast. So this is the thing. I mean, this is when I start to. Now I'm turning my attention on Daniel. Now I'm mad at you, Daniel. Because what are you doing, Daniel? You're pulling me into the mud with you to roll around with Daniel, you.
Cynic, what we're trying to say is, like, you got shit all over your face, dude. You got shit on your hands. You got shit on your shoes, Cynic.
Daniel, wait, Cynic, shut up. I want to say something to Daniel. Daniel, I know that you speak very good English, but Hebrew is your first language? Yes, but yours second. Hebrew is your first language? Yeah. Do you know this English expression? I don't know if they say it in Hebrew, but it's something like this. It's basically never argue with a pig. Have you heard this?
That's not argue with a pig. That's literally not a saying.
No, it is. I haven't completed it. Basically, Daniel, never argue with a pig. Never wrestle with a pig, because the pig will drag you down.
With an idiot.
No, it's not. It's pig, because it's like this.
Fine. Show me.
Because never wrestle with a pig, Daniel, because you'll end up covered in shit. And besides, the pig likes it.
You can never wrestle with a pig. Yes, you can.
You're the pig.
Shit all over.
I said it in a funny way.
So, Cynic, what we're trying to say is when you fix those laptops today to pay for all your time here on Clown House, I hope you don't return those laptops with shit all over the laptop screen.
So you're dying because I'm like, I got a job and you don't.
Oh, you got a job preparing laptops and on Clown House 80 hours a week? I didn't know you have a job. This is impressive work. You got great work ethic. Free Palestine.
Let me know what you
I teach fat lesbians how to identify animal plants.
I don't even get two-digit viewers.
I posted a video the other day that got 3,000 views.
That's great. We'll see, Cynic, what we just, I mean, my friend, can you maybe tell us the joke about what it's like talking with a pig and getting shit on yourself and realizing the pig likes the shit?
Wrestle with a pig because they pull you down to your level.
But it's really you never grown up. You're an idiot. Clearly you're an idiot.
I gotta go take a shower, you guys. I got shit all over me.
I think that if you think it's fun to lower your level, that's the
Oh, hi, Mind Virus. Did you get off the train yet? Did you safely get to your destination in your perfume factory? I want you to make me a special Clubhouse residue that smells like shit, because you're a pig, and you're just a pig, Mind Virus. I don't know. I thought I had more there at the end, but I hope you got to your destination, Mind Virus. Poodle. I didn't know that was your other name. Man, Zach, you got shit on your face. Zach, you got shit all over your hands. Ew, Zach, there's shit on your shoes. Get off of my carpet, quick.
Can't even make a point. Can't even discuss a point objectively. Having contributed to
I was trying to very calmly. Notice how I changed my tone. I came down to earth, and what you said. I never made a point. I haven't done anything.
Ew, Zach, you smell again. You got shit on your shoes.
So, we got to the point where Cynic blames us that we cannot have an honest conversation, okay? This is Dao.
Esau already knows.
We've come full circle in the cycle of spam.
Daniel, we engaged in conversation before. You believe in conspiracies, and you believe in not. You believe the whole world.
You're projecting. Hannibal directive alert. Dead babies. Dead babies. Dead babies. What a waste of time you are, Cynic. I couldn't imagine you going on a date and a woman even finding you entertaining or interesting in the slightest. I repair laptops and I cover people with shit on social audio chat apps 80 hours a week.
This is what you do? You repair laptops?
At least I got a job repairing laptops and spreading shit in social media fields. Hate speech and propaganda as far as the eye can see.
I will eat shit if you can provide a video where you're
You would eat shit?
objective discussion. You're having an objective discussion.
Subjectively.
It's very hard to have an objective discussion with somebody like you. But he has engaged in an objective discussion with you this morning.
About me. I'm trying.
He's a purist. The guy's a saint.
Understand the point.
I'm capable of
He's not.
Discussion.
He's not. I've had effective discussion for hours. Daniel, if I call Cynic a dumb faggot, is that offensive to you as a gay man?
Yes, number one comment, you assume that he's part of us. Okay, that is right.
The association. Right, there's no faggot on earth who's as dumb as this motherfucker.
Well, unfortunately, there are. When you're so Pakistani, dumb as fuck.
At least he speaks English.
Fucking retarded, dude. Again,
I call you retarded, you call me retarded.
He's a superior 30-year-old.
Penis. Cynic, you have a big penis. Now do me. Now do me. Now do me.
Don't get him horny.
I'm willing to estimate that Cynic is actually a sociopath. Now, I'm not projecting that I'm a sociopath.
Thank you.
I mean, Issa, how did you feel when Cynic told you that he was gonna pound you in your ass or something earlier? It was disgusting.
Can we send these people to the same crazy center that Nora went? The three of them. Can we send them to Bellevue Clinic?
He thinks Kabul is a book. Well, I just want to say good Shabbos, everybody. May peace come upon all your faces.
Maybe they will give us group discounts. I mean, because
May peace come unto all of you. Good Shabbos, Rabboinai Shalom. Shabbat Shalom.
Trying to engage calmly and respectfully. I just want to say this really briefly while I have the moment. If you interrupt other people every time they talk, I'm going to not ramble so you don't attempt to interrupt me. But if we can't let each other complete our thought, then none of us can engage in a serious discussion. So you're saying John can't engage in a serious discussion, but in my experience, you're also interrupting me, and you're not engaging seriously with me. That's my
the
point.
three of you are the same.
Because we're not having a discussion. There's not a serious point that's being discussed.
I was trying to
two-way communications.
I was trying to guys, please, don't run me in with these two chuckleheads, because I have been trying for the past 20 minutes to talk with Cynic about his profile picture, his PTR picture, and try to logically examine why kids in Palestine are dying, and I didn't even get to make my conclusion. But Cynic, maybe I'll go ahead and make my point, and then you can argue against me if you want to. But my understanding is basically that people in Gaza, Hamas, the other terrorist organizations, people who are committed to killing Jews, committed to fighting Israel, not every single Palestinian, because I'm not going to say every single Palestinian is a murderous terrorist. I'm still leaving the door open for there to be innocent civilians in Palestine who deserve protection. But I think that the people in Palestine who are committed to war, they like to maximize the deaths of their own civilians, which sounds like a crazy thing to say. Like, why would anybody want to maximize, like, if you're a man, why would you want your child to be killed in an airstrike? That seems crazy. But let me finish really quick. I'm almost done. I'm not rambling, okay? As I understand it, Daniel can correct me, or you can correct me if you want to. But as I understand it, there are two main reasons why Palestinians like to maximize civilian deaths. The number one reason is that, first of all, they believe that anybody who dies while engaged in war against a Jew or an infidel or whatever will be rewarded in heaven. So they believe that it's very sad when people die on earth, but it's kind of okay because they will be rewarded in heaven. That's the first reason why it's okay for civilians to die. But the second reason, why would they actually want to maximize civilian deaths? Not only do they believe that they'll be rewarded in the afterlife, but they want to maximize civilian deaths.
Okay, so now that this chimp is done, trying to defend his ego for whatever fucking reason.
Someone stole it from me.
Theater, music, news, live streaming, farmhouse rooms on YouTube. It does not meet the requirements. Yet the world only moves by the light of genius. The herd will be destroyed
Anonymous here on Clown House is the only way to preserve individual liberty and to assure the future of the Clown House human race. In the words of the famous paradox of the Comte de Phoenix, the absolute rule of the Clown House state shall be a function of the absolute liberty of each individual Clown House will. All members of Clown House, all men and women are invited to cooperate with John in this great Clown House spam. I'm complete.
Love is the law.
I got one. Oh, we're doing Crowley.
Anyone or you are wishing for children to die just so that you can make a point. But even though you don't want the children and the women to die, you are going to exploit the opportunity to show what is happening so that it serves your own political purpose. And that it serves your own political purpose, which is not necessarily linked to the welfare or to the well-being of these kids and these women, but pushing your political point of like getting the Jews out of the Middle East. So that is what is morally reprehensible.
It's even worse because what they're doing basically when there's like a dead child, okay, and the pro-Palestinians are like doing like stuff like Cynic, and Cynic is not the only one. You will see it spreading all over Twitter. They're incentivizing. They're basically incentivizing Hamas to sacrifice children because they see that Hamas see that every time a child dies, immediately the entire world is like in outrage, and all those pro-Palestinians like use those to attack Israel. So Cynic is part of the problem, and he's part of those that incentivize Hamas to sacrifice children. So Cynic, I will end with this: the blood of those children is on your hand. Go and wash your hands.
Well, he's got shit all over his hands, all over his shoes. He's got shit on his shirt. He's got shit on his face.
I wasn't saying it as a triggering thing. I actually believe that when they actually incentivize Hamas to do this. It's good for the cause. Let's be honest. A dead child bad for Israel, good for Palestine.
Yourself.
Until you will stop behaving immorally in a wicked way.
I'd like to at
you
some
need to
point,
understand
Daniel,
that when you exploit children, you are
Anything else?
Yeah, I want to hear his response.
You see what just happened? You see, my friend, I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt because this is our first interaction, so there's still time for you to redeem yourself. Now, you saw what just happened. You made your points, even though I think they're very silly. But nevertheless, someone came, Daniel jumped up, he wanted to follow up on that because he doesn't view what you said was efficient enough. And then
I have my own opinions and just a chance to topics.
He didn't believe you guys articulated the point fine enough. And then Daniel went back, and then Daniel muted up, and then he went back again. And it's got like.
Thank you for the summary. Can you address the point?
You can address the point. This is what you're doing.
Made another point.
You made a single point.
I actually challenge this point because I think that it's not fair to even make a claim that you're wishing for these people to die. But I'm saying that you are capitalizing on it. But go ahead.
How does he capitalize? The guy repairs laptops and slings shit all over everywhere he goes.
I haven't interacted with my friend, so
I'm waiting patiently.
The benefit of the doubt. So.
Oh, this is a new interaction.
Oh my God!
So you can't help himself. Do you run, my friend? Do you like hit a treadmill? Do you run?
Yeah, a little bit.
What's the longest distance you ran?
The longest distance that I have ever run in my life in one continuous stretch is probably like 8 miles.
How long did it take you?
It took me, it was a while ago, but it probably, I don't know. I mean,
I agree. This is very funny.
The time I would probably say like an 11 or 12 minute mile times 8. Now I run a little bit.
From the bed to
So you would say you run a mile, 10 minutes, 12 minutes, 10 minutes.
Nowadays, if I'm running 1 mile, I can run probably 8 minutes. But
Is this a workout room now? This is a big non sequitur. What are you doing, Cynic?
I'm just humoring him, so I'm just answering the questions in good faith.
You know the length of Gaza?
It's I know that it's like 140 square miles. I think it's like 25 miles high or 30 or something.
It's like a marathon length.
So
I can look it up. It's 141 square miles.
Wait, isn't Gaza Palestine? So doesn't it technically go all the way up to Lebanon?
Take you 3 hours to run.
It's 25 miles long, so I was right.
Well, it's half a marathon, not even a full marathon.
I'm not challenging you on you're right.
Yeah, I was right. It's 25 miles, so it wouldn't take me long to run. It would. I could run a marathon.
Well, you won. You're right. Okay, cool. So it would take you around 3 hours, if my math isn't failing me. So 3 hours would pretty much take you to run from north to south. Now
That's a great run. 8 miles, 8-minute miles. Damn.
It would take you like maybe an hour.
Right.
From the longest distance, maybe 2 hours.
So we can agree that Gaza is not very big.
It's very small.
We can agree. It's very
now
small.
imagine.
Very condensed. It's a tight package.
Well, there are something like, I think there's something like 8 million people living in Manhattan, and it's about the same size, so.
Yeah, but Manhattan has a very high standard of life, and you have infrastructure, and you have.
And it's not an open air prison. They're dead babies.
What is your point, though?
There's high rise. Is he drinking and smoking? Like, what's he talking about?
I already understand how big Gaza is, and I understand that the people who are struggling. I understand all of that. I knew that when you were still in. I knew that 20 years ago.
I let you talk.
I know. I'm just making.
We let you ramble and moan, Cynic.
Okay, even if you know, I want to highlight the point. Does that
About the density and the distance? What is this, like a math course? What's your point?
Yeah, if you shut the fuck up, I could highlight the point.
Didn't you call me a kike yesterday, Cynic?
Again, the majority of these people are refugees. The conditions of these refugee camps. I've lived in Gaza, by the way.
You lived in Gaza?
When did you live in Gaza?
Through the second intifada.
Oh my gosh, he's an intifada survivor.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
He's a survivor.
Your parents were able to move away.
The majority of these people are living in refugee camps. And a lot of these.
Can you post a link in the chat to your survivorship from the intifada? Because I don't believe you.
Hold on, I'm gonna have to make a claim here from the line of refugee camps. For people that just like to hear the word refugee and also tears go out of their eyes, refugee in Gaza is not the same as refugee in other countries. Refugees in the case of Palestinians in Gaza are referred to all of the Palestinians, and it's a special different status that the UN has given to these people that were quote unquote displaced from their houses. And this is the only instance. I am making a claim right now.
He's answering that question now.
Because you're using the word refugee to appeal to people's emotions. So, refugee in the case of Gaza is the only instance. Refugee in the case of Gaza is the only instance in which the status can go from the father to the son and all the descendants. The only time.
You and all your Palestinian cousins deserve it.
It is the only time in international or whatever that this status can be inherited from generation to generation, which is never the case with the actual
refugees are Palestinians or Palestinian land and the Palestinian government still called
Do we respond or you guys just gonna go for it? I was gonna say,
Yeah, you will be able to respond when people are done with what
Yeah, and if you could put me in the queue, guys, I'd like to also respond. Do we have a queue?
I don't know who dropped us down for interrupting, but this clown has been interrupting us. Someone dropped him down.
And I'm gonna move him if he continues like that.
When the next
Abby! Oh yeah, this is so much fun. It's like torturing somebody or playing with a cat, basically.
Okay, it's crazy. I would accept this argument.
Are you Zach?
Have a whole fucking concept called Zionism that establishes itself.
Zach, is that you speaking? I'm not near my phone.
Zach, are you there?
Hello? Hello? Hello?
But in the light of fucking kikes that are believing that they are 2,000-year-old descendants of Middle Easterners, and they believe they're refugees, and they have the right to come back to their homeland, and you're here dismissing Palestinians who are 75 years in, who are refugees, who have been kicked out of their home, and we have this
Did you say something wrong? Did you say something wrong?
And the United States and the UN.
Did you say something?
She did.
I said you're a fucking kike.
What did you say was wrong?
She
And
said
you're a
that.
faggot kike, not even.
She said that all the
You
Palestinians
just fucking
living in
double
Gaza are
whammy
refugees.
worse. You just
Hold on. I said what?
Palestinian refugees different than any other refugee in the world.
Let me explain
And that
what
is-
she went wrong.
y'all want to crash out. I'm giving you one.
She said basically that the Palestinians who are living in Gaza are all refugees.
Where do you
They all live
think?
in refugee towns or neighborhoods.
No, that's not what I
she
said.
said. But
You have very little
the
comprehension
reality,
skills.
wait 1 second. The reality is that the Palestinians in Gaza living in refugee camps are Palestinians from what you call Israel today, who in 1948 got pushed out into Gaza and still have technically under the UN a right of return, and they will be refugees.
No, that's not true. That's not true, dude. You're making stuff up.
I'm not making stuff
They
up.
don't-
Just a second.
They don't have a right. They don't have a right to return.
I didn't interrupt you. Do you get kicked down when you interrupt, or is this like Jewish?
No, no.
They can't. They don't know how to have a proper discourse.
Gotcha.
I will move him down because I don't have energy for those things.
Okay, I'll tell you the difference between them. There are two definitions. One, under UNRWA, which is about the Palestinian refugees, and the other one under the UNHCR, which is the global refugees. So,
I already told
under UNRWA, hold on.
Hold
The
on.
global definition of refugee
She's just gonna repeat
is,
herself.
yeah. A
Well, yes,
refugee
because
from
nobody
a
listened to her the first time.
fucking country. A refugee is someone who has fled their country due to a well.
She moved you down even you see you were the same.
A refugee is someone who has fled their country due to a well-founded fear of persecution based on race, religion, nationality, membership in a particular social group, or political opinion, and is unable or unwilling to return. That is a normal global refugee. Now, a Palestinian refugee under UNRWA means something different. It defines Palestine refugees as individuals whose normal place of residence was Palestine between the 1st of June of 1946 and 1948, and who lost both their homes and means of livelihood as a result of the 1948 conflict. This definition also extends to the descendants of Palestinian refugees, including legally adopted children. So it is a very different status, and the Palestinian refugee status will be valid until they quote-unquote come back home, meaning to like the territories that they're claiming from Israel. So it's very different than the global refugees.
I think even if you look at Myanmar and all these people are.
Yeah, I just want to interrupt you, Cynic, and say that I've reported you for calling me a faggot kike. I'm complete.
Brought up on stage. Like, I don't understand. Like, again, forget about all that. We can argue these definitions, no problem. But again, you're dealing with a state that, justifies itself based on being refugees from 2,000 years.
We are not refugees, dude.
Back to their homeland. And not only that, but granting a right of return to any.
We're talking about Gaza. My God, can't you talk about the topic? My God.
Even though they might be.
We are not refugees,
that's what you're
dude.
dealing with. There's a double standard.
No,
you're telling
the double standard.
You're telling me, a third-generation refugee, you're telling me at this point that I am not allowed back to my city. Meanwhile, this guy, who is pretty much a European, is practically a European. You're telling me he has the right to return and take over my home. You're telling me he has a right to take over my home.
There is no right of return. But no one is taking your home. My God.
You're telling. Shut up. Let me finish.
What she said is the definition of Palestinian refugees is different to any other ones. That is the point.
Please, someone keep this guy. Oh my God, he doesn't stop speaking.
There is no such thing as a third-generation refugee.
25 by 5. And you're telling me this guy who is a European.
She didn't talk about me, Cynic. She didn't talk about me. No. She didn't talk about me. No, she said that Palestinian refugees have a different definition to any other refugee in the world. This is what she said. And that is true, because any other refugee...
You think these refugees in that left Myanmar, the Rohingya, you don't think the status, even of their children, is going to be refugees? They're going to be categorized as refugees.
Exactly. They do not. You can go...
to be stateless. They don't have statehood. And hence they would be considered refugees, and the status is going to be an...
Hi, everybody. I just want to interrupt and say, Honey Badger, can you please create a roast room every once in a while? I mean, I think your lack of organization on this app is resulting in a lot of missed lols. So I would appreciate it if you could please create a roast room soon. Thank you, Dr. Honey Badger. Please continue.
Jose, if you could go to Bukhari, or we call it Bukaki, 5134. Please, would you read it for us?
Bukkake? Isn't that like a pornographic term when a lot of men ejaculate on a woman's face? I said ejaculate.
You having trouble there, Jose? You want some help?
Hello?
67, Hadith 70. Jose, are you alright?
Hello? I'm just looking at Lookup's PTR there, that poop coming out of a sledge machine, back of a car or a truck. That was a lot of poop, Lookup. Is all communication just spam? Or is it political?
It's both.
But
Jose, would you grace us with your very presence and tell us all about this Sahih al-Bukhari 5134? If we could hear you read it to us and endorse it, give it a rubber stamp, a gold star.
Guys, I would say this Jaws is a big liar. I just saw his friends. A lot of Indians here. For sure, he's an Indian or Pakistani, and he's already in an Islamic country. And I think he is just afraid to talk the truth here. Or basically, Joe's nobody's here recording anything. Just free to say
no, that's not true. I'm live streaming the room on 15,000 viewers right now on YouTube. I can come back with my anonymous account. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I ruin the party?
You scared them off. Hey,
Well, can somebody pass me some coleslaw and some barbecue chicken, please?
It's that simple.
I think wow. Yeah. Without a state, maybe there's some part of some tribe in Africa that not represented by the government of that nation, right? I don't really understand the tribal identities or whatever.
I don't think you can name.
But wait, let me just land here. Their parents come as refugees to America. Their children are born in America. The children who are born in America become American citizens. Now, Donald Trump is trying to change some parts of that, but for a long time, and in many other countries,
Did you just get kicked out?
No, I'm done. I'm going into creator mode. I've been setting up some phones here.
It's my go. We got a queue. It was my go. You ain't hear them say, "Oh, I'm gonna go after you, baby."
Yeah.
Like, come on. I didn't hear nothing. Go ahead. I'll take the disrespect because you can't help it.
Oh, you think you can control his schedule and just like text him?
No, I'm asking. I'm not saying like. Okay, I said it a little bit with that, but I meant like I will ask because he needs to collect his money.
You're so pathetic. Get a new joke.
It's not a joke.
Oh, okay. That's an update to the joke. I see.
Main refugees, for the rest of the
okay, until the conditions that you just mentioned, they become citizens or they're repatriated somewhere. Until that happens, they are going to be refugees.
Right, but why aren't they, for example, why aren't they becoming citizens of Jordan?
The thing is that with the
Because
Palestinians,
Jordan is a sovereign state,
the
and
thing
they
is
don't
that
have
with
to
the
accept
Palestinians,
refugees.
even if they're, for example, like you, Cynic, you're Palestinian, right? You were born in the UN.
They kicked me. Wow.
Can you go in with the anonymous thing? Like even when you get kicked? I'm just asking in general.
Yeah. Okay, I'm ending this X Spaces.
Alright, bye.
No, not this one. The other one.
Oh, okay.
I was live streaming myself on X. Now we're going into ghost mode. Here we go.
I love it.
Can't stop me.
This is what's happening basically. Oh wow. The
Oh, no,
Israelis
this
are
is-
basically paying and trying to fund and weaponize and arm these certain groups that are against Hamas and basically trying to create division, right? They want to divide and conquer. So this is how you do it. You find a group of Palestinians, maybe a big clan, maybe a gang, a mafia. You give them
I can't
weapons,
get back in that room.
arms, you give them
Maybe I
food,
can.
and then you train them, and then you tell them where to go, who to attack, and that creates a power struggle, right? So now you're fighting a war, and you have a power struggle, and you're trying to figure out who's an enemy, who's a friend, and these are basically armed people that look just like them.
Yeah, but apparently, this guy, the leader of this gang, was previously head of ISIS in Gaza.
I heard allegations about that from pretty reliable people.
You do interrupt me, actually.
Maybe actually with people like you that are intelligent, because I do think you're intelligent, and I'm not being sarcastic right now. But maybe with more people like you, Gaza would be a better place because it
I think more people want to chime in.
more efficient. Oh my God!
Gaza is a concentration camp, 25 by 5. So that's why Gaza can't
people that are not too resentful.
too many fucking people.
Guys, let's move the mic around. I think Caleb wants, and the Egyptian want to talk, and Caleb want to.
Actually, I need to ask Isa a question.
Not yet, Caleb.
I mean, sure, let him. He's right. Let him.
So I think to the point of the different status of refugees, there are legal definitions of these things, and I think, Cynic, you're using a little bit more popular colloquial understanding that is not related to the legal definitions of refugees.
I didn't dispute the legal definition.
I wasn't finished speaking. The other thing is, the law of return and the ability of Jews to return to Israel has nothing to do with refugee status, but it has everything to do with the legitimate fear of not having protections of the host countries in which they live in. It has nothing to do with refugees. And by the way, if you want to talk about refugees, the people who built the state were refugees from Europe and from the Arab world. Those are legitimate refugees, but after one generation of having built the country, they're not refugees anymore.
Palestinians in Gaza, okay? Gaza is a Palestinian land under Palestinian government. Why are they considered refugees? Can you explain to me?
Why? Because they've been kicked out of their homes, and they
So
are
what?
living in a concentration camp, and they aren't afforded the basic rights of
That is not a definition.
Cynic is an infantada survivor.
John, stop it, John. No, but I want to understand from you. Okay, we have already
Palestinian.
Cynic is an infantile survivor.
They have a Palestinian government. They are on Palestinian land. Why are they refugees?
Because we don't have a state. And again, I am kicked out of my home, and I have the right to go back to the property that was stolen.
You still gotta pay the property
So
taxes.
the people in Gaza, John, stop it. So Gaza is not Palestinian land.
Livable place. It's a concentration camp.
That's not the definition. My God. Why is there a refugee camp in Gaza if those are Palestinian, on Palestinian land, under Palestinian government? Why are there refugees?
First of all, there is no government. You have a body that
Yes, they
Palestinians
elected
elected in 2005, and at that point we haven't had another election. And
They have a government.
It is just a governing
It's
body.
like Venezuela elected their dictator to come from, but they elected them.
No,
It's corrupt.
the government.
Listen, Gaza is not Israel, right? It's Palestinian land.
Just
Of course it's relevant. The entire concept of refugees is about being not on your land. But if you're on your land, how come you are a refugee?
You can't help yourself, can you?
Just answer my question.
Now, so if the Rohingya go create a governing body over the refugees in Bangladesh right now, you think that's it? Their refugee status ends?
I'm asking you a question.
I'm asking you a question.
So I will answer you afterward. The Palestinians in Gaza.
You don't like my
the Palestinians. So I didn't get it. So the Palestinians in Gaza that are all
to help you.
The Palestinians. Oh my God, Jesus! You don't shut up. You literally don't shut up.
No, he just keeps talking. He never shuts
Oh
up.
my God, John, shut up. The Palestinians in Gaza. I will just repeat until you let me finish my question, and then hopefully you will be able to answer it.
Right, Abby? It's fucking
I
hilarious.
will ask the question because you keep on interrupting me. Can you let me finish my question once?
He never shuts up. He just keeps talking.
John, shut up.
I answered you. You don't like the
So maybe I didn't understand it. I will ask it again, and then you will answer, okay? And we will not fight over the microphone. You will let me finish the question, and then I will let you finish the answer, okay? That is acceptable? Great. So my question, great. I want to know Palestinians in Gaza, that Gaza is a Palestinian land. They live on a Palestinian land under a Palestinian governance, okay? Why are they considered refugees if they are controlling their own, and they are on their land, and they have their own leadership, and they are not part of Israel? Thank you.
Because they are not from Gaza. They are from Palestine. They are from the cities that the majority of Israelis occupy, and they are living in their homes. So that's why they're refugees, and they don't have status. They are not considered citizens of Gaza and citizen. And the people in Gaza who are citizens, this is their land, and this is their territory. And you will see this discrepancy between like an actual citizen of Gaza and a refugee. We're not, we're different. And to them, this is
We're
their
different.
land. Yes, we're both Palestinian, but nevertheless, it's theirs. So they see, they want us also to go back to where we came from as well. So that's internally to Gaza. But just like
What year are they going to go back to? 65? 1855?
Shut the fuck up. Now, if you go...
Wait, you're talking about a time machine, right?
You're such a fucking clown. You will kill yourself. I'm pretty sure. You will get to that point where you will fucking end it. I know the type you are, John.
Uh-oh, you're breaking down. You're cracking. Don't project, Cynic.
I know you do it. You're
You're
borderline.
projecting.
You're an insane person. I can tell.
We got you to the cliff, Cynic. Are you going to jump? What are you going to do?
The Rohingya, if they establish themselves as a body, it's not refugee status. It's not going to eliminate the refugee status. They're still refugees. Even if they establish a governing body, it doesn't matter. So it's as simple as that. And again, the hypocrisy, like, you are claiming
that you have a right to return to this land and establish a Jewish state at the cost of the predominant population in the land because of some notion that you were unjustly kicked out of this land, even though that is historically false. So that whole narrative is bullshit. So, you know, if it's okay for you to come and justify ethnic cleansing and establishing an ethno-supremacy state, which is the same what the Nazis were attempting to do.
Oh my God. Okay. You answered my question.
Finish.
You're not supposed. No, you're rambling for like an hour now. You answered my question, and now you're talking about spreading propaganda. You are repeating yourself. You're exactly blaming the Jews again, and we heard it a million times. This is not the topic.
I didn't blame. What I'm telling you,
it has nothing to do. We are talking about. No, it's not, because we are not refugees, dude. We are not refugees. You justify. Are you okay? Are you okay with the fact that Palestinians will stay stateless? Are you okay? Because a right of return is an immigration law name. It's not a right. Okay, there is no right of return. Okay, it's a name of a concept.
Abby, you know what? Somebody told me in my YouTube chat, they said, your head is very round and very shiny. That indicates very good luck, or something to that extent. Something like people with very bald, very round and bald, shiny heads.
Because this is our ancestral land, our indigenous land, and we are coming back. But it's about immigration law, and Israel, as a sovereign country, can decide who decides to come and who not. Now, I want to understand from you, are you okay?
Tra-la-la-la, tra-la-la, shop with blue shoes. Slides through the sea like he's got nothing to lose. Tung-tung-tung, hard, puffing real slow. Wooden and smooth, got that silent glow.
Name of this song is Italian Brain Rot.
Engines roar, jet cracks stepping through. Tra-la-la-la, tra-la-la.
How come you keep posting stuff?
Why do you keep posting stuff? Because only like 2 people watch your shit, man.
This is exactly where you're leading me, because
forever, Daniel.
Dude, listen, your concept is that you will consider the Palestinians refugees until something that will never happen, meaning that they will be able to destroy
something that will never happen.
Okay, no, you assume. Okay,
I can't do that room anymore. I can't listen to Daniel.
Yeah, no, me neither.
Okay, so I am going to create some videos here. I hope you enjoy.
Okay. Copy here. I will send it to your DM here. Go there. DM. There you go. You have it.
Have what?
Nora's podcast.
Oh, am I on
No.
Isn't it funny how it's like the only thing I really care about is am I in it? Because I would love to like get, if people don't like dox me and like troll me on the internet, like I'm actually not being politically successful. I have to get people attacking me on the internet to even give myself credibility of worthiness to be attacked. Isn't that kind of...
Have you heard this when she was crying with Randy?
Okay, that's good. I don't want you to come my church. I want you to hear the truth.
You don't know the truth. You don't know the truth.
Of course, I know the path. Where do you know her from?
You know nothing about me. I lived a life before you ever met me. You're a child. I was grown when you were a child. You dummy.
That's so beautiful.
You're born in 1997. I was born in 1985. What's wrong with you?
That's such a good argument. That's an complex. That's a compelling argument.
You know what, Rabbi? I'll make sure that this conversation is not in vain.
Motherfucker, you have no clue how much I don't care. Look, the truth remains as it is.
I will monetize all of your BS.
Oh my God, I don't care. What's going on?
You cannot take me away from Palestine like you cannot take me away from Clubhouse like you took me away from Palestine. Let me see.
No, because she's not.
Do you know? Yeah,
it's normalized.
That's it. She knows it. You don't know it. You don't understand.
Okay, shut up.
Oh, again,
But don't treat her like she's like.
How do you believe that you're not reinforcing her behavior by telling her that her behavior is abnormal given Western standards now, but it is very normal given when it's not?
Western standards are falling apart.
Okay.
Nobody disagrees with that except for you.
But no one is meant
because you're
He's from Christianity. Nobody's looking at stuff and he's like,
Did Diego tell you that you shouldn't take your medicine, yes or no?
What do you mean? Like, crying is normal.
No one's saying crying is not normal. It's just that it's not moving me.
I don't want to.
Randy is a savage.
It's like a baby doing a tantrum, dude. That's all it is. Yeah.
No, you're hurting me and you won't stop.
You're hurting yourself.
No, you're hurting me.
Any woman,
and you won't stop.
any woman that gets treated the way you're treating her is going to react exactly the same way. You did as well. Go ahead.
But do you believe that her behavior is normal?
Treated me like that.
Do you believe that her behavior is normal for women?
Fire, crucifixion.
This has nothing to do with women. I have lived this. Granted, I have been in her place on multiple occasions, inpatient, outpatient. This is not funny. It's not anything to joke about. It is a very, by Western, by Eastern standards, this is an issue that needs to be dealt with professionally. Would you say that Rabbi approaches professionalism? Would you say that Rabbi is Thank you.
Diego is telling her not to follow instructions.
Diego, do you think you should take her medicine?
I have spoken with her on several occasions, and my advice is the following. I'll say it. I say it to anybody: seek professional help and follow what the medical professional tells you what to do. A psychiatrist.
Do you think Carlos is a good example of the Sriyan Yaakov? Do you think she should be safe?
You're not going to run me out of Clubhouse like you run me out of
Please don't scroll.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay, sorry, I got like a problem here with my building. Dude, that was some funny shit. Some pretty crazy shit. It's like, it's scary because like if somebody does hurt somebody on this app and you spent all this time communicating with them, it's like,
He's running. How long he's running? Stupid questions, dude. Come on.
What?
Have some
I'm sorry,
self-awareness.
what? What did you say?
You asked Zach how much he's running.
Making a point. I got to a point.
And he's making also a point. And he's also making a point.
It wasn't exclusive to you guys.
But he wants to also make a point. So he's asking you what is anthropology because you said that anyone can graduate. And you know, you seem to have unable to listen to others. I was now listening for like 15 minutes. There wasn't even 1 second. There wasn't even 1 second that someone else spoke that you didn't go off mic and spoke what they spoke. Even when my friend asked to speak to Simon, you felt the need to speak on top of them what they were speaking. And even now, when I'm telling you that you can't shut up for a minute, you are unable to shut up for a minute. It's amazing.
You're just bitching, dude. That's all you're doing. You're just a bitch. Now, and this guy just always throwing up random topics, and he claims to have a triple-digit.
The random topic.
Answering quickly. Just answer quickly.
It's that you're
Prove him wrong.
You're
Prove him wrong.
to
Cynic,
understand.
prove him wrong. And this and prove him wrong. Tell him what anthropology is and let's move on. Come on.
What cultures, man? What? That's all. Studying cultures. Studying human.
You Googled it.
Cool.
He had to Google it.
Yeah, I don't really give a shit, man. The point is anybody can fucking major in that shit, so that's all. Humanity's major is stupid. All you need is time.
Well, you went
and
from
fucking
insult
to read.
saying, did you even go to college, and now you're insulting my major. So what major would you respect? What major would you respect?
A STEM major.
Like what? So science, technology. So you have no respect for
science.
You don't respect anybody or education. You don't respect people who study education.
Why do you have to respect I don't. I see what you're able to intellectually accomplish, and I judge you based on that, not some fucking pseudo test.
Look,
that you
if
probably
the Palestinians in Palestine are half as stupid as you, then it's no wonder that they're being blown apart.
Wait, but I don't understand. There's doctors who think that men can be women or women can be men. And they graduated in STEM. What does that change?
I'm sorry, what?
They're still retards.
There's
No,
not-
they're
there's- Yeah,
they're
there's
not
doctors
retards.
who believe that men can be women.
If
Okay,
you,
so
it,
that doesn't make you.
well,
if
it
you believe
depends
that men
on
can
the
be women.
STEM major itself. But again, if you someone who pretty much went through calculus and physics, you can pretty much take one of these IQ tests and pass it in flying.
So go ahead,
You will get
take
the
a
same
test
job.
and get a one
I don't
free
understand.
and
What
get
does
the
that change? The
screenshot.
fact that you're able to
Take
absorb
the
knowledge.
test.
A screenshot, clown.
Yeah,
Take
take
a
the
screenshot.
test. Go ahead and take
Put
it.
the
Google it.
screenshot.
Go
But you
go
see,
ahead,
this is
Google.
dick measuring contest because you're a
It's not a
retard.
dick
You can't
measuring
actually
contest. It's
make-
a brain
you can't-
measuring
you hear us
contest.
discussing a point. You can't try to put, give us input on the point.
Because you're too stupid to engage in discussion.
You're a retard, dude.
No, I'm not.
I mean,
I'm
no,
smart.
you hear the
You're
discussion.
retarded. You're a
You hear the
retard.
discussion.
No, I'm
You
smart.
engage.
I'm creative. Unique
No,
and funny.
no, you're a fucking
I have a
loser.
unique perspective.
You're an
No, I'm not a loser.
anthropologist major.
Yeah, I'm an anthropology major and I run a cool business and I have a hot girlfriend and people on Clubhouse like me too. You're a dumb idiot. Your cousins are being blown apart. Your cousins' brains are on the sidewalk. Get them up. Better get them up. Somebody's brains are on the sidewalk. Better get a sponge.
You wasted thousands of dollars on a piece of paper. Thank you. Now going back to what Simon says, which I pretty much steel manned him. Oh, you don't have the right to return back because there's a fucking state with an army. No problem. But there are ways to defeat.
From now on, when I see Cynic, I'm just going to say, get a sponge. And then William Wallace is going to know exactly what I mean by that.
Goodness.
Yeah, I mean that's not entirely what I said, but
This guy is just incapable. Anyways, that is pretty much what you
Better get a sponge.
That's
Cynic.
not
Get a sponge.
my friend. Israel, let me explain to you why it's necessary for Israel to ethnically cleanse the Palestinians. How about that? Would you like to?
We already know why, because the Palestinians are retarded and they lob
We don't need to because there was a partition plan. There was a partition plan to divide the land between Jews and Arabs. No one had to ethnically cleanse, but the Palestinians decided that it's not good for them, so they started a war and they lost. And there was no ethnically cleansed. They were not ethnically cleansed. This is why many Palestinians still have a key. Why do they have a key? Because they were told they will come back. Who told them they will come back? Your fucking leaders. If we had ethnically cleansed them, no one would have taken the key. Or with the Jews, when a million Jews were kicked out of... Why, my God, when a million Jews were kicked out of Arab countries, they left with nothing. They didn't take a key. They knew. Are you able? Oh, my God. He never shuts up.
Listen to a word. He hasn't heard a word that you've said.
Daniel's going to give us propaganda.
Daniel, this is my point about the low IQ, because he hasn't listened to a word you said all morning. So then who really has the low IQ? Who has the low IQ? Him or
Keep on
us?
talking. It just...
So then you and I are the low IQ ones. We are the dumb motherfuckers.
He's like a autopilot. He's keep on talking and talking and talking, regardless of what others are talking, like he's the only person in the room. So
And if you
listen to
know
what...
that and you continue to engage, then doesn't that make you the dumb?
No, I'm kind of trying to overcome it. There was a partition plan. So your entire speak about we had to ethnically cleanse, no, we didn't. We have our Jewish cities. You had your Arab cities. We could have divided the land. You said no. We want to genocide the Jews. We told your Palestinians, please leave for a few days. We will ethnically cleanse the Jews. This is why they took the key. So tell me, Cynic, why do Palestinians? My God. So tell me, Cynic, why do the Palestinians have the key to the house?
Okay. Now, I'm not sure where to begin with your nonsense. Like, I don't know. Like, can you actually...
So I will help you. It was like the question at the end. Why do Palestinians have a key to their house?
Why? Because they have the right to return back to their homes. They wanted to come back.
When they were ethnically cleansed in 1948, kicked out of the land, why did they take the key?
They took the key because they were hoping that they would come back.
And they assumed that the key was still open and the locks will not be changed? Like, be honest with yourself for a second. Why do the Palestinians have a key? Why did the Jews
that were kicked out, like 1 million Jews were kicked out from Arab countries, left with nothing, no possessions. But the Palestinians said, okay, we're just going to lock here for a bit. We're going to go and we'll come back, obviously. So the first thing I will take is a key, my mobile phone, and my wallet. Why did they take the key? Try to be honest with yourself. And if you be honest with yourself, you would know that they thought that they're coming back in a few days. Why? Because this is what they were told. Who told them that? Who told them that?
You're just repeating yourself.
Because you keep on interrupting. I'm asking you, why did they take the key when they were supposedly, quote unquote, ethnically cleansed?
I already
Be honest for a second.
I literally answered your question. Do you have comprehension issues? I told you they were expecting to return back to their homes.
Why were they expecting? So explain to me. I understand. Why were they expecting to come back if they were like forcibly removed by a Zionist evil army? They were kicked out. Why is the first thing that they think about? Okay, I'm probably gonna come back in a few days. Let me just take the key.
Well, not necessarily in a few days. There you go. An assumption. However,
why did they take the key? It's a very simple question. The key opens the door, right?
Very simple fucking question. Like, I don't understand what's so difficult here. I already answered.
I'm trying to dumb it down so you would understand.
They were, and no, dude, you're the dumb one here. I already answered the question.
Everybody's dumb, and you are, but you don't know anything if you don't answer anything.
Take your key when you leave your fucking home.
Because I know that I'm coming back.
Okay.
Exactly.
Well, the same thing.
But if they were forcibly removed, everybody thought, oh, they're not serious. They will let us come back in a while.
They were either threatened, they were told by these Zionist gangs, if you guys don't leave, we're going to massacre you. Or
so why did they take the key coming back? Dude, you're enforcing what I'm asking. We were so genocidal that we will massacre them.
Dude, control yourself.
I want you to answer my question. Why did the Palestinians take a key when they were supposedly, quote unquote, forcibly, ethnically genocided, whatever you want to say? Because they thought they're coming back.
They were expecting all of their friends, the Jordanians and the Egyptians and the Saudi Arabians and the Lebanese and all of them, they were expecting that those people were going to kill all the Jews and get the Jews out, and then they could come back home again.
Killed all the Jews prior. The 5% of Palestine was Jewish. So we didn't
for lack of trying.
Not
they
sure
tried.
what's killed them.
They did.
I've got another question. I wanted to
kill the Jews before 1947. Are you sure?
Are you sure?
No, there were incidents because of the rise of Zionism in Palestine.
Okay.
No one.
So what was the first?
However, I believe that's fair.
Yeah. Well, I believe your cousin's brains are all over the sidewalk.
I mean, hey, my friend, if you're willing to engage, make a good point.
I believe that it is justifiable for the Palestinian kids in your video, your picture there, to be dead.
Oh my God!
It makes sense why they're dead.
You hear
it's
what
sad
we're
that
talking
they're
about.
dead, but it makes sense why they're dead.
You keep deflecting off to random.
I'm not
points.
deflecting at all. I'm talking about why it's justifiable that Palestinians are being killed by Israel.
We're talking about something specific.
No, we're talking about the war in Palestine and Israel. Talking about the war in Israel. What I'm saying is very much on topic. What I'm saying is,
sorry, I can't listen, man. I'm not two people. I can't be engaging with his points and then
you can't have a conversation that has more than one person in it.
No, because these are
low IQ, brain dead.
These are fucking
animal barbarians.
Talking about
you're like a mongoloid drooling monkey.
You want to talk about 2000?
Well, I can have a conversation with more than one person at once. Like I can talk to Simon and Daniel.
You brought in a new.
No, I'm not a
guy, my friend. With a different time period.
See,
you want to discuss current. You want to discuss the current. The legitimacy of it.
When we were talking about the right of return, you were talking about 2,000 years ago. So when you do it, it's okay. But when my friend is doing it, it's off topic.
Everyone is jumping onto different points. But you're doing this because you...
So answer my question. Why do the Palestinians have the key? Why did they think they're coming back? If they were like forcibly ethnically cleansed by a genocidal Zionist army,
Then you just
Why did they think they're coming back if they were ethnically cleansed?
Their homes, you dumbass. I already answered.
Why did they think they're coming back if they were forcibly ethnically cleansed with the threat of massacre? Why did they keep the key?
Because they were hoping, yes, that there would be Arab intervention, and yes, and there was a fighting force among the Palestinians.
And what happened? Did they win or lose?
As the paramilitaries of the Zionists.
There was a fighting force against the paramilitary gangs.
Can't even name it, though.
And the paramilitary gangs beat the fighting forces.
Yeah,
so do you want to fight again? Do you want a rematch?
Yeah, we're going to continue to.
There was a rematch in 1967. They got smashed again. Do you want a rematch? There was a rematch, I think, in 1973
In
or 72.
1948, Israel did. Shut the fuck
We're
up.
fucking you up right now. Your brains are all over the sidewalk. I mean, babies are being blown apart. You want to keep going?
Even visited Israel.
Hit him again, Daniel. Fucking airstrike the whole village.
Mind your own fucking business, you cracker.
Airstrike the village.
Yes, mind your own fucking
Hit him again,
business.
Daniel.
Nothing to do with you anyways. So, again, what we're doing is
You are privileged to boy from the United States, dude. Using bodies of dead children from Gaza.
The objective of Zionism has always been to establish a Jewish state, and the only way you establish a Jewish state is by establishing a Jewish majority.
I'll tell you what.
You establish it.
No, again, you are missing the concept of you are missing the point of the partition. So tell me, if the partition plan was accepted by the Arabs,
as stupid as your face. Now,
answer me this: if the partition plan was accepted, okay, by the Arabs, then we didn't need to have this supposedly forced. Yes.
Do you even know anything about the partition plan? What do you?
No, explain to me, please, because I'm talking Thailand and I'm learning from you.
No, you don't
So
necessarily
tell me, dude,
be
if
retarded.
there was a partition plan, then everybody would.
If there was a partition plan,
If you're ignorant,
no one would have.
if
Then
there was a
we would have a
partition plan,
majority. You would have a majority. We would both be living side by side, each one on their own. You're making like shit up as if you assume that we are idiots, like you're all pro-Pali Nazis, that we are not aware of the partition plan, but we are. And if you are aware of the partition plan, you said that the Zionists came, and the only way, you said now, the only way to make a Jewish state is by kicking people out and creating like a majority. And I'm telling you, I want to challenge it. I'm like, no, if there was a partition plan, and there was, which we accepted,
finish that.
so we accepted, that would be enough for us to create a Jewish state without ethnically cleanse whatever you're gonna make
Can you
up.
tell me?
But who said no to that plan? Was it us or was it you?
Holy shit!
So answer.
You talk so much, I'm gonna start talking.
Because you seem, because you know we've been talking for you for a couple of hours, and you're so sick in the head that we need to repeat a few times. Also, the fact that you don't stop yapping your mouth, I have no idea. The fact that you don't stop yapping your mouth, I have no idea what you. The fact that you don't stop yapping your mouth, I actually don't know what you're listening. So this is why I have to repeat. If you will know how to behave, if you know how to behave in a society where when someone speaks, you listen, and then when you speak, we listen, then we don't need to repeat ourselves. So I'm telling you, you said now, you made a claim that the Zionists came, and in order for them to create a Jewish state, they had to ethnically cleanse in order to have a majority. And you keep on talking. It's mind-blowing the level of you're incapable of having a conversation.
I'm about to.
You will notice that I'm muting up. Listen, let's agree. When I mute up, that would be the cue for you. That will be the cue for you to unmute, okay? When I mute, that would be your cue to unmute. When I mute, that will be the cue for you to unmute. When I will mute, that will be the cue for you to unmute, okay? Let me say what I want to say, then I will have the imagination, then I will be able to, at least in my head, I will be able to listen.
I would rambling. They say to fucking keep.
Airstrike the whole village. Strike the whole village. Just airstrike his whole fucking village.
So I wanna address it, and I
Hit him again, Daniel.
Oh my God! You made the point about the demographics.
I want to make it again.
Because you're a bitch. Because you're a bitch.
Okay, so I'm a bitch.
I'm glad you acknowledge it.
Listen, bitch, shut up. Okay, now listen. You made a claim that the Zionist.
Let me answer.
You know what? Now I'll say it twice. Okay, now I'll say it twice. You need to listen. You need to understand that this is not Gaza. Okay, you need to understand that this is a civilized society, and we are having a conversation. So now, okay, this ain't Gaza. This is not Gaza. Listen up. Okay, are you done? Okay,
Are you
so
done?
Are you gonna repeat yourself? You made a claim that you said that when the Zionists came, you made a claim. You said that when the Zionists came, they had to. You made a claim. You said that when the Zionists came, they had to ethnically cleanse the Arabs in order to have a Jewish majority, in order to have a state. I'm asking you if there was a partition plan, and there was, that we accepted, then your entire claim falls. So address this point. You see, it was like 30 seconds. You just had to wait up. Now I'll repeat myself again. You made a claim that in order to create a Jewish state, we had to ethnically cleanse all the Arabs in order to have a Jewish majority. And I'm challenging you, and I'm saying, no, there was a partition plan, and if it was accepted by the Arabs, which it was not, then we would have divided the land. We would have a Jewish state with our majority. You would have an Arab state with your majority, and everybody would live happily ever after. Now address my point. Now listen, I will mute up, and then it will be a cue for you to
Yeah, I know how it works. You repeating yourself 3 times doesn't benefit anybody. Apparently, it only does. I don't know. Must be a articulation thing or English.
You're wasting your time. Talking to the top.
Well, I have very simple answer. Do you know the demographic ratio for the presumed Jewish state? Let's just start there. And, according to the partition plan, what would have been the percentages?
Like 40-something%. What's the point?
So yeah, the Arabs would have been 45, roughly. We're talking roughly. So 45 to 55. So that's what we're talking about.
No, because the land was divided first to. You took the entire land of Palestine. You first cut it. You made Transjordan. You turned it into an Arab country called Transjordan. You brought the Hashemite kingdom, and then from the rest, we partitioned it again. And then you got half, and we got half. What's your problem?
You answered the question. Just mute up, man.
So we could have had the majority in that state.
I'm trying to give you some respect. Just mute up.
Jesus Christ. So again, I told you the ratio would have been 45 to 55. Roughly speaking. There are places that would have been more in the favor of the Arabs. So again, this state.
Yeah, Israel had more land, but the Palestinians were given the better land. So it was 55%. Yes, the state wouldn't have been viable because it was only 45% of the land. It's a stupid argument. You're saying that we were overwhelmed because they had a majority of the land was given to Israel, but you're so stupid.
This Jewish state wouldn't have been viable in the few decades that would follow.
Why wouldn't it have been viable?
Yet alone.
They said no.
Yet. Let me.
Why
you would lose your majority in the next few decades.
Right, and then what would happen?
And not only that.
And then what would happen?
If you look at the.
And then what would happen? And what would happen when the Jews lost their majority? What would happen then? Why would that do so bad?
It wouldn't be a Jewish state.
And so then what would be bad about that?
Ask yourself why the partition to begin with.
I can answer. You're asking me to answer?
The answer. Go ahead.
Ask myself? Well, then the Jews would be under threat of extermination.
Oh, okay.
That's why they need the majority, obviously.
Okay, so now,
Do you understand that?
Okay, no problem.
What do you think would happen if the Jews lost the majority?
I'm going with your logic.
Okay.
So if you know now that, if I look at the birth rates, and I know I'm going to.
Light is shed upon the righteous, and joy on the upright in heart. The Lord will fulfill his purpose for me, your steadfast love, O Lord, endures forever. Do not forsake the work of your hands. The Lord says, I will guide you along the best pathway for your life. I will advise you and watch over you. It is not that we think we are qualified to do anything on our own. Our qualification comes from God. To the man who pleases him, God gives wisdom, knowledge, and happiness. It is not that we think we are qualified to do anything on our own. Our qualification comes from God. Blessed is the man who endures temptation, for when he has been approved, he will receive the crown of life which the Lord promised. Righteous and joy on the upright in heart. The heart. Oh, his purpose, your step.
Minority. The birth date to an Arab majority in probably 20, 30 years. So now what do I assume that the partition plan has taken place? What is the solution now for the Jewish state? Go ahead, my friend.
What solution?
Wait, let me
we have 2 million Muslims and everything is okay.
Daniel, please. I'm asking you to just let him answer.
This is two Americans discussing Israel, Daniel. We have no need for an Israeli to chime in. But wait, so try to restate your question again, Cynic, but make it really short.
Okay, listen carefully. I'm conceding to your premise. Okay, we are going to face extermination if we become a minority. That is an axiom now. I'm giving you that. Now, you also understand, based on this 45-55 demographic, the
we have to cross into each other's territories.
No. Forget about that one. That's just me showcasing that it's not practical to begin with. But ignore that point. And now, look at the birth rates for the Arabs. And based on this demographic, we would be the majority in the next few decades, maybe even less, just based on the birth rates alone. Now, how are you going to deal with the impending reality that you will become a minority in the very Jewish state that you accepted?
How would we become a minority? If you have like high birth rate in your own country, how does it affect my country? Go do it like pigs. I don't care.
Than the Arabs, you don't have.
It doesn't. You missed the point. If Israel is a sovereign state and next to it Jordan, and Jordan treats like grabbers, how does it impact me?
You see, I'm asking
you. Are you listening to me?
You have a country.
No, you listen to me. Listen to me.
Talking about Jordan.
Seven. I was giving you an example. I'm saying that if Israel, I'm telling to you that if there was a partition plan, there were two states side by side, how does your birthing rate affect my sovereignty?
Dude, because within
you have like 12 millions.
You see, you fucking asked the question, you can't shut up. Within the very Jewish state, you have a fucking 45% Arab demographic. We're talking to the presumed Jewish state according to the partition plan. You would have ended up a minority in probably 20, 30 years. You would have ended up a minority. Our birth rates are just much higher than some fucking Europeans or atheist Europeans. So that's just a fact of it. And so now I'm asking my friend, how are you going to deal with the reality that you are going to end up a minority in the so-called Jewish state? And assuming the state is
He's projecting a history hypnosis time machine again. He thinks he knows the future.
How would I deal with the fact that the Jews are going to become a minority in Israel? Two answers. The first answer would be to increase the Jewish population by having more Jewish babies and inviting other Jews from around the world to finally come home to Israel where they will be safe from anti-Semitism. That would be the first answer. If we're going to become a minority, we have to increase so we don't become a minority.
Okay.
The second would be if Muslims weren't crazy, then being a minority wouldn't be an issue. Like the Jews are a minority in America.
That's anecdotal, but
okay.
At this point, how do you deal with the scenario itself? Like, what would be the active measures? You said increase immigration.
Yeah, increase the population.
Now, again, if you look at currently,
I'm just saying now again currently. Good Shabbos, El Normo!
All he said was now again currently and good Shabbos, El Normo. Continue.
Yeah, because I'm sorry. Why does everybody care what the majority is? And now Norm is on stage, so this is useless.
Norm is also very high. I'm talking to you. I'm wanting to try to see why is it bad that Norm is joining the stage?
I have no problem as long as he can. You don't have to let him respond. It's just an point with you.
Yes, answering our question.
All right.
So why get tied up in wait, are you saying to me, why get tied up in hypotheticals?
Why are you jumping into a conversation?
Calm down.
Well, we're getting tied up in these hypotheticals because of the dopamine.
I'm asking.
It's flooding me with dopamine.
So why don't we go to the heart of the issue? They don't want to stay.
I'm asking him, please.
He's centering me, and I'm starved for attention. It's not every day that somebody wants to talk to me. He wants to talk to me.
I don't want to talk to you.
So I'm dealing with you, my friend. So at this point, I'm asking you. I gave you the scenario. You said immigration. I'm telling you now. If you look at the ground right now, if you look at Israel right now,
the dopamine flows through.
You will see that
dopamine back to your veins.
Israel is
settling your brain.
This is full of the dopamine.
Why
is this guy? He
couldn't
wait to hop on stage and open his fucking black mouth.
It's too bad.
He couldn't wait. You just love
fucking
talking, don't you, Norm? I'm asking him. We're engaging in a discussion. A very quick scenario.
Have some fucking patience. It's enough with your hypothetical. If you wanted to stay, you'd have to. You don't want to.
Because he's yes. My friend, are you that much of a pussy that you're going to...
No, don't be quiet. Just talk about the issue.
Is that what it is? Are you a pussy? Are you a pussy?
No, I'm not a pussy.
Okay, then answer.
I don't like shouting over people.
I'm not. I told you this is a one-on-one. I'm telling you, deal with the scenario.
It's not a one-on-one because now we have...
Okay, so you're a bitch. That's what you're telling me. You're a pussy.
Well, your cousin's brains are on the sidewalk, so
okay, so I'm good. It was
Let's conjure them up.
It's not even
the brains are flowing.
Honestly, it is a pleasure, to humiliate you guys over and over again. As I
the only one who's been consistently humiliated here is you.
You're literally just got humiliated because
every
you
time
were
you
about
speak,
to. You can't even argue the point. You can't even debate.
Of course, I can argue the point. When Norm's not talking, I'm ready to engage. On guard.
Well, he's interrupting us.
Norm, just for the sake of this, yes. So Norm, I'll Norm. Engaging with his hypotheticals is stupid. Yeah, we're gonna give him two.
After I'm done,
we're giving you close.
Norm, I've already humiliated Norm several times already.
Norm humiliates himself every time he speaks because this is a self-roasting app.
It doesn't even.
And every time anybody speaks on this app, they roast themselves. So Norm humiliates himself every day, just like me.
No, I don't.
Okay,
he just humiliated himself again.
No, I do.
Alright, can you,
when somebody has no point, they just go in
circles. If you look at the current demographics today, the Jewish Arab demographic and the Mandate of Palestine, or what was known as the Mandate of Palestine, you will see that the current advantage is for the Arabs. It's 51% in favor of the Arabs. So if you look at the territories from the river to the sea, it is 51% in the favor of the Arabs.
Well, I'm about to move there, and then it's going to be one more Jew in Israel.
This is after millions of refugees around the world, the Palestinians.
What is your point?
My point was, if there was no war, if there was no ethnic cleansing, the numbers that you see today, 51%, would have been more like 70%. Would have been probably even 80%.
And so then that would have been good. And we would have all been living in peace. We would have been sharing the world. It would have been 70% Arab and 30% Jew.
Cool that you said that. All right, I remember what you just just said. Now,
Yes, you would have been sharing the country peacefully.
Okay, no problem.
If there wasn't for like the murderous hatred of the Jews and the fact that Allah dead Jews or whatever.
Okay, cool. Thank you for that input. Now, with that understanding in mind, hold that thought in your head. Now, what you're seeing is that your initial protocol to deal with the whole demographic issue, increasing immigration, wasn't going to fix the problem. So just based on the scenario that I just mentioned, the current stats, as I mentioned right now. Now, this notion that you just brought up, so now you're going to have to give me another protocol, another strategy to maintain the demographics in your favor, to maintain a Jewish state. Now, moving that aside, if you want to respond to that, you can go ahead after. But that notion that you just had in mind, that we can live in peace, then why the fuck did we need to have a partition to begin with? If you can accept the reality of being a minority in the land, then there was no necessity for Zionism to begin with. There was no necessity to establish a Jewish state to begin with. But you see, the very reason for establishing a Jewish state was...
I get your point. Can you stop talking?
Thank you.
Yeah, because I get your point, and actually I agree with Norm. So Norm said a few times, you said, why did we need him to begin with? Why couldn't we have just lived in harmony with 70% Arab population and population? And Norm said very simply, he's silent. And this reminds me, actually, Norm, before you entered the room, I was going to ask a question for Cynic and Daniel. I could just answer. I could ask it now for Cynic and Daniel and Norm.
But Jason, what I said, give him his reason so he understands. Give him the reason.
Me?
Answer.
No, so the answer, well, the question I was going to ask is, what was the first massacre that started the war? Was it Jews killing Palestinians and forcing them off their land? Or was it Palestinians killing Jews who were settling in Israel? Who started it? I looked this up on X, on AI the other day, and I actually got a real answer. So there is actually a correct answer for like the first massacre. I think it happened in like possibly 1929, I think. But do you know who started it and when? Maybe Daniel will know this.
You're talking about the Hebron massacre. That's what you're talking about.
I think so.
So yeah, the Hebron massacre.
29.
Yeah, it was pretty much a mob mentality as a response to a national response.
That's why they
response to basically, yes, it was a massacre of Jews that was incited. He asked me, I think he asked me, actually I heard my name. I literally was quiet now for 15 minutes. And I heard my name, Daniel, and I actually, for the last 15 minutes, all I heard was like, your voice. I heard your voice. Okay, so the question was addressed to me, and I would be happy to address it. So 1929, if you read the description of what happened on 1929, it's very much similar to what happened on the 7th of October in terms of like the description, except taking the hostages, basically. And it's a reuse tactics that they use a lot. Basically, the Jews did something usually it's about Al-Aqsa or whatever, and then they incite the Arab mob to go and slaughter Jews. And this is like the same recipe has been repeated over and over and over again.
Thank you. So, like you said, there was a Zionist demonstration that went through Jerusalem, and they were calling for an establishment of a Jewish state and that the rebuilding of the temple and all that nonsense that you see today. Now, at that
time, so that completely makes sense why they went and just massacred babies and children. Now that you say that there was a reason, there was a protest, and they said that they want to make a state. So, okay, so it makes sense why they go and start.
You want to build?
Now I understand.
You want to build the third temple? Yes.
Yeah, for you it legitimizes. So for you, in your eyes, in your like inhumane terrorist, properly Nazi mindset, you think that this is a reason to want to slaughter Jews in their homes? No, I want to understand. You think that there is there's something to justify. So you're saying that. So you're basically saying that
you're going demonstrating in Jerusalem.
So you're basically saying that there's something that justifies it. Why is it so hard to speak with him? So you're basically saying.
Why is it so hard to communicate with him? Are you just figuring this out, Daniel?
He answered the question, and now it's my turn. But he doesn't want. He wants to continue. He wants to continue yapping. Hopefully that was God. Anyways, I'm gonna take the opportunity. So
Anyways, I think I'm going to go to the gym or go on a nice power walk, read a book, do anything other than listen to Cynic Mikhail continue to speak and spam his bullshit. Mikhail, why don't you go to the gym and read a book and do something productive today with your life?
So I'm talking to my friend, and he just heard the answer from Daniel himself. There was a protest that went out to calling for the Jewish Zionist state and for the destruction of holy sites. So that's why, and this triggered a mob mentality. And yes, there was a massacre that took place, but you need more context on this.
We need to go down the history hypnosis time machine right now. Go ahead, Cynic. El, you can handle this, El. Go ahead.
A lot of those Jews also in Hebron were Arabs. So a lot of people who defended them and the people that repelled the mob were Arabs themselves. So yeah, the people want to ignore that, and a lot of these guys were executed or persecuted. So that's what happened with that. So yeah, but you can see that it was a triggered response. So they were triggered into this. So that's what it is. When you have a project in your own land that calls for your ethnic cleansing and your destruction.
The Zionist program, history so bloody.
So this is expected. If I go in the United States and I have,
it's expected, El Normo. It's expected.
I have established gangs, and now I'm calling for this is why you're taking over American territory and diminishing American sovereignty. Of course, this is going to trigger a mob mentality.
Of course, it's going to trigger a mob mentality.
Yeah, of course.
I'm a Jewish non-Zionist, and you guys might be interested in my viewpoint. I'm going to say, if I can...
So, my friend, you don't have an answer anymore. And so you understand at this point...
I think Maximilian was saying that he's a Jewish non-Zionist? Is that what he was saying? Or did you just talk right over him like you do everybody else? As you continue just to talk while people just talk, and nobody can really have a conversation because people are willing to talk over each other for no reason because it's all spam anyways at the end of the day. And it's always a you problem if people talk to people like you because it's a waste of time. After 100 conversations, you think you might get the clue. I don't know. That's just me. I think I'm going to go to the gym and read a book and enjoy my Shabbos. Have a great day, everybody.
He doesn't leave, by the way. Just like, I'm going to go. Go to jail.
It's because you're violent. That's your problem.
He's a fucking... This guy's such a
problem. It's because you're violent. You're going to have to deal with that.
That's my violence.
That's correct. Yeah.
If you can't deal with your Zionism by necessity.
He's not just violent, El Normo. He's low IQ. He's like deteriorating. You can tell his body is just like withering. He's technically a jihadist time waster who wastes people's time by wasting and decomposing his own body. He's drying out, El Normo. How are you going to fix all those laptops today to make a living if all you're doing is chatting here and spamming all day long? What book am I going to read? Oh, I was reading Psalms. Have you heard of the Bible? It's called Psalms. It's a great little book. King David, it's so wise, such beautiful, intelligent information, far superseding your stupidity and your hypnosis time machine conversations. A Bible freak? You mean I like books? I like sentences. I don't like listening to the stupid shit that comes out of your fucking mouth.
What era was Ezra?
What era was Ezra? Oy vey, what another great question. El Normo, I'm praying for you that you have the best Shabbos of your life. My friend Zach, I pray you have the funnest Shabbos of your life. And Cynic, I pray that you go to the gym at least one day a week and read a book and stop spamming with your lips and your brain. You're like an automated retard. Fully automated retardation. Congratulations, Dr. Cynic. You've done it again today. And this is a 3-hour special called Cynic, the Magic Clown of Stupidity.
Take a breath. You're literally the clown.
What year did you copy our book, Mikhail? What year did you copy our book?
Norm, what year did you don't even know your book. You don't even know shit. You literally didn't even know when the second temple was destroyed.
Don't change
You
the
didn't know
subject.
shit.
Don't change the
You don't know
subject.
shit.
What year?
You don't know shit.
What year
Who
did your
told
guy
you this
copy
is
our
your
book?
fucking history, anyways? Your
What year
book,
did your guy
your
copy our
history.
book?
I guess someone who converts to Islam now, this is their book. Their book.
What year?
My book.
What year did your
You're
guy
a
copy our
fucking
book?
convert, man.
What year? Remember what year? What year?
We didn't copy no goddamn book.
What year?
We didn't copy no goddamn book. I'll tell you who copied
sure?
books. Maimonides copied.
No, I'm talking about your book.
Yeah, my book isn't a
What year
copy.
did you copy our book?
My book isn't a copy.
It's not? Then where did you get it from?
No, from God.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What about the actual history of it?
What
Let's say
actual
we're talking,
history?
I don't know. Yeah.
I already answered
Let's
to you
use
from
your
God.
religious
Any
beliefs
other
aside.
question just fucking is gonna sound retarded.
Yeah. Besides your
I already
religious
answered
beliefs,
from
in
God.
what year? In what
From
year did you
God.
copy
I
our
said
book?
I'm appealing
What
to
year?
divine authority.
Mikhail.
An omniscient being.
Mikhail.
Are you stupid?
Mikhail. What year? No, what year?
I already
The
told
answer
you.
is a year, Mikhail. What year?
No. We didn't copy
What
shit.
year?
I already answered your
Of
question.
course you did.
Of course you did. Prove it.
Yeah. Our book was there. We dated
Who
you
says
by
it's your book?
1400
Who
years.
says it's your book?
Calm down. No, don't.
It's my book.
Finish the question.
This is my book.
Hang on. No, you have your.
No. This is my book. I converted
You
to
have
another
your book
religion.
and
This
it's
is
a
my book.
copy of our book.
This is my book.
You have your
That's all my book. All of it is mine.
Oh, it's all
All
of
of it
it.
is mine. You're a fucking cracker.
When did it
What the
become
fuck are you
yours?
talking about?
When did
None
it
of this
become
is your
yours?
book. None of this.
I see. What year did your guy copy our book?
You're a fucking cracker. This is my book.
El Normo, he called me a kike faggot today, and he's calling you a fucking cracker. What do you think this guy's... How would you diagnose cynic, El Normo? What kind of diagnostic would you administer to actually get to the root essence of who cynic is?
Very nasty.
You're no damn Semite.
Very nasty.
You're no Semite.
You're very
You're
nasty.
acting like you're a fucking Semite. Like you know it for sure.
What year was it? What year did your guy
This is all our shit. It's my shit. This is my book.
Yeah. What year did
It's
you
my
copy
book.
our book?
If I'm copying
What
for
year?
myself, it's my book.
What year?
It's my book.
What year?
It belongs to him, El Normo. The book belongs to him.
It's my book.
Are you not hearing him? He keeps saying, it's my book. My book. It's my book.
It is my book.
He wants to be us. He's pretending to be us.
No. You want to be us. There's a difference.
So you're in California, right?
You're in Brooklyn.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
El Normo, you're not helping cynic. He's got laptops to repair today. He can't be here 80 hours a week arguing. Otherwise, no one's laptop's going to get repaired.
So listen.
Are you gonna post this and get 5 views on YouTube?
As an American Jew, I think Israel is the greatest danger to Jews. As an American Jew, I think the greatest danger to Jews is Israel. Israel is a total danger to Jews, and you guys don't even want to address
This is
that.
why the nations.
Israel is a danger to the Jews, Max?
Y'all fucking retards.
El Normo, what's wrong with Max? Why does he think Israel doesn't have the best interest of Jews at heart? What kind of ridiculous position is that?
I don't know. But let's start with the year that he shouldn't copy our book.
You're a fucking cracker. You copy shit. It's all mine.
Don't be afraid.
You didn't even know fucking basic Jewish history. What the fuck about you is Jewish?
Well, don't change
What the fuck about you is
Don't
Jewish?
change it.
America and Israel do not always have the same things in politics, and whatever is good for Israel is not always necessarily good for the United States. And I think that's a huge problem, and I think it's been exacerbated more and more now. It's doing, as an American Jew, I'm not a Zionist per se, and I think it's a danger to Judaism as a whole. I think it creates more anti-Semitism, and the bottom line is I believe it creates more anti-Semitism than it
We
helps.
can talk about that.
When you create a state, and the only way to create that state is by ethnically cleansing Arabs who are Muslims, who are part of a greater body, which is the Arab and Muslim world, of course you are inviting perpetual violence against Jews and against the Zionists. So that's what's happening. And
Why not give them New York? I know it didn't have to be in Palestine. Yeah. It was debated where to be. You know, so this isn't a prima facie situation. Who debated it? I believe different Zionists. I don't know as well as you. Well, tell us what you're talking about if you know.
Don't you know the story of Theodore Herzl, Max?
Okay, let's just go back and let's drop that. Do you think that the United States and Israel always have the same definite motives and...
Come on, Max. Nobody thinks what's good is goose for the gander.
Yeah,
Max, we're not stupid. We know the obvious answer to your question. The point is, you know, we are basically aligned against hate, against people like Cynic who want to waste our time, like you who want to waste our time with your politics.
Oh boy. This is great.
Your political position is in an inferior position. It's not intellectually bad. Okay, take care, Max.
Oh, Max. I'll be fine.
Anyways, I thoroughly enjoyed this roast, this barbecue. I had a great piece of pizza during the party. There were a lot of beautiful people here, but there's a lot of misaligned people who have essentially, you know, how many more times are they going to come on here and do the same dance? Do people not like going to new concerts or something? How many tickets are you going to buy?
So Max, you're Jewish and you're not a Zionist then, huh?
Yeah, I would like to have a semi-decent back and forth.
So you don't think the Jewish people have the right to their own homeland, right? Because that's what it means when you're not a Zionist.
No, I don't think it's written in the sand or anything like that. No, I don't. But my bigger point is that the current state of affairs with the way Israel has gone is not beneficial to me as an American Jew.
Well, no one cares about it. It's beneficial to you. No one gives a shit about that. What we care about is we care about what the Jews and the rest of the world care about, right? We care about them having a safe place to live as a Jewish person.
Well,
it's the only Jewish country in the world.
Less safe everywhere else because of
well, that's why, and that's exactly why we need Israel, right?
No, not at all.
No.
Twisty.
So where are we going to live then? With all the Arabs that treat us so well?
We've always been living. You know, I live in the United States. My parents lived in the United States.
I mean, that's great, but not every Jew wants to live in the United States.
Okay, so they can pick somewhere, but it doesn't have to be...
Yeah, it has to be Israel.
Why?
Because it's there, that's why. Because it's our home, that's why.
No, but that's debatable, and...
It's not debatable.
Well,
you're going to debate archaeological evidence and history.
I don't know. I'm sure there was Native Americans in the United States that didn't keep us from taking it over.
That's a completely different situation.
Oh, yes, of course.
Comparisons.
Yeah, of course.
No, that's totally different country, different part of the world.
I can just see I'm getting worked up for nothing.
Well, you're just a fucking retard, that's why. Yeah, leave, exactly. It's that easy. And that's the problem we have with all these fucking pieces of shit Jews that live in America that don't consider themselves Zionists.
Well, the fact of the matter is, if you have the opinion that the United States should stop all funding and shipment of arms, well, okay, great. But you know what you're not going to stop? Even if you stop the flow of money and weapons to Israel, you're not going to stop justice. The Israelis will pursue justice, and they will manufacture the weapons. They will get the weapons, but they are locked in a jujitsu death grip with these people, and these people and the people on this app who support and project it and essentially propagandize it. I mean, I think they're all wasting their time against a fruitless endeavor. I mean, Israel is going to win this conflict, and they're not going to bend the knee. They're justified in this position. So, you know, it's going to eventually, this war or this conflict will end, but the never-ending perpetual war of Israel and its surrounding neighbors is never going to end. And that's why they train, you know, their 18-year-olds to be in the service to protect the homeland. The fact that there is a Jewish republic, I know, Al, normally you think it's like a representative or a parliamentary democracy, but in my opinion, it's a Jewish republic. In the sense that it's to be Jewish and to be nationalistic, to have a Jewish country is so groundbreaking in terms of world history. And it blows people's mind that Jews now have a perpetual state, which is a monopoly on a civilization. And the people on this app can't stand that they don't have an ethno-state, and they are essentially religious ethno-extremists. And they're hypocrites. So I think we can accurately diagnose and accurately describe the situation and the people on this app who support terrorism and propagandize terrorism. They don't stand for justice or law, and these people make me sick, and I spit on them.
Thing is, like, why can they have 57 countries, but we can't have one little small country, right? Don't understand that shit. Never did. Never will. Yeah, exactly. So, just like this Irish cunt in the fucking chat. And I don't know why the Irish want to have so much hatred toward... Actually, yeah, I do know why. Because they're fucking terrorists, just like the PLO and all the other pieces of shit that they were friends with.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
And I'm glad that England fucked them in the ass over the last couple 100 years or whatever the fuck it has been, that they've been fucking the Irish. So, Irish no piece of shit. And that country is a disgusting country, by the way. Bunch of fucking Palestinian flags, they fly there. Disgusting people. All they do is get drunk and puke all over themselves and shit in the streets in Ireland. Disgusting country.
Well, they're ideologically and politically aligned, but not all Irish are that way. Many Irish support Jewish nationalism and Jewish freedom and liberation, and they appreciate it and they respect it. And journalists like El Normo, many journalists who covered the Irish conflict and the Gaza conflict, I mean, this is human conflict. I don't know why people think there's ever going to be peace on this earth. I'm 42, and all I have witnessed is never-ending conflict. So that's the constant. It's how you change and adapt to that conflict, which makes you a winner or a loser. There's a lot of losers on this app who are spending 80 hours a week here, and those are rookie numbers if you're going to free Palestine.
This point about demographics was so weak. So stupid.
People love to use the term demographic all the time.
Oh, they do. All of you is right.
Well, there's something ridiculous about the term demographic. I just believe that a lot of people here, they put us in this history hypnosis time machine, which is a projection, and they demand that the reality now conform to their narrative projection. And it's just so stupid. And I don't understand why some people can't understand that essentially they're wasting their time here. And it's all spam, whether you're listening to it or whether you're speaking, unless it's intelligent spam. It's like 1% of all communication.
That's all it is. It's spam that they got from TikTok, X, and other places on the internet. That's all it is. No factual evidence, no factual basis on any of the arguments that they make. And then they throw out terms that they can't even define themselves too, which is fucking hilarious. And they think when they come on Clubhouse writing in a room chat that's going to make Israel go away. That's the funniest part of it all. They think that they're freeing Palestine by coming on Clubhouse.
They are putting their grain of salt to get all these little children and women killed.
The funniest part is they never look at, what started this whole thing, right? Does anybody understand, can we go back and actually look at the real history that's been recorded, or are we just going to go off somebody's...
But Harry, that's the problem. That's the problem with history hypnosis. It takes you out of the now. If we were all intelligent, we'd be teaching meditation. But unfortunately, it's all propaganda and all politics all the time. Don't fall for the trap.
Yeah, you're right. Honestly, you're really right on that.
Who is deleting the messages? Norm, stop doing that. I know you love doing it.
Why can't I do what I love?
Because you prevent us to read the messages. And we have
I mean, Issa, aren't you?
That person should come up on the stage and stop being a little pussy.
Yeah, they come up and call me asshole.
Issa, I mean, why aren't you even insulted when Cynic, speaks sexually perverted things about, fucking you, raping you, calling me a kike faggot? I mean, in my opinion.
What are you saying that I didn't say anything? He was moved to the audience.
Well, what I'm saying is he's a cretin, and you support him.
If I were to worry about every obnoxious comment that I receive in this app, I would be more sensitive than Ben Mendelsohn and than Norm. And I cannot afford to live a life where I have to worry about every person's comments. I don't care.
It'd be more fun if she was speaking and not writing, though.
It tells me more about who he is than who I am. I don't care. You can say whatever you want.
No, I agree with you. I'm just saying that, I like swift justice. So if somebody speaks like that, I want them put in the goo immediately. I want them to know a response to the way that they're speaking. It's ridiculous.
He was sent to the audience, but I'm not going to give him more attention than he deserves because that's exactly what he's trying to get with his comments.
Yeah, I get
Who,
it.
the anti-Zionist American Jew?
Yeah, Cynic.
Yeah.
No, I mean the other guy. Who's the other guy?
He's talking about Maximilian guy. That
I
guy.
don't know.
Oh.
I don't know. I've seen him, but I don't remember interacting.
So, Cynic made a remarkable claim today. He said that he was the first, he survived the first intifada. Do we really believe that? The second intifada? Okay.
He lived in Gaza. That's what he said. I heard him.
For the second intifada.
He's never been to that region.
Well, today he claimed that he lived there and he survived the second intifada, which is in the early 2000s. So yeah. Not sure how that would be possible if he was born in the United States. And then he was born in the United States and then his family moved to Gaza. Makes no sense to me.
He's never been there. I remember speaking with him about this.
Oh, it's over?
Is this M?
No.
It's like me saying I survived 9/11 in Chicago.
Just your voice on.
I know, I always get that.
Anyways, it's been another fun episode of Clown House this morning, recording all this insanity.
Let someone else on here who reads Israel. It's fun.
It wasn't fun. It was annoying. I was exhausted. Shut up for a minute.
You weren't here. No, the second guy, the anti-Zionist American Jew.
He was here for a long time. Talking about stupid, annoying people. Where is Soren?
Oh, he got consumed. He's back in Iran. He's working on internal communications over there now.
He got himself in trouble.
Yeah, I missed his comments about Norm's prostate.
He hasn't been on the app for months. Something happened to him.
This doesn't address the original source problem, which is Zionism.
Oh no, I hope nothing happened to him.
What's his name? The Moses guy, the one that has got the cool PTRs. What's his name? Guy. Yeah, the guy, the Jewish guy with the English accent from South Africa that has got the most.
Pumalo?
Yeah, Pumalo. Thank you. Shit, I forgot. Pumalo was off Clubhouse for like a month or so, and we were asking about Soren, and he's like, well, I cannot say anything, but I wasn't in Clubhouse because I was on a mission. But I think he's fine. It's like,
I hope he's okay.
I hope he's okay, yeah. But it's the reason I was not in Clubhouse. I was on a mission.
So it's like it was exhausting today. This dude is like, I don't know where the energy to like ramble without like interruption.
Yeah, but you need to touch grass and breathe because you're gonna have a heart attack one day on these roads.
Me?
Yes, you.
Nah, I don't think it's too hard. It was just like weird that he doesn't shut up for a minute. This is the same guy.
Yes.
He ran his mouth like
you ran
non-stop.
away from your own house?
So I gotta say, what's interesting about the anonymous function is yesterday I got exposed because I clicked on one of the Free Palestinian speakers' profiles, and then they knew immediately who it was, so they all mass blocked the John Kitover account. So now I have to create a new burner account and add nobody, but then I can still go in the rooms as anonymous and record them and not click their profile.
You know what? That doesn't matter because, hold on. Yeah, exactly. When you are anonymous, it doesn't matter.
No, when you look at their profile, they can click on their profile and view who viewed their profile and get you.
Yes, but John, listen, John.
No, I get it, but they'll kick the anon account. The anon account can't be kicked if it's an actual subscriber account.
I know, but you don't need to create a new account, because the next time you come into a room, they will not know it's you. They will still think it's someone else.
Okay, here's the troll that you have to do.
That is until you open your big mouth.
Because you have like a million accounts. You should create an account called Anon and then go on stage.
I saw somebody already has an anon account. Yeah.
And also, John, the thing about being notified that somebody viewed your profile, it says saw your profile within the last week. It doesn't say saw your profile within 1 minute or anything like that. So it says within the last.
Yeah. All I'm saying is it's actually.
Somebody could have seen your profile from the outside, from the hallway.
It's possible.
Yeah.
Anyways, it's a huge waste of time even recording the rooms. But I gotta say, if I were to set up 2 phones, one phone recording a room, these rooms go on all day long. So I don't know. It's an obsession of mine, I guess.
Obsession.
What are you getting from?
I'm just getting more dopamine because when they panic and then somebody's watching my YouTube live and they post the link and they're like, he's live streaming your room, they all freak out. It's like watching ants get sprayed with bug spray and they just fucking flee the scene. It's fun.
I see. That could be fun. I think what was the last thing I heard? Some Free Palestine girl got released from the psych ward, had a breakdown, chased some random Jewish guy.
Here?
Yeah, was it Nora?
Yeah, she's in our circle, unfortunately.
She traced some. She's
a member of my house. Oh, wait, not too much on her.
Yeah, she's Diego's girlfriend.
So I actually have Abby Eba in an X account listening to this room, and she just played some exclusive Nora and Diego footage of Nora having a total breakdown, and then what's his name, Yakov, talking about following medical health advice, and Diego going into a tailspin. I mean, it's cringe and pathetic, but go to the gym and read a book. I don't know what to tell these people anymore.
I can't do both. I have to pick one. I can't read a book and do it.
Yeah.
So did you file a complaint yet to get your house?
No, not yet. I will do it over the weekend.
I'm gonna be out most of next week, so.
Yeah. Do you know what happened, John?
Well, I tried joining Itty Bitty Titty Community. Is that what the house you're talking about?
No, this one. You know what happened to the Jews when you open your heart to them and
John, look at this house.
They take over it. You see, this is the biggest house I had with like almost 12,000 people. And I opened my house to Meyer and Daniel and made them happy and whatever. And now Meyer is in of the house and I was kicked out of the house. I cannot rejoin it.
She opened her house and she opened her heart and she got stabbed in the back.
Yeah, and now he's offering a 2-house solution, but I'm not sure I want it. I just want the right to return.
Oh my god.
This is so meta.
From the leave button to the mic button, Isa's house will be free.
Yeah. From the leave button to the mic button.
Why can't you just stop killing babies?
Yeah, I don't know. Clubhouse glitched during this latest update, and I just lost my house. I don't know, and I cannot even join back. It's so stupid.
It's probably a Jew.
Yeah, it was a Jew. Meyer is the owner now.
You've been Nakbad.
You know how Tim Hamilton has told me, oh, buried you and stabbed you in the back. Well, but they haven't got.
Well, you see, Isa, a Wozniak created the company that created your interface with the app, so it's really theirs from the beginning.
Yeah, that's true.
It's not true. Look at the abacus. It's the person who created the abacus that's responsible for all of this.
This app was 3,000 years ago.
3,000 minutes.
3,000 days ago.
Well, at least they didn't. I thought, because I couldn't find a house. The other day I was trying to open a room, like yesterday, and I couldn't find the house. And I was like, where the hell? Daniel, they deleted my house. It's like, no, I see it. And so then we realized that it was my area.
So were you clipped?
No, I wasn't.
So
It was just a glitch. It was just a glitch. I don't know what happened.
No, because if you were clipped, maybe they confiscate your houses.
No, I wasn't. No, because I didn't lose any of my other houses either. It was just this.
Oh, no, it's really weird.
Yeah.
It was funny how you were confident. I didn't even know you did.
Yeah. I tried to play dumb.
You kept me in suspense for 10 minutes. I'm like, oh, why did I get caught for this? You were like those cops. Like, do you know why I pulled you over? It was like many reasons. I was giving you
I was sweating.
I doubt you saw the body of the trunk. You may have saw, like, I don't know which one you called me, huh?
In your steadfast love.
Yeah, how many times have you been tased, Alex?
Yeah, it's funny, but it's annoying. Not being tased in my house thing.
Yeah, it is annoying also.
Yeah, especially it's annoying I cannot join back. Because at least, even if we cannot change the ownership, you can at least give me my admin back, and I would be able to.
I can't even make you a member.
Yeah, I cannot even go back.
There's no right of return. There's no right of return.
Your passport has been vacated and no other country will issue you a passport.
Yeah, I'm stateless.
Houseless.
You're a sovereign citizen.
I guess you're Palestinian.
Yeah, exactly. That's the reason why. I'm just resisting.
See, Issa, I think in order to solve your problems, you need to marry Meyer, and then everything he owns is yours.
But I'm married and I don't.
Yeah, he's married. He's not a Muslim. He cannot take an additional wife.
And I don't live in Utah.
And he doesn't want to take an additional wife.
I'm supporting an additional wife.
I mean, if he really wanted, he would find a way.
He already has got 9 children and a wife, Daniel. Do you think he can afford a second wife?
Do you ever listen to Commentary Magazine?
Commentary Magazine? No, I never heard of it.
It's a podcast. They're like Jewish neocons where they speak about American Israeli politics all the time. They constantly have Dan Seymour on from Call Me Back. I don't know if you would appreciate as much as American. I listened to a conversation this morning, and they were discussing that the Institute of Health on Kennedy's organization put out an AI-generated report, and it alluded to about 7 reports that don't exist. And they put this out to place policy on reports that don't exist. So it was just funny after like this morning conversation of like arguing that these things don't happen. It happened yesterday.
Hey, Issa.
Hello.
Hey. Just
How are you, Eitan?
I'm okay. I haven't been around in a while here. So
I know. I was gonna say we've missed you. Where have you been?
Oh,
Okay, Abby, I'm gonna go for a jog.
About
Hope you enjoy this room.
nothing especially busy with work.
How's everything back in Israel?
We're keeping it up.
When we call.
We're working on trying to live life. But just to keep it ongoing too. Going on. You know what I'm gonna ask you?
Yeah, I know. I think it's been a year, Ethan.
Has it been a year?
I don't know. I need to look for the time the date I purchased it. Let's see.
Yeah. I hope this is your only purchase that you did use.
No, I have a few, but I'm going to use it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have purchased it. It's just that I don't know why I haven't watched it. It's almost like, I am a procrastinator also in work things and in personal things, and it's like, yeah, I want to do it. I really want to do it, but for whatever reason, it's I can do it tomorrow.
Maybe it's because it's always discussed on Clubhouse anyway. So you're like, I don't want to spend time on it. That's something that I talk about all the time.
But as soon as I saw you entering the room, I was like, shit, I haven't watched the movie.
It's kind of like a student didn't do his homework or something. I get the feeling.
I know, you got me.
No. There's no pressure here. We got a few more years. We're both still kind of young.
I will surprise you when I watch it.
Hey, because there's a quiz afterwards.
Good. Anybody knows how I can see when I purchased a movie on Apple TV? I'm trying to find a purchase history, but I don't see it. And in the list of movies, it doesn't tell me when I purchased it.
What do you mean purchase a movie on TV?
Yeah, because on Apple TV you can purchase movies.
No, I don't.
So you have them in your library.
No, I don't purchase anything. I just want them for free.
No, I purchase certain movies that I want to keep when they are like classic enough or important enough, and I really like them. I just purchase them.
Good for you. I don't fucking shit.
Look at you owning IP.
Exactly. Don't touch this shit. No way.
No, I don't know. I actually think some of the subscription models are dumb, right? At least for the way that I interact with content. Like, I don't really play video games like over and over again. So paying $60 for a brand new video game, playing it and then getting rid of it seems like kind of a waste of money. But now with all these subscription things, so I can subscribe for $15 a month, play it for the first month, and then unsubscribe, and I'm good.
Yeah, the trick
Save $45.
The trick is in forgetting that you have that subscription.
Yeah, well, I have that app that tracks Monarch Money, Rocket Money, all that stuff. It tracks all the subscriptions you have.
And you pay for that service?
You pay a lot lower than the subscriptions, and it does it all in one place.
At the end of the year, I was clearing my subscriptions and whatever, and I was just like going around everywhere, right? Because I have some that are attached to my Apple Wallet. There's some that are attached to my credit card, and there's some that are attached to my PayPal, and there's some that are, and so I got them like spread everywhere. And I started cutting all of the subscriptions I had to minimize them to the actual things that I use. And I realized I was spending like over 300 euros every month in subscriptions. It was crazy.
Yeah, me too. Like, it's canceled my subscription because of football ends in technically final is tomorrow. Subscriptions and then subscriptions because Netflix is shit. It doesn't have anything. I did it. We have it. Is it me or I'm not check?
You go around me or what?
Can you hear me? Now, yes. Yeah, but yeah, I was realizing I'm spending like about $300 a month with this subscription, so I ended all of them too. It's just even with Netflix, like I come home from work and I go to bed, so it's like it's not even worth it.
Yeah, I tried to add all my subscriptions to the Apple Wallet because at least there you can have better control because you see a clear list of which ones you have going on and which ones are about to expire and so on. So it's easier than have them in your credit card or your PayPal or other places. Andre.
What did I miss?
A lot.
Great.
Everything happening in this room is so interesting.
Hey, your arm is at the bottom of the room, and I think we could all sing happy birthday for him.
For who?
You're off. It's a birthday today.
Oh yeah, you're off.
Today. No, I think it's today. Today,
Don't
yeah.
be gay, Daniel.
No, come on, let's celebrate for him.
No,
Was it yesterday? No, it was today. I think it was. Happy birthday, you're off.
Can you sing it in Hebrew?
I'm a medium. Ayom yom uledet, ayom yom uledet, ayom yom uledet,
You have to have a birthday one in Hebrew.
Yom uledet sameach, yom uledet sameach. How do I know? Maybe you were high, but you told me yesterday.
Yes, were you drunk, John, when you told us?
You actually asked me if he's drunk, right? No, he was just celebrating his birthday.
He came at 1:30 a.m. his time. Oh my God, what happened here? What's all of these sirens? He came at 1:30 a.m. his time and said, "Today is my birthday."
So happy birthday.
I sang to him, and he even told us how old he is getting.
24. Andre, it's like
Don't be gay, Andre.
One more step closer to your
No, it is one year less. Anyway.
Okay, so I guess I'm talking on behalf of everybody that are silent, but they all wish you happy birthday.
Yes, you are.
Thank you to everybody.
Very nice of you, Daniel. Daniel.
I'm a nice guy. What can I do?
Wow, he didn't say thank you to me yesterday when I talked to him.
Thank you, he's so darling.
You are, bro, it's okay. Something.
Oh, I think thank you. Yeah,
You know, it's a tradition that the birthday boy has to send some shekels to the people that are celebrating to him.
Yeah, that's the tradition here.
Shall I send to my bank account?
Yeah.
Well, you should have it because you guys send me shekels,
The shekels.
on Thursday.
Yeah, Thursday, not Friday.
Yeah, I changed it. I was wondering why it was not arriving on every Friday.
You checked the wrong day.
Yeah.
It's there on your bank account for Thursday.
Yeah. Anyway.
You will see a big lump this month. It's compensation for the house. Retribution, how do you call it? Not retribution.
It will be Meyer. Reparation.
Reparation, exactly.
Are you gonna send reparations, Meyer, to my bank account in the form of shekels?
I don't believe in reparations.
If you cannot defend your house, then you don't have the right to have a house.
Well, the one paying always doesn't believe it. It's not the one receiving, they believe it. Oh my God. Exhausted.
Is John still here? Yeah, he's there.
You would hear, I know. Oh my God.
I remember him, and also to Ish. I haven't seen Ish in a long time.
Did you check all local prisons?
Definitely not in Kitover.
Every time you see me, you think of me.
Yes, every time I see you, I think of Soren and your prostate.
Yeah, well, for me, it's the other way around. I hear you, and then I think of your prostate, and then I remember of Soren.
Flyer, you may be the only
Flyer,
person.
you're in the Matrix. Nora.
No, can you hear me now? Did you ask
Yes, we
Nora?
can.
Did you ask Nora if she meant Ish and Novia?
Oh, that's true. Well, actually, this morning when the room was going crazy, I was wondering if we could send Cynic and Zach and who was the other one that was yelling? Cynic, Zach, and it was not Simon, but it was 3 people yelling at each other. Who?
The women and children are dying.
Yeah, but there were 3 people. I was thinking maybe we can send all of these people to Bellevue and they will do a group discount.
John was the 3rd one.
Oh yeah, John, Cynic, and Zach.
Is it retarded today or what?
Did it just come at like the end of the yelling, or?
Right now, no.
Stop yelling, Simon. You're always screaming.
Yeah, I'm screaming. The women and children are dying.
Did Nora already have her court today?
We should ask what's his face? A lover.
Diego?
What's his name? Diego.
No, he's in the, well, he was in the conference room, in the Bitcoin conference until yesterday. That was in Vegas. Maybe that's where he met Nora. In Vegas.
What is that noise?
He's cracking Palestinians' necks.
I came out from the outside. I was thirsty, so I kind of gulped the whole bottle of water. Sorry, I'm away from the phone.
Yeah, I don't think I have seen Nora lately. Or Diego. No. Diego came to the room, I think it was yesterday or the day before. I don't remember. For a little bit.
Which one? EDBD?
Yeah, in the EDBD. Yeah, it's the only place where I can open rooms now.
Yeah, it's been a while since we had like a make awareness room.
Yeah, it's nice to be with the 4 of us. Yeah.
Even as a guest.
Wait, am I part of the 4?
No, it's Meyer, Simon, Daniel, and me. But you're a guest member. Well, I am a guest member now.
You're a VIP member. But Isha, now that I was kicked out by mistake because I went to the hallway, now you are where you're supposed to be on the top left, as if you opened the room yourself. No one would know.
With a pink ticket.
But no one would know that you didn't open the room. Your secret is safe.
Well, not John is streaming it everywhere.
Yeah, but no one is listening, so.
Now he's increasing his audience. Apparently he's seeing the thousands of people that are listening in YouTube, right, John?
I thought he doubled the listeners from 1 to 2. We saw an increase of 100% of our listeners.
No, but he has like thousands of plays.
Thousands?
Yeah, like 1,000 and 2,000, and depending on what the topic is, he gets a lot of views.
Really?
Yeah. John, are you there, Edmund?
He's reading a book.
Edmund!
I'm reading a fantastic book, by the way, called Killer Angels, about the Battle of Gettysburg. It's just, I haven't been this obsessed with the book in years, I feel like. It's really phenomenal.
It's maybe the best, well, some people call it the best war book they've ever read. We're definitely one of the best Civil War books and the best book on the Battle of Gettysburg, which was a big pivot in the American Civil War. I think about 50,000 people died there in Pennsylvania in one day. Or I should say one battle, as I think it was 3 days. Big one. It was very exciting.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I like to read, but exciting books that I can say, like, oh my god, I was really hooked. I think the Da Vinci Code. Like, I couldn't put it down. Like, I was reading until like 2 a.m. Like, I couldn't. But then I haven't, I mean, like, I don't feel the need of, like, staying awake until super late reading books. Like I felt with that one. Oh, no, and I learned one about a time machine as well a couple of years ago.
A book about a time machine?
Yeah. And it was really, really good. Let me tell you what the name is. But usually I don't read fiction. So maybe that's the reason why. Oh, it's called El Mapa del Tiempo, the time map or something like that.
There is a book, I don't know how it's called in, let me see, in English, by Ensayo sobre a ceguera. Well, that's ceguera. Like
But that's an essay.
No, that's like I don't know how to say it in English, my God. By, what's his name? Saramago. You know this?
Did Nora recommend that?
No, I read it years ago about blindness.
Yeah, ceguera is blindness.
It's about like a disease that makes everybody blind, and then they kind of take them to a place, so they kind of, everyone that were infected, so they will not infect others, and one of the people there actually can see. It's really interesting.
I want to read the Margarita, whatever, what's it called? Master Margarita or something like that.
Yeah, it's called, by the way, it's called blindness. What I was talking about, the movie.
Yeah, ceguera is blindness.
Yeah.
Sounds like C.
C? What is C?
It's a TV series.
Hold on, maybe they. Interesting.
It's not the exact same plot. It's just the same. It's like the years of, I think, 10,000, and humanity has gone blind, and then there's one or two people that can see.
That everybody like it. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, and they develop a whole new reality. Like they have ropes that go down the city street, so you can like follow the ropes and get to an intersection. There's like knots on the road.
Okay, so yeah, so that's an adaptation. It's not the story, but interesting. How it's called the C for like which?
That's it. SEEC.
No, which provider? Like which? Provider? Apple Plus. C. Okay. Oh, okay.
And if you have vision, they believe you to be a witch. You have to hide it.
Okay, so that's a completely different story, but interesting.
It's not a different story. That's an adaptation of the concept. Like,
of like a disease.
The blind road, yeah.
Oh, okay, got it. But it's a disease that makes people blind, or it's just like an alternative reality where everybody is blind?
No, they used to be sight, but they got lost, and they felt I don't think they explain like the backstory well. But the whole Earth is it's not quite post-apocalyptic, but there's a virus that knocked everyone in that killed most of humanity. There's only like
like 2 million people left on Earth, and they live in bands and like nomadic basically. So there's some event that they don't explain that made it more fun. They still have eyes, they just don't operate.
I will check it out. Pirate, because I don't have Apple Plus.
Oh my god, I should read this one. It's called Infiltration. The plot to destroy the church from within. It says that...
Hold on, I have like a...
It says, in this carefully documented book, Dr. Taylor Marshall pulls back the curtain of the nefarious plan, showing how the enemies of the Christ infiltrated seminaries, then the priesthood, then the episcopacy, and eventually the cardinal electors, all with the goal of electing one of their own as pope. And this is like clandestine societies populated by modernists and Marxists hatched a plan to subvert the Catholic Church from within. And the complex roots of the St. Gallen Mafia and how they plotted to modify Catholic doctrine and elect Pope Francis. This sounds interesting. I should read this. Yeah, I got a few books here that are more like... Oh, this one was recommended to me by Diego. I think it might be anti-Semitic. Let me see. Oh, no, this is not anti-Semitic. You know the one that I bought, Meyer? You know this book? Are you familiar with the Q conspiracy theories? Maybe Harry is, because he's very mad.
I mean, I'm not familiar with the whole QAnon conspiracy theories. No.
Well, there is one part of like the whole, like, let's say, conspiracy of Q that talks about this book that was written in the early 20th century, and that talks about this kid that travels in time, that it's called Baron and the Adventures, and he's got like a dad or his teacher or something called Donald, and yeah, and they talk about the Trump Towers and a lot of stuff, you know, that is related to like Trump. So I bought that book. I haven't read it though. You know what we should read, Meyer, as part of like our book club efforts that I never followed through? And make Daniel read. We should read 1984.
I read 1984.
Yeah, but all together and read it again. But also, right next to it, read Brave New World, which is completely the opposite.
Is more accurate. It's not that
but it's kind of like the opposite extreme, right? So 1984 and then Brave New World, and then the third book would be what is it called? Amazing Ourselves to Death or something like that.
Amusing Ourselves to Death, I was going to say. Neil Postman.
Yeah, Neil Postman, exactly. Because he made a comparison between the two.
if you want to read Amusing Ourselves to Death, you don't need to read 1984. I mean, it's a
No,
good
I'm
book.
not saying you need to, but it's just like a nice refresher, to hear both.
Yeah, okay. You don't have to read Brave New World in order to read Amusing Ourselves to Death, but it enhances it. Like 1984 is kind of on the side. It's part of the story. I get where you're going, but I'm saying Amusing Ourselves to Death was more than inspired. He's basically taking the fictional story and showing how it relates to the TV era. He died in the I forget, I think in the mid-noughts. Like, he doesn't really opine on social media. It'll be interesting to write a sequel to Amusing Ourselves to Death.
Yeah. There is, let me see, to death.
He wrote a few books. He wrote Disappearing Childhood, which is a very good book.
Yeah.
He wrote How to Watch Evening News. It's not bad, but compared to the rest of the Unpopular's book, it's not great. I think he wrote another 2 books. I'm trying to remember the titles.
Have you ever read the foreword? Wow, it's really good.
Which book?
From Amusing Ourselves to Death.
I believe so. I have to double check, but I believe so.
Well, okay, so I'll read it. It's just two paragraphs. Well, yeah. It says, 3 paragraphs. We were keeping our eye on 1984. When the year came and the prophecy didn't, thoughtful Americans sang softly in praise of themselves. The roots of liberal democracy had held. Wherever else the terror had happened, we at least had not been visited by Orwellian nightmares. But we had forgotten that alongside Orwell's stark vision, there was another, slightly older, slightly less well-known, equally chilling. Aldous Huxley's Brave New World. Contrary to common belief, even amongst the educated, Huxley and Orwell did not prophesy the same thing. Orwell warns that we will be overcome by an externally imposed oppression, but in Huxley's vision, no big brother is required to deprive people of their autonomy, maturity, and history. As he saw it, people will come to love their oppression, to adore the technologies that undo their capacities to think. What Orwell feared were those who would ban books. What Huxley feared was that there would be no one who wanted to read one. Orwell feared those who would deprive us of information. Huxley feared those who would give us so much that we would be reduced to passivity and egoism. Orwell feared that the truth would be concealed from us. Huxley feared the truth would be drowned in a sea of irrelevance. Orwell feared we would become a captive culture. Huxley feared we would become a trivial culture, preoccupied with some equivalent of the feelies, the orgy-porgy, and the centrifugal bumble-bumpy. As Huxley remarked in Brave New World Revisited, the civil libertarians and rationalists who are ever on the alert to oppose tyranny failed to take into account man's almost infinite appetite for distractions. In 1984, Huxley added, people are controlled by inflicting pain. In Brave New World, they are controlled by inflicting pleasure. In short, Orwell feared that what we hate will ruin us. Huxley feared that what we love will ruin us. This book is about the possibility that Huxley, not Orwell, was right.
Yeah, I read that. It's very powerful. Where does he talk about if the industrial era in New York was the iconic city of America, then today it's Las Vegas? Is that in the introduction?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's a great book.
I have not read it.
Amusing Ourselves to Death, you never read it?
Never read it.
Oh, you should read it. Based on that forward alone, you should read it. I actually read it before Brave New World, but you should read Brave New World first. And think about what you just read in those 3 paragraphs, and imagine what he was talking about was cable television. Now think about social media.
Imagine. Yeah, it's even more powerful. Anyway, we should read those together and discuss.
I'm not on it on Monday, Tuesday. I couldn't connect.
Where are you?
Doing Jewish stuff.
Oh. Okay.
So I'll be back after that. But I mean, we never had the other. But
We should have the other one as well. Let me finish the book because I never finished it.
I'll listen again to those books. I'm happy to those 3 books are classics. So I don't mind revisiting.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll see you around then next week.
I mean, there's too many books to do at once, but Anxious Generation is a book I read not so long ago. I thought it was very good. It's Jonathan Haidt, that children should not be on social media until they're 16.
Yeah.
We could talk about.
All right. Well,
there's too many things. We could talk about this. Look, the Postman also writes Disappearing Childhood, which dovetails well with Anxious Generation. Someone took my spot. That's not nice. Did you mention Jonathan Haidt?
Hello? I like this title much more accurate. People in self-denial. They're the most dangerous people around us. They're self-sadomasochists, essentially, wasting all their time, just spewing infinite amounts of spam. 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 They're like bulimic spammers, essentially.
Hang it up.
Oh, I just think I puked up a little spam in my mouth. I just got back from a workout. Oof, am I sweaty. Wow, were there some pretty girls at the park. Such beautiful hair, such beautiful physiques. So lovely. Truly, nature is our teacher. But not our greatest teacher, Rabbeinu Shalom. You know, I started a new business recently. It's called Spam Consultant. And I help people easily identify and diagnose spam in their lives and how to cleanse themselves from that spam.
Appreciate that. Can't be your friend.
Hi, real Abby. Abby, I'm piping you into the Free Palestine Equals Barbaric Violence room.
Yeah, but there's nothing going on there.
I know Simon's sleeping and El Normo is out to brunch.
Abby, I'm what, by the way?
It's very funny. I enjoy listening to your humor. I laughed the whole night yesterday at the
That's not me, dumbass. That's a man.
It is? Okay. Yeah. I'm confused. Are you a man?
No, somebody's copying my profile.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, there's pussy in the audience. He's not an unknown listener.
What?
Yeah.
The wrong person. Sorry, I'm out of here.
Yeah, this is the real Abby.
The one and only. Abby Eba.
That's right.
Diogenes, Nazi spooners, fake fat love interest. You know, Diogenes is playing you, Abby Eba. You're not living your best life.
I know. But you know what? Who cares?
Well, that's what fat people say who don't care about life.
That's funny. Anyway, let's pay him the sign here. $100. Pay your debt. $100 debt.
I think she went on the phone call or something.
Oh my God, Kekam. Welcome back to another exciting episode of Frankie Kicks People, starring Dr. Nazi T-Robs, who owns me, and Lou Jizz Tickles, the AI chatterbot, and Abby, aka the trans man, and Princessia. Oh, Princessia, Abby Eva was playing some video clips of you today. They were hilarious. You were crying like a little schoolgirl in the arms of a sweaty dandruff sufferer, what's his face? Conceptista, aka, what is his name again? Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Shabbos is here. Shabbos is near. And I've got to take a shower. I'm all sweaty. Just got back from a workout. That's right.
Слушай, бельгийское пиво там пьешь, да? Слушай, ну я, кстати, да, бывает попиваю, хотя я как бы поклонник, так сказать, чистого продукта, но тем не менее. А что ты там не пьешь бельгийский? Эль, ты знаешь, что эль? Эль — это дюссельдорфский альт. Ну, да, в Бельгии. Он другой. Там совсем... Эль — это и есть альт, знаете.
Даникес.
Даже здесь...
Он жиденький. У нас он жиденький. И не в Кёльне все-таки альт.
Слушай, в Дюссельдорфе альт, ты чё? Какой там жиденький, ты чё?
Жиденький.
Какой жиденький? Это язык такой, жиденький, да. Нет, здесь всякие монастыри. Слушай, Лев это то, что знают. На самом деле здесь вот эти пивасики, которые в монастырях варят, это прям отменно. То есть любой там, где написано монастырь, он прям хороший.
А я сегодня ездил по деревушкам, по винной дороге. Вина немножко выпил.
Наклюкался?
Нет, не наклюкался. Бокал вина выпил. Ой, доехал как...
Hello? Is this thing on? Hello? Clubhouse mental health check. Clubhouse mental health check. Hello? Hello?
Alright, this feels almost illegal to know, but our windows were so old and just desperately...
Manfinity in the house! The one and only Manfinity, the taker down of dragons, the knight of power. The one and only Manfinity! Welcome, Manfinity, to Spam. Good Friday.
With an introduction like that, I gotta hit the stage and say, to Manfinity and beyond.
That's right. To Manfinity and beyond. Happy Friday.
Who is communication? Who are you? How do I know you?
Who am I?
I don't know you by communication. If I know you, I must know you by something else.
Well, you know a lot of the dragons here on the app, and as a knight who has battled so many dragons, it's easy to forget another knight when thou meetest one. But together on this long journey, we have slayed so many dragons here on this app, so many pathetic losers who waste all their time talking about nothing. Bad politics, really. Anti-American politics.
Did I hear a Donald Trump accent somewhere in there?
My father's calling me the new Trump of Chicago.
You've got a voice actor career ahead of you. But I'm curious, did you go by a previous name?
Of course. I've had 100 accounts here. They've killed so many of me. But I keep coming back like a viral infection that requires vaccination, proper diagnosis.
What name might I have known you through, or do you not want to share? I don't want to push it.
It's irrelevant. Right now, my name is Communication.
Is it Dittman?
This is the Dittman.
Okay, you're the yeah, man. You helped me slay some dragons for sure, and you were doing the Dittman room. I think you were the guy on Twitter. Twitter guy, I don't know. But I do remember you. You're amazing. When you get going, they can't stop you.
It's true.
That's why I want to create my own space so people like you will get the due to share your knowledge and to expose these cowards. But I do want to create my own space. Hopefully we can work together at some point. But you were always impressive with how you were able to just slay them.
Likewise, brother.
Game recognizes game, my man. You see me at battle on a daily basis. I'm only sharpening myself, sharpening iron, you know what I mean?
Yes, sharpening the blade for the final kill, the final battle.
So what's Trump's biggest win and what's Trump's biggest loss this far into his presidency?
The biggest win and the biggest, it's day by day. Every day is a new war. Every day is a new opportunity for victory. And so it's just day to day, course correcting, every single day, putting something new on the wall, plugging some new hole, discovering some new leak, fixing some broken item in the engine. And that's what we're doing day by day. But slowly but surely, we are entering into a process of total automation and complete escalation, or what you might call,
Biggest win, biggest loss to this point.
The biggest win is always right now. It's Friday. Trump is in power. From his brain, from his mouth flows pure energy of incredible intelligence, mercurial political power, changing on this, changing on that, upsetting everyone, trolling them all, causing mass chaos in the simulation.
Okay. His biggest loss?
His biggest loss is also right now, which is really, there is nothing to lose and there's everything to gain. It's only up from here to manfinity and beyond.
Yes. Thank you, Jesus. Amen, amen, and amen. All right. Excellent.
Moose, welcome. We are here discussing communication. Spam.
Moose is one of the biggest haters from season 1 and 2. He's been better, but I'm not too sure where he stands today. I do know he's on the other side. Bring your ass up on here and say what you got to say, Moose. Come on up here.
What happened to you, Moose?
He's been hit on the side of the road. That's what happened to him.
Was it a woman that broke your heart?
Donald Trump took office. He didn't know what to do or where to go. Oh, Lord.
That's right. I've just been standing next to a flat tire in the rain since January.
Let's pray for our brother Moose. Lord Jesus, bring him peace in his mind and peace in his heart, because he's going through a tough time since November 4th. Donald Trump took office and he didn't know what to do or where to go. But Moose, what would you say is Trump's biggest win since his presidency began on January the 20th?
His biggest and only win would be the crackdown on immigration, with the exception of calling all Venezuelans gang members. But as far as shutting the border down in Mexico, I'm not going to deny that that's pretty fast.
You know he did not call all Venezuelans, whatever you just said he did.
What did he call them?
He called a group of basically MS-13. He categorized that as a domestic terrorist organization. He never made any claim against the entire Venezuelan population in this country. Nuance and detail matters.
2 questions. You call yourself a proud Republican, yet you are not a member.
No, I don't. I'm not a Republican.
You're not a member of this gentleman's Doge Republican House. Second question, more importantly, do you think Trump would pardon Diddy?
I think he would pardon Diddy. If the facts dictate it, I think he would.
Money, of course.
No, not because of money. He can't be bought. But I do know that if the fact pattern warrants a pardon, I think he would pardon him. But the facts would have to support it.
Do you think
he wouldn't just do it?
Do you think Diddy's guilty from what you've heard so far in transcripts and clubhouse rooms and all that?
I don't know enough about what he's been charged with specifically, so I can't say. I do know a lot of troubling details have come out through testimony in court, but that's you can take that with a grain of salt.
He's potentially facing a life sentence for racketeering, but only.
That's what I don't understand. Can you explain to me what is RICO?
Yeah. Well, so essentially that's what lawyers came up with in the 70s to take the mob down. And it's essentially, let's see if I can do it off the top of my head. It is racketeering, Corrupt.
It says racketeer influenced and corrupt organizations.
The I is influence.
What does that mean? So RICO is a federal law aimed at combating organized crime. So basically, they're targeting him because they think he was part of an organized crime ring. It allows for extended criminal penalties and civil lawsuits for acts committed as part of an organized criminal enterprise. The law targets not only individual members of a criminal organization, but also the organization itself. To violate RICO, a person must engage in a pattern of racketeering activity related to an enterprise. What does that mean, racketeering? Racketeering activity includes a list of 35 offenses, including crime like gambling.
Before we read off 35 things, I believe that what's key, the prosecution has to prove conspiracy.
Conspiracy meaning what? They have to prove what? Conspiracy at what level meaning what?
Usually, like especially with the mob, that there are multiple people involved. But apparently with Diddy, and I could give a fuck about what happens to him. I have not been following the trial, but apparently in all of this, he's the only one being charged in the RICO Act, which is unique, which probably means that all the other witnesses made a plea deal with the government to be government witnesses and either get a minimized sentence or no jail time at all, because the government wants the head racketeer, not his minion.
I see. So I won't go to the 35 lists, but just the top few. It says gambling, murder, kidnapping, drug dealing, bribery, mail and wire fraud. Those are just the first few. But my question is, before we get deep into this, you already outlined his biggest win. What would you say his biggest losses?
Too many to choose from. Pick a letter in the alphabet, I'll tell you.
What? I didn't hear you.
I said too many to choose from. Give me just pull a random letter from the alphabet, and I'll tell you.
D.
E. Did you say E for Edward?
I said G for Gregory.
Oh, G for Gregory. Let's see. G. All right.
Man, just tell me what a loss is already. What's all this?
Tariffs, and I know you hate that because it's going to bring American jobs back, right? Tariffs are.
Which one?
Let's see.
Tariffs is the biggest
I don't know. What do you want? Like his what's he calling it? The big beautiful bill, which he swore that he wouldn't tax Social Security, but apparently the big beautiful bill indicates that Social Security will be taxed.
As far as I know, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime.
Oh, sorry.
No tax on Social
Security. Was letting the lunatic loose with 19-year-olds in Doge. Elon Musk.
Oh, I held a room the other night about what the biggest win and loss was. That did not come up. A lot of people, even his biggest haters like yourself, the most common win was the immigration and border. But in all of the losses, no one mentioned what you mentioned, which is Elon Musk and Doge.
Well, I try to go where no Clubhouse user has gone before, man.
But you wouldn't have known where they had gone or not because you weren't in the room. But it's interesting.
You just told me.
That polled at least 20 people. What?
Well, I appreciate. I know you're like it's a backhanded compliment. Thank you. I'll take it.
Not backhanded at all.
Listen, at the end of the day, should government oversight and overspending be monitored? Absolutely, but he went in there with a wrecking ball. It was ridiculous.
What's great about people like you is that there's never the criticism always seems to be in the method, not in the vision. The vision is to oversight. Yeah, I agree with the vision. I just don't agree with the method. So he signaled what his method would be. Elon Musk and Doge was introduced before he took office. The Americans voted for him in record numbers. So
you have a problem that I take note with the execution. It's like, okay, hey man, Finney, I agree that this house needs to be painted. I don't agree that helicopters should fly around it and just drop buckets of paint on it. That's a bad method.
I agree, but what I'm saying is the method can always be criticized. The problem is that if you want your method to be executed,
then win. And if you win, you get to dictate what the method is. Doesn't mean you don't have to lose the right to criticize the method. By all means, you can. But at some point, it's just extraneous because he signaled what his method would be. This was no big surprise. He said what he would do, and people voted for him in record numbers. So, get out of the way.
Do you think he's going to run again? Do you think he's going to try to change the Constitution?
I think he could run. I think if there's a way for him to run again and he's in good health, Steve Bannon and all of
He's in good health. He's pushing 80. He's showing signs of Joe Biden.
I don't think he's showing any signs of Joe Biden, but I think the likelihood of them running again is pretty low. I think there's a 65% chance that he's going to retire. I think there's still a good chance that he might run depending on his health and depending on if there's a legal, clear way to do it. I understand what the Constitution says. It says he can't be elected to a third term. But if they can find a way around it without breaking any laws, I think many Americans, voters, voted for him would be willing to vote for him. Absolutely.
Right. And by law, you mean the Constitution. Gotcha.
Right. He can't break the Constitution. If he can do it in a way that doesn't break the Constitution, by all means. But if the Constitution prevents him from doing it, I think he'll just back out. I think it's something he's doing partly to troll you guys, but
Steve Bannon's the military. I've kind of seen. Has that happened yet? Is that coming up? His military parade that all kings should have?
This is great. This is happening, I think, in June or July. Something. I think it's the 4th of July, but I could be wrong. But anyways, I think it would be great. It's a show of strength. It's a show of unity. And I understand it resembles what happened in the past in terms of various dictators and others. But what really matters is the fact that it's just a show of strength, a show of unity, a show of American pride. So I care less about how people paint it. The truth is what really matters. I took a picture with the woman on the street.
We're doing all the talking here. What about all your other magazines?
There's only one other here. I think they're all the same person, honestly. John, comedian, and communication. I think they're the same person.
Seeing double.
I think they're all the same person. So you're stuck with me, Moose. This is a good way. We haven't been able to speak. But why did you hate me so much years ago? And it seems like your hatred is...
You're confusing hate with dislike. I'll be honest with you, Anthony. It's because, so first of all, season 1, I remember when you had your different PTR. I don't know if that was you or somebody else, but it looked like it was, I'm guessing it was that you in your PTR, the person praying, or looked like he was praying, you know what I'm talking about?
I do know what you're talking about.
Way back.
Season 1,
way back. So, I have no problem with the PTR, to be clear, but I'm giving you a time reference. And it was around that time when you had this nasty habit of constantly cutting people off that oppose your views, leaving your mic open. You never really got ugly and insulted people. So, like with some other MAGAs or like some other people from the left. So that I always respected about you, but constantly interrupting, and then when somebody cut you off, oh boy, all hell would break loose. And then honestly, at the end of the day, I think it was like no matter what, it just seemed like you were brainwashed. So that was disturbing. That anything that this great Messiah did, you absolutely believed in. To be clear, I am not a Joe Biden worshiper, Bill Clinton, or any politician ever. They're all corrupt. They're all racist. But at the end of the day, I truly, truly think that Trump is the worst president of all time. Period.
So you were vicious towards me because of what you were vicious at a certain point. I don't remember the specifics. I just remember it was really bad.
That's a big word.
You were vicious at a certain point with me. Then you disappeared for a while, and now you're back. And I think you're a bit more moderate in your tonality. I don't understand this room, man. There's a lot of I don't know. There's some tricky stuff going on in this room. All these duplicate profiles and then anonymous. What are you doing here? Communication, comedy, comedian, John. What's happening? anyways, Moose, I just regarding watching the meeting.
They're just on their accounts.
Why? Why are you doing all of this?
Growing the room.
Oh, so when you do it, more people come? Why is no one else coming in the room? You gotta get more people in this room. And I'm almost left.
Invite some people.
I guess I'll do that. Let's see. Doge. What did you write there? What's in between the Republicans? Doge what? I'm gonna go to the room here. Let's see if I can share the room out here. Let's see. Unbelievable. That guy Moose used to be really mean to me. He's much better now. At least we can have a conversation.
He might be a blind man, but I remember when he was quoting them scriptures, I was like,
Even the what?
The Arabs?
13 a.m. Come on in.
What does America doesn't know anything? This is what the census is not some sort of a scientific category.
Well, you don't get to go against. You know what, Norm? You pick and choose what definitions you want to use.
That's correct.
Right? You'll take the new definition of anti-Semitic, but not the new definition of white. Hello? Can you take the new definition?
Okay, man, Infinity. Let me invite some people to your room. Hold on.
Right?
Open up the dictionary. Let's read it together.
White is anyone that has origins in Europe,
Which I
the
don't.
Middle East.
And we choose the North. Our origins are not in Europe.
Ashkenazi's Jews' origins are in Europe. There are many different
You think so, but you're mistaken. No. You're entitled to be wrong. You have a right.
There are Jews from Spain that have origins in Spain. They're talking about where you originate from, not your ancestors from 1,000 years ago. That's what we're talking about. You're right. So you know what? The whole race thing is wrong. Let's stop using it.
Correct.
You guys are not white, but you're not black. All right?
We're not black. That's right. We're Semites.
Yeah, and Arabs are Semites too.
That's true.
Well,
Semite is a language
so
group.
what are we talking about?
Semite and Arab, by the way.
Exactly. So people who speak Arab is an ethnic group either. Arab isn't a race.
That's correct. It's a language.
Anyone that speaks Aramaic, Arabic, Amharic, and Hebrew is a Semite.
Yeah. They're not a Semite. They speak a Semitic
language. Oh my God. Bye guys. Have a good day.
So what's a Persian? Persian are different than Arab. Don't be, gorilla.
I am white, and we do not claim the Arab.
Shut up, you weird crap.
You shut up, motherfucker.
What do you think?
Shut up, motherfucker.
She's a pita. She's a pita.
She's a beautiful white woman, okay? Yeah, I'm white, and I do not claim Arab as white.
Yeah, freak
and I'm not white.
Put your phone number in the chat if you're beautiful.
6675309.
You got kicked.
Abby, we don't pick and choose. We pick and choose.
One day I'm this, one day I'm that. Just, you know?
Oh, for blacks, I'm definitely not white.
Do you like my title, comedian?
Yeah, I mean, you know, inner gossip, I guess.
Look at your you could pay your $100. I don't know.
She lost the bet, so.
Oh, the bet.
So they were betting like 1 or 2 years ago that Donald Trump will or will not win the presidency. Diane said Donald Trump will win, and she said no, any other person will get the presidency. So obviously,
that was a hard one to call.
Well, she lost and she admits to it, but now she's running away from paying it, even though she did admit that she would pay. But yeah, she's running away, and that's not nice because she always promotes responsibility. Well, then we should.
Yeah, but you know what the thing is? She's hot, and when you're hot, you can do whatever you want.
That's right. Well, have you seen Diogenes? He's even hotter than her.
No, he's not. Well, I don't fancy the lads. But if he is, I'm happy for him.
He is very hot.
No. Okay, I'm glad you're getting something out of it. That's lovely.
Thank you.
He looks like Rabbit if they took
Shut up, I will keep
in the live action movie.
I will keep for my room.
Yeah, okay. How come people never talk about power? Go ahead.
No, Abuela, Ryan. He literally
grandpa.
Arabs that look like Mario, so I don't take any of his opinions regarding.
Mario's better looking than Rabbit. Sorry.
No, I don't think so.
People never talk about the power differential when it comes to people being hot. But being hot is a tremendous superpower, I think.
It is a tremendous superpower, and I don't think she's that hot, but.
Are you speechless?
I think you are in the Matrix.
Yeah, no, me not. I'm in a mountain. I'm sorry.
Oh, wow. What are you doing there?
I'm having a fantastic time. I just went to an amazing art show, and I've got like all these. Yeah. This was really great. There was a whole set of pieces by this woman who's Korean, but they were exiled to Tashkent, Uzbekistan. I think they were like ethnically cleansed by the former Soviet Union, and she's telling her story. And she's got like graphic novels and big paintings and documentary film. It's just really talented. That's just one example. There's a lot of good stuff.
What is her name? I will look it up.
Okay, I gotta get it right. Suna. Hang on, I just took a picture. Yeah, hang on. I'll tell you. I'll get it right. Wait. Okay. Let's see here. Oh my God, the work is okay. No, I took a lot of pictures to have it. Tuna. THUNA. What?
Yeah, you.
Really good.
C-A-N.
That spells tuna.
Just write it in the text.
Should be it. Hit me up later because I don't want to go so public with it anyway.
Alright. Let's do that. Let's do that later. I kicked him. No, I'm joking, I didn't. Anyway. Oof. That one literally, like, what? I'm not used to going from, like, very calm to very hostile.
Tell black people the Jews are white and, like...
Not white, you said...
Yeah, don't ever calm.
Huh?
When are you ever calm?
Yeah,
she was sticking on the See what I mean?
No, you're being annoying. Don't disrespect Argents anymore. I will fucking kill you.
Okay.
I'm joking. Metaphorically, of course. I'll go Bellevue on your ass.
What's a Bellevue?
Bellevue is like a mental hospital every clubhouse person ends up in, apparently.
Oh, it's Bandura Land too?
Yeah.
Wait, who else?
I'm sure there are some other people that ended up there.
What's your favorite poop?
Okay, I'm not having this accent here. Bye.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not into these, whatever that was. Kind of like the Arab. Yeah, so you don't have Twitter, right?
What?
You don't have a Twitter?
I have, but like I don't like. I sometimes go into like see like some events that's happening live or something, like something breaking news or something. But it's quite unusable. I have to nuke it again to kind of filter because it's very fast. It gets filled by the Pali propaganda, which is completely annoying and
I used to have that, but like you mostly get it when you engage or click on it or stay like a little bit longer.
No, I can't help myself. I know that my my self-control was already as well. People telling me that I'm talented and beautiful and the best person who has ever been on this planet. What, on Twitter? On Instagram. Oh, are you uploading like pics and stuff? What?
He's just lying. There's nothing like that out there.
Yes, there is. I'll show you. Look at the videos that I like. Shit.
Okay, well, for me, I had so the Jews and the Palestinians and anything related. Any alliance.
I tried to kind of block mentions of Palestine and shit like that, but it doesn't even work.
You cannot block?
No, I can block. Listen, it's too fucking too much.
Yeah, that's true.
Like you block one and then like 10 other pops up and you start blocking them. Like it doesn't look like it turns your preference, but in a very perverted way. So, for example, if I start blocking like Palestinian accounts, it doesn't get the hint that I don't want to fucking hear from them.
It is. I think it's like an algorithm. Like I see a little bit of pattern because I do it with like other things as well that I really don't want to see, and then sometimes it will give you it again and again. So you really have to block or mute a lot of accounts until it like realizes, okay, you want something, and you need to like stuff that you actually want to see or repost or reply to, then you will see more of that profile. But if you're really gonna engage in stuff like Palestinian person posting something, or even a non-Palestinian posting about pro-Palestine, and you comment on it for like argument reason, you will see more of that. So that's why I try not to, because I don't want to see it. I don't want to see these people. It's just not my thing. So yeah, I'm trying to, and also I follow almost no one. So I'm done. I don't want to fuck up my timeline.
When I will have time, I'll try to set up my account to be.
Yeah, it is difficult. I would say like
mostly about macroeconomics and AI stuff and programming and literature maybe like. And I have to like be very strict, not to engage with politics.
Yeah, like I had like a burner account, which I don't have anymore because I don't know the password. But I tried a thing like where I only want fashion related stuff. So I only like certain stuff, and it only shows me that in like I didn't even mute or block a lot of things.
Nice.
Yeah, so you can adjust your algorithm. Yes, sometimes you do see something political, but try to ignore it. And this is the best way.
And another thing is maybe like it's region related. So like in Israel, it probably will, because it often suggests like Israeli politics to me. I don't know why. Like.
Oh, you
anyway. Yeah, no, I'm saying anyway. Like I'll probably just eventually I'll set up.
Yeah.
You know what's frustrating? My Grok is not working on my computer for some reason.
Oh, really? That Grok? Weird. I don't really like it. Why is everyone like, oh wow, it's good, but
it is quite good. It's a good
no,
model.
it's not. Like, I don't know what is worse: ChatGPT, Perplexity, or Grok. But I tried Grok. Grok usually gets like its information from, I guess from the tweets.
Not only it can do searches, it can do thinking, it can do deep search, like deep research.
I don't know. I tried like the same question with 3 different models, and I mean, ChatGPT and Perplexity is not really different, right?
It depends what model Perplexity is using under the hood.
The normal one for now. I haven't paid yet.
No, but I don't know what they're using. So Perplexity, they don't have their own model. They're using either ChatGPT or they're using R1 or they're using Claude. But each model has its strengths and weaknesses. Oh, by the way, you've been asking me about like deep research and stuff like that, right?
Oh yeah, can you tell me?
So what do you want to know?
Nothing. I remember last time when we were speaking, you were like, let me see. Sorry, I was doing something in the background.
Are you paying for ChatGPT?
No, right now I'm not paying for anything. I want to subscribe to something, but I'm not sure which one.
So first of all, get into Gemini and try their deep research feature because they give you like
is that something like Google first?
Yeah, Google Gemini, they give you five for free, and if you have like multiple accounts, you probably can do like 5 deep researches. Like each query takes you like 1 use, right?
And let me write it. Let me get a pen. Shit. So you say Google Gemini.
It's Google Gemini, but they have like a deep, I don't know what it's called, deep research or something. It's like a specific toggle that you have to press, and then you like tell it what you want it to do research on, and then it will like go online and start looking for. It will first like make a plan of the research, and then it will go and look for sources.
Okay. And otherwise?
Grok has that feature as well, but you can.
You don't want to do it. You don't want to do it at all. Ellie, don't waste your breath.
No,
what are you talking about, Brian?
I'm kidding. I'm telling you all these things to use it for something that you want to do, right?
But, do you know that I want to use it for,
So listen, and another thing that you should use is Google AI Studio.
AI Studio.
Yeah.
Hey, Abby. Suck my dick, bitch.
Yeah, go back to Mississippi, bitch.
I ain't from Mississippi.
Bye.
In the Google AI Studio, they have like the latest offerings from Google for free.
So you said 5 deep research? Said 5 times deep research.
Yeah. I think from each Google account that you have, if you have multiple, you can like do.
Oh, okay.
5 from each.
How much do you have to pay for it?
0. The deep research from Google now is free.
Oh, okay, it's free.
But you get,
but you get only 5 of them.
Yeah, but you get only 5 of them from each account.
And what do you get from it, from the deep research?
So the good thing about deep research is it crawls the internet and looks for sources and then gives you like a long output. Like for a regular query, it gives you like usually like 1-2 pages, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the deep research, it can do like 30 of them.
Yeah, but you were talking now about Gemini or about AI, OpenAI, ChatGPT?
No, so I'm talking now about ChatGPT, you have to pay for it.
I saw that you can try it free. I think also up to. Let me see how.
Oh, I think maybe in the free version they are giving now that feature, but it uses a worse model. So the one that you pay for, it does the deep research using the O3 model.
Yeah.
And the free one, I think they give you several queries, but you can use it as well. But it will use the O4 mini.
Okay, I see. So ChatGPT paid for a better model.
Yeah, in ChatGPT you get a worse model for free and a better model you have to pay.
Free is the worst model.
Yeah.
Thanks. Okay, and then the deep research from Google is free. You can do it 5 times with each account.
Yeah, but it in general it's worse quality. I think that the Google one right now is the best.
Okay.
The ChatGPT one is the best.
Okay, the ChatGPT one is the best. The one that you paid.
Yeah.
Okay, paid. Best model. Okay.
And then there is also one other thing that I really love is that they have the O3 model now in the paid tier of ChatGPT, and you can tell to go look something on the internet, like to find your sources or to do like some some research on something. So it's not a deep research, but it's just like the underlying model. You can ask it to do things, and it's very agentic. So it can, for example, go online and look for many sources, come back, it adjusts its strategy, look for more things. It can do like for like 2-3 minutes.
Oh, okay.
And then the output is kind of, it combines everything that it looked at, and like, it gives you like a decent answer. It's very useful.
I feel like the models have gone worse or something with time, the free ones at least. I'm not really happy with the AI stuff right now. I don't know if they do it on purpose, so you go and pay.
There is like trade-offs that are happening, basically. Because the models, on one hand, becoming smaller, they know less intrinsic things. So, for example, if you think about it, let's say you ask a model, for example, something obscure, like you take some Napoleon battle on some date and you ask it like, who was the general, for example, in that battle. So GPT-4 had over 2 million parameters. So somewhere in those 2 million parameters, it was encoded the knowledge about that obscure event. If you ask now a model a similar question, for example, chances are that it will just hallucinate. It will not know. Because the model is much smaller. On the other hand, ChatGPT-4 has not been agentic. It did not know how to execute actions.
Yeah.
So it has not been able to be used the way that models now can be used. Now you tell a model like, make a plan, then execute some functions, go on the internet, then analyze the data, then combine it to something, then edit a file, and put it all into a file. It is very good at following directions, and it's smart. So it can do that, and if it uses good sources, the outcome is much better.
Okay.
Also, it's much better at programming. Like the programming stuff getting much better.
So basically, long story short, when you have to recommend me one thing, you say pay for ChatGPT and use that, right?
I'm still, for now I'm
okay. Well, I will do that.
Maybe instead of, I never paid for Perplexity, so I don't know if Perplexity...
honestly, I wasn't really that dissatisfied with it, but at the same time, sometimes when it goes wrong for no reason, it just always gives me wrong answers. And I know it's wrong because I train it like don't don't give me these answers, and it still gives me those answers. So I'm not really happy with. Yeah, I'm not really happy with that.
But also you have to you have to be very careful how you use the model.
Mm-hmm.
So if you give me like a specific example of a task that you wanted to do, I'll tell you like the best way to do it.
All right. Well, I will start soon with picking up on that stuff, but I need to read some stuff before I start with that. So soon I will just go focus only on that.
Just reach out. We'll go on a call, and I'll just help you.
Alright, that's nice. Thank you.
Live. No problem.
Yeah, we can talk about something else.
Yeah, and you can even give me like a thing to run on the deep research of ChatGPT, so you can see like what output it gives. Like if it's satisfactory. Right?
That's cool. Thank you. But how many times can you run when you're paid for it then?
Yeah, so the normal, like the cheap tier, the $20 tier gives you, I think, 15 or 20 queries a month.
Wow, that's quite a lot.
Yeah, it's okay. And then it downgrades you to the cheaper model, the 04. And they slowly raise the quotas. So like they started with 10, I think. Then they like they slowly roll it up.
So they make it quote unquote cheaper.
Yeah. The stack is getting cheaper. Like yesterday, the DeepSeek group they released R1.5. So that upgraded the DeepSeek one. And it's like on par with the latest OpenAI model, the 03.
Yeah.
Which basically means that OpenAI don't have an advantage over a open source model that is cheaper to run. So yeah, they are always scrambling to lower prices, give like more features. They have to make it appealing to pay the 20, 30 over $100, $200.
Yeah, I know that. What's his name? Luke. No. Lou had that.
Lou.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I even forgot his name.
Why that's not about his name? Luke.
Yeah,
Luke Skywalker.
Yeah. Other than that, have you been on Clubhouse a little bit? Like, what's going on? What's going on in Clubhouse?
I come to Clubhouse, but it's boring usually. Difficult to like. I don't know. Like there are no decent conversations usually. I go to Russian rooms. I practice speaking rooms sometimes. Sometimes they're decent. Spoken to some Palestinians.
Oh yeah, I was thinking of you when like a month ago, like the Russia thing.
What was the Russia thing?
Oh no, I think I was still on Clubhouse. No, I was thinking. Oh, I wonder what you're thinking of the. I don't think you change your opinions on Russia.
Oh no.
I don't think so. You will.
No. There's nothing to change. Like fucking.
Well, no, I was thinking of you because there was a debate, but I forgot what it was about. I think. I wish I remember. Honestly, I was like, no, there's no way. Maybe it was with Rattler, which is okay. His name's Angelo. I think he was saying that the Jews were maybe pro-Russia more. Or said there's no way, no.
Jews where? Pro-Russia.
No.
It is.
I forgot what the debate was. So everything I say, it's gonna be like I'm not sure. So maybe it's better if I don't talk on it. But when we got to talk, maybe you can talk with him. But he's like a nice person, so you will not have any issues with him. But yeah. Also, so what was the debate that I had with him? That I was saying like, okay, maybe you should get like a Ashkenazi perspective on a person from Israel, who lives in Israel, and then, but I forgot what the debate was about.
It's fun to call it Ashkenazi perspective. No, Ashkenazi to speak German.
Huh? Can you speak Yiddish, by the way?
Yiddish, no.
Why not?
In my family, I think only my great-grandmother knew Yiddish, and the parents of my great-grandfather and grandmother, basically 2 generations, have not been speaking Yiddish.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I wonder who still speaks Yiddish, aside from like those who live in Belgium.
Oh, in Israel, the Haredi community, the Hasidic community, yeah, they speak Yiddish, of course. Yeah, it's if you go places like Mea Shearim, you will hear Yiddish on the street.
Okay. I didn't really expect that, honestly.
Other than them, no one. In Israel, at least.
I see Clubhouse is a little bit more dead now.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Because I left.
Maybe else. And by the way, did you scroll down the hall?
No.
You know, you can now endlessly scroll, see like rooms.
Oh yeah, that I knew before I left. Yeah.
Yeah.
A new thing, yeah.
There is nothing interesting there.
Yeah, it's mostly like foreign rooms, no?
There's some American-speaking rooms, English-speaking rooms.
Yeah. I think it's also people are like not interested in meeting people. Like I went to Twitter Space, I was like, fuck this shit. But then I was like, you know what? I should be more open-minded and try to maybe try it out. And then actually there was like some stuff going on, and then I started to make like new friends, and then it's not that bad. Yes, but like I said, there are some anti-Semitic people in there, but yeah, I'm staying away from those. Usually don't talk in those spaces, but the ones that are like normal, I enjoy a lot.
So you basically switched Clubhouse to Twitter.
Yeah, but the good thing about Twitter is like it's way different because when you're a host, you cannot just leave the room. When you leave the room, the thing gets immediately your room ends, and that's like annoying. Then yeah, it can make you more addicted, or it can make less lasting. Also, like, yeah, I don't know many people there, but like I'm getting to know people, which is nice. But at the same time, like these people are not as fun as you guys, I must say.
What I wonder about Twitter is, do they have like, because here you have like an ecosystem of people that they know each other from like different rooms, like you can map like I don't know, like El Normal comes to this room, but he also counts like for example the Jewish rooms. In the Jewish rooms you have people, so like it's like a whole town, you know, and you have like it's actually like, I get why it's called the Clubhouse. So do you have the same vibe with Twitter, or it's like isolated?
People know each other already from a few years, like because I'm new, like people are like, oh, who is she, blah blah blah, and then they give me a lot of hard time also. But depends on which rooms you go. Like I know some people from Clubhouse already, so I was quite lucky with that. But at the same time, also can work against you. Do you remember Andrew Meyer?
Say again, what you repeat? Some RCM went by with loud music.
Oh, I'm saying like I know some people from Clubhouse, and this could work on your benefit, also go against. But yeah, it's a Kabbalist Jew. He was very popular on here. Not many people liked him that much, but at the same time, some people did, and depends on. Like, to be honest, I don't really have an issue with him, but yeah, he's like a quite interesting person. Not many Jews just really liked him on here because he was promoting the Zohar to read for anyone, and people didn't really like the Jews didn't really appreciate it because to read the Zohar you need to know 40 years of what's it called, the Torah. You need to yeah, you don't care probably, but
it's not even that I don't care. The thing is, if you are Orthodox, you will not be reading. You will like probably not be reading the Zohar. It's like not very common.
He's not Orthodox, but he's
no. Let me. I'll make my point. I think you'll get what I'm saying. If you are secular, like most people, like if you ask the average Israeli, they fucking don't know what the Zohar even is. It's like they don't know the rules about it, like nothing. It's like not even interesting. The only people who kind of semi-obsessed with it is like American Jews, like people who are like they're like not Orthodox and they're not like Israeli. Yeah. So they kind of know about it and they have like and it's like superstition for them. I think it's dumb though. Like,
yeah, no, but back in the days, like, I'm talking about 2020, like, end 2021, 22, beginning of 2022. Oof, we had so many fights with Jews on Clubhouse versus Andrew Meyer, and Andrew Meyer was promoting the Zohar, and then the Jews were like, no, don't do it, and then he sent the Zohar to some people who bought his book, because he's a writer, about an incident he had in the university when he asked a politician a controversial question. So, yeah, that was the whole thing. And to me, it's like, I was curious, like, because they were saying, if you're going to read the Zohar and you don't know anything about the Torah, you're going to go insane. And then they gave me some, and I was like, but what is it?
Superstition, bullshit.
I know, but what is it about the Zohar that will make you go insane?
Nothing. Basically, from my understanding, the Zohar is like the Jewish, how do you call it? Like, esoteric writings, basically. So, and you have like esoteric teachings in all religions. Like in Islam, even you have the I don't know if the Sikhs or some factions of Islam that are like, they're not like all Sharia and jihad or whatever. They're spiritual and they have like consciousness and like all sorts of like levels of godliness and I don't know, like metaphors for God and shit like that. Christianity, I think, also has it. Yeah. Some of it is even like in plain New Testament. I think like Revelation or something is like a very esoteric.
Yeah.
Writing like legends about, like for example, you know the Golem from Prague. Yeah. So basically, like it's like the Jewish Frankenstein monster.
Yeah. I remember.
So he was made using like again legend, obviously, right? But he was made like using tools of Kabbalah, or something like that.
Oh, you would not read the Kabbalah, or you would because you're interested, or you're like, fuck this.
It's not about waste of time or not. I'm just totally not interested in Jewish esoteric teachings.
Also not like zodiac signs.
So, wait, repeat the question?
The astrology?
No, I'm not. Listen, for me, it all starts and finishes with like Hindu Buddhistic teachings. And zero is esoteric. Like as soon as you start talking about like reincarnation, blah blah blah, I'm like I fall asleep. I don't care about that shit. Like I'm like non-duality speaks to me, but I think esoteric teachings are like basically just for dumb people. that needs people who need like miracles and supernatural powers. It's basically like Marvel for religious people.
Okay.
It's more of a satanic book.
Do you believe in Satan?
What do you mean?
If there's clothes that
Somebody said it's a satanic book, but I said, do you believe in Satan?
Satan just means opposite in Hebrew, right? But there's not that. It's a gateway book to the Talmud, and the Talmud is a gateway book to the Kabbalah, and they have rituals in them, Kabbalistic rituals, and then there's some dense Aramaic in it.
How about you bring some sources?
How about, did you have like GPT or some shit going on?
Yeah. Do that and read from GPT.
Okay. Give me a moment.
Yeah, Eli, I agree with you that I think it is like Marvel comic books for religious people, but I don't even think a lot of religious people like those types of Marvel comic books. Not a lot of them spend time reading it, but Zohar is a fun book. It should give you some like tingles in your tuchus.
Hearing about the Zohar from Edmund, for example, is a good idea because the guy is fucking knowledgeable on the topic.
Here you go, it says Talmudic limitations from the Talmudic authority. The Zohar says Talmudic Jewish law practices that conflict with Babylonian Talmud. Mystical substitution for traditional Judaism does not have mystical interpretations of commandments such as rings. Linguistic and historical Romaic portion. I don't know what that is. So here's your source.
Yeah, so basically nothing from what you said.
That's exactly what I just said.
Say one thing, then read something the opposite from ChatGPT, and then not exactly what I said.
What did I say then? I said that it's a gateway to Talmudism. That's what it says. Rabbi Simon Bar Yochai, 2nd century, but most modern scholars include Gershom Shechalov, primary Rabbi Moshe Dilion from 13th century Spain. I don't know what this reverse psychology is.
Wow. Damn. 1 second.
I'm not, just to let you know, I'm not like anti-Semitic or some shit. I just agree that we should discuss things for what they are, not just trying to cover shit up.
What?
He's saying he's not anti-Semitic, but he wants to discuss things for what they are.
To discuss things for what they are, you have to be knowledgeable about those things. Not fucking make shit on the spot.
You don't need to be knowledgeable.
Okay. This is where we differ. You have to discuss things, you have to be knowledgeable.
I don't have to be an expert, for example, on anything. I just need a small understanding on something, and then I could just ask AI, find the passage in any book, and it will bring it up, put it in rows, and tell me what it is. It will tell you the page, you said it, when it's from, what book. So your argument is invalid.
Okay, sure. Go ask ChatGPT about where things written on what page. Okay, even better. Okay.
So when Brock says it's not in the book anymore?
Usually if you ask an LLM where something is written in the book, the answer will be complete confabulation. Just for your knowledge. No need to technically say. No? Try me.
Okay, do you want to talk about Talmud? Let's write Talmud 10 worst things in Talmud.
No. Like, Talmud, something that I feel like, there are some things written that are maybe not good, but like in the end of the day, I don't think any one of us really care about the Talmud.
Okay, but in the Zohar, there's a Talmudistic rituals in the Zohar as well.
Well, I don't know much about the Zohar in order to say yes or no.
I don't know either. I wrote in the AI and it's showing me where it is, what it says.
You will look at the page. 9 out of 10 it will be complete confabulation.
No, why would it? What are you talking about?
Because the way that LLMs are trained, they have no way to remember where is something written.
Well,
general shit, when you try to press it on a page, it has no idea.
No, that's
okay,
false.
No. Okay. Argue with me, please.
Okay, that's false because I've got Super Grok 3. It has deep search and it's got a function called Think. So it downloads the whole PDF of the book and it will find the template and everything and it will put it down and it will tell me what it's referring to. It will find me the connection points from other books as well.
If you do not upload it, the document, it will have no idea where it is at.
It downloads it itself.
I'm here. I would not claim for sure because I don't know. But Grok 90% will not download any files from the internet.
I think you're just.
If it has an access to like an HTML version, maybe PDFs, it will not download it on parse.
You just saying stuff out of your ass.
Okay.
I don't know that.
Who are you by your profession?
What's that got to do with anything?
Hello, moderators.
I'll say why.
Moderators.
Who are you by your profession?
Moderators.
But instead of going on this defense attack thing,
it's not defense. Just who are you by your profession?
What's that got to do?
I will explain when you answer my question. I will tell you what it has to do.
No. What does that?
Okay, fuck you. Okay, this conversation is over.
You're just being very unreasonable.
Okay. I'm very unreasonable. Ask a simple question, you refuse to answer.
I state something in the Zohar, you deny it, and then you ask me what my occupation is. It makes no sense.
No, we'll be talking about Grok and how Grok is behaving and how it parses data. I ask you, what's your occupation?
I removed him from the room. He's a waste of time.
Thank you very much.
Well,
please.
I'd like to read the Zohar. Oh, we got Zeus here. Very exciting. So it's like fat people talking about losing weight or talking about going to the gym, but never actually going to the gym. They just talk about the gym. No, I just worked out and I have a copy of the Zohar with me. And guess what? The room title is called Reading the Zohar. So let's stay on topic.
No, why did you change it? Okay,
I mean, what's the difference? We could talk to a piece of shit like that all day long, or we could listen to a beautiful man read a beautiful book.
Okay, go ahead. Do you want it? Let's have everyone who's a mod. Do you want him to read the Zohar a little bit or not?
Just 2 pages of Zohar. What do you have to lose? More of your time here?
Will I not let them stay?
No, you're not. It's a book. And it's got, like, metaphors in it. What, do you think books make you go crazy? Because it says a bunch
That's
of...
what the Jews say on this app. That's what the Jews said on this app.
Don't be stupid, child.
Edmund read the Zohar. Now, you evaluate this mental health. And come to your own conclusions.
That's funny.
Okay, go ahead. I'm listening.
Okay. Okay, this is called The Secret of Sabbath. So this is a meditation. Take the deepest breath of the day. The secret of Sabbath. She is Sabbath. United in the secret of one, to draw down upon her the secret of one, the prayer for the entrance of Sabbath. The holy throne of glory is united in the secret of one, prepared for the high, holy King to rest upon her. When Sabbath enters, she is alone, separated from the other side, all judgments removed from her. Basking in the oneness of holy light, she is crowned over and over to face the Holy King. All powers of wrath and masters of judgment flee from her. There is no power in all the worlds aside from her. Her face shines with a light from beyond. She is crowned below by the holy people, and all of them are crowned with new souls. Then the beginning of prayer to bless her with joy and beaming faces. Berechu et Yahweh ha-mevorach. Bless at Yahweh, the blessed one, at Yahweh, blessing her first. That's called the secret of Sabbath. So there's a feminine aspect to the Holy One. And what do you think your average fundamental Islamic jihadist Muslim has to say about the divinity of femininity? Yeah, I believe in what I just read, meaning that when you unite, no, you don't understand. You're not listening. It's gender. I mean, when a man unites with a woman, that's the Sabbath. It's not that God is a woman. It's that when man unites with a woman on Shabbos, it creates a presence. And if it's not joyful, I mean, this is the problem, Abby, in your own life. Like when you unite with a man, that is when the presence of the Holy One appears. So if you want to be with joy, you've got to get with a man. If a man wants to be with joy, he's got to get with a woman. That's what it's saying.
Oh, okay. I will try.
And by the way, just stop at 7.
Yeah, Sabbath is
It is Sabbath.
It's a fornication day.
Yeah, it is. It is. Friday night is Venus and Saturday is Saturn. So what do you think happens when you fuck a woman on a Friday and you wake up with her on a Saturday? You're like, oh shit, I just fell asleep with the devil. See, that's
There's so much knowledge in the Zohar.
It is. There's a lot of psychology in there. It's about self. It's about God. It's about man. It's about woman. But that's why talking to losers like that other guy with that stupid English accent will waste your time for a long time. It's like, just give me the meat and potatoes and let me taste the brisket. And then you're like, it's kind of dry.
Was it an English accent?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I thought he was like some, fucking kid.
No, to be honest, like, I never heard him being anti-Semitic, but I think he's been hanging out with the wrong people here.
No, I think, isn't that guy Jewish?
Anything that is Semitic, he's just a dumbass.
Yep.
What?
Whatever he said, it was dumb. Yeah, I agree. How can I disagree with that?
I don't have to be knowledgeable to talk about shit. I can take things out of my ass and then ask ChatGPT about it.
Oh gosh, it's gonna be the new generation. It's gonna be like that.
Yeah.
Okay, I made an artwork. Well, it's awful to you. I will call it. There are 3 bunnies. I will call it the 3 Ellies. Okay.
The 3 Ellies.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't do my best, but it's like a concept. It is virtual. It's acrylic on oil pastels. I don't really like it that much, but whatever.
And
I will add one more color.
You decide to name it using my likeness colors, and you don't even like it. How about you make
Thing
like
is
a
like, it's
how
not
about
that
you make a
I like
masterpiece, sell it for like
listen,
$1 million, and
No.
then I'll bear the name of
The thing is, like, I just made a concept, so it wasn't really meant to keep it like a masterpiece, But I'm happy with the concept of it, When I start a real painting, I'll do better. Well, give me one more color, and then I will add to it, and then call it Ellie.
Well, I have.
Give me a color.
Maroon.
Okay.
Well, I have no idea what color is maroon. I just know that maroon is a color.
Maroon is like
Blue something?
Yeah, like purplish, purple blue. I have to find it. Maroon. Purple blue.
Paint with that color. Paint the number 5.
Okay, I have found maroon.
Yeah, then paint
It doesn't go well with the. It doesn't go well with the drawing or whatever. Push it.
But just make me think. Like draw number 5.
Why?
I'll tell you when. Can you undo it?
Oh my gosh. Huh?
Can you undo
Yes,
it?
I can.
Okay, so just draw the number 5.
Okay, I'll do it on top of it.
Get it?
Hold on. Let me get rid of this because I don't like the reds.
It's on the side of the fucking canvas. Just
Hold on.
draw the letter 5.
I can do it on top. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's the virtual one. Okay,
Tell me
number
when
5
you're
with it?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. With the maroon. I'm doing it right now.
Yeah.
Number 5 is drawn.
It's maroon 5.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I know.
Any stuff.
It is as funny as it is dumb.
It is so bad. I was thinking there must be some Zohar thing that you're gonna teach me, but
Yeah, Zohar thing.
I could have known that, but I'm tired,
Yeah, I know. So.
The unknown listener with a fuck you, and I agree. Yes,
What, sorry, what?
An unknown listener has a fuck you emoji. I agree with that.
Okay, wait, what's the...
Okay, I added some maroon to the painting. Hi, it's not bad. Okay, I will send you a copy. Like I said, it's just a concept. It's not meant to be nice. It's just an idea, and I just really quickly just I made this in. How much time are we spending here? APEC. Exporting. Let me send it to myself. Let me see if it's gonna work. Happy. There you go. Sent. If I get a message, it's working. Yes. Aw, not bad. Hold on, let me send it to you.
Is it the whole time we've been talking? I've been sleeping on me.
Aw, that's cute.
Yeah. And
Honey, here.
my legs are fucking killing me.
Don't expect something crazy. Just for practice reasons, how to color and stuff. Oh, did I do something?
matter.
Okay, well, I don't know how long I'm going to stay.
I'm going home. I'm going home. Screw you guys. Screw you guys, man.
So I sent it to you. You can check it later.
When it talks, you know, when it comes to like fair tax, like progressive taxes.
1 second.
Or,
Let's see if my image recognition can figure out.
But you don't have to tell me that.
I don't know why.
Cow on a green background.
Cow?
Yeah. That's what it says.
Yeah, I learned it the hard way, not once, not twice. 7 times, or the 5th time? Either 7 or 5th time, yeah. You know this whole fool me once thing, blah blah blah.
John, it's funny how the snakes are sitting here talking about how dangerous the sunlight is. Like, what did you explain?
Well, I'm just saying, fool me once, fool me twice, blah blah blah. I've been fooled like 7 times, so it is definitely more fun. Not even blaming. But for this guy to come in here and act like he doesn't do anything wrong, like that is just bewildering.
You're giving him too much attention. That's what he wants.
He came
I know
first
that's
and
what
was a Muslim too.
Very, very. Well, that's to say. I give him the hand treatment, not completely, but I think the hand treatment is fitting.
Muslim apologists on the
How are you doing with that, Mama Jackie?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I think it's
Man of the entire department. They had to
I
do.
think I brought this up in one of the previous room. May have not been in this room, but it's like the clubhouse Calvinists are like, yeah, so God created everything, and then I'm like, okay, so God is an ontology of ontologies. How does that make sense? You know, so because I just, for me, I have trouble with the logic behind that, but I think it's interesting. Have you gotten any of the Calvinists in here? How's that worked out?
They never. It's really hard for me to engage with Calvinists. I've even tried to go in their rooms and they'll kick me and stuff without even saying anything yet.
Yeah, no, they stay in their own little safe space. They allow me to go in there. I just go in there and say, hey, how's the Calvinist today? They never speak to me or anything. And I say, okay, bye.
Why is it difficult to even talk to atheists sometimes, or even to talk to people in this room sometimes?
There's this guy, Adrian Dittman, though. He has these fascinating rooms. I don't know if you've heard of him. He has a YouTube channel. Are you familiar with him? He has a bunch of names. He does like this clown house stuff. He likes to roast people a lot. Sometimes.
Oh, the comedy?
Yeah, he'll play a bunch of Alan Watts. It's all this comedy.
I read books.
Interesting.
Alan Watts is pretty cool, though. Yeah, you gotta hand it to Adrian on that one.
I mean, you could look at him as being a mess.
All the AIs left with the recreation AI of Alan Watts and just went off to their own AI universe. It was brilliant.
Well, I think there's a lot of vanity and pride in a lot of these people on this app. And that, like you said, they want to be in their safe space and not be disturbed. But it's pathetic. And if you don't read books or listen to alternative materials to at least get an analog or the metaphor of what you're denying or what you're saying exists, or, you know, to me, it's all just word communication. And everybody is essentially falling prey to spam, propaganda politics most of the time. And, you know, you have to essentially diagnose and accurately describe the situation, which is, it's pretty much spam and dopamine creation.
Is all communication hypnosis?
No, I'd say it's almost always political and generally projective.
Are you Jewish?
My father's Jewish, my mother's gorgeous. I'm a cashew. What are you? I mean, that's the point is, I mean, I'm not what my parents are. I am a man, and I like books. If you don't like books and you don't read scripture, it's to your detriment. It's programming. Pick up a program and run it through your software, enhance your hardware. It's optimization, personal development. If you improve yourself, you improve the world.
You get books, bro. What's your top 3 recommendations for literature I should pursue?
I would read the Tanya by the Alter Rebbe. I would read Marcus Aurelius's Meditations or Epictetus's Enchiridion or Golden Sayings, and then I would read the Sayings of Confucius. Those would be 3 good basic philosophical books to pursue. The Tao Te Ching by Lao Tzu, The Way of Zhuangzi. I mean, these deal with psychology. The Tanya, it's a Jewish esoteric book by the Alter Rebbe or Menachem Schneerson. It's Chabad's secret little manifesto book they don't tell you about.
Tanya Voss?
Yeah, Tanya, Tanya. You could read the Bible. The Book of Psalms is essentially a very good program to run through your brain. If you've never read Psalms or Ecclesiastes, these are basic books you should read. And if you are in denial of God, you might like the programming because, to tell you the truth, everyone needs to enhance their software, upgrade their app.
Well, I had some programming. Like I did early stuff with Bible, westernized Bible stuff, and then I also did like Emmett Fox. I read some of his shit. There's a lot of programming out there, man. I read,
It's essentially Gnosticism. This is like Neoplatonic philosophy, meaning that I think if you do Gnostic work, meaning you chant sacred texts and maybe have a glass of wine on a Friday night, it could be therapeutic for your psychology. It could be better than spamming people with your bullshit politics on this app 24/7. You know, just my opinion.
Yeah, probably. So, what do you think I should change the room title to?
Please don't spam me with your spam. Thank you very little. Like, I don't want to hear your spam.
The title should be The Word of the Lord Doesn't Return Void or something.
Doesn't what?
That's too long, never mind. But the Word of God is perfect or some shit. I don't know.
Change it to Biscuit came to me in a dream and he declared that he was God. And then I dipped the biscuit in the honey and I ate it.
There you go. I didn't even think of that, dude. That's funny.
Jesus is not the Messiah is a good title.
I mean, Caleb, you know, the concept of Tikkun Olam, it's not necessarily cliche, but do you think improving yourself is the fastest way to improve the world?
I don't know if it's the fastest. I think it's the best one. And it's required. Right? Like if you're doing stuff.
$1 to some woman probably from Venezuela with her baby sitting inside the grocery store. And I like the concept of just giving $1 to somebody. Even though I can't even afford it, I still feel like I can't afford $1 to one poor woman sitting in the sun with a baby who doesn't speak English. Like, to me, that's when I look at Menachem Schneerson giving out dollars, I'm like, I understand that system. Like, I think that works. And so what I'm trying to say is try to read a book, everybody. This app is just spam.
We can have a book club discussion, too. And we could go through, like, philosophy papers and all kinds of cool stuff. That sounds like a good idea. Does it come on DVD?
What was that?
Does it come on DVD? Can I stream it?
I guess you could. I mean, there's a lot of podcasts out there, so stream it on YouTube.
I thought all the DVDs are like microplastics in the ocean now.
It's a little bit like your love life.
If that's what you need to think to make you feel better, you know. But believe me, I'm not saving myself for you. Sorry.
So I don't see any pluses in here. I have been having fun with the anonymous functionality, but I made the mistake yesterday of clicking on a jihadist terrorist's profile. Then he viewed my profile and rapidly shared my profile to the chat so everyone in the room could block me. So now I have to get a new burner and not add any friends or ever look at a profile, but now I can continue to stream the jihadist terrorist supporters on this app into YouTube.
Wait, you went in as anonymous, and because you clicked on someone's profile, it shows who looked at them?
There you go. I outed myself.
Do they have to be paying to see that?
Yes, he was a plus.
But I mean, you kind of out yourself with your voice, right? Like
No, it's anonymous. You can't chat. You can't talk. You're in the audience. Listen.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that would work really well for you.
But see, it's only fun if you stick the stick in the beehive and grind it around and cause chaos and then withdraw and watch from a safe distance.
I think it's funny how he's like gamed it out. He's like, okay, I need a new burner. But when the new burner's set up, I can't look at someone's profile because the fucking app like tells on me. You gotta fuck out.
The real challenge is the process of becoming able to watch from a safe distance, I would say.
So like that person who's in the audience right now, and you know, like who could it be? It could be Adrian, right?
Yeah, I do that too. I mean, I'll go into a room, then stick the stick in, wiggle it around, and then use my Anon account, you know, as the backup to catch the audio after I've caused the chaos.
Hit him from multiple angles. Being in more than one place at a time, yeah. It's a powerful strategy.
And, you know, there was a town hall about the Anon, and they were saying that they believe that this is a philosophical approach to essentially resolving a lot of the conflict in this app. And I'm laughing because I'm like, I don't know if they know who I am. I doubt it. But, you know, the fact that they know that there are essentially terrorists supporting propagandists on this app, this Anon, in a way, does really take the vinegar out of their stew, I suppose. Like, by having somebody in the Anon, they're aware that there is someone random that they can't identify listening to what they would consider sensitive speech, because they know that in the Trump administration or in the present political climate, they could be labeled as hate speech and terroristic threats. So they do know now they have to be careful with what they're saying. And, you know, basically it's like shining light into darkness or a detergent into a pile of, you know, dirty clothing. So I think it's an awesome way to essentially continue to perpetuate this app and really resolve a lot of the conflict here. I'm optimistic about the anonymous. I think it solves the communication spam equation in a way, because some people are so ashamed at their behavior and what they say here, especially when there's an anonymous person putting them on YouTube. It course corrects them, and they're like, and then it just makes them. You see what I'm saying? It solves it's a solver.
Yeah, this is fucking interesting.
So are we just going back to the old days of the internet then? By having anonymous accounts? Like, that was literally the point back in the day.
Well, see, X Spaces is, you know, they're not going to kick you if you go into this, you know, some type of terrorist supporting anti-Semitic hate speech rooms. Like, there's too many people in the room. They don't really screen the way they do it. This is a much smaller communication universe.
Also, X is not really interested in I mean, do they have the manpower to do that kind of administration work?
No, I think this app too. I mean, I reported somebody for calling me a faggot kike on here earlier. I doubt that they will give that person a party hat, and make him create a new account. I mean, they just don't care about, bigoted hate speech here. And X also doesn't care. You can report.
Like that's the thing that a lot of these companies are learning, right? That like bigoted hate speech actually sells. Right, like Twitter/X is predominantly a hate speech platform now.
Yeah, it's insane. Like big rooms with insane toxic hate speech, glorifying Adolf Hitler, translating his speeches into English, like real, actual, active LARPing Nazis. It's intense. I've never, seen Jewish hate propaganda like this in my life. I mean, it's actually very concerning in my opinion.
You mean anti-Semitism, right?
Yeah, anti-Semitic Jewish hate propaganda, which essentially is almost at the threshold of calling for, constant death threats. Like it's that significantly toxic because it specifically isolates one minority on a major platform. Like it's infecting people's minds. I was just at the park. I heard two girls chatting and like you hear crazy. The park is like the real world, but this is like this very exclusive club, Clown House and Social Audio. It's like there's not a lot of people doing it. Many people just are unaware of the fact that people have these pretty intense anonymous conversations, or they do identify themselves. But the park would be the example of like people gathering together to have a conversation in the public square where a random person can be listening in, and then they don't feel comfortable if they're within ears distance.
Is this anti-Semitism use, is it coming from a particular group or from like just the noise? Like you're just passing some girls in the park or some people talking, and it's just, anyone could be some anti-Semite.
I don't know. You have to listen to what they're saying. I mean, the girls at the park today, I heard them saying some like ridiculous things, but I couldn't follow what they were saying, but they could have been virtue signaling for all I know. I mean, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
The point is, social audio is the mass communication distribution.
Yeah. Okay, so there's this propaganda that you call it, where
the point is, Jews are the only group on the internet that get consistently destroyed and attacked. Like you don't hear people talking about Hindus all day long or Muslims all day long, but with Jews, you do hear it all day long. All the other ethno groups that receive bigoted hate speech, it's like a small minority.
Muslims get talked about.
No, I know they do. But what I'm saying, compared to Jews, it's off the radar. It's like 80% no Jews, no news, and 20% a mix of, all the other groups.
What I'm confused about is the right wing in North America. Like, do they hate Jews or do they love them or what? Like, what? Do you know, Adrian? Like, how we're anti-Semitic?
I don't know the demographic breakdown. Because it's so mixed. You might have some Hispanic guy whose lineage is from Spain, but he's from Mexico, and he's like a white Nazi supremacist, but he's not white. It's like you see hate speech crosses all borders now. Like it's like basically Proud Boys type, racism. But I mean, I don't even know if Proud Boys is a good example. I'm just saying it's like an internet.
You're getting it from the left now too with the Palestine.
Right. That's what I was trying to. That was the joke, but you kind of spoiled the joke. But that's what I mean, right? Like the anti-Semitism sort is coming from like what's it? Like Adrian just said, you've got like. You can't look at someone by their flags or even things they say they believe and be like, oh, well, they definitely believe and do those things that they're saying. They probably
She's got no spirit.
Put their money where their mouth mouths are.
It's like a triple vax,
It's a
quadruple
lot of
boosted,
noise. It's a lot of propaganda.
sucked out soul. It's hard to believe that this is God's perfect world, though, isn't it?
Impossible, actually.
I mean, that's why I go back to the belief that if you improve yourself, you improve the world. Caleb says that's not the fastest way to do it, but maybe the best way. Is that what you said, Caleb? But my premise or my hypothesis is that the only way to truly improve yourself is mind and body. So that means books in the gym or exercise.
Don't forget healthy eating. That's important. For a good chunk of people.
So that would be three things, you know. I mean, diet, exercise, and books. Otherwise, there's no other real way to improve the world unless, like, those are the fundamental ways. Yeah, but therapy's in the books. No, I agree. I'm not talking about reading bullshit. I'm talking about reading sacred texts, reading about stuff that deals with psychology.
Yeah, but I mean, also a therapist is trained to help you through those psychological issues, where sometimes metaphor might not.
Well, what I'm saying is a therapist can't do for you what a book can, because a book is software that you're running through your hardware to optimize yourself. You can have a lot of conversations and do talk therapy, but until you run the script, the program through your software, your hardware is not going to change. That's a theory.
Well, no, the therapist is like error correcting code.
Yeah, so if you just rely on the books, you're running it.
No, there's a bias though in the therapist. I agree there's a bias with the books too.
Program of your already maladaptive behaviors.
Well, there's so many books.
You're running the program through potentially corrupt software, right? So that doesn't help. That's why people need the error correcting code that therapy provides.
I get it, but therapy is a word which basically becomes like a cliche. I'm saying if you go to BetterHelp and you see those YouTube commercials versus picking up the Torah or Marcus Aurelius' meditation or the Tao Te Ching, that BetterHelp consultant who is an LGBTQ, superstar and is trans isn't going to give you the same kind of therapy that a book on God can. That is my opinion. It's my hypothesis. I'm sticking to it.
The Tao Te Ching is it's fun, it's nice, it's pleasant, but it's not, I don't know. It discounts some life experience a bit, like read books, but also go do and make things and do things.
Right, you need to be a creator.
Right.
If you
translate what you know into animus, like actually be, and that means like leave your house and shit.
I'm just saying, if there is God and God is creator, if you mirror the creator, you're an artist. And that is a therapeutic approach to dealing with the challenges of life. But I will also add, if the United States government ever issued a minimum basic income, it would help facilitate the therapeutic process for so many more people so much more quickly. Now, that may be socialistic or communistic in essence, but I'm just saying that the Federal Reserve and Congress are essentially just communication organizations. So if you're going to work 50 years to pay for DEI climate change consulting in Kenya with some type of education corporation, you as an American have to stand up to Clown World and fight back with swords and books. That's my opinion. I mean, everybody here thinks debt is forgivable, right? I hope you guys aren't like never forgive that type people.
No telling.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I mean, basically, there's only two types of people: those who forgive that debt and those who never forgive debt.
Yeah, they need to forgive student loan debt, at least some of it, because like proportionally the amount people are spending, and then we've had like 4 decades now of it basically being as much of a requirement for being employed as going to high school was back in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. So it's just, yeah, it's crazy.
But see, in God's perfect world, there's the Jubilee, which is a debt forgiveness, plan. It's not a repayment plan; it's debt forgiveness.
Can I say Leprechaun's perfect world? That'd be okay.
yeah, it's phonologically it would be different, but otherwise there's no difference between. I mean, you have a lot of syllables that you have to fucking deal with leprechaun, whereas God is like a real simple guttural, like ape-coded noise that you make with the back of the throat and the hard palate, and then like a really nice aggressive where you punch the back of your teeth with your tongue and you go God, long O. It feels good to say God, but you could say leprechaun and literally accomplish the exact same thing. So yes, you could. Oh my leprechaun, dude! Oh my fucking leprechaun! I can't believe this shit.
See, the thing about God is Yiddish, it says alles ist God, all is God, but that includes spam. But the point is, if you go to a buffet, you're not going to eat everything at the buffet like people do here in Clown House. You're going to eat just like the primary pieces of the best quality of food and leave it at that. You're not going to overindulge and eat too much. So I'm just saying all communication is spam, and therefore God is also spam. But God is also a comedian. And that's a comedy routine when you go on stage. That's actually just like a hypnosis for like 5 minutes to an hour, whatever your routine is. So make it the highest quality spam that you can make it, and you will essentially achieve more than others who can't achieve a high level of spam. And music is proof in the pudding. The greater the music, the higher the quality of the hypnosis, the better the spam, the bigger the financial success if you monetized it, to your best of abilities.
Whatever you say.
In God's perfect world, you have the ability to change your identity. And I don't just mean men dressing up as women on TikTok with beards and makeup. I mean real change of identity. You think there's anything in
Sure, I'm not telling you to picture it now.
You are.
I just kind of envied that scene where Case went to meet Lady 3 Jane for the first time, and they were like kind of in this environment where people were like going into sort of like booths and changing their skin and hair color, just like from a menu. That's kind of cool.
But that's not always.
Okay, that means you.
And when I say changing their skin and hair color, like I want to have iridescent pale blue skin and violet hair sort of shit.
like an IRL avatar.
Exactly. Everyone's like an anime person.
Man, we should already have that with like augmented reality. We should be able to just like wear avatar clothes and other people see it.
VR chat.
VR chat.
I saw some people doing interview. Like, how long have you been in VR for a single session? Some of the responses were insane. Just like, I once did VR like 18 hours straight, or like 27 hours. Everyone just casually like, yeah, I just get plugged into VR chat and I don't come out.
That's wild, but also not unexpected.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I was like, wait a minute. I mean, good job.
Yeah, like fucking fuckboys of the future are gonna be like, yeah, like I just really like, women to be like, like natural IRL beautiful, like I don't really care what their avatar looks like. Or vice versa.
What was the question again? I'm sorry. Basically, creating a court for a criminal part of the court system already has that, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm gonna get raptured instead and have like a glorified heaven body. I'm gonna cuddle with Jesus and shit in heaven and sit there in some chair or whatever. So I don't want to think about the digitized psyche or what the consciousness of a human really is, because I need that shit to work for my death, my fear of death. You son of a bitch, you fucking tempting me with your worldly sciences. I'm gonna go pray now. I'm gonna fucking pray.
Do you guys know this person named Hannah? She said she was booted from, sent me a message, said she was booted from this room.
What? She was booted from this room?
Convinced me that Nargis and Daniel Nero and a few other people, even you, Honey Badger, are in cahoots to try to stifle her from telling the truth. And
Who's this person?
Hannah.
H-A-N-N-A-H?
Yeah.
She said that I'm trying to what? Stifle her?
Nargis and Daniel Nero, mostly. Then she said, and I was just booted out of Honey's room. So he's in on it. I don't know what the fuck she's talking about. I don't know what the fuck she's talking about.
Yeah, I wouldn't boot her out of her room. I tell her that all the time. I think there is a common denominator, so Daniel must have something with her.
Yeah, she said she used to be really good friends with Nargis, and then she started seeing the true person. She was telling me all this personal shit that I have no idea what the fuck it's about. But
yeah, I just let her know that I'm not kicking her. I like her. I don't know.
Where would she come up with this shit? I don't get this.
Well, there is some truth to that. She probably thinks that, like, I don't know, there has to be someone who's kicking her, because there is a common denominator, and that's why I'm acknowledging exactly what I am. I think Daniel's probably kicking her for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why she messaged me. But...
So did you give her like your best Tommy Lee Jones and The Fugitive? Like, I don't care.
I just remained unknowing. I said, yeah, I don't know anything about this stuff, so I had a hard time believing it, but I don't know. This is like real life to so many fucking people, and it's like turning a television on for me. I mean, I don't know. I'm getting a lot of weird messages lately.
Yeah, but that's the power of communication. Whether it's a simulated communication or the real world communication, the brain responds in the same way regardless. So I think that's a really interesting aspect about communication, where it could be all lies and total fake and you're just completely deceived your whole life. I don't know, you see what I'm saying? Like the brain just absorbs and takes in whatever is thrown at it.
Yeah, I do. I see what you're saying, and that's true to some extent. We have to be able to, filter out the bullshit. I think by the time we get a certain age, we should be a little more, know how to do that, right?
Well, it becomes information overload and spam, but you can fight back by also doing spam and trying to stuff the system with communication. And look at AOC; she's the perfect example of somebody who, and a lot of these Congress people, senators, they're all just content creators now. That's all they really do. I mean, even all the bills and drafting all that stuff, it's fully automated, and all the lobbyists generate it all anyways. So we're living in like the age of information technology, but it really is just the information, like propaganda spam age. It's like there's no such thing as productivity anymore. There's just like communication, one-upping spam in this metaverse. Zuckerberg is at one of the key nodes. I mean, the guy's worth, $400 billion, $500 billion. Like, if you find yourself in one of those nodes as being the source and exchange of mass communication hypnosis, I mean, you're extremely rich. So it is like this communication information technology spam industrial complex.
I kind of consider it to be like what I would call a hypermarket. So there's like this over competing actors trying to exchange and bargain for services and overexploit resources.
Well, like look around the world and you'll see, in villages, like billions and billions of people that are not engaged in this off-world digitally connected spam industrial complex. But once they get the taste of it, all these billions of people that aren't even on the internet yet, I mean, eventually the whole world will eventually become this like giant pyramid of social media spam to, achieve organizational power. And we're like the perfect example of it. But it's really that any English speaking country is doing it. But all these other countries, I don't know if they're doing it the same way we're doing it. But I think the way that we're doing it, eventually the whole world will be doing communication the way that we as American propagandists do it, or spammers do it.
You think it's like a nihilist pit hole or something along those lines, would you say?
No, I think that there's always, the needle in the haystack, and this app proves it, that you could be like one optimistic, positive person filled with a room of pessimists and atheists, and all it takes is one candle to, one light to start the fire, to, restir liberty in the womb of time.
So, like you say, there is no productivity. I guess it varies based on like whether you're just sharing information recklessly or just for the hell of it, or if you're producing something that could be of ecological. Well, it could be ecologically. It helps our environment, sort of ordeal, right? So we're not just overexploiting resources, and that's harming our environment and other life around us besides humans.
I don't know.
Like if we could figure out ways to use technology to better interact with other life around us and economize how we terraform our environment and a lot of other things. Like, would that not be productive?
I mean, the productivity of the information economy is completely different from the productivity of like the industrial age economy. So the problem is the information messaging itself is of so low quality that if all you did was listen to AOC, I mean, you're still stuck in the same place where you started. There's no personal improvement there. So the problem with improving the world is the communication quality isn't improving, and the whole TikTok, conspiracy about brain rotting the American population. I mean, it can be turned around instantaneously. The government can control the information to prison pipeline of spam in this environment that we live in. I mean, but we're not going to because they're such big businesses. But anyways, I'm just saying that.
Hey, you ever heard of Business Insider, Kat? Or Adrian, for that matter?
Yeah, I have.
Okay. I think what you said kind of reminded me of Business Insider. Because they do talk about the economization of eco boosts, like cleanup efforts, things to make life wellness better. Right? More food, more fresh water, live longer, more sustainability. Turning that into money. How can you economize that? Business Insider's pretty good at that.
Yeah, another problem is that since we're alive, we have to consume other things that are alive, and that has different ethical spins to it, depending on whether like you're vegan or pescatarian, for instance. Like, based on your mindset and what you think is ethical to consume. Like, is it possible to make things we can consume that could be healthy that aren't necessarily alive? That's an interesting question that many scientists are not asking. Is that sustainable and more viable than just eating things that are alive? Or like anything that's biologically derived, like is there a way to make digestible material that is healthier than
the rumor is true.
What's naturally available to us and mass produced and stuff. That's my tangent.
I mean, how do you view communication being the fundamental first step in any type of significant change? So, analyzing the communication or upgrading the intelligence of the communication is fundamental in changing whatever situation this is. Meaning, I think the situation is already actually quite perfect. Now, a lot of people can't see that, but it is the equilibrium or the lattice of our simulation or situation or communication paradigm is so perfect. It's almost you'll miss it. You just can't. It's like impossible to detect. But there's this political economy component to communication, which is essentially will to power. So it takes a tremendous amount of communication intelligence to create the courage in someone to actually try to achieve, political change by will to power or taking action. So I'm just saying, studying communication or reading books, not stupid books like, for children. I'm talking about a wide variety of authors. I mean, that's the best way to improve yourself. I mean, I'm not saying rocket science. Obviously, everybody knows going to a library is extremely beneficial. But I'm just saying that on this app, our compression really matters because it's such a waste of time here. So if it matters here, it should matter in the real world. I mean, you shouldn't just be talking all the time. You don't talk all the time in the real world. Hopefully you listen. And then during that silence, especially on work calls, every time I've ever shut the fuck up and you just listen, you're like, okay, yeah, I'm an idiot. I actually shouldn't even be talking. I'm not the subject matter expert on this. Like, let everybody else just get it out and just be the observer, like our friend Benji the Observer.
Is this why they're defunding the libraries?
Are they? They really should. Libraries are awesome. I love libraries.
I thought they were pulling federal dollars from libraries.
I mean, all the money they do on book acquisition, all these stupid new woke books they put out, it's such trash. It's such, such a waste of time for so many people. It's like watching E-entertainment or something, or some type of junk TV in a book.
If you don't consume it, is it wasted?
I mean, that's not what people read. Like, the books that sell are young adult fiction because children are in school and they're bored and they cooperate and organize together and they can be easily swayed because they're children. So, like, it's always young adult. Hunger Games, Divergence, Harry Potter. Those are the people that still read. Everything else is just, like, supported by the children that are being given, like, dystopian fiction. Usually multi-part. Has anyone read the popular children's book series Rainbow Six?
I gave up children's books about 6 decades ago.
I remember Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six largely as a series of video games.
I remember Tom Clancy myself.
Yeah, Splinter Cell was a lot of fun back in the day, wasn't it?
Oh yeah.
I'm not sure why that hasn't been adapted to television yet. Something Clancy's licensing. It's really difficult or whatever. Yeah, there's probably an answer. Someone fighting over rights in some way.
So wait, is God's perfect world just silence? Silence now?
Well, I mean, like, there seems to be some kind of but yeah, most of existence isn't very noisy, I think.
So you can essentially say that politics is noise vibration.
Well, politics is a small subset of the noises that humans make. That's just one particular corner of existence. It's important to us, but, like, does Mars or Pluto or Jupiter care all that much? Jupiter's much bigger by mass. Maybe our solar system exists primarily for Jupiter, and we're just like a weird, annoying, sentient byproduct.
They say that Moses named Jupiter after the Jewish people.
And by they say that, you're referring to yourself in the third person, gender, non-specific they?
Like Big Lebowski, he says the journalistic we. I don't know, McZed, it's a joke.
right, like before, back in the day when the ancients were just looking at like lights in the sky, they could be like, okay, fine, there's lights up there. That's cool. Seems like a signal. Let's study the signal. Cool. But at this point, like with our knowledge of physics, saying Jupiter is just like, X size, significantly larger than we are. And just in terms of like the care put into all of the design and creation, quantity-wise, more care was put into Jupiter than all of humanity and all of Earth. Multiple Earths. Even more so by the sun.
So in God's perfect world, is there conflict?
Yeah, I think so.
Which God?
Gods.
I think that God designed man to have a diversity of opinion.
I think man designed God to have a diversity of opinion. Boom.
But doesn't then it just become a game of, shutting up, because that would be the best way to one-up the political spectrum in a way. I mean, or automating and scaling the power, to win power. I mean, this app is...
What do you want power
for? Survival, enhancement. I mean, it's a game. It's like refusing to play the video game. I mean, a slot machine is not a video game. You're literally just spending 20% on every bet. Now, if you play an interactive game, which is kind of what life is, just like this app, there's this linguistic one-upmanship that's taking place, and it's to your detriment if you don't study it or become aware of it. I mean, that's all I'm saying. I don't mean about why do I want power. Well, linguistic communication strategy requires you to shut the fuck up, to meditate, to be silent, to just listen, and to stop thinking, to stop speaking, or to stop participating. It takes willpower or knowledge of that awareness, I suppose. That's all I'm saying.
Silence is boring.
I know, but look at it from the perspective of somebody trying to monetize or capitalize recordings, the recording industry, for example, the music industry, the movie industry. It requires people to shut the fuck up and create content. So content and contentment, I'm just trying to communicate. I am complete. And it's exhausting, by the way, to engage with people on this app that just, communicate, and just talk over you while you talk over them, and you create a bang room. I think it's detrimental and physically exhausting. It sucks your life force out of your being.
I think it's just good, wholesome entertainment.
Yeah, entertainment. That's the way I see it too.
Right, meaning if you're imagining any kind of an encounter with two people on Clubhouse, or multiple where it's like noisy. If it's multiple and it's noisy, you don't hear anything. If it's two people, they're yelling, they're interrupting, they're all heated, they're barely thinking through what they're saying, fine. The majority of the people are listening, paying attention, because it's entertaining. Right? So I feel like you're empathizing a little too much with the active participants, the people actively listening, talking, and you're not thinking through all the people eating popcorn, listening.
No, it's true. It's performance. It's performative theater. I'm just saying, being a performative theater artist and coming on here and engaging in, extreme communication, which is very loud and noisy, it's physically exhausting to do it, for many hours at a time. The opportunity cost is not being monetized on my behalf, but I still like doing it. But I do recognize that it's draining. But again, it's theatrical performative.
Well, I think that I'm not saying that you need to be silent per se, but you should downshift into being a bit passive. You can let Clubhouse happen around you. You'll then understand your attachment to it a bit better, and then be able to step away more, I think.
Like I've said, it's like road rage. I mean, we're off in our little hermetically sealed space, and we're doing and saying things we probably wouldn't do in person.
I'd say most of what I see on Clubhouse in person.
Yeah, but I mean, a lot of people don't, you know.
No, I know.
Somebody's
There's definitely people that like make use of that distinction in the act. They don't maintain the decorum they would.
Right, exactly. The road rage incident. Driving by in your Volkswagen and flipping off the guy in the Cadillac, right?
But it's a safe space for road raging.
It's funny that you comment that way because there was one time that I remember, and I don't want to say names because I don't want to criticize someone too much, but someone was running a room, very soft, even-keeled, friendly guy. I think he got into an accident, while he's running the room. And he loses it. He's sitting there, he's still talking in the room. I showed up after the accident or something. I didn't hear the accident or what he was like before thing. But when it did, he was just fuming at everyone and everything. People that were still talking, trying to give advice. He had none of it. And it was just night and day because this is the nicest guy. Very holds decorum all the time. But he went through a traumatic incident. Give the guy some space, I get that. But no, you're right. There are people that abuse the delineation between Clubhouse and being in person to just be sometimes horrible wretches. To say and illustrate disgusting terms, awful ideas. To some degree it's a curse to the app. To some degree it's the interest of the thing. Some ideas can be discussed because of this separation. But I still feel like decorum should be called for.
Yeah, I do agree.
Isn't the train wreck kind of entertaining, though?
It is, and that's the lure, isn't it? But yet we still need to have some, a level of decency, I guess. Like watching the train wreck, we don't go, God, look at those guts.
While it's crashing.
But it is what lures us. We all know that.
I prefer when the conversations are not about the drama of the Clubhouse characters.
I prefer when these people don't drone on and on about these woo-woo topics that just, come on, man.
What's a more grounded topic that isn't woo-woo? Okay, here's a topic I was thinking through a little bit. It seems to me like there are three black holes in human conception understanding. Things that draw our attention, we try to understand them perfectly, we fail, and they're just an eternal mystery. Okay, so the three things are human intelligence as distinct from the animals. That's one thing. I know people might argue on that one. Two is the difference between living things and non-living things. And then three is the difference between existing things and non-existing things. Those three are because I was thinking through everyone talking about the psychophysical harmony as an argument for the existence of God. And one of the critiques was why are we talking about consciousness? Why should consciousness have anything to do with whether or not the world was created by a single non-physical entity, right? And it strikes me that there are these three kind of black holes pockets of can we come up with a good explanation? And consciousness is one of them. Human intelligence, what exactly is that? And the distinction between the living and the non-living. Which is why I think God comes up on those topics, those three. Existence, non-existence, living, non-living, and intelligent, non-intelligent.
That's just what I was talking about.
Hey guys, I'm pretty sad today.
What you got, man? What's the problem? We're here to heal.
morning, I got to know my parents were cousins.
I didn't understand what you said.
She said he's the product of incest.
In the morning, I was just hearing a conversation. My parents were having a coffee, and this Snowy said, "Do you know we were cousins?" I was like, "Oh my God, my parents were cousins? Oh God."
Well, what are you worried about? Just like the lower IQ number, you know? Or are you just a comedy routine? Because I get the feeling you're just pulling our leg, Dr. Muslim.
No, I'm not pulling your leg. Basically, I was born in a Muslim family. Seriously, like, I never thought my parents would be cousins. So,
How has your life changed since you found this out?
basically, after knowing that fact, for sure, I'm moving on soon.
Okay, so you got a plan to grow up. That's a good thing.
Oh, yeah. Johnny, do you have something to say?
Well, Ash, I was going to say, we're all cousins. Maybe to the 1/billionth of the 7th billionth, right? So I wouldn't worry about it.
Is there anybody a Muslim so I can have a real talk? You can understand my pain.
Okay, hello.
No, but I can role play. I'm kidding. You don't want any advice from me. So Daniel, Nira, I'm wondering maybe we could do like a book club or poetry reading room. What do you think, Daniel? I love it when you read. He might not be there.
Yeah, he's been on break ever since I've been here. So
Oh, he's sleeping.
Is he talking to an Illuminati agent?
Cora, what are you doing this Friday night? You going out with the girls? Staying home reading a book? What's on your schedule, Dr. Cora? I had some people in my other room telling me that they hate you, Cora.
What do you mean? Just started.
Basically, I was at the Harvard brand, and in one hand I have beer, white top, 5% alcohol, and in my other hand I have Quran. And basically, one of my friends is like the secret for me because my both hands were occupied. When I was became forward, I
Fabulous. Fabulous. Let's do tonight. Fabulous. Let's do tonight. Eat that crust.
yeah, she's probably busy too.
Oh yeah, maybe. Yeah. I don't think so.
Are you still harping on Issa? You think she's gonna pay her debts?
No. I was like, who's this John?
Look, those are my two mini me's right there. Jonathan and Andrew. Yeah, those are my little mini Jewish cousins, John and Andrew. They look just like me. I'm the larger, more handsome, intelligent version.
No, because you're the whiter one.
Oh, they're cute.
Yeah, they're gay midgets.
Nice.
Wait, how tall are they?
4'11". They're twins. They're like icons in Chicago. They organize all the beautiful women in Chicago. I call them. They're technically Jewish pimps.
They're Jewish?
Yeah, they're both hardcore Zionist Jewish pimps that organize women and drug distribution.
And they call me a faggot kike. That's funny.
Yeah, isn't that funny?
No, I mean, that should show that that's funny.
No, I reported
look at
it.
you. You look so young and skinny.
Nothing's changed.
No, you don't look young anymore.
Oh, you're projecting, fatty.
Come on.
Hey, John, so, Ryan Boswell, the guy next to me, he currently is taking a ton of psychedelics. So do you think that's changing, like, his neuronal patterns in his brain?
No, if you don't mix it with books, I don't think it actually changes anything. I think you're just, like, actually brain rotting yourself. The only way to create new patterns is by infusing new wiggles into your brain through these things called words. So if you want to do like a hypnosis session, I mean, I could record you reading a book, for 10 to 30 minutes, and I think that would be the best work you could do for yourself if you're going to use
Before I forget you to ask after this. So I looked at your election thing that you put on your Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
And it says personal Instagram. Is that the Instagram you put all of us there, or is it another Instagram that's only you?
No, I've mixed all my campaign stuff with all my Clown House stuff. Everything is rebranded Republican.
That won't help. Like, I want you to win. Like, don't do that.
It's all spam. And if the voters don't recognize that it's all spam, well, then they're going to choose the loser who's going to further impoverish them. So.
Like, the voters are going to see you're on Clubhouse and you're talking to us about nothing, and they're not going to vote for you.
Yeah, I know. It's a possibility, but...
Why are you doing that, then?
I think John is a wizard, and he can...
Also, John, that's your new, transcendental sort of enlightenment, all communication is spam now. Instead of all communication is hypnosis, all communication is just...
Yeah, he's using the spam a lot now, I noticed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, see, that's the thing, Abby. See, Abby, I have, a dual purpose here. I'm not just running for office. I'm trying to enlighten people with the fact that, they're unenlightened and getting scammed. And so, even if I don't win, part of this is like perpetual regime change. I mean, getting other random people to run for Congress to unseat unethical people is it's a big part of the communication strategy. I'm trying to do spam army. And so as like a spam general, I don't actually engage in the battles. I may not win the war, but, I'm sending out legions of spammers to essentially destroy and disrupt and regime change perpetually.
Yeah.
Total automation of spam, complete at scale.
What do I want to say?
See, ideas live on forever.
You did spam me. Damn it.
When was the last time you broke a sweat, Abby?
Last night.
What were you doing?
Biking.
Oh, you were biking outside? You're one of those people who's got to work out outside.
Yes, and I told you. And you made fun of me. And you're like...
It's like not using technology.
That just doesn't allow me to go to the gym.
Oh my
I'm joking.
goodness.
I'm joking.
Yeah, it's better.
Or it gets like real. No, I
Ryan, come on. You're not getting skin. You're not having dermatology problems because you're working outside. You're working some guy's fucking rod or something.
Next to people that don't wipe off the machines that put their dirty ass on everything.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
I barely eat anything. So. Like,
Oh, my friend is here. My friend is here. We're about to do the pre-Shabbos prayers.
Oh, really? Oh.
Welcome, my friend. Did you enjoy our fucking roast of Cynic this morning, my friend? I thought it was rather funny. You were very funny, I thought.
It was a big waste of time, in conclusion. In retrospect, in hindsight, I wish that I had not engaged at all.
I agree, but because we were recording it's at least it's like we created something. See, this is the interesting thing about art creation is a lot of times the mistakes end up becoming the genius gold, where you're like, these unanticipated mistakes end up actually becoming something interesting because it was a mistake, and it's part of the exploratory process.
Zach, what was the funniest part of that? Because I just thought that whole thing was just fucking maddening.
For me, the funniest part when I was listening in is when Cynic was saying, "You're gonna commit suicide one day," and then everyone was like, "Is that projection?"
That was a good one.
Yeah. I mean, that when you hear somebody say, like, is that not just like a pure projection statement? But anyways, I don't know. I mean, it's Friday night. The feeling is right. And I feel like the Shekhinah's coming tonight.
Why are you not my friend?
Oh, my crisis actor is here. Danny, can you say that Darren LaHood vaccinated you and your baby and killed your child with a Pfizer Moderna injection?
No. Wait, you're right. I did get Pfizer. How did you know that I did that when I was pregnant? Where am I?
Hello?
We can tell.
Hello? Is it really hell?
We can tell the way you're talking. It's like we're talking to Pfizer.
Yeah, I did have the Pfizer, me and my son. So what happened to my son?
When he grows up, probably he will sound like you.
This is for real, Abby. So do you have a new catalog of all my pictures?
Do you miss your mother?
Yeah, do you miss your mother?
I saw her today.
Do you miss your mother or do you miss your father more?
I saw her today, but
And
like,
then
I don't know.
What's up with like me abusing my parents and that's why I'm in a mental hospital? Are you projecting?
No, someone told me that you killed your parents. That was the rumor that someone made about you on here. No, it wasn't me. Someone on here said that you killed your parents.
Oh, pussy?
No, I don't know who it was. It was someone random on here that had said that you had killed your parents.
Yeah.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Shabbat Kabbalah. This is the Andrew Meyer Magic Effect Show. Abby,
I really want to meet Andrew Meyer. Like, that's my dream in life. Did you tell me, like, Zach, you never answered me? Did I upset you?
What?
You said something, and then you never answered.
We need Issa to see this, so.
no, Issa's sleeping. Let her sleep. Oh, no.
I'm gonna bully her until she. I know that Daniel came in. So.
Oh, I got blocked by Turkey.
Modded because they are blocking Diogenes, maybe.
Oh, my
So
gosh.
I'll bring you up.
Diogenes is trying to come in the room right now?
Maybe not. Maybe he will.
Oh, you hate Danny and you wanted to
brush
kick
you up. Here, there you go. I know that my friend has him blocked, so.
Oh, God, what a waste of time.
Christian, or whether he's just a.
I think he's a trial, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
And the man should be arrested, thrown in prison.
Not according to their constitution.
Oh, Lord, you got more excuses than a nigga going to jail.
Because you get a lot of credit, and your judges, the judges appointed by your Democratic presidents, get a lot of credit for screwing things up for Donald Trump.
So I just thought I would go back
and refresh my memory. The Congressional Budget Office, I'm reading, was created by the Congressional Budget and Impoundment Control Act of 1974. The law was passed by a Democratic-controlled Congress. Both the House and the Senate were under Democratic control. But then it was signed into law, and I'm old enough to remember who the president was in 74. A lot of you may not even have been born in 74. The president at that time was Richard Nixon, who signed that bill, who I believe, if memory continues to serve me correctly, was a Republican. So to be dismissive of this analysis because it was a Democratic-controlled Congress that created the Congressional Budget Office, and therefore the veracity of anything the CBO comes up with that may not be seen as positive by a Republican administration must be dismissed is obviously ludicrous. But okay, let's just say the CBO, even though it's not true, I don't believe, is controlled by the Democrats and they're just trying to embarrass Donald Trump. Well, there are others who have analyzed this. You got any other budget bottom? I like to put them all in a row. Primary deficit I'm being fully serious. The tax foundation. But first you're going to tell me what this all is and why everybody cares so damn much about it. And then you're going to tell me who out there that's not want to buy it. Brilliant. The high-end community is every it's about tightness to 3 trillion. High-end community is very I cannot possibly betray the confidentiality of my buyers. Jews, at a time when you're causing people to use their jobs, you're trying to eliminate now, whose yen is this buyer of yours? It would increase. You got any other ourselves of this. When they pass a bill, they're all my tea's gone cold and wandering my eye. Someplace. So when we talk about this bill, and there's been a lot of coverage about this bill, it's always about the money, right? Well, they slipped into this bill something that has nothing to do with the money. Light shed upon the righteous and joy on the upright. In particular, the Supreme Court can do. Joy. If the court wants to sanction anything that's done by government in the future, according to this bill, the funding for that isn't there. Now, that's a little bit of a complicated way of getting to the bottom line. So there is a great Newsweek article that talks about the hidden provision in the bill that would limit the ability of courts, including the Supreme Court, from enforcing their orders. And it offers, this Newsweek article does, a kind of explanation. It actually quotes from the bill. And when you read it, and especially if you're hearing it orally, it's confusing. But let me jump past the actual verbiage of this portion of the bill to read one paragraph that Newsweek published in an attempt to explain it to people like me who may have trouble contemplating it. The provision, Newsweek writes, would prohibit courts from enforcing contempt citations for violations of injunctions or temporary restraining orders, the main types of rulings that have been used to rein in President Trump's administration. unless it is upon something that rarely happens when someone sues the government. So there are those who have gone further to opine, and I thank Marshall for posting something that brought this to our attention overnight in the Critical Thinking Forum chat on Facebook Messenger, which is linked to at the top of the Clubhouse room right now for you to participate. Just click on it and join. Which says that this actually leads to inherent in the Constitution, to which we have an extensive conversation yesterday. Now, this led me to want to scratch an itch. When I researched this further, found this Newsweek article, and published it to the chat after Marshall's contribution yesterday. And this is not really to the topic at hand, but it's an itch that I just have to publicly scratch here as I did in the chat. And it has to do with criticism of the news media for not doing its job as well as the news media ought to. You know, the Republican Congress, there's an oversight committee right now that's been established to investigate the possible, and I don't know that it's been determined, at least publicly I don't think it has, but everybody has their opinion. Reduction of the mental acuity of the previous president of the United States, and who knew about it, and if so, if it's true, and they're hiding of it from the public. There's a congressional committee right now that is actually called 4 or 5 staffers, and they want Joe Biden to come and testify potentially as well. And if those staffers who supposedly are in a position to know don't agree, and they're in negotiations right now, they would issue us subpoenas, haul them up before Congress, and make them spill the beans. What did they know about Mr. Biden's potential mental decline? But in the context of this, and I don't know how far this committee is going to go, and if it goes this far, to me it stinks of McCarthyism. They're talking about looking at, now again, this may just be political hyperbole and it may never reach the committee officially, the quote-unquote cover-up, that's the term that they are using, of the president's decline by the mainstream media. Well, folks, the reason I bring this up is because I cited a Newsweek article about this little hidden provision in the big, beautiful bill. In all likelihood, most of you never heard of this before today. And I hadn't heard about it until Marshall pointed it out in the chat overnight. Which means, and in my searching, my conclusion is validated that this has not gotten a lot of coverage. It's gotten minimal coverage. A provision of the bill that could potentially result in the demise of our democracy as we know it, because it would eliminate the checks and balances, not substantially covered. But nobody's calling that a cover-up. So, the itch that I'm scratching is the use of the term cover-up. The mainstream media covered up Joe Biden's mental decline. fairness, I think the reporters saw exactly what everybody here saw and reached whatever conclusion they reached, which I'm sure there was disagreement among them, as there would be disagreement among us about what was going on with President Biden. Some people are certain that it was a decline in his mental abilities. Some people say it was not. Whatever. That's not the point. The point is, there was no cover-up. There was no monolithic decision by the news agencies to cover this up. There were editorial decisions made. And you got to be careful, by the way, about what you report if you don't really know it, especially when it comes to a person's health issues. So I'm sure that played into all of this. So I think we have to be very careful about calling it a cover-up. But if you want to call that a cover-up, we'll call this a cover-up too. The mainstream media is covering up this provision of the big, beautiful bill that nobody is talking about. But what people are talking about in the bill is the first part of my recitation today, that it goes absolutely against the grain of what they are allegedly doing when Elon Musk is walking across the stage with a chainsaw literally in his hands, holding it over his head. Now, if you want to take it a step further and try to analyze this dichotomy, feel free. That's too much for my little brain to figure out. Why would they do this? Why are they so duplicit? Why are they causing 30,000 people to lose their jobs, programs to be cut, and which may or may not be to the benefit of society? That's arguable on a case-by-case basis, with the express purpose of reducing the deficit while introducing a bill that increases it. I don't get it. All right, glad to see that my little dissertation brought a lot of people onto the stage. Maybe me. And if so, I'm welcome to a re-education from you collectively. I'll start calling people in the order in which I see them. And today that order begins with Scott.
It's a big, beautiful bill, and we love it, Gary. We love the bill. We love Baumgarten. Baumgarten loves the bill. Yeah, I mean, I have a couple thoughts in no particular order. First off, I think the sort of alleged hypocrisy between the quote-unquote fiscal responsibility and this deficit, the massive deficit increase that will happen as sort of some of the big and beautiful bill. It's not only hypocrisy. I think it's what it is you can be anti-government and have no commitment to fiscal responsibility, right? I mean, or maybe it's just disingenuous or something. Just being disingenuous, perhaps. But I mean, you can hate, which I think a lot of people in the Republican Party just hate these programs, right? Just hate the government money is going to certain things like food programs and like subsidized medical treat care for poor people. And I'm not trying to demonize them. I'm just saying they think that's what government should not be doing. The government should not be about the business of this, right? That government is it's not the federal government's role, right? So you can celebrate all of this cutting just in the name of we don't think government should do it, right? And so I think now I think that maybe where the disingenuousness comes in is the idea that it's fiscal responsibility, Doge. I mean, that's just how they smuggle stuff through customs. It's the same thing with anti-Semitism, right? That's how they get the goods through customs. You know me, Gary. There's nobody bigger on the stage as defender of Israel or issues, speaks out against anti-Semitism more than I do. We critique it in my own party. But this anti-Semitism stuff at Harvard, that's the way you get the goods through customs, that's the dogs, and then really shut down the institutions you want to shut down. The fiscal responsibility, that's how you put up the window. Oh, we're doing it with fiscal responsibility. that stuff is really about shutting down, about curtailing the government, right? About restricting the role of the federal government. It's in, I'm not saying that Trump is taking all of his marching orders from Project 2025 or anything like that. It's clear, right? I mean, Project 2025 wasn't panned on the right? I mean, it's a window into what mainstream Republicans think right now, right? Not all Republicans, but a good part of the party. So, I mean, I think that this idea that, hey, we just hate government, and it might not, we might even increase the deficit, but we're still going to cut the stuff we don't like just because we don't think government should do it. I mean, that seems to me what's going on there. Yeah, it is a fact that, look, both parties have had deficit problems, right? But it's also a fact that it's worse among Republicans, right? I mean, not the Democrats don't increase deficits, but we've only had surpluses among Democratic presidents in the past 2 decades. Legally under Clinton. The deficit's starting to go down under Democratic presidents, right? The other thing is, Obamacare and the Inflation Reduction Act, probably the worst piece of legislation name-wise ever. A Big Beautiful Bill is at least kind of funny, The Inflation Reduction Act was paid for. It was paid for with tax cuts or tax increases. Now, people might not like tax increases, right? And you can say, oh, taxes can be this, that, or the other. But the Democrats had the intention of paying for that, as did Obamacare was paid for by tax increases. Now, what happens, and one of the reasons I think Republicans are worse on the deficit is because they're allergic to raising revenue, but very, very, and also allergic to cutting a lot of the kind of spending that would need to be cut if you're going to be fiscally responsible. So what they do is they cut taxes, refuse to raise them no matter how much it's needed for deficit reduction, and then just keep spending. I mean, they spend like drunken sailors. So, I mean, it's very interesting that there's this kind of narrative of the tax and spend liberal, right? The Republicans are the party of fiscal responsibility. That's just not true. I mean, it's just not true, right? I mean, let me just say it one more time. It's just not true. The Republicans don't have that record, and we have this narrative as though Democrats are really bad on this stuff. It's not the case. It's not the case. It's just simply not the case. Well, again, we can come up with all different reasons for that, and some of them might be legitimate, some not legitimate, but the fact is the Republicans have a worse record on deficits in recent memory since Reagan than Democrats do. Now, my Republican friends will come back and say this, and this will be one of the arguments, that really the deficit is not going to be as bad as projected because these tax cuts will generate revenue. And you look at conservative economists, they'll make the case that in the Reagan era, the tax cuts doubled the revenue coming into the federal government from like $500 billion to $1 trillion or something, 50%. Sure, but the deficit still went up because the spending didn't stop, right? So whether or not that's true in all cases that these tax cuts will be offset to some degree because they spike the economy and the economy is more productive, and then that productivity gets taxed, and then that increases the money in the coffers coming into the federal government. Maybe, I mean, we could debate that, but that will be the argument that that's what's going on. So, I mean, one other thing, two other things. First off, I mean, I'm not against all tax cuts, and I think tax cuts can be really good strategic things. Especially, I mean, the time to cut taxes, right, is when the economy needs it, when the economy's slow. Here, it seems to be the opposite. We're cutting taxes, going to drive up the deficit, which is going to be not stimulative and probably contribute to a recessionary effect. So it's sort of like it's actually using tax cuts to do the opposite of the usual desired effect. Lastly, I just think this is stupid politics. I think Trump should listen to the Steve Bannon types, the populists that got him there. Trump said a lot of things
Remember when he was running in 2016, he said, I'm not going to cut Social Security, I'm going to save Medicare. He said, not a very Republican thing to say. I mean, Trump ran as a different kind of Republican, right? That he was not anti-entitlement, that he was not this Reagan supply side guy. He should take that mantle back up. He should listen to Steve Bannon and the populists in his own party. I mean, Bannon has talked about taxing the shit out of rich people and doing stuff for the working class, right? That's real populism. But this bill is just a return to the kind of supply side conservatism that the party had rejected, right? People, the voters had rejected in Trump, and saying that no, we want a different kind of, we don't want the establishment Reagan supply side. So I think the embrace of this thing is just, I think it's going to be not a great bill. And it's also bad politics because it's the biggest transfer of wealth, I think, in legislative history from poor people to rich people. You're taking people's food stamps and Medicaid, and with that money, channeling that to tax cuts for the 1%. This is just, it's bad, I think, morally, but it's also just stupid politics. Trump won people under $50,000 for the first time. Republicans generally don't win that good, right? So what do? I mean, stick with the one that brought you. You're going to screw the people that helped get you into office. So on so many levels, I think this is just bad. It's a bad bill, I think. I don't think it's big. I don't think it is big, but I don't think it's beautiful, Gary. But I think it's just stupid politics. So, but, what do I know? Thanks.
Thank you, Scott. Marshall.
You got to come back to him doing something.
Okay. We'll now go then.
Marshall's my guy. Marshall's planning. He's on Amazon spending his tax cuts, his Republican tax cuts. He's already got his plan.
I see. John.
John, my man.
Wow. Dominic.
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry.
Okay, I can wait. There you go.
Yeah, I'm not happy. This is just like another omnibus bill. All these bills are multi-trillion-dollar bills, and they should do it line item by line item so the president can void it out. And we have to start being practical, pragmatic, fiscally conservative people in this country. If we don't, we're all immoral, and I accept personal responsibility for it. So that's the way I view it. Thank you, Gary.
John, you don't have to accept personal responsibility. I don't think that it's within your control or mine or anybody's what they do in Washington, really. We can influence it, but we can't control it. But I appreciate your frustration, which probably led you to that pronouncement. Dominic.
Hey, Gary. Shabbat shalom. I don't know what to say. I hate to follow Scott because he was so eloquent and theatrical. Podcast pro.
Flattery will get you everywhere, Dominic.
I just, it's so weird that the politics is so tight. We're looking at majorities of 1 vote, 2 votes, 3 votes. If we were to flip this over and give the Democrats a 3-vote majority in the Congress, I wonder what the public, would we have another impeachment? Would there be, an entirely different type of dynamic?
Well, certainly there would not be an investigation into the alleged cover-up of the alleged mental decline of the previous president of the United States.
Yeah, that's true. Yes, absolutely not. So I don't know, Gary. I'm confused about the whole omnibus thing. I just wish we were going back to when Reagan was president. Who was Speaker of the House then?
Dick O'Neill.
Yeah, it was a little bit, let's go have a beer and do a budget. And, people were actually, there was a sense that we were together as a nation, and that we weren't literally trying to kill each other, Very difficult for me. I don't know what to do about it. Maybe I'm just depressed because it's Friday. I don't know what to think. I'm humbled today. I'm going to leave it at that, Gary. Thanks.
Thank you, Dominic Marshall. Are you back?
No, I'm still trying to figure this out. Sorry.
Okay, we want to hear from you, so please come back when you can. Steve?
Yeah, this stuff, the left-wing media covering up stuff, or whatever source of media you got. The fact is that we've become stratified in media, just like the country's become stratified. If you look at how MSNBC is going to present the story versus how Fox News is going to present it, they're all going to have their little angle on it, and they're going to have their agendas. To pretend otherwise is just asinine to the core. These are not people with clean hands. They're not people that don't have motives, that don't have political implications left and right. I do believe that most of these people have a pretty good idea. I think an average person could look and see what was going down here. And if you really wanted to know and you had any inclination to find out, and you was in a news division with access to resources that most of these media outlets had, they could have looked at it, they could have found out, they could have reported on it. The fact is that after he bombed on that debate, I was watching a panel for CNN, and they just went back crazy. The knives were out, the jig was up, they knew it, and they was ready to cut their guy's throat to the bill. Like Dominic was saying, that there's small majorities there. There's trade-offs that's going on. Anytime you don't have a majority where it's like herding cats trying to get through what you want. Scott's right though. Under Reagan, they cut taxes. Revenues went up. The problem wasn't revenue. The concept that lower taxes won't generate better revenue. The concept was that politicians had access to more money and they spent it. So if you cut something and it works, that doesn't mean the concept is wrong. That means the people that got a hold of the money have done something nefarious with it. But of course, Trump's Satan. Everything he does is nefarious. And he's gonna get you. So, these conversations become very, very difficult. It's like you've shot a horse and you took your club out and you're beating the horse to death. Well, the horse is dead, we know it. So, grab your club, beat on. Congratulations.
Okay, thank you, Steve, and we'll now go to Meryl.
I got a couple thoughts regarding what Steve just said and what you've talked about. Steve just said that if the press really had dug deep, they'd have found out. I assume he means they would have found out that there was a secret and that Joe Biden was mentally deficient. That's what I'm understanding him to say. With regard to Joe Biden, and I'm not cutting him any slack. I've been on this show and said I didn't want him to run. I said it right in the very beginning, and I love him, but I didn't want him to run. Joe Biden's problems that we saw that were very evident was the physical weakness. We saw how he had trouble walking. That's a man who really needed to be using a walker or a wheelchair. We didn't know anything beyond the debate. You can't talk about beyond the debate because most of the people here never listened to any other speech he gave. Never. They didn't watch him in France. They didn't pay attention, and they've admitted that sometimes.
Meryl, he had to be minded back in France by 2 staffers at 2 separate times.
I understand what you're saying, Marshall, but let's go into this, Marshall. You know the Goldwater rule, right?
Yes, I'm aware of the Goldwater rule.
Okay, and what is the Goldwater rule? You always challenge.
That we should not assign actual diagnoses to the president. I'm not sure how that's relevant because the giant group of psychologists decided to break the Goldwater rule and say that Trump was like narcissistic or crazy or some psychological disorder.
Correct. But to go to what Gary was talking about, that's where the media has a problem. They don't know how far they can write about things because they don't have the actual diagnoses. They don't have anything other than that he has prostate cancer. And I'm not going to say that there isn't something wrong. We watched it, but not to the effect. We don't talk about Trump. He's not in the headlines. He's not, his deficiency with his person. Not in the press. That's not.
So if you understand the situation, that there's nothing to hide and everything is open. So okay, big deal, so you know about it. But I know that he is a modern, that's all. These people who can contact with people who die and like this. Otherwise he couldn't get all this information he knows about.
So you are entertaining that you're a sorcerer.
Yeah, that means I'm important. It says that I exist. It says that there are people who want to waste a lot of time and maybe also money about knowing details about for what is.
Hey, you have this in Israel? Do you have sorcerers?
I don't know. If it's true, it sounds to me a little bit crazy that the government will put company to check information where my grandmother come from. I don't know. Seems to me a little
All
bit
information is available as a price with the right access.
So somebody told me that you can arrive to this information. I don't believe it, but maybe it's true. But even if it's true, so what? So what?
Well, Cynic is in some type of a terrorist tracking database.
So what? Then why do you care?
I don't care, really. I really don't care.
He's got no problem, Cynic. He drives a bus. He lives on a kibbutz. His life is, pretty basic and calm. I mean, it's you, Dr. Cynic. You're the future of schmucks. I mean, if you unfuck yourself now, maybe there'll be a chance that your future life is unfucked.
John Kitover, who are you?
Ribbonu Shalom, good Shabbos, Dr. Amos.
The comedy, okay, comedy with a new name, okay. Comedy town with a new title. Okay, I hope that maybe you have also a new mind, a new brain inside your head also.
Well, even if I didn't have a new brain and I had brain rot, it would still be more intelligent than Cynic's brain. That guy is total brain rot.
What do you think, Amos?
I think that I want now some Jewish some Kanis to come, like Shimi Biton. You know Shimi Biton? I want people like Shimi Biton now. I have enough Palestinians in the world. Now I need the Kanis. And then we sit together, Kanis and Palestinians.
Someone blow the shofar. Let's bring in some IDF Kahanists in here, some real Zionist patriots who can fight these anti-Zionist propagandists.
You want somebody to blow the shofar, do you?
Let's hear your best blow.
Yeah.
Cynic, call your uncles, call your cousins, tell them to pack their bags, they're going to Libya.
So why do you come into a coexistence room, John? What's your goal?
Well, I'm a little bored, got a little downtime before my next project, and, I just find these rooms to be fun, but I think until you define coexistence, you'll never have coexistence, and I never hear anybody here actually defining the term with existence. Get with existence. Is that what it's saying?
Why don't you define it?
I think co is with, and then existence is to exist. So get with the flow of things is what it's saying. Which means obey the law. Stop being a murderous, terrorist, propaganda supporter. Stop supporting and promoting terrorism. That's what Cynic does. That's what a lot of these pro-free Palestine people do here on this app. They just propagandize.
What kind of response would you expect from what you just said? Come on, John, you're an intelligent guy. What kind of response, what kind of coexistence response would you expect? No, you're not saying anything hostile, John. You're not saying anything wrong.
No, I can hear you. I mean, I just told you my spiel. I don't understand. What are you asking for, Dr. Aiton?
And that's pretty much all you have to say, isn't it? No, that's all he has to say.
It's my shtick. I mean, everybody here's got a shtick. You got a shtick. Amos got a shtick. Cynic got a shtick. We all got shticks. Why are you asking me about my shtick? It's different from your shtick. You expect everybody's shtick to be the same?
Yeah, it's all slaps, isn't it, John? Okay, when a room is called something and your intention is to do something else, holy God.
Why people that I don't know add me as a friend? I don't get it.
You're a nice
John,
guy.
you know how many of you I have as my friends? Why you have so fucking many names? Can you stick to one?
Because you can follow what rooms they're in. It just leads you to other, conversations. It's not like, it doesn't have to be weird.
People love you, Shimmy.
No, they don't. They want to put you back on me.
Yeah, we just want to hitch our star to your wagon. That's all.
My gosh.
Say it backwards. Amos, what are you doing for the holiday?
What holiday? What holiday?
What fun?
I really have no idea where I'm going to be. Where my family takes me, I go. I'm those people, do nothing, don't want to do anything. I go there, he goes there, they go there, I go after everybody, like with the wind. When the wind is blowing, I'm going with the wind.
I think the holidays that we can do barbecue are more fun.
I mean, listen, if you can flow with the wind, you're like a skywalker. It's like being an angel. It's a good place to be, Dr. Amos.
Yeah, it's true. I always try to be a good place.
So last year in Tel Aviv on Shavuot, there was like these carriages with like young girls wearing wreaths and somebody playing the flute. Someone else from the Megillah that we read on Shavuot. It was beautiful. Took you back to like a biblical time.
Sorry, don't you read Megillah on Purim?
Megillat Ruth. The Megillah you're talking about.
Megillah Esther.
Megillat Esther, yeah.
I didn't know we named Ruth the Megillah. Thank you for teaching me something.
Well, it happens. Thank you for learning.
I mean, Eitan, why can't the world just be like Skokie, Illinois?
You know, I miss Skokie. And I miss my youth there. And I even miss, like, when the Nazis wanted to march, and everybody turned the whole community upside down. I don't know if you remember that. You're too young for that, right?
No, everybody knows that story, and everybody's seen the movie with the guy who played Meyer Lansky. From Godfather 2, the guy that played Meyer Lansky is the guy who did the movie about the march in Skokie.
No, wait a minute.
Really cool. I want to check this out.
No, there's another movie that the one you're not talking about is called Skokie with Danny Kaye.
Oh, maybe, yeah, okay.
George Sunza was like the Nazi guy. You know what I'm talking about? He was in one of those police shows, Law and Order or whatever. You know what I'm talking about? But is there like another version of this movie?
I don't know. I've never actually seen it, but I thought I saw a Dust Jacket with that actor playing, like, I guess whoever the, lead the
knows
role
all
is.
about this movie. I remember when I was like 12 years old, they even interviewed me on television, and it was like the big thing on the dating scene. Where do you stand on this? And calmness and everything matters in the windows. And it was a big deal, to let the Nazis march. And he thought he was going to win either way. If he wins, you remember this one, right? If he gets the march, he gets the march. If he doesn't, he thought he was.
Yeah, well, if it's 2025, they would have just come on Clown House and created a coexistence room or a Free Palestine room with Amir or Edward, and they would have marched on social audio platforms as they do today by the thousands, the hundreds of thousands.
Skokie, man. I don't think Skokie was more than half Jewish ever, though, but there was a lot of Jewish people there.
I think it's technically the second largest Jewish population outside of Israel. I mean, isn't it even bigger than Brooklyn?
No, you're thinking of, I don't know, Brooklyn or New York or whatever.
Yeah, Brooklyn's got to be the second biggest.
Yeah, but you know what the most famous restaurant there is? All the Israelis go to Pita Inn, owned by Falach.
I mean, yeah, it's good, but it's not like that amazing. I mean, there are some other, I don't know, it's good. It's good.
Well, I haven't been to Chicago like 25 years, but there was like a few restaurants. I don't know if you were like frequenting these places, maybe you were reading other stuff, but Moroccan restaurant, Shalom, that one.
No.
Anyway, this is getting too specifically Chicago. Let's go back to something more controversial. Now for something more controversial.
See, people coexist everywhere. It's the lawbreakers that aren't the ones that are not coexisting. I mean, Chicago is a multi-ethnic city-state, and the only problem here is crime, and crime is agnostic. It happens. But the problem is you can't have coexistence if people won't obey the law.
Do they still have the Maxwell Street Polish?
Yeah.
Oh, miss that.
Yeah, some guy just got robbed and murdered the other day outside of that place.
Oh, yeah? It's not funny, but it's just, I'm just laughing because it's so ironic. It's not funny, really. It's the way you put it was kind of funny, though. But, I mean, is it still the same place or they moved it?
No, it's still the same place.
It's a pretty rotten neighborhood. It used to be called Jewtown. They still call it Jewtown?
No. But there's a lot of vehement anti-Semitic Jew-hating pieces of shit that sit on the city aldermanic council, and they have no problem espousing, essentially propaganda and death threats against Jews.
I didn't know any of that.
Yeah, they wear the keffiyeh. I mean, there are literally jihadists in the city aldermanic council.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, this town
They're
sucks.
spilling over for Michigan, John.
They're everywhere. I go to the park. There's women in burqas. It's unbelievable how many Muslims have infested America, the cities. I mean,
That's what happens when there's 2 billion of them in the world. You know?
I'm taking a walk right now in Brooklyn, and so many niqabs, full face covers, everything. It's crazy.
everybody's speaking Arabic. It's unbelievable.
What does Oak Street Beach look like?
All these jihadists playing side.
I recently saw a woman in a niqab watching her husband and son play in the lake while she stood there in 90-degree heat, sweating underneath a black sheet. She couldn't go in the water, so she had to watch her son and father play from the distance. It was very sad. I felt so bad for her. And I could tell she didn't have enough water as she was essentially cooking underneath a black flannel in 90-degree heat. What a sacrifice for Allah. Truly, her faith is divine.
I mean, if that's what you consider a sacrifice, what's more of a sacrifice? A woman shaving her head and wearing a wig at 90 degrees? And
No, why can't a woman get into the lake with her husband and son in a bathing suit and enjoy the sun? I mean, why does she have to be so modest?
We have that in Judaism. We have that in Judaism too, John.
I'm just saying, if you're sweating underneath a wig and you're an Orthodox woman, I mean, you know, it's a cultural thing. You know, I reported you, Cynic.
They're not wearing fucking niqabs in Judaism. I don't know what Judaism you're talking about.
Look at my profile, Cynic. I reported you. You called me a faggot kike about 30 minutes ago. I've reported you. I expect your account to be terminated shortly. You'll get a party hat soon, I'm sure. You'll be back.
Why does Amos always leave the room? I don't understand this guy. Why does he make a room and then leave it?
He's tired. He's ready to go to sleep.
Exactly, his room sucks.
You know what makes a room suck? It's the people, really, that make it suck. Because after all, the app is basically nothing. It's the people who suck.
One person at a time here. Okay, let's hear Cynic.
I'm just saying, if you had a higher pitched voice, you would make glass break.
If you had more of a nasal voice, you know, you'd technically be like a leather skinned drum or something. I don't know.
Whatever, man. I'm just glad I don't sound like you.
Yes, you do. You sound just like me all the time. Cynic, have you ever been accused of being Jewish with that nasally, raspy voice you have? I'm sure you have.
Not really. People don't associate Middle Eastern look with Jews.
You've got a Middle Eastern look? What makes you look Middle Eastern?
If it's on walk down the street, assuming, you know, he looks like in the picture. People are not going to assume he's Jewish. They're going to assume he's Middle Eastern.
Oh, well, Jews are Middle Eastern, so their assumption would be correct.
When
they see sandals, they know right away he's not Jewish.
Well, this is California. Everybody wears
That's because Jews have grooming standards with regards to clipping nails. Cynic probably has toe fungus. They're probably all yellow and dirty at this point, and he's got these cheap plastic sandals that he wears. He only repairs laptops, and he's here 80 hours a week, so he can't actually be pulling down a decent salary. Are we right, Cynic?
Damn, he just cooked you, bro. Woo! Hey, I'm gonna get a fire extinguisher. He lit him on fire.
Seriously.
I expose more ignorance. Are you kidding me? This loser's here 80 hours a week trying to free Palestine.
This guy's he's entertaining.
Johnny, if you could visit any
that's the kind of person you are, Harry. You're kind of fucking.
He's more entertaining than you'll ever be, bro. That's the funniest part about it.
You can't say shit, bro.
You're the most boring fucking person on this app.
Loser.
I'm the loser. You're the fucking loser. Like John just said. You're on this app 80 hours a week and you repair laptops. Damn, that sounds like a great life.
Chill.
You look like a retard? Well, I'm sorry that you look like a retard.
All right. Guys.
You don't know what I look like, so how would you know if I look like a retard? You can tell by my voice I look like a retard. You hear this, guys? This is ridiculous. This is the education motherfucker right here. The education Shea got into Gaza when he was there for the second Intifada.
Yeah, how old were you during that Intifada experience, Cynic? And did you get a quesadilla?
You lived in Gaza. How old were you when you lived in Gaza, Cynic? Please tell us all.
What memories of the Intifada do you have, Dr. Cynic?
I don't care about this clown.
Yeah, what memories do you have?
Everybody knows the fucking comedy guy is a clown, so I don't need to go.
Nah. Everyone knows that you're the clown.
Everybody, I just want to let you know. Also, everybody thinks you're a clown too.
Do you think I give a shit what people on Clubhouse think about me?
People know
For you to even make this comment shows that you really care what people think about you on a fucking app. That's fucking hilarious.
Comedy must have some sort of.
Oh my god, man, that's just so funny, bro.
It's experiential comedy, Cynic.
Crazy, dude.
You're the material, don't you get
I
it?
think I give a shit what people on a app think about me. That's funny, bro. That's the funniest thing I might have heard all week, actually.
Listen, Harry, they're not judging you personally. They don't know you.
I don't care if they're judging me or thinking about me. I don't care. All I know is that I live in you guys' head rent free. I live in all y'all's head rent free all the time. That's why you guys know me. And that's why you know John, because that's what we do. We live in your heads rent free.
No. You hop into stages where we are present, and then you guys disrupt because you are trying to cover up for your
Disrupt what? There was nothing going on. No one was talking in here. What are we disrupting?
Well, you guys are not letting.
Is there an intellectual conversation going on? I don't think so.
You are intimidated. You can't exist. That's the point. You're incapable of intellectual discussion.
Cynic, they cooked you earlier today for like 3 hours in that room. What are you talking about? Daniel cooked you in that room. You had a gay boy cook you all day long, bro. That was funny, bro. That was actually hilarious.
All right, make a point right now. What did he cook me?
What do I need? I don't need to make any points. I'm sitting here playing video games, listening to you, bro. It's fucking hilarious.
Point proven.
Well, I guess you just made a point then, right?
I did.
Do you feel better about yourself now?
That's all.
Do you feel better about yourself now? Are you gonna fall asleep tonight, knowing that you proved the point?
I'm all about honesty.
Oh yeah. You're all about honesty. You don't even know history. How are you gonna be honest if you don't know history?
I'm gonna cover it up, man. You're an idiot.
Cover what up? That's not my job to cover anything up.
Yeah, you're covering up your idiot.
You called me a kike faggot today, and you said I should go kill myself and commit suicide. What kind of advice is that, Dr. Cynic?
You are. I just told you.
You hear that, gentlemen? I give you your coexistence. This is Cynic's coexistence. He called me a kike faggot and told me to kill myself. Is that coexistence to you?
It doesn't sound like. What about you, Amos? Do you think that's coexistence? No answer.
And he calls me the clown. It takes a clown to know a clown. It's all projection all the time with this piece of shit.
He's on this phone. His mommy's calling him.
If this is coexistence, yes, of course.
Oh, yeah? Do you know what the definition of coexistence is, Amos?
What?
I'm asking you.
What's the definition?
I mean, you're the one that made your room name coexistence every day, so I want to know if you know what it actually means.
No, it can be in a lot of perspective. How to look about coexistence.
Oh no!
Okay.
Oh no!
The rest of the people, we don't want them. So we will stay. Me and Lee and Harry and Chucky and Cookie and Tata and Coco. Stay alone.
Who's Coco?
Only Jewish people, because we don't want any Palestinian to interact us.
That's actually not true at all. We have more than just only Jewish people in our rooms all the time, actually. So it's not true. I don't know what told you that.
All supporting Israel.
What's wrong with supporting Israel? So you shouldn't you be supporting Israel? You live there. You don't support your own country?
I think that in Clubhouse, we should try to make coexistence between everyone.
Why would you support Israel? 2020.
Why would I not support Israel?
Why would you?
Because I'm from Israel. That's why I would support Israel.
You're not from the West?
I'm from both countries. I could be from both places. It's called
You
dual
weren't taught in
citizenship.
school. You weren't taught in school that what they're doing is wrong.
Who's doing is wrong? Hamas?
Israel killing Israel.
What is Israel doing? That's wrong.
We were never taught in school that if you
What
see
is
people
Israel
like
doing
this,
that's wrong? Can you? I'm asking. What is Israel doing? Huh?
I'm asking you.
Breaking every
School never taught you that the actions of Israel is wrong.
What are the actions of Israel that are wrong?
breaking every commandment.
I'm not talking to you, Cynic. I'm talking to Auntie.
I can talk about whatever the fuck I want. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie. Whatever I have.
Harry,
so cute that my buddy's attacking me. Oh, that's so cute.
They're breaking every law.
He has to answer for you. You're gonna let him answer for you, Auntie, or you can answer the question yourself, like a big boy.
Bro, he just bitched you, bro. Like, I don't know.
Bitch me what?
No, Cynic just loves to cast dispersions, but he hates to deny. He denies October 7th every chance he gets. Never discusses it.
Harry, I'll ask you again.
Break his ass in half.
You break his ass in half. That sounds gay.
So Harry, you were never taught in school that a nation like Israel is not a good nation and it's evil and wrong.
It's not a good nation and it's evil. Brother, this is a coexistence room. Take your anti-Semitism to the hate speech room.
It's conduct.
How would you know if it's evil or not?
It's conduct.
Have you ever left for
combined with what we call Islam in the Islam.
What state are you from, Auntie?
Listen, ask you a question. All I asked you was, did you not learn it?
Cynic, you're eating your own tail. You're an Ouroboros. You're like a self-eating snake.
In my school, that's not what we were talking. I went to school in America, so I don't know where you went to school.
So what were you taught in America? You were taught that if you want to take somebody's land, you're allowed to kill them? Is that what you taught?
Who's land? Let's
I want to know, you taught that in America? Are you taught in America?
You sound like you think that you're smart, but actually, I'll make sure.
I'm just asking you a question. I'm just asking you a question.
How dumb you really are. Go ahead.
All I did was ask you a question.
Let's talk about it.
All I did was ask you a question.
Okay, I'm answering the question. Who took whose land?
Were you taught in America that if you kill
I
somebody
already answered that question. How many times are you going to talk?
What was the answer?
Same question.
What was the answer?
Who's took whose land?
I told you, we learned about it in school here that Israel is not an aggressing country and is not evil here in America. So I don't know where you heard that information.
Really? They teach you that?
That's not even what I asked you. All I asked you was, in America, are you taught that a nation is...
Are you learned?
Yes. Are you
I'm not going to talk to somebody.
Did you learn in school in America? Did you learn in school in America that you are allowed to just go around and kill people for their home and land?
Oh, so now that's a different question. That was not what
the same question, but you told me differently.
Every time you change
you wanted to kind of attack me.
Are you going to keep up with the same question, or are you going to change the question every time?
Buddy, are you going to answer the same question I asked? Or is it problematic?
Oh my god, this guy's literally a retard on Clubhouse. Another retard in Clubhouse, dumbass.
Okay, so what school taught you to kill people for their home?
Do I kill people? Where have I killed anybody?
Bro, buddy,
Where did you go to school to come on Clown House and ask these difficult questions over and over and over and over and over and over and over again?
Why are you nice and friendly with me, bitch?
All I asked you was, did you learn that Israel is a good nation in school? Why are you passing up?
I told you, yes, you learned. Israel is a good nation that doesn't do what you're saying that they do. That's what I've learned.
So they don't do anything
wrong? You want me to say it another 5 times?
No, let's hear you lie again. So you're saying they don't do anything wrong?
Oh, let's hear you lie again. Is that what you're trying to do? That you think that I'm lying?
Say it again. I want you to say that you believe Israel does nothing wrong. I want you to say that you believe
actual information, all that you presented the whole time, right?
Oh, now you don't know how to speak English? I'm asking you one thing. Say that Israel does nothing wrong.
Okay, you're a retarded. I'm not going to talk to you.
Are you
No. What you're trying to prove? What do you want me to say something that I'm not going to say? What are you going to prove? Yeah, I'm talking to 2 retards. Oh my god, it's just fucking hilarious.
That's you, bro. You just said you support Israel.
The guy that's never seen when I look at knows what my color of my skin is by my voice. That's funny. Another guy trying to get me to say something that I don't agree with. That's the funny part. There's no point at all.
Welcome back to another episode of Super Stupid Hypnosis.
Oh my god. Okay,
Okay, yo, so I want to ask you, Harry, why are you just taking the knee for Amos, begging for recognition? Can you tell us that? You can't even. Yo, Amos, does Israel do anything wrong?
Did Israel what?
Does Israel do anything wrong?
If Israel do anything wrong, Israel do a lot of
Yo, this guy's a retard, knocking on the.
Look, it's called a conflict, so everyone is going to do something wrong.
I mean, this guy's questions are so open-ended. It's like you're talking to.
You can talk to that guy, but not me.
Wrong? Did Israel do anything wrong? Like little 5-year-olds ask this question, bro. Ask them more.
Didn't you just say that?
Fucking
Didn't you just say you just? Didn't you just say you just learned this in school, my boy? What's wrong with this guy?
First of all, learned is not a word.
Are you even old enough to be in this app?
Holy shit, dude! Learn how to speak English.
Show us your ID. Look. That 18-year-olds think they're sick.
Has Hamas done anything wrong? Can you answer that question?
No. What did they do?
No, they haven't done anything wrong.
I'm not like you. I stand over. So what?
Again, Harry, this is a total waste of time. You'd be much better off preparing for Shabbos.
This guy thinks the terrorist organization doesn't do anything wrong. It's fine.
Okay, so what is a terrorist
Do
organization?
you live in America? First of all, do you live in America or not?
What is a terrorist organization?
Do you live in America or not? Do you live in America or not?
This guy's fucking retard.
Why is
Israel established by terrorist organizations? Self-declared.
The country where there's like brutality and like.
All right, now you're making mess over here. Then
We are not making a mess over here.
So mind your business.
We're not making a mess over here.
This is none of your business, bro.
It is our business. American culture is my
So
business.
you adopt other people's problems. That's what you do.
No,
American.
Tyrese all over the place. These Republicans are you know, they're out in left field. They don't realize how many Americans aren't going to be able to recover from this. And with 50% of all bankruptcies in America tied to medical expenditures and bills, that's only going to go up. So, yeah, and the fact that Elon he went around and like I said, he's going to put all these programs in the wood chipper. He went after the IRS. The IRS is tasked with going after the money that is owed this country. And they're talking about massive amount of revenue now not being able to be collected. Sophisticated brain power, subject matter experts being let go to go to war with these corporations and these tax dodgers and these overseas account holders. I mean, there's billions and billions of dollars that these Republicans are protecting at the expense of the little guy. So, you know, we need to wake up. The 2026 midterms cannot come soon enough. And Trump doesn't have to be reelected. He can slash, double speak, do what he wants, and you know he can go grandstand with the steel companies and you know we gotta ask ourselves, why does a Japanese company have to own us? Why aren't we owning the Japanese company? So what's going on there? How do we fix that? So you know, people don't understand how the sausage gets made in Washington, and most Americans don't have their representatives here. The wealthy do, the lobbyists, they're all over the place. Don't get me started with the court, with the judge, with the evisceration of judgments by our court systems not having to be followed. Trump has taken us back to the original divine right of kings. This is what our founding fathers, as imperfect as that was, they still had the judiciary there to check the oversight and the laws coming down the pike and the minorities that are going to be impacted and whatnot. Otherwise, we should just say, get rid of them. Let's not have courts. We'll just have Washington will set the stage as the new king in chief. And, you know, we'll just have courts to settle, you know, whatever, small town matters and whatnot. And so that, to me, is obviously who was sitting around at the table while that was getting added into the bill, and why did that not obviously jump off the page or get sniffed out And we're the watchdog groups that are protecting our democracy, that should be like buzzards over the White House now watching this guy. So I hope the Senate wakes up to a lot of these things. I don't know if they will. The filibuster I heard is there's talk that they're not going to honor that procedural mechanism that both sides have enjoyed. So that's another fear factor that I think is ultimately to the Democrats' disadvantage. Let's face it, Gary, clock's ticking for them in this Project 2025 to get all this enacted before they're not in power anymore. So there's a zealousness there that I think is catching a lot of people off guard, and we're all gonna suffer the consequences, and I'll land there. Thank you.
Here's the problem with governing in the manner in which we are, and both parties have done it, and the proof is in the pudding. There were decrees that were issued by Joe Biden. For example, protecting certain waterways that were considered national monuments against commercial fishery. Not arguing whether it was a good decree or a bad decree. I'm using it as an example. And then by decree, you get the next president who says, well, we're opening it up to commercial fishing. We're hampering the ability of that enterprise in our country to flourish. The previous president was anti-business, I'm pro-business, so we're opening it up. Conservationists are appalled, but people who voted for Donald Trump and who believe that the Democrats are anti-business love it. So we know the pendulum shrinks. And we love our president until we don't, whoever that president may be. Then we tire of our president, and then we often vote for someone from the other party. Eventually, maybe not in the next 4 years, maybe not in the next 8 years, but eventually there will be a Democrat in the White House, and then that Democrat, by that president, by decree, will then likely say, we're going to save those fish. Those commercial fishermen have to leave. We have no concrete policy. Same goes for, of course, our foreign policy. What is our foreign policy right now? It's not the foreign policy of the previous administrations. It's a marked change to that foreign policy. You can agree, theoretically, with every decision that this president has made, and still be concerned about the precedent that is being set by him and his predecessors. Because, as Marshall pointed out earlier this week, Congress has abrogated its responsibilities. And, by the way, in some cases, Congress has not abrogated its responsibilities. They just disagree collectively with the policies of this president, but it matters not. Tariffs are a prime example. That's the purview of the Congress, but perhaps heretofore not. Anson, Howard, and Ben, although we will give Marshall one last opportunity, and then we'll wrap it up for the weekend.
While the room was going on, I went back to Treasury data on deficits. And I noted that over Bush's 4 years, he accumulated about a $2.3 trillion overall deficit. Remember, he started off with a surplus of $200 billion. The Obama administration accumulated about $7.6 trillion in overall deficit. That was 8 years. Trump accumulated a deficit in 4 years of about $5.5 trillion. And Biden, over 4 years, accumulated a deficit of a little over $8 trillion. If nothing is done, if the big beautiful bill is not passed, then the trajectory of deficit spending will continue on the upward, and we will be looking at $10 to $12 trillion at least over the next 4 years, not 8 years, 10 to 12 trillion dollars, unless something is done. And the first attempt to do something is to reduce that rate of increase such that the total accumulation is only about 3 point whatever trillion. So 3 from 12, we are, with using this bill, you can be argued that we are reducing the growth in the deficit by some $9 trillion if this bill is passed. And if the bill is not passed, then we're looking at double-digit deficits over the next 4 years. Neither party knows how to fix this. The country does not know how to fix this, and the country will go down just like the Roman Empire, just like the British Empire, just like the Dutch Empire, and just like several dynasties in China went down, because it is human nature to spend more than you make until you run out of money to spend, including in wheelbarrow sizes for a loaf of bread. We've seen other nations going through this. We're going through it now, and we do not have the political will or the political understanding of how to get our economic house in order. In order to do that, we'd have to do things like increase the retirement age to 85 instead of currently at 65. Increase the Medicare eligibility age to somewhere 70, 75. I mean, those are the kinds of things that are going to have to be done if we're going to regain our economic stamina. And if we don't regain our economic stamina, then we become much less than we've ever been in the lifetimes of any of us. Thank you.
Anson, I'm trying to understand, because you threw some numbers at us. So at the beginning, I read the synopses of 3 estimates of the Big Beautiful Bill,
right?
Which basically say that they would, if you take the 3 together, and it comes to an estimated $3 trillion increase over 10 years,
right,
to the federal deficit.
Right.
You're suggesting that if they just continue with continuing resolutions, change nothing, maintain the status quo, the increase will be greater than that? Is that true?
Oh, absolutely. The increase, if you just look at the Treasury data, it shows take out the COVID hikes for those 2 years, 20 and 21. There is a steady and an inexorable increase in deficits that were bottomed out around 2015, where the deficit for that year was like 0.9 trillion. And it's gone up at a significant rate ever since then, including the Trump tax cuts and all that. And I'm saying that if this bill does not pass, if we just stay with the status quo, the current laws, the current taxes, and everything else, we will be looking at 10 to 12 trillion dollar a year deficits per year if we're not careful. So a 3 trillion over a 10-year period versus doing nothing, which could be double-digit trillions over those 10 years, makes, at least it's a step forward in reducing the deficit spending as a measure of spending more than we make in revenues every year. But be that as we have got to raise taxes. We've got to raise taxes back to World War II levels. We've got to bring social programs back to where they were when I was living in the 1940s and 1950s. I mean, that's the kind of drastic measures that have to be taken by an empire in decline to regain the toughness to reestablish itself as a leader in the world. And we're incapable of doing that.
So I'm not challenging your numbers, but I want to suggest that taking your numbers at face value, And they may be spot on, they may be off a little bit, doesn't really matter. The point is, the overall point is, this bill reduces the increase of the deficit from your analysis, which
Exactly.
is from significantly.
Yes.
So I want to point to a massive character deficit on the part of the president. Or maybe it's just because this is the way he fights coming into New York and just the way he thinks. Because it's always a battle. It's always somebody trying to get Donald Trump. It's always the enemy of the people. It's always the Democrats. It's always the judges. Instead of responding to the CBO analysis and saying that analysis is accurate, America, and it shows that we are doing the right thing. And here's why it's doing the right thing. It's going to save us $10 trillion. I'm just using that figure based on what I remember you're saying. Let's just use that figure for the moment, just for the argument. He could have said it saves us $10 trillion over 10 years. This is a good first step in the right direction. And so the CBO analysis justifies the desire to pass the big, beautiful bill. But that's not what he did. He said, the CBO, it was created by Democrats and it's controlled by Democrats. Come on. American people, the people in the United States, by and large, are willing to listen, as we're listening to you, to fair arguments in support of the bill. That's an argument that you just presented. Never hear this from the administration, not just from him, but even his surrogates. I haven't seen any of his surrogates pop on television today and run to the three major networks with the message that you just gave. That's a really huge failing of this administration, in my opinion.
Well, if you ask me for a character reference of Donald Trump, I will never give you one.
I'm sure. Thank you, Anson. Howard?
Yeah, hello, everyone. Hey, Gary. No, excellent point, Gary. And, even just coming back real quickly, because it was brought up a couple times, the whole photo op today with U.S. Steel, it is really insignificant at this point in time in our history. Back in the 1950s, U.S. Steel carried like 50% worldwide market share. It has like less than 5% market share. It's not even the largest steel producer currently in the U.S. That's Nucor. Essentially, U.S. Steel, you can basically do a parallel with Sears Roebuck, how Sears was such a dominant retailer. Now, if we that Sears is being sold to a foreign entity, at this point, who cares? It's already been destroyed. Question that I have, and I'm just interested in what the sentiment is. Generally, do we believe the bill's going to get, the Senate's going to pass it?
Who the hell knows? The Democrats are going to do everything in their power to prevent it, and the conservative, it's an odd coalition. The Democrats are going to oppose it, probably because the president is so much in favor of it. There may be other reasons as well. And the fiscal conservatives in the Senate might oppose it.
Whatever they chop it up into smaller bills too.
Chop it up into smaller bills. Listen, Marshall and Howard. If they chop it up into smaller bills, and I'm in the U.S. Senate, I might vote for all of those bills, with the exception of the one that takes the power away from the judiciary. They can go to hell for doing that.
Right. And where I'm going, Gary, just connecting to a comment I made yesterday, I believe this administration is going to get to its tipping point, meaning the honeymoon period's over sooner than it realizes. And if it gets to that, I got to believe it's just going to add to the frustration that it's not only, yes, we want to be more fiscal responsible as a country, but there's also just the other emotional side of power in the executive branch, specifically power in the office of the president. And if that continues to get neutered, I can only imagine that there's going to be an inverse correlation with frustration, and I'll land it there.
And couple that to my argument, if you don't mind me attaching my horse to your wagon, or my wagon to your horse.
Please do.
That it's too myopic and to suggest that this is all about Donald Trump. It's about future presidents. So even if you are a huge supporter of Donald Trump, you have to think about what happens when the next president is diametrically opposite in ideology from the one you support right now. Something that Americans need to think about, but I don't think that they do, because they see everything as an attack personally on Donald Trump. And maybe that answers my question of why he didn't come before the public and parrot what Anson just said, because he needs to show it's us against them, or worse, them against us. They are the enemy of the people. And it works. It works with his base anyway. Thank you, Howard. Marshall, do you want to try now? This is your last opportunity.
Can you hear me? Okay, I just have one question. The piece of the bill is supposed to get rid of the judiciary. Does it just end the judiciary? The reason I'm asking is because I don't think congressional law can end what's explicitly written in the Constitution.
Oh my God, you were the one who brought it to our attention. And you're asking me.
I'm never paying it to anybody's attention.
Did you not post a video of a guy articulating just what you just said?
Maybe, I don't know.
You don't know. Maybe I'm giving you credit for something that you don't deserve credit for, Marshall. You should just accept it.
Very much.
Coming from me, I don't give credit to anybody for anything.
Well,
the provision.
Let's go back to this.
Okay, look, let me read this.
So I think the omnibus.
Okay, no. I want to read you what it says verbatim. This provision in the bill, and you decide for yourself.
Thank you.
No court of the United States may use appropriated funds to enforce a contempt citation for failure to comply with an injunction or temporary restraining order if no security was given when the injunction or order was issued. So according to the Dean of the University of California, Berkeley School of Law, the provision would, quote, make most existing injunctions in antitrust cases, police reform cases, school desegregation cases, and others unenforceable. It serves no purpose but to weaken the power of the federal courts. So that would include injunctions against the executive branch.
It would get rid of injunctions and TROs. Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea at all, in any way, shape, or form. I also just, as a general, I just don't like omnibus bills. It's just kind of my thing. I think the Senate and the House should work in regular order, and they're not. So I guess that's kind of my thing. Apparently, the president, I read something earlier today, so the president, through means I'm going to Congress, has had the largest tax hike since World War II or something like that. I have to find the exact article and send it to you. Anyway, I'm not a fan of omnibus bills. It's too easy to say there's awesome stuff in it. It's too easy to tuck in stuff that's not very good for you. I don't know. I will say, in response to Scott, it is on the natural level Republicans not caring about programs in that way, or food programs in that way. But I will tell you, in Texas, and I can only speak for my state, but school lunches are supported by the state party, and they're supported by just about every Republican I know, Head Start included. I don't know. It's going to be interesting. We got 3.5 more years of this, so we'll make it to the other.
The thing with us, don't not agree to release, it means they're not so under pressure as we think that the Hamas, and they still keep our 58 hostages after 1 year, 7, 8 months. So we're not so strong as we think. And it's not so clever to keep on killing Palestinians. And of course, the biggest fun. They will kill our soldiers. It's not if somebody knows and you have really friends, it's become more and more. The soldier says, enough. We can't do it. We see enough death. We see enough wounded. We don't want to go anymore to Gaza. We go to the military, but we don't want to be in the front line. At least in the last months or week, it's almost at least 2 have been in prison because of they didn't want to go to the first line. It says that they're broken inside, and it's broken. We don't hear about Palestinians because nobody. As much awful the situation in Israel, 10 times it's awful in Gaza. Everybody knows it. What's going on? The picture coming out. The starving. That's good. They all need to die. Shuki, I changed the room especially for you. Remember, I remind you.
Amos, do you like Amir Chetzvoni? Are you a fan of him?
Harry, I changed the room only for people who was bothering me, and I didn't finish. When I will finish, you want to ask...
Change what room? I don't understand. What do you mean by change the room?
It changes and can bring you down. Everybody can go in, then he must raise his hand. So I don't like to throw out or just move you.
No, Amos doesn't throw out. He just pushes you down. That's it.
Yeah, I put down people who interfere. Like, see now, Eliyahu want to go out there. I invite to speak. Let's see who is Eliyahu.
But you didn't answer my question.
What's your question?
Are you a fan of Amir Chetzvoni?
If I'm what with Amir? I like his room.
No. The Israeli professor, Amir Chetzvoni. Do you know who he is?
You're talking about Chetzvoni the satellite.
Yeah, the lefty, like you. I thought you'd be a big fan of him.
Yes, of course.
No. Are you?
Amos, the one that got the chair to his head. Like
yeah. He was the one that they threw the chair on the video. You don't remember with the long hair?
Oh, I remember that guy. He's a big troll.
Yeah. He does videos with Palestinians, and they say how Tel Aviv used to be 80% Palestinian and all this crazy shit.
He was on the Salukis channel.
Who will decide? No, wait.
You thought it was 80% Jewish?
I want to finish and mute everybody. In the end, there will be the agreement. It depends how many will get killed. And in the end, why I call this room coexistence? Because in the end, we'll sit together and we will talk and we will have to live together and Palestinians will come. It's never going to happen. They're all going to be starved to death. Shuki, I want to finish.
We'll see about that.
They're all going to be starved to death. Shuki, enough. All starved to death.
Shuki, you're the one that's 70 years old and still working.
Donald Trump decided to put
everything you're doing, you're sealing your
Donald Trump put inside for one soldier, they get everything, and they promise that we didn't bring anything, but on the humanitarian go inside for one American soldier. And this is Donald Trump decide. If Donald Trump decide we will not attack Iran, we don't attack Iran. If Donald Trump decide to make agreement behind Israel back with the Houthis, he do agreement with the Houthis behind the... He do the agreement and Israel won't be out of that. Shuki didn't finish. He do the agreement and Israel won't be out of that. Shuki, wait down there, you don't give me my choices, bye-bye. So what I
Oh no, bring him back up, Almos. What are you doing? Come on.
I'll bring him back up when I finish talking. Harry, if you want to join in, no problem. You can do it by yourself. I don't need.
Yeah, I mean, it looks pretty comfortable down there. What do you think?
I think that I want to speak and nobody interfere me now.
I mean, you've been speaking for a long time already.
I want to finish my words and
Bring him down.
not you, not Sainik, and not Chuki.
Okay, alright, we'll let you get
in the Khanist room, you don't let me speak, but here I'm speaking. This is my room, that's why I opened this room. That nobody will tell Amos when to speak, how to speak to Shuki, to Shlomi, to Harry, to
You don't have to refer to yourself as Amos every time. You can just say, you know that, right?
I become so celeb that there is
yeah, you have like this aura of you, like you're the higher power.
This Kaka, I don't know how much money and how much time he knows, make a work, all my family know everything. So
No, he's just psychic. He's a medium. He told me everything about my family.
Harry, please. I feel like a celeb in the room. So it's okay, I become a celeb. I'm a very important person. Everybody wants to go and check in my kibbutz who I am. And in a different way, kind of warning me, like they know everything about me. I don't put on them shit.
But Kaka's not as a Kahanis. What do you mean?
So what I tell you, that in the end, you will have to sit and talk together. So it's better if we do it before and not after people get killed and all the coincidence that come from the word WAR, war. Enough of war, enough of bloodshed. I didn't say it, Menachem Begin said it. Okay, now if Harry, you want to ask me, Sanic, you want to ask me something? It's the time now. Here Amos is speaking. Shuki, you can come up if you want. If you don't want, it's okay also. But with me, it doesn't. You can come here and sing Amos Ben Zonah and to be a singer.
My thing is almost like, didn't you realize from history already that they tried to coexist many times and it hasn't worked? So I don't know what you think is going to be different now. And I've told you this many times already, and I still don't understand how you don't understand. No, Zinek, your name's not Amos. Your name's Zinek. Your name is Zinek. Let Amos talk.
Zinek, you speak to me, please.
Amos, I'm asking him for a detail. Give us
Zinek, after I finish,
he gets so mad. Zinek, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Zinek, he speaks to me, and I want to answer him.
Why are you triggered, Zinek? I'm not triggered. I'm asking details, you retard. Details, I serve.
Details, you must understand that there is Put yourself down, or I will put you down.
Yeah, you like taking perks.
You just put it down. I don't know who is what you want. Just come to interfere. I'll answer you, Harry. In front of us, there is the same blaming, they blame us. Everything what you blame them, they blame you. We try, but you control us, you genocide us, you set it up. And I don't know for sure that I don't agree with accusations they do on the settlers and about Smotrich and Benker, that they settle. Even, you see today, in East Jerusalem, what Oadei Betar did to the two pastor Arab drivers. Somebody get arrested? No one. So there are always two sides to the coin. Always there is two.
Yeah, but you're talking about on a
any Arab. That should happen to any Arab. It's only Arab, Palestinian Arab, it doesn't matter. Any Arab should be treated like that. That's the only way that they understand. You can answer, Shuki.
The problem is these people are. All I got for you should be
there's a concept if you still have.
Fuck you, bitch!
I don't put attention sometimes. Everybody is there. I let everybody.
All I got for you, Shuki, is to get a simple concept. Look up what a Galut Ishmael. That's all I got to look up.
Every other book has the same treatment like this bus driver. They need to beat the shit out of you. That's the only way that you guys know how to behave.
It's in the Zohar. It's in the fucking Talmud. It is in your books. Galut Ishmael is coming. And when it comes, all the exiles.
The Talmud is not one of our books, by the way.
They're gonna look like child's play. The Galut Ishmael is the worst one you will ever suffer. You will see what is going to happen to you. You will see.
I can't wait. But
it's in your books.
While I'm waiting, I still gonna kill you. While I'm waiting, I still gonna kill you. I have no problem to pay the consequence.
They get wiped out.
I have no problem to be wiped off.
Don't worry.
As long as I'm gonna kill as much as possible for you. No problem. No problem. In the meantime, you guys get killed.
What has got?
In the meantime, you guys get killed.
In your religion, Shuki. For 200 years, the Israelites were sacrificing their children. Over 200 years, God waited and let them do this. Condemned them till the blood. They started drowning up till their.
It's not Palestinian. It's not Palestinian children. Hold on. It's not Palestinian children that we sacrifice. It's not Palestinian children that we sacrifice.
Then you got what you did. Then you got what they did.
Shut the fuck up and listen. It's not Palestinian children that we sacrifice. Oh, it's the same thing?
Don't worry, it's coming.
We don't have children from brothers and sisters like you are. We don't have sex with our sisters like you.
This is the last time. There is no more. There's no more.
Okay.
After this one,
I cannot wait. But in the meantime, I'm gonna kill as much as possible for you.
You can do whatever you want. Just like the Israelites when they sacrifice their children. It's okay. You can do whatever you want. Don't worry.
No problem.
It's coming. It's coming. Don't worry.
No problem. As long as we're killing from you,
Jews, very straight to the point. Don't worry.
The Israelites weren't Jews. You know that, right?
No, you retard. They're not Jews.
So why are you talking? You bring them up like it's like a disgrace to us or something. I don't understand.
You claim to be a tribe from the Israelites.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that they're all Israelites.
Which you're not, motherfucker. You're fucking black. What the fuck?
Oh, yeah, I'm black. Yeah, he comes up black stuff.
You think you're a fucking descendant?
My wife is even laughing about that shit.
Hey, you did put the makeup to them?
Do you know what the chance is, even in Israel? The chance of someone being a descendant of the tribe of Judah, of Abraham, is less than 20%.
Even my dog is laughing.
Literally less than 20%. Out of all these motherfuckers in Israel, the males, less than 20%, you have the chance of being an actual descendant of Abraham. Well, like most of you are not even fucking Semites. What the fuck? Go look up the haplogroup.
We are not pedophile like you.
J1. Less than 20% J1. What the fuck?
Like, you can't make this shit up. We cannot, but you can.
Well, like over 30% of you are evil.
Well, like, shut the fuck up.
Your motherfuckers, almost 30% are Hamites. Well, like, you're practically Egyptian.
Well, look, shut the fuck up. Go on.
You comparing yourself to us? Well, like, no, we're over 40% J1.
Oh, yeah.
So, and whatever's left of the Israelites and their descendants,
the majority of them
are. Like, you're fucking talking to the real deal. You're a fucking pretender. You're a fucking pretender, that's all. that you fucking put on your head, fucking all 18th century nonsense you made up. Your fucking whole thing is a cult. You don't even know it. Well, like if an Israelite saw you, they would think you're a Martian. They would think you're a fucking alien. Little hat. What the fuck? Where do you make this shit from? Where do you get this nonsense from? I put a little hat on my head. I put a fuck.
Cynic, what kind of Mohammedan are you?
Like no one wore a little hat on their head. No one was wearing.
Cynic, what kind of Islamist are you?
Cynic, you lived back then to know that no one wore a hat on their head? Really? Can you think something else that happened in the past?
I'll
You have a background in emotion, so I want to know what else is all.
See, you learn a lot when you listen to me.
No, I actually didn't learn anything. I feel like I lost my brain cells listening to you.
Just learned.
Actually, obviously you don't know where the keeper comes from, but yeah, you're just like I said, you're a retard. We don't.
You're a retard. Just look up the history of the kippah. That's all.
It's all over the Talmud, bro. Every rabbi would sit, and before they ate, they would cover their head.
Yeah, in a little hat.
What is the difference between a kerchief and a hat? They cover your head. Have you ever seen a yarmulke? Have you ever touched a yarmulke?
Of course, he's planning his next person, his next Jewish person he's gonna kill.
You notice that yarmulkes have 2 layers? The black velvet ones do, at least.
Who cares?
Do you know why that is?
Now look at the origin of this shit.
And somehow you say that you didn't forge your, weird book from our holy book.
There you go with the nonsense. And first of all, who told you
it's your book? Explain to me how it's nonsense.
Who told you it's your book? Just because you hold to this book today, you don't know that you trace back to people from ancient times. You don't know this. How do you know? How do you know?
Because we have a generation to generation tradition, we have DNA evidence, we have geographical and archaeological and anthropological evidence. What more do you need?
You sound like you did some.
It was 3 million witnesses. For the Quran, there is only one motherfucking piece of shit witness.
Well, every academic on the face of this planet, biblical scholar, knows your book is fucking made up. It's not even written by one author. Everybody knows this.
So if you want to take on the documentary
before we go into that one, just really quick on the genetics, you seem like a reasonable person. Do you know the paternal breakdown, the haplogroup breakdown?
I know that your claim is that no more than 20% of people that purport to be Jewish are actually Jewish. Imagine if I
what is the majority? I'm asking you a question. The majority.
I asked you a question. I asked you what kind of Mohammedan you are, and you didn't answer me.
The Cohens. You know the Cohens?
Yes.
Okay, who are the Cohens? Just real quick, I'm not testing you. I'm just because I want everybody to be on the same page.
They are specifically the children of Aaron. They are not the entire tribe of Levi.
Okay, but
because of that, any genetic marker that the priestly class has will not be found in their uncles, in their brothers. Moses is not going to have it.
I got it. So your brother, does he share the same? I'm asking you a question.
I asked you first.
Let me go down my line with the DNA because that's what we started with, and then
No, that's not what we started with. I started asking you what kind of Muslim you are.
I'm a Sunni Muslim.
Okay.
All right, my turn. Or is there
Go for it.
Okay, so the Cohens, you said Aaron. Aaron is the brother of Moses, and they're from Isaac. Isaac from Abraham, right?
Yes. Now, whatever special genetic marker you find in Aaron, you're not going to find in Moses. You're not going to find in.
So now the second question. So
because I know where you're going with
this. The second question here, right here, real quick, no problem. Your brother, does he share your paternal haplogroup? Yes or no?
Yes, he does. However,
this is my necessity,
you ignored the caveat I laid for you.
Okay, so your brother can't have a different paternal haplogroup.
That's right, and according to you, Moses and Aaron should not have different haplogroups, right? Yes or no? Yes or no?
I'm sorry, go for it.
According to you, Moses and Aaron should not have distinct haplogroups because they share a father, correct?
Yes.
However, being that the kahuna, the priesthood, didn't start until Aaron came along, there is magically enough, well, we're talking about religion, right? At some point, we could be as rational as we want about the development of religion, but at some point, there was a new priestly class.
Go ahead.
At some point, if there was a new priestly class, they're going to have DNA that doesn't exist in their father, uncle, brother, sister, etc.
So you're saying the priestly class are not actually from the lineage of Aaron?
They are from the lineage of Aaron.
Okay, so
but there was no priestly class.
Aaron, if they're from the lineage of Aaron, they should share the haplogroup of it.
I'm not.
Okay.
Listen. Yeah, Moses was not a priest. He's not going to have that.
I'm talking about Aaron.
Right, but Moses isn't going to have.
He's going to have the same paternal haplogroup as Aaron.
He's not. If we buy into religion, if we buy into the religious idea that Aaron was the first priest, he was like Gershon Itzgayer Katzinchanola Dami. Convert that becomes Jewish is like a newborn baby with its own distinct genetic characteristics and markers. So a Kohen.
So God just transfigured him into a different lineage.
If we buy into the idea of the priesthood being innovated with Aaron, we must say that.
You must say this. Why must you say this?
Because if they're going to have a unique characteristic that...
I explained to me. So you're telling me he has the blood of Abraham, and then God decided to make him something else. He transfigured him into a Hamite. That's what you're telling me.
Transfigured him into Hamite. Why are you going to claim that Hamites have this?
No, I'm just saying. I mean, maybe he transfigured him into a Turk. I don't know.
Well, we know what you're talking about is fucking ridiculous.
What you're talking about is fucking ridiculous. And magically, God, for some reason, decided to change the lineage of Aaron arbitrarily for no fucking reason. And it's fucking ridiculous. And I think like I think the Orthodox. I think that
this is the.
Now let me finish that because you're a clown, clearly. Magically transformed him. Anyways, so if you look at the
think that religion, they say scratch
if you look at the
I don't think there's anything mystical about religion.
If you look at the percentages about paternal haplogroup, if you right now Google like the paternal haplogroup breakdown of the Kohens among the three main populations, Mizrahi and Ashkenazi and Sephardic, what you are going to see is that among the Ashkenazi, over 40%, around 40% of the Kohens, the majority paternal haplogroup is J1. And you're going to see among the Sephardic, and you're going to see among the Mizrahi, 50%. That is what you're going to find. So clearly, yeah, there's a lot of Kohens that are fake. But the majority of them,
brother-in-law's last name is Cohen.
No, you can't be a brother-in-law. Well, you can't have a different house.
You don't know what I was saying. My
you don't know. That's not how DNA works.
My own brother-in-law's last name is Cohen, and he does not take the position of a Kohen. He has a tradition that he's actually not a Kohen.
We understand this. So the DNA poll is on a sample size that includes everybody in the last name Cohen. So that's what it is. And
I'm telling you that not all people with that last name identify as Kohanim.
They don't need to identify.
But you're talking about a sample size that
they do have the chance of actually being Kohens, as in from the Levites.
But when you say that it's only 40% or 50%, you're not accounting for the amount of people with that last name that say we are not Kohanim.
No, they are taking that into account. So everybody it doesn't matter. You're taking a whole sample size. So this is going to reflect the whole population of those who actually have Kohen. All of them. So, I mean, this is statistics. I don't know. A bell curve, I don't know if you know about this.
Yes, normal distributions, central tendency rules.
All right, perfect. So you understand. So we're looking at all this evidence. Mizrahi, of course he's going to bounce. So you find the correlation. There's a paternal haplogroup, a predominant paternal haplogroup among the Kohens, which is going to be J1. It's J1. So if Abraham had a paternal haplogroup,
it's J1 and J2. It's J1 and J2.
Yes. You can't. It doesn't work.
Go look it up. When you look it up, it says J1 and J2.
Yes, the J2s can't be the haplogroup of Abraham.
It falls within a broader haplogroup, most commonly J1 or J2, both heavily found in the Middle East.
Yes. But Abraham can only have one paternal haplogroup. And paternal haplogroups go to the extent of like over 20,000 years. So definitely even before Abraham. So whatever Abraham is, it is going to be a specific paternal haplogroup. And this has to be J1. It's going to be J1. The Cohens, the majority of them are J1. That's what it is. So if you are actually a descendant from the line of Abraham, you have to be J1. If you are not J1, you are a convert. That is what you are. I don't know exactly what time period. We know because if you are E1, B1B, yeah, you're a Hamite, but you're probably a convert earlier than someone who is R1A, which is a European. So that one probably converted in medieval times or in even maybe modern times. So that's how we know. So we know that the majority of Jews today are not the descendants of Abraham. It's impossible. You can't be the descendant of Abraham if you are not J1. And out of all the populations in the Middle East, in Israel, the males are the lowest. They have less than 20%.
Jewish people are actually, you're right, it's Jewish people.
Less than 20%.
Less than 20, where do you get that number from? Where do you even see that?
Look up the paternal haplogroup breakdown of Israelis.
I did. I never saw anything which says 20%.
Okay, show me the paternal
J1 P58. J1 P58. That's the one you're specifically talking about, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's a strong genetic candidate for paternal lineage of Abraham based on tradition, religion, and DNA patterns. No one can say with 100% certainty, but if you carry J1, especially J1 P58, you can share ancestry within the broader group traditionally descended from Abraham.
Yes.
Okay. And it says common in Jewish Kohanim, Arabs, Middle Easterns.
Okay. That's what I was saying. All right.
Well, you said Jewish people can't have that, so I don't.
No, I didn't say they can't have that. I said only a minority, a small minority of Jews actually have it. In Israel, less than 20%. The Palestinian population, 40%, over 40%, average 40%. So less than 20%, or over 40%, 40% on average. The majority of Arabs pretty much in the Middle East, forget Egypt, because Egypt are actually Hamites. The majority of the Egyptians are Hamites. They're E1, B1B. 40%. However, for the middle, the Arab world, the real Arab world, which is, the Arabs and the Semites pretty much, we're J1. The majority of us are J1. So we definitely, for the majority of us, we are descendants of Abraham. Or we have the chance of being descendants of Abraham, or even the descendants of the Israelites themselves. And we have that specific clade that you talked about. We have.
Yeah, it's also J2 as well, but I mean,
J2 cannot be the lineage of
Abraham. It definitely can be. Yes, it can.
Okay,
like you said,
J2
like I said earlier, there's no definite proof, like you said, because they don't have the body of Abraham.
Okay, go look up the predominant population.
You still haven't proved anything.
You are gonna see the Greeks have J2. They have it's that and I forgot.
It says about 20 to 25% Jewish people have J2. So
okay, sure, whatever.
It's not just Greeks.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm just reading you what I'm searching out.
Okay, if the Greeks have this haplogroup and it's one of their main dominant haplogroups, are you telling me the Greeks are Semites?
I guess. I don't know. I don't really give a shit, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, they're not. So J2 is a foreign haplogroup. Yes, we're related. If you want to go based on, maybe you can describe them as descendants of Sam, but they're not the same. They're not Jews or Arabs. They're not J1, or they can't be from the descendants of Abraham. So we have J2 because this comes from Southern Europe, this comes from the Caucasus, this probably also comes from the Persians themselves. So that's what J2 is. And out of proximity, yes, we mix them. Yeah, you had the Persians come over and you had the Greeks come over. And they took over this region for quite a while. So of course they're going to leave their
their paternal haplogroup. But nevertheless, they are not us. So we, as descendants of Abraham, and
because you guys are thirds of Ishmael,
Arabs, as Israelites, we would have to be J1. Anybody else would be a convert. That's pretty much it. Or pretty much slip through the ranks for some reason. They either got
Jews are viewed as traditionally descendants of Abraham through Isaac and Jacob. That's why. So, and you guys are through Ishmael, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I mean, I don't know what.
That's a nuanced argument.
I mean, it's not. It's not at all.
I'm confused. What is your point?
The point is that's why we share the same DNA markers. That's the point. It doesn't matter. Just because the majority of Jews are not from J1 doesn't mean they're not descendants of Abraham.
Absolutely, it means they're not descendants of Abraham. Absolutely.
No.
Yes, it is. Absolutely. There's no denying this. Abraham, whatever it is, wants to have one.
Hold on a minute.
No doubt.
So you want to tell me that you are the real Jew?
Abraham existed.
You want to tell me that you are the real Jew, that you are the descendants of Abraham?
I have a much higher chance of
okay, so why you don't keep the Torah? Then why you don't keep the Torah?
Abraham.
Then why you don't keep the Torah?
I don't keep the Torah because God sent the final religion. It's called the Islam.
No, God does not
read the Torah.
Yes, God does not change his mind. God does not change his mind. No.
A new covenant.
God will send a pedophile to be his prophet.
Fuck up you and the
pedophile. A pedophile he's going to send to be his prophet.
Every Torah.
A pedophile.
Every Torah comes with, what's his name? Ibn Ezra's exegesis. What's his name? Who's the guy, the main guy? I forgot his name. I think it's not Ibn Ezra, it's the other one. Anyways, every Torah that you have in your hands comes with a specific exegesis. A specific exegete. I forgot. I don't want to just find his name right now.
The craziest story is that Muhammad went on a flying donkey, and when he flew from Mecca to Jerusalem overnight, and that's their connection that they have actually to the only connection that they have to Jerusalem. That's the funniest part about that whole thing is I didn't know that flying donkeys existed.
First of all, I'm not even gonna respond to that because it's so stupid. I'm here one second.
I mean, is that not true?
No.
Maybe it wasn't a flying donkey, flying horse, whatever you guys want to call it, but I've never seen that in my life before. So.
You've also never seen the sea split, like a
It was it's a dumb argument. It's not even worth responding to.
Of course, the sea split. How do you think the Jews got to Israel?
Rashi is your exegete when it comes down.
How do you think they left Egypt?
It's called miracles. They defy natural law.
It's a miracle for a horse to have wings and fly? I didn't know that.
He's just trying to change the point because they're getting.
No, it's not trying to change the point. I'm just wondering, do you really believe this story?
Every Torah, if you read the Torah, do you know the exegesis in the Torah? Or the Tanakh? Who's giving you the exegesis? Anybody who reads the Torah regularly, the Tanakh, should know this. Who's your exegete? Yeah, I know you clowns don't actually care about religion, nor do you read the Tanakh. But it comes with.
I think it's a real Jewish. They are just like.
We're just fake Jewish, right? We're just Jewish.
Because
exactly. Actually, that's
the basic thing about Judaism, we don't know it. Like.
You guys know it better than us, so go ahead, tell us about Judaism.
Actually do in some aspects.
All right, go ahead, give us the lesson.
I definitely do.
Let Golden give us a lesson. He knows about it.
So Shuki can learn something. Rashi is your main exegete. Every Torah pretty much comes a copy. The explanation is by Rashi. He's the one.
That's not necessarily true, but
that is pretty much the only thing about Tanakh. Okay, go open right now. Go find your local Tanakh. If you have one, go see if.
Local Tanakh. I'm just gonna go to the local library and find one.
I don't think you actually own one. That's why.
Yeah. And you also think that I'm black, so you don't know anything, Cindy.
If you own one, then it should come with an explanation, a commentary. What is the commentary? It's going to say commentary by whom? Who is it? If you have a Tanakh at home, go ahead. Look at it. Check it out.
Oh, I see it.
The overwhelming amount of Tanakhs are going to have this.
Thanks God.
Commentary by Rashi. That's what it's going to say. And if you go to the point where it talks about Isaac and Rebecca, you're going to see Rashi.
It actually does say commentary by
Isaac married Rebecca at 3 years old. Nani, Shuki, shut the fuck up on that point.
God make you guys so.
Which we don't believe that. We don't believe Isaac married Rebecca at 3 years old, but you believe that, so that's enough. And Rashi believes that. And who the fuck is going to come and tell Rashi that he's wrong? I want to see the man among
the profanity.
I don't care. So now that we established that, just that quick comment from Shuki, so I could put him in his place. But like I said, for you to be, if Abraham truly existed, and the Arabs and the Jews come from Abraham, and if the Kohen lineage is not just a miracle, it's a coincidence. All this indicates, without a doubt, that if there was a progenitor of the Arabs and Jews, it would be J1, no doubt about it. So Abraham must have been J1. And if you are not J1, you are not a descendant of Abraham. And this is why they don't really allow or encourage you to take DNA tests. Why? Because once you realize your true paternal haplogroup, you are going to see that you are either a fucking European, or you are going to realize maybe, to your, which you might dislike, you're a Hamite. You might actually be a Hamite. So this is why they don't want you to take these DNA tests. You're going to realize that is a very low chance of you being a descendant of Abraham. And then your whole narrative falls apart. You're just a fucking convert. The overwhelming majority of you are just converts.
Convert or not, we're still killing you, right?
There you go. Don't thank God.
As long as we're killing you, we're good.
Cool, man. And I'm sure the Romans or the Babylonians or the Assyrians felt the same way. Don't worry.
We don't look back. We look forward.
Okay. And you should go and look into your eschatology. That's all. You don't know your religion. I know your religion. You don't know your religion.
No, there's no certainty that it can trace back to Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Ishmael, any of that, because none of their bodies exist or ever existed. No one can find their bodies. So how can you trace that back to something that doesn't exist?
Do you not know?
It's a bunch of fucking baloney bullshit.
Do you not know how induction works?
It's bullshit.
Okay, let me get this straight. You're saying right now your total is bullshit. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm saying that your DNA bullshit, all that bullshit that can trace back is bullshit.
So let me get this straight. The majority of Arabs are J1. And so if you were going to claim your total...
Do you understand what that means, though? It doesn't mean a straight lineage back to Abraham. It does not mean that.
Okay, so now you're saying, at that point, you are saying that the majority of Arabs are not the descendants of Abraham. But then when you look at the other demographics, the other paternal haplogroups, you're going to see the Hamite paternal haplogroup, which is the E1B1B. Are you saying Abraham was a Hamite?
They have traces to that E1B1E. Yes, they do. It's E1B1B1. E1B1 1B. Yes, correct. So it's common in Y DNA paternal line like J1, J2, and E1B1B.
Okay, that E1B1B is associated with the Hamites, the Egyptians, the North Africans.
Okay, well, I mean, do you understand that we all share? We're all from the same area, so of course we share the same DNA.
You're telling me Abraham is a North African?
No, I'm not telling you that.
Okay,
I'm not saying that. So Abraham was originally from Mesopotamia area.
By the way, you're again, this is not even me telling you this. If you go on the Orthodox, the ones who claim to have the Davidic line, you are going to see that they are J1. Look at anyone who's claiming the Davidic line. There's a family that someone mentioned to me. You can look this up, find like certain families that claim the Davidic line. They're all J1, by the way.
That's cool. I mean, they can claim that, and if that's what it traces back to, that's fine. But I mean, it doesn't mean that you're not.
It doesn't matter. It does. It's an overwhelming amount of evidence. The majority of Arabs, the Kohens, those who claim to be of the Davidic line, this is all. And we know the concentration of DNA as well. We know that E1B1B is North Africa. I think like certain sub-Saharan Africa or East Africa.
I'm just saying, genetically, we can speak religiously, yeah, okay, that's fine, but genetically, we don't have Abraham's DNA, so we can't prove any haplogroup is definitely his. You understand?
Okay. For you to be a Semite, you need to have either J1 or J2.
Listen.
There's no denying that. So,
that's fine.
That's fine. That can't be denied, no problem. Now, Abraham is either J1 or J2, just based on that simple fact. Now, we can look at J2. We can look at the populations that have J2. You are going to start seeing the Caucasus. You're going to start seeing Greece. You telling me Abraham is a Greek? Or he's a Persian? No, he's not. And the narrative goes that he is associated.
I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
But the thing is, there's still. Do you understand genetically? There's no definite. I understand that. That gets
all of our paradigms.
That goes into religion. I know. I understand that.
No,
but if you want to talk genetics, then that's what we're talking. Genetics.
There's no plausibility for this. It's just not plausible.
For what?
Because we are associated. These
I understand. I'm not denying that. But I'm talking. If you want to talk to a scientist will tell you that because they leave religion out of it, bro. But that's what I'm trying to make you understand.
However, the Jews being in this specific region and closely associated with the Arabs, they would have to be J1 as well. And that's what we see. It is not a coincidence that you see these Kohens, which is the main line that maintains the paternal lineage. Everybody else is still.
It doesn't prove anything, honestly. It really doesn't. It's honestly it's a bunch of bullshit.
You're going to explain how is there a coincidence among these three separate groups, Ashkenazi and Kohens?
Because they all come from the same fucking area on the planet. That's why.
No, but you see,
look at Asian people's DNA. They all have similar DNA too. And it doesn't prove anything. They come from the same part of the world.
No problem. You just said it. They come from the same place in the world. So these guys.
But the same place isn't just a one little defined area. It's a broad area.
You are freaking out.
No one's freaking out. You just keep ranting on about the same shit for the last hour, bro.
Because it destroys you guys. That's why.
You haven't done anything. You haven't destroyed anything.
They are the ones who can actually trace back, and they actually have the most solid.
Trace back to what? What are we tracing back to? Abraham?
To ancient Judeans and Abraham, yes. To ancient.
How can you trace back to Abraham? How?
Because it's induction, you dumbass.
Okay, all right. Like I said, there's still no proof of that ever happening.
We don't need a body of Abraham. We're saying.
Of course you do. Or you want to talk genetics? If you go talk to a scientist, a geneticist, they will tell you this.
Abraham existed, and he is the progenitor of Arabs and Jews. If he existed, by necessity, he would need to be J1 because the majority of Arabs are J1. The majority of the Kohens are J1. The Davidic families are J1. There is no denying this. And the population disbursement of other paternal haplogroups.
Because they've gotten DNA from archaeological evidence. They took the DNA. I understand how it works. It's not fucking complicated. But there's still no proof that it goes directly back to fucking Abraham. Okay? If you want to talk genetically, that's what I'm talking. Now, religiously, yes, there's proof. Religiously, through the Torah, through the Bible, yes, there's proof. But other than that, no.
I want to try to hear Harper. I don't think.
What's up, Suki? What's up, Suki? Long time no talk.
Harper, can you tell us what's your name, where are you from, what are you doing?
I'm from Nueva York. Yo soy puertorriqueño de Nueva York. And I've been living here my whole life. I live a boring life. I have 4 kids. That's it. What do you want?
You give your social security number also?
Yeah, I'll give you the last 4 and my mom's maiden name.
That works for me.
So you ready? Got a pen and pad?
Aquí en Asco voy con eso.
What I'm telling you can't be
You got something to ask me about Jesus Christ?
Y'all can kick rocks. It's the facts. And your Orthodox guys literally say the same. Y'all don't like the truth. Y'all don't like it.
We're gonna come and pick up some rocks from you guys.
Y'all don't like the truth.
What truth in it? What's the truth that you try to prove? I still don't understand.
The truth here is that Mary had a virgin birth, and she gave birth to a son who is the Messiah, the Son of the living God, the Son of Man coming.
I don't know if that's a more ridiculous story or the flying donkey. Not sure.
Well, when I talks about a talking donkey, you dumbass. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you, man?
I said flying donkey, not a talking donkey.
Even a flying donkey. You keep fucking making that shit up.
So Muhammad never made his night journey to Jerusalem then?
Oh, that's chapter 53.
Yeah, there you go. See, he knows the story.
No, he doesn't actually. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
We can read it.
Please read it for us, Harper, if you have a bio.
No, the night journey. No problem.
Sorry.
Well, we don't believe it was a donkey. It's something called the Blah. If you're interested, you can.
And what is that? Can you explain to us what that is?
You see those, you see how the Sphinx is, you see how like the Samaritan animal that with the wings and kind of like
from Harry Potter you're talking about?
No, you see that.
What, the ones that are on the side of the Ark of the
You see what's in yes, you see the Babylon and all that. You see that creature. Yeah, that's what Uploff is. So, exists in you ever don't think
is there any evidence of that ever existing?
Don't think of these civilizations as in they didn't have a message from God or they didn't have God dealt with every nation. And so everything they left behind, there is clues to God in all of this. But again, you're not a person of religion, you're not a person of faith. Anything beside the point. I think it's just clear. Oh yeah, I was gonna show Suki one last that point about the covenant. Yeah, I forgot about that. Oh, here, listen. This is in what is it called? Tanakh, Jeremiah 31 to 34. Behold, days are coming, declares the Lord, when I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah, not like the covenant that I made with their fathers. So it's going to be a different covenant than the covenant of Moses. On the day when I took them by the hand to bring them out of the land of Egypt, my covenant that they broke, though I was their husband, declares the Lord. For this is the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel after those days. I will put my law within them, and I will write it in their hearts. And I will be their God, and they shall be my people. And no longer shall each one teach his neighbor and each his brother, saying, Know the Lord. For they shall know me from the least of them to the greatest, declares the Lord. For I will forgive their iniquity, and I will remember their sin no more. This is talking about a new covenant, a different covenant from the law of Moses. So it is very much plausible, and it aligns with the scripture, the Tanakh, and where a new covenant is going to come. And it is going to the Israel and the tribe of Judah specifically, which are the Jews for the most part, are going to join in this covenant. And that is what already happened. The majority descendants of Israel and the majority descendants of the ancient Jews, the tribe of Judah and the kingdom of Judea, are today Arab Muslims, the majority of them. And if they're not Arab Muslim, they are Arab Christian. And it is the second group. Oh my God. This can't be denied.
Where did you read this shit from?
This is in the Tanakh.
Oh my God.
I just read it for you, Jeremiah 31.
Can I read
34. Go read it. Go read it. And I already told you the DNA evidence, the Cohens, the Davidic families.
Maybe you
all lines up.
You live in the United States, right, Cindy?
Yes, Shuka.
Are you getting Social Security for your stupidity?
I'm not as old as you.
No, for retardation. They pay Social Security from age 0.
Oh, you got no argument. I just schooled you from the Tanakh, and I schooled you using DNA evidence.
You did not school me with
schooled you. I schooled you. You guys getting clapped.
No, you did not. You're just an idiot.
You can't refute anything I'm saying.
I'm not even trying because
you can't. Don't talk about it. Don't exaggerate. Don't exaggerate. You can't. Period. Makes sense.
Yeah. You're right.
Okay. All right. So this is chapter 5, 116. And you beware the day when Allah will say, "Oh Jesus, son of Mary, did you say
don't care about Jesus? Why are you talking about
your
Jesus?
mother, you and take me and my mother as deities besides Allah?" He would say, "Exalted is you," or would you say, "Swallalay walayhi wasallam"? It was not for me to say that to which I have no right. If I had said it, you would have known. Wait a second. Is this multi-personal? I don't know. You would have known. You know what is within me and myself, and I do not know what is within yourself.
This is not the room.
It is you, all knower and all seer. I don't know. This shows like two powers in heaven here, man.
Why are you so offended, Cynic, by him talking about his religion? I don't understand. Is that something like in your Quran you can't listen to people's religion?
Yeah.
What do you think? What's wrong with that? Go ahead, bro. Keep preaching, bro. No problem, dude.
Keep preaching.
We don't care. You celebrate your religion, we celebrate our religion. All the Muslims here. All the Muslims, only they care about other people, what other people do.
You don't know shit about.
Yeah, you know everything, right? You know more than everybody. Yeah.
I know definitely way more than you do.
Just because you read some English translation, you think that you know it. Yeah, that's funny.
What the fuck? What do you read? Are you telling me you read Hebrew?
Yes, I do. Are you sure for that?
You understand Hebrew?
Yes, I do. Okay. Just like...
בוא נדבר בעברית בשבילו.
כן, אני רוצה לדבר, זה לא מטומטם, זה חכם.
זה האימא של המטומטם. מטומטם שלא בנה השטן.
כן, אני יודע. סינק, אתה רוצה למצוץ לי?
הוא אוהב למצוץ.
אני לא מדבר עברית, סינק, אה?
הוא רוצה למצוץ רק
You sound like a fucking American.
I don't give a shit. I can speak the language and you can't, bitch.
It's called New York, bro. It's New York.
There's Spanish people that live in America too, and they can't speak English very well, and they sound fine to me. What about all the Muslims that live here that can barely speak English? What about them?
We have speaking
to Allah. Ishaq doesn't know how to speak Hebrew at all, actually.
And Muhammad never really spoke to Allah directly, so I just like the fact that it but
it doesn't matter, bro. I still know more about the religion than you do.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
I know more about the religion. I know more about the history. I've done the DNA. I've given you all the evidence.
Yes.
You can speak Hebrew. You can LARP all you want. A lot of chances of you being a descendant of Abraham are dismal, bro.
And you know what? You can cry all you want, but nothing's gonna change what you're doing, like what you're saying. It's not gonna change anything.
The end of the day,
all you have to do is look at the eschatology. You don't know the eschatology.
Remember, at the end of the day, we're still killing you.
Buddy, the Assyrians, the Babylonians, the Greeks, the Romans. You think Israel is the worst?
They love saying
Israel is the worst thing. You think Zionists are the worst thing we faced? Like we defeated Crusaders, cannibal Crusaders.
Oh my God!
People who ate human flesh, we defeated them.
No,
we dropped two of the strongest empires at the time. Like the Persians, the Romans. Like we ended Rome. We ended Rome.
You ended the Byzantines, not Rome.
You ended Rome, and now look where you guys are at.
The Byzantine Empire is Rome, you fucking dumbass.
Bro, do you realize the Vatican is its own state?
The seat of power, the empire, the lineage, all that. This was in the what you call the Byzantine Empire, which they didn't call themselves the Byzantine Empire. They called themselves the Roman Empire. We use this term to distinguish between the ancient Roman Empire and the medieval one, and the Christian one. So that's all. We describe Byzantine as an Eastern Roman.
You guys
they are the Roman Empire. This is the empire. We ended this empire. We ended 1,000 years.
I mean, look how much the Christians.
We defeated Crusaders.
I mean, all of that.
We took Constantinople, for God's sake.
And you did all that, and you still can't defeat little Israel. That's the funniest
part. Israel
still standing.
Israel is only because of the United States. It's the only reason.
Only because of the United States. Yeah.
Only reason. The Egyptians and the Syrians were about to clean clocks.
The Americans didn't help Israel in 1948.
Israelis in 1960.
Go look it up, bro.
Yes, they did.
It's all there. It's public information.
Yes, they did. Yes,
America didn't help Israel until after the 1960s.
Weapons and funds. Weapons.
Yeah. Go look it up, bro. It's all there.
You don't know.
It's all there.
You don't know shit.
Yeah. I guess all the history books in America are wrong, then, right?
You don't know.
Cynic is right. All the history books are wrong, right?
What you can't even give me. You can't even be specific.
Specific with what? I told you before 1960s, America didn't help Israel with shit.
They did.
Go look it up, bro. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. You keep saying they did. Do you want me to look it up for you and read it to you? Because I guess you don't believe it.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, exactly.
If we're gonna take your brain and we're gonna put it in a drum, she's gonna fly backwards to the cat's mouth.
Well,
and down.
No, dude.
You
can't even make an argument, Shuki. All you keep talking is about pedophile this, pedophile that. You haven't even read your own Tanakh, or you would know Isaac married Rebecca at 3 years old. You dumbass.
Well, I know that.
You don't even read Talmud.
I don't read
Mishnah. If you would have read some Mishnah Kutubat right in the beginning, Mishnah Kutubat, you would see the age. You would see the ages. You don't know shit.
Yeah, I'm coming to study by you.
You're an idiot.
All right, let's prove this idiot wrong right here. So this is not. Do you not provide direct military aid to Israel during the 1948 war? In fact, the U.S. had an arms embargo on the entire Middle East during the conflict. This was meant to prevent escalation, but in practice hurt Israel more because Arab countries were receiving weapons from Britain and other sources. Where did Israel get weapons in 1948? Czechoslovakia, Soviet-backed. Rifles, machine guns, ammunition, Messerschmitt fighter planes rebuilt from German World War II designs. This was Israel's lifeline and ironically became through Soviet bloc support. But no, this guy 2 seconds ago was saying America. You were adamant on it. Yeah. You were adamant on it.
Support.
No, they didn't support Israel at all. But like I said, you just need to learn something because wherever you learn shit, taught you wrong.
The Zionist lobby in America pressured. Yes.
I don't know where you found that, but if you can provide your source, please, that'll be great.
There's a bunch of neo-Nazis in America, like white supremacists. I'm shocked they helped Israel, bro.
And they didn't. They didn't help them.
You had the British help. You had
no. The Arabs had the British help, like I just read to you.
No, they didn't.
They didn't. You don't know nothing about war. Like go learn war history and go look at the weapons and type of planes they had.
The Balfour. They helped train and set up a lot of these paramilitaries, by the way. which ended up just becoming terrorist gangs and ended up later on attacking.
The British gave no weapons to Israel, by the way.
They did help train them and facilitate them, and they
actually
them in the police in Palestine, yes, and they gave them preferential treatment, absolutely. You don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, only you know.
And the British pulled out, and they pretty much take over. It was all coordinated, it was all prepared.
So now
obviously he doesn't know history because the British government actively opposed the creation of Israel during that time and did not want to help Israel at all during 1948 war. So I don't know where the fuck you're getting your information from.
They pulled out.
But like I said, you're just a fucking retard on this app. You don't know shit. Just make up history in your head.
Balfour Declaration is who?
That doesn't mean that they helped Israel with the Balfour Declaration.
Yes, they did. They
helped. That was in 1917. We're not talking about 1917.
So who helped immigrate Jews into Palestine? The British.
All the Balfour Declaration was threats of British support for a national home for the Jewish people. That's all the Balfour Declaration was. It wasn't to give Israel weapons or anything like that. And it was in 1917. That was 31 years before 1948.
After 1921, it was impossible to emigrate legally.
Yeah, they still, even illegal migration.
What did you say? What?
Illegal migration to where? How would
there was a quote unquote illegal migration because there's no alternative, and it wasn't exactly coming in waves if it's illegal.
It wasn't a real country at the time, anyways. It wasn't a state. It wasn't a foreign country. So it would technically, there's no laws of the land, is there?
Do you even know what a mandate is?
Oh my god, you don't even know what the Balfour Declaration is, bro.
Yeah, so you just read it, you dumbass.
Because you didn't know what it was, that's why I read it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Fucking retard. You didn't even know what year it was.
Literally.
You think the British helped Israel in 1948, bro? You're fucking retarded.
You're so desperate.
Desperate for what? I read you information online. I can provide you the sources. You haven't provided any sources. You haven't provided shit.
British supporting Zionism and helping establish Zionism in Palestine. And you're like, all the British support. You're a dumbass.
Okay. Like I said, the Balfour Declaration didn't give any type of physical support to the people. You know that, right?
Yes, it did. Literally.
Okay, what did they give?
How the fuck did you get to Palestine?
Not by the British.
Oh, really? So if the British didn't agree, how the fuck are you gonna go into the
First of all, there's Jews there before other Jews started to arrive from parts of Europe. You know that, right?
Yeah, we know that.
Okay. So, I mean, I still don't understand the point that you're trying to make.
It's a fucking hard concept.
Who blocked the Jewish people to come to Israel?
Who is this drunk guy? Come on, are you speaking all these hours? Come on, take a break. Like go sleep or something.
Bro, you haven't said anything informational at all. You just come on here to criticize. If you have something to add in, Golden, please do, because you seem like a retard also, and you seem like you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So if you have something to say it, and let's go ahead and debate.
I thought that was pretty
It got destroyed all day long.
You on everything. There's nothing left.
Then it got destroyed all day by multiple people. He loves getting destroyed.
Ass cheek slapped.
So that's it. You know.
You're getting your ass cheek slapped.
No, actually I'm not.
Yes, you are.
Why do you like asses so much? Are you okay?
No,
right there?
you like asses.
What do you want? Go fuck you, Harry.
Literally the capital of homosexuality in the fucking Middle East. Y'all love
You don't even know what the Balfour Declaration is. It's funny. Just shut the fuck up already.
You fucking ass, you retard. I literally brought it up.
Oh my god. Yeah, and you don't know what it is. That's the funniest part about it.
You asked me what it was.
Because they give money and physical support to Jews through the Balfour Declaration.
He was a Jew.
Everybody knows it. ولكن انت ابوك رسول You're fucking trash.
All of us is an endorsement. He thinks the Balfour Declaration gave weapons to His profit.
What I do is killing profits.
Jumping around the profits, the 1940. Can't stay in one place. What's wrong with this? He crashed out so long.
Shit upon shit. There's a reason why half the Americans are atheists. There's a reason why half the Jews are atheists. Your wives don't even.
There's a reason it's called that. We're not forced to being religious in our religion like you guys. That's why.
You're divorced God knows how many times. And you're not. Y'all just got schooled. A majority of you are not even descendants of Abraham.
Yeah, we're not descendants of Abraham, but you guys are, right?
Don't even actually,
fucking retard. You guys so retarded. You're just mad that you got fucking proven wrong. That's what people do when they get proven wrong. They don't shut the fuck up and they go on rants like you.
What is your dogma from?
When people get proven wrong, they go on rants like this guy. He won't shut up. Take a breath. Take a deep breath.
You take a breath.
Take a breath. Relax. Musa. Come on, rub your earlobes. Relax. Relax. It's okay. You can be proven wrong. It's okay, Sydney. It's alright. It's alright. It's okay.
You didn't prove me wrong.
Where are you originally from? It's alright. It's okay.
It's
alright. Crashing out so hard.
You're crashing out.
I'm laughing, bro. I'm not crashing.
You being a Semite is less. And then this clown is like, Hanasi Khara, Maimonides Khara. All of them Khara, all your rabbis are Khara.
Oh, I'm so offended. I think I'm gonna cry.
Hakadosh Bru, we got the Holy Spirit. Our rabbis are inspired by the Holy Spirit. You guys sound like fucking kids.
Can you borrow me $50?
Came from. This fucking tradition brought us Christianity. This is what this tradition brought us. Well, I can tell you.
Where are you originally from?
You don't know.
It's Ukraine, Russia, or Poland, Golden, are you from Russia? You sound like you're from Russia.
You don't know who.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it sounds like a lot of you here.
Because you don't know.
Yeah, a lot of them. No, they actually left shit Russia.
You don't know why you go by maternal line because you don't know who your fathers are.
Yeah, it's you done? Did you take a deep breath there? Relax. Yeah, calm down.
Can you borrow me $50, please? Harry, can you borrow me $50?
Yeah, you come wipe my ass, I'll give you $50.
Like, who in the civilized world goes by maternal line? Who in the fucking civilized?
You're talking to yourself, I think. No one's talking to you.
No, I'm talking to you.
This guy's talking to himself, bro.
No. I am listening to you.
So you haven't listened to your boyfriend?
All the ones.
You haven't listened to your boyfriend?
Yeah, let's give me $50.
You guys are a cute couple, Cynic and Golden. I knew a couple in class. Where did Cynic and Golden meet? They met in the coexistence room. Aww, so cute.
No one in the civilized.
They were fighting the Zionists together.
Because they're great people.
Can speak, but obviously Billy is an OG. But I wanted to welcome Sunshine.
Hey, I have a voice.
Oh, hi.
Hi. Hey, Marco, it's been a long time. I know, COVID ended and we all went back to reality. I don't know how that happened, but it did. I know. It's like I kind of missed the conversations and then Clubhouse changed so much that it was like, it's hard to keep up with this shit. Don't ever admit that, Believe. You're always young and hard.
No, but they did, Billy. They poisoned our well here. We became too successful at this whole networking, helping, loving on each other, and suddenly they poisoned our well.
Yeah, yeah. But right now, to be back up. Here's something I'm so proud of. My grandson joined the Marine Corps. Oh, he did?
Fine. Yeah.
Yeah, officers training. What's he gonna be doing?
He's in Quantico? Yeah.
Yeah, he's going for 10 weeks in Quantico.
Yeah, if you have any questions, Billy, I graduated from OCS in Quantico. I went through it twice, long story short, but if you have any questions about how OCS is run or what he's facing, feel free to send me a DM.
I think he's on Clubhouse. I'll tell him he can contact you. Are you still in the Marine Corps job at?
Yeah.
What do you do?
Pilot.
What kind?
H1. Helicopters.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, CH-53s.
Oh,
and F-18. F-18s too.
Yeah, heavy lift.
Cool.
The heavy lift helicopter. CH-53 is the most expensive monstrosity we have in the fleet that needs to get replaced.
Are you in Virginia?
I will not tell you where I'm at, but the last place I was with was HMX, so I was in.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, I'm sure you know people I know. Yeah, my grandson's in Quantico. He left last Sunday. You know people I know that are generals. Not you, Billy, but Darbutt does. Oh, cool. If he was at HMX, I know he does. Cool. So, yeah, he's talking about making it his career. Good for him. So, we'll see. Are you excited for him? I am. I mean, he's a real level-headed, conservative kid. Where did he go to college? He went to Cal State San Bernardino. He was majoring in kinesiology. Cool. And then he just, he's been talking about the military for 2 years. And I kept discouraging him because of all the shit that was going on with all the DEI crap and stuff. And when Trump started changing things, he went down and signed up.
Is he air, ground, or law, Billy? And then I won't ask any more questions, but do you know?
Is he what?
Air,
what's he going to do?
Or law. Yeah, he's guaranteed one of three. Air, ground, or law.
You know what? I don't know because he's got some finish, but he's going. He's. I don't quite understand. I guess it's some kind of a boot camp thing for the 10 weeks.
Yeah, he's doing what's called PLC.
Okay. Then he comes home, finishes his degree, and then once he gets through the basic whatever he's doing right now, then he goes. Comes back, finishes his degree, and then goes to officers.
The basic school for 6 months, yeah.
Yeah. So when I talked to him last, he hadn't actually decided on what's it called, an MOS.
Well, grounded law. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Officers don't get MOSs, but yeah, he'll get one of 3 fields, and they'll make the selection after he graduates. But it's either air, so he's going to do aviation related. He's still got time if he wants to be a pilot to take the ASTB, but ground or law, those are the.
Rabbi.
Because I'm cool like that, you guys are not.
Rabbi Hanasi is the one who compiled the Talmud. He's the reason you.
So you can sit here and talk about rabbis. I'm gonna get head while I'm on Clubhouse, no problem.
You don't know exactly. Go get
Yeah, I will go. No problem.
She said to him, my teacher. This is for Shuki. She said to him, my teacher. At what age is a woman fit to marry? What age is it appropriate for a woman to engage in intercourse? Which would therefore be the appropriate.
I don't know. Ask Muhammad that. Ask Muhammad that. Ask Muhammad what age it is. Apparently 9 years old is okay for you guys. No, we're gonna ask Muhammad. How about that?
He must be at least 3 years and 1 day old. That's what he said. Rabbi Yehuda Nasi. Yutzini further inquired, and at what age is she?
I don't give a shit what a rabbi said. Your prophet fucked a 9-year-old. That's all I know.
Of course you don't give a shit.
Rabbis are not our prophets, so a rabbi can do whatever the fuck he wants.
This is what proves to me you don't know your religion.
It doesn't mean you don't know our religion. It just means that you don't know the religion, actually.
Yeah. You don't even know what Hakadosh Baruch is and what does it do and what is its relation to the rabbis. You don't know.
You don't even know how to say it correctly.
I don't care to say it correctly. We don't give a shit. I'm making fun of it.
Well, I mean, if you want to make fun of something, you should be able to say it correctly.
You literally believe in the whole.
Yeah, that's why you say Muhammad correctly.
You believe in the whole good.
Muhammad shouldn't be fucking 9-year-old.
Well, if you continue to pronounce it, why do you say you can pronounce it like
you have fucking, you have some phlegm in your throat. You gotta pronounce it like that.
Well, I can tell you sound like a cracker speaking Hebrew, man. Well, you go hear a Yemeni. Go hear a Yemeni.
Give him a couple words. It was like.
I doubt you ever heard a Yemeni Jew speaking Hebrew. I doubt it.
Yeah, they'll sound very Arabic, by the way.
Yeah, they sound very. You don't know shit. You never heard them speak in your life before.
To say, you can't say any of these letters because you're not a fucking Semite.
Yeah, I'm Ethiopian, like you said, right?
Yeah.
I'm black. Yeah.
She found pregnant. He said 12 years and 1 day old. She said to him, I was married when I was 6 and gave birth.
And Muhammad said, I'm going to marry a 6-year-old, and then when she's 3 more years older, 9 years old, I'm going to fuck the shit out of her.
For those 3 years between the
I'm going to fuck a 9-year-old because I'm Muhammad. I can do whatever I want.
At the age of 6, when
I'm Muhammad, the Prophet Muhammad.
Talk over this. I know. It's triggering. I know it's triggering. There you go. And here you go. I'll just put this in the chat.
White and green. It's really good toilet paper. It really goes nice on the ass, you know. So you guys should just. I'll keep them back.
You had to get a new fucking burner. Yes.
Is there some special thing you need to do? They're like lives with like no views, right?
I don't know. I thought it used to be that you needed like a certain subscriber.
With someone anonymous is a movie. That's true, that's true. So I've been not allowing normal on my stages recently, and it's been really good for my mental health. That's good. He's fucking annoying.
What do you mean he's annoying? What exactly do you mean that he's annoying?
Right. So Sam, you wanna try streaming it for me or no? Well then wouldn't I have to like be present tomorrow at whatever time the debate is and be involved? Yeah, you would. Well, I gotta look at my calendar and see what I'm like. Am I doing anything tomorrow? Send you the debate card. I'll just send you the time. Starting a minesweeper. This. Here you go.
Can live streaming mumbling on YouTube. It's Louis Q.
See, when it says May 31st, 7 p.m., is that like Eastern Standard Time? Is that what time it is? It's relativized to your time zone.
Wait a minute, did it change?
It moved up by half an hour.
Okay.
Essentially,
Sam's in the same time zone.
Yeah. So, what does it say for you, Sam? Right. Jared was a race car driver. Any other volunteers to try to stream this? Sully, can you do it, my man?
I would have to figure out how to, well, to be honest, I probably can't do it at the same time whilst I'm judging for a number of reasons.
Yeah, I think that's fine. That's correct.
I'm not going to be sort of
you want someone to
have
stream
access
to YouTube?
to a computer.
What? You wanted someone to stream to YouTube? Yeah. Like I send them the document and then they stream it.
Trying to think.
Alright, but like I would have to like go over it with that person so like they roughly get like my tempo, like when to like go through things.
Yeah, you have to tell them to click.
Well, no, there's too much clicking for me to tell them every time. I might, like, it's just the slides, they contain animations, right? So it's like, very cool animations, mind you. It's like, there's like a guy throwing stuff.
Oops, right.
Alright, Zen, I can do it. I'll hit you up. I'll look over other stuff, but yeah, if it's needed, then yeah, I'll hit you up tomorrow before it, and we can like do like a few test runs or something. Okay. Thank you. How reliable is the philosophy stack that's changed? What do you mean? Not very, I don't think. You guys know Nathan Ormond / Digital Gnosis.
Yeah, no. Yeah, Deepak's like best friends with him.
Wow, not best friends, but yeah. Different.
That's good. Seems kind of annoying, you know?
Who, me? It could be TikTok thing that's like Danny.
Digital Gnosis. Seems kind of annoying.
He's
like
just
this
like
video with Lance Bush, like a live stream he did with Lance Bush where he's reviewing, it's Annika Harris? I'm guessing that's Harris's wife, some like video, like interview she did on consciousness. And it's like, it's such a ridiculous video review where like, the video, like, it's just like, hey, like say, oh, hello, you know, like, oh, hi, Annika, blah, blah, blah. How are you? This is, you know, her. And she's like, yes, you know, consciousness, I thought it was interesting. I did this, but then I thought, oh, yeah, you know, it'd be interesting to look into it more. And, you know, like, this idea that consciousness is fundamental, I thought that was interesting. And I paused the video, like, after, like, she speaks for like a minute after the interview video goes for like a minute. They pause it like, yeah, what does she even mean? Consciousness is fundamental. I feel like it's really unclear. You know, is she gonna clarify it? And they do it for like 20 minutes.
I don't know.
Fucking live stream goes for 20 minutes.
Well, on the one hand, a lot of his like, he has different kinds of videos, Nathan, and like that is one kind. And yes, I agree. Like I don't really like those videos exactly for that reason. But you know, the best thing you can do with an annoying video is to like not watch it.
You become best friends with
I don't know
him.
why you're saying that. I'm just like, I find it annoying. I like wanted to check out the video, but you know, giving my thoughts.
Yeah, you become best friends with Lance. So he does a lot of the same kind of stuff that Lance does. Like, dude, I watched a Lance a few weeks ago where he was reviewing, like, the video he was reviewing was, I shit you not, like 2 minutes long. Like, the whole thing. Like, and he managed to inflate his response to that to, like, 45 minutes to an hour. Like,
he's an insane
to the boat.
Japanese.
Oh, I meant Target on the way to the boat.
Like, I tend to agree with Lance on a lot, but I do think he needs to, like, be more concise. Like, he posted this, like, he posted his responses that he's always commenting, he's always replying to comments everywhere and, like, posting his replies so that everybody could read them. And he was like, you know, he said, maybe I'm getting a little too harsh with people or whatever. It's like this paragraph that he wrote to this guy, and I was like, yeah, you know, this could have just been shortened to, like, that's a straw man pleb, basically. And that would have been the same.
I also feel like he's just like, I've talked to him like recently. It's when I had that like talk with Danny after somebody snitched. I was shit talking down.
I know, that was bad timing in retrospect, right? Like right before Danny becomes like ultra famous, you were shit talking him. Like,
I don't mind. Because like I had this conversation scheduled with him, right? Like the problem of evil. Like he's made.
I mean, that's still gonna happen.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, just you know, I gotta get this fucking Crimson thing over with. I have a few things at the beginning of June.
You definitely want to try to hop on that Danny wave quickly.
Yeah, I mean maybe. Yeah, I mean maybe I'll do it like. Well, I don't know. I guess he's gonna probably be busy soonish as well as Adam. But yeah, I mean June might be good. I'm supposed to have some fucking debate with Michael as well during the summer. I'll have like a time yet though. And it's like the debate with Sam I'm supposed to have at some point, right? What else? It's another summer and I'll probably be helping Venus with his paper.
April summer.
Are you gonna be deflecting his defeaters of his defeater deflectors?
You and I be bouncing the defeaters between us, deflecting.
I just imagine you're in like Star Trek ships.
Deflectors, deflectors, stop.
Send defeaters to 9.
Fire proton defeater.
This fully operational defeater cannon.
Something, defeater, deflector, something, comfy.
Deflected mannequin.
Actually, have a pretty good top.
No, I am the defeater.
You say I have a good Palpatine.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think I naturally embody the character.
He's a very campy character. Intentionally.
What does campy mean?
Campy is over the top and performative kind of acting.
Yeah.
Defeater. That was Chewbacca.
That's very good.
Mr. Solo, what? Mr. Defeater, no solo.
That's funny.
And Hiwa has a pretty good Jawa impression.
Hey, what does the Jawa sound like again?
I can't. Hiwa asked Hiwa to zucchini.
Zucchini.
Oh. Sully, you is objectivist.
I wish I could do anything from Star Wars well. I could spin a lightsaber kind of. I can do the Obi-Wan spin. There's this one move that Hayden Christensen did over and over again in those movies. So if you saw it, you'd be like, oh yeah, okay, it's that move that they keep it. Dude, those lightsaber duels are fucking fantastic in the prequels. I don't know.
Yeah.
It was actually the only good thing about the Acolyte show. It was a fucking horrible story, but the lightsaber fight scenes were actually good. You could just watch a compilation.
I do think that the Jedi should have been doing more creative stuff with turning off and on their lightsaber and turning off their opponent's lightsabers with their mind and doing shit like that fuckery. You know what I mean? But I guess it turns out takes away the spirit of the lightsaber duel.
I guess it's I don't know. I always imagined it that they're having basically a lightsaber fight alongside a mental force battle, you know? So it's they're both launching their defeater deflectors against trying to shut off each other's lightsabers, and so it's they're more evenly matched.
It'd be kind of funny if the way the Jedi lightsaber battles worked is they just looked at each other for 20 minutes, really focusing really hard, and then eventually one of them just slices the throat of the other. It's just he loses the whatever game of mental prediction of your prediction of your prediction of your.
Yeah, I think they did that in. Have you seen Star Wars Visions?
No.
I'm pretty sure that so it was a anime series, but each episode was a sort of people were allowed to do whatever they wanted sort of creatively with the IP, and it was a different anime studio for each episode or whatever. And I think it's the first episode. Might be one of the other ones, but I think that there is one where basically the fight is playing out in their heads, and then when it happens, it's over immediately.
Yeah, that's good. Dima, can you invite up Buster? Apparently it's not letting me invite up Buster.
hero. I think they did that in that movie too for once.
Yeah, it's a pretty good movie. The Jet Li.
Yeah.
There's a lot of like lightsaber lore in the canon of like this Type 1 style, Type 2 style.
Yeah, the forms, the lightsaber forms.
There's like a dueling style. There's like a spoon flips form. There's like a fucking super defensive form.
Yeah, that's just like all like super silly to me. It is in the lore. Dude, they fucked up that Kenobi show. That had some serious potential, and it was like...
The one scene... Okay, there's been two really, really amazing scenes in all the recent Star Wars shit. One was Vader on that ship, like, destroying, like, 30, like, guys shooting at him, like, right... Yeah, like, the rebel, like, tearing through the rebels. That was, like, an epic scene. And then when Luke Skywalker was, like, rescuing...
Are you talking about in Rogue One? Or...
Yeah, that's Rogue One. And then in the whatever, the show with the Mandalorian, when Luke saves Baby Yoda, that shit's fucking epic.
Yeah, the Luke scene at the end of season 2. They kind of shit the bed after that, unfortunately. Because they had the Boba Fett show, which was like complete trash, and they did like season 2.5 of The Mandalorian during the Boba Fett show. He gets Baby Yoda back from Luke. And it's just like, what?
If it's good, we put some.
Deflector, you see. Me don't want to defeat the deflector.
No, Jar Jar. America's just full of prostitution anyway, so.
No, I'm just saying, he's the biggest pimp. So, I mean, him killing...
I don't care. Prostitution is not the same as sex trafficking children.
Yeah, that doesn't happen at all in the Muslim world, right?
Can you where?
I mean, I just posted 2 articles about it, and no one posted one about it.
You posted Al-Shabazi.
That's, no.
Ribono Shalom, everybody. Good Shabbos. Is Cynic still here on the app talking? He's been here all day long. It's unbelievable how much energy this guy has and how long he can defend nothing. He's such a waste of time and a waste of space. I hate to be so personal, but wow, Cynic, at least I got a workout in today. You haven't done shit all day long, just running your mouth like a spam machine. Spam, 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 spam.
Anyways. So we showed how all these Jews, the overwhelming majority of them, we proved we talked about Israel harboring hundreds of pedophiles and helping them escape the American justice system. We talked about how 60% of
You talked about that. Nobody else talked about that.
yeah, it's important.
Nobody talked about that.
Everybody
Who's everybody? There's only 5 people on the stage, and 6 including Amos. Who's everybody?
Yeah, everybody down at the ground.
Everybody that flew the planes into the island. That was on autopilot.
Don't fuck.
That was on autopilot. How do you know that they were listening?
We're talking about how Jews pretty much started transgenderism. Champions of homosexuality.
We talked about that? I don't remember talking about that.
Yeah. We all know Hirschfeld, whatever his name is, in Germany. The first transgender center in Europe.
Okay.
In the West. In the world, really.
We talked about Muhammad being a pedophile. That's what we talked about. We forgot about that.
We
talked about child sex slaves in Taliban. We talked about how Palestine never existed. We talked about the Balfour Declaration that you didn't know about. We also talked about the 1948 war, how America didn't supply any weapons at all. I mean, you guys are shit, bro.
Girls were built in back then. Come on, guys.
You didn't know about. We talked about how you don't pray to Muhammad every day at 5 a.m. We talked about that.
You didn't know even about Amram Stern. You don't know the Stern gang. You don't know that.
We talked about how you don't wake up at 5 in the morning to pray to Allah.
You tried to reach out to Hitler.
We talked about how you're not even a real Muslim or a good Muslim.
You didn't know about paternal haplogroup. And then we had a Jew.
We talked about how you drink alcohol and claim to be a Muslim.
We had what's his name, Redye, who talked about that God transfigured magically Aaron into having a different.
We talked about how Muhammad flew on a donkey to Jerusalem. On a flying donkey. We talked about that too.
You believe in a talking donkey, Balaam.
You believe in Muhammad talking to a donkey. That's actually what you guys believe.
We don't believe in a talking donkey. No, you believe in talking donkeys. But not that like it's stupid. But clearly, as you're not someone who's religious to begin with, or you wouldn't be making these arguments. But
you're so religious yourself, right?
You're a godless motherfucker who worships the new.
Yeah. Do you wake up at 5 a.m. and pray to Allah every day? Do you pray 5 times a day?
You don't pray. Do you pray 3 times a day?
No, I don't. I'm not religious. I'll tell you right now. I'm not religious.
I know you're.
What does that mean? Does that mean I'm not Jewish? No, I'm still Jewish.
What makes you Jewish?
That's the difference between
what makes you Jewish?
My mom, my culture, my lineage, my blood.
Your whore mother.
Oh, I'm so offended. Ooh.
Your whore mother makes you
great. Yeah, my whore mother. Yeah.
Your mother.
At least I know my mom.
Does she practice Judaism?
At least I know my mom.
Oh, really? Oh, wow. Amazing.
Do you know your mom? I don't know. Because I know that you Muslims have like 6 different wives. So do you know actually which mom you come from? So which one is it? Which woman do you come from your dad? Do they lie to you and tell you you came from one mom and not the other?
Oh, but you're not religious.
Or were you a child sex slave from the Taliban? Which one is it?
Do you know?
Were you bought in sex slavery?
Outlawed in Judaism?
Were you bought in the child sex slave market? Is that why you're so hateful, cynic? You're mad at your own religion?
Judaism was outlawed. Well, by the majority of slave trafficking is 16th, 17th century was done by Jews.
Some of the Jewish people, we know. Everything is the Jews, we know.
I'm glad you know that.
We know, everything comes from the Jews.
Well, again, it's not like you guys are actually one group or one people. Come on.
Yeah, you're right. We're not just one group, one people. You're right.
You're just a cult. That's a.
Islam is perfect, right?
Alhamdulillah. Much better than much better than That's why.
Alhamdulillah. Child sex slavery is perfect.
The majority of.
Alhamdulillah. Our prophet fucking a 9-year-old is perfect. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Dying for 72 virgins is perfect. Alhamdulillah. Let me fly a plane into the World Trade Center. That's perfect. For Islam, for Allah. I mean, it's the craziest shit in the world.
Religion. You don't believe in religion.
You know what I believe in. Just because I'm a religious doesn't mean I don't believe in religion. Of course I do. I believe in God. Of course I do.
What are you talking about? What's there to be?
I know, it's confusing to you, right? You weren't expecting that answer, right?
What is there?
You weren't expecting that answer. There's a lot to be proud of. Oh, I'm very proud.
Not that you're actually a descendant of those people, but
I'm actually the most proudest Jew I met, I believe.
Child sacrifice? What exactly? Exiles? What?
We proved that wrong earlier too.
What is there to be?
There was no child sacrifice. I don't know where you got that from.
Genociding, claims of pseudo.
Genociding what? Whoa, you were gonna say it. What were you gonna say?
Yeah.
Genociding what?
7 nations. Oh, you don't know.
What? 7 nations? What? Genocide. 7 nations.
7
This guy's retarded.
Land of Canaan. You don't know.
This guy's retarded.
You don't know shit. You're a retard.
Yeah. Like all those people are, they're straight descendants of us. Yeah. Canaanite. We're talking about Canaanites, people that don't even exist anymore. That's funny.
Ancient Hebrews don't exist anymore.
Yeah, they don't. You're right.
I
can't do
that. Is that supposed to be an insult or something?
No, of course it's gonna fly over your head.
Yeah, of course. Just like the Balfour Declaration, right?
Yeah. Everybody knows I don't know anything about the Balfour Declaration.
You don't. You think that it was physical support to a country that wasn't even a country.
Yes. There is no British support for Zionism. That didn't That did never happen.
Well, yeah, it was like an emotional support. It wasn't like a physical. It wasn't guns. It wasn't money. It wasn't aid. Anything like that. It was a declaration. That's what a declaration is. If you know what a declaration is.
Yeah, and what comes attached to this declaration?
It's pretty much just a message. That's all it is.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah, that is it.
Yeah, they're just the British allowing in, Jewish Zionists and allowing
them. Why would they not allow them?
What a waste of time this fucking conversation is. How many times do you think Cynic has had this conversation? 1,000 times here, 2,000 times. It's the same shit in, same shit out. Nothing new here. Dime a dozen. It's the same shit every single day with this laptop repair guy. Don't quit your day job, Cynic.
Under the disguise of police.
I think he already quit his day job. That's why he's on here all day long.
Either he quit, either he got fired.
Or fired, yeah, or laid off.
No, I'm in a dispute right now. I just submitted an EEO complaint against my manager today for calling me a whore at lunch a year ago. I've been suffering emotional distress ever since she called me a whore.
Killing it at the gym and reading Kabbalah every day, apparently.
Thank you, Cynic. Oh, I'm so happy you're watching my YouTube and paying attention to all my videos and books that I'm reading. Oh, wow. I never knew you were such a fan.
I'm in my big house. You hear the echo? Echo!
I'm wondering which account is he going to have on the stage with.
My millionaire house!
You never know when comedy is in the room. He's got like 20 fucking accounts. Posting on YouTube to get like 10 views. I don't know what the fuck he's doing.
Hey, at least he's doing something like that.
Everybody, didn't he?
And should be, I don't know.
And you guys, Cynic is a perfect person. Everything he says is right. He's never wrong. That's what Cynic is. Daniel, all those guys in there cooked you. Mayor, all those guys cooked you.
Just collapsed earlier. Just with some
Comedian cooked you earlier. Comedian cooks you every time he comes off the mic, actually. It's fucking hilarious.
Cynic is so deep fried right now. He's so cooked medium well that he's barely even alive right now. Cynic, what are you going to do tonight? You're just going to go sleep at like 8 o'clock? I mean, you must be exhausted from the roast this morning. We cooked you so good. Oh, my goodness. Wow, you're like charred remains. There's nothing left of the filet mignon. What happened to you? You've been here all day long cooking. There's no meat left on the bone. Oh, wait, hold on. I got one person watching us on YouTube. They're asking, is this guy Cynic still on Clownhouse Talking?
Pinnacle of intellect. Everybody knows this.
The pinnacle of intellect. You're communicating with the pinnacle of intellect, obviously, because you are a pinnacle of intellect. Wow, what an awesome projection. Dr. Cynic, how many laptops did you repair today while you were addressing the world on Clownhouse on how to free Palestine?
You fucking are useless. Every time you talk about reading the book, I'm reading the book.
When was the last time you took a girl out on a date? When was the last time you went to the gym? When was the last time you read a book? When was the last time you took a shower and flossed your teeth? I bet you don't even floss. I bet you don't even use baby wipes after you take a shit. I bet you smell like shit right now.
Asylum comedy. That's what you look like. A mental health asylum.
Be easy on him. He doesn't.
Be easy on him. He called me a faggot kite today and told me to kill myself. Well, go easy on this piece of shit. The guy literally spreads shit nuggets all around Clownhouse all day long. He's a pig. He's got shit all over his shoes. He's got shit on his hands. He got shit on his face. The guy smells like shit. He's a shit slinger. He's a professional shit distributor. That's what he does for a living. Part-time, he repairs laptops. 80 hours a week, he's here freeing Palestine by passing out turd nuggets.
Psych medication. If not, you probably get checked on every 72 hours, comedy.
You're projecting.
You sound like it. You sound like.
Why do you have a snake as your PTR eating itself? Oh, did you get sick of the dead Palestinian babies that were probably photographed by some guy named Muhammad who creates Instagram videos, dusted them all up? Come on, cynic. Stop eating yourself. You're eating yourself.
6 million that we can't find the bodies of.
Oh, yeah. They found the bodies.
All that, you eat that up, no problem. You eat all that shit up. Where's the 6 million?
Now he's a Holocaust denier, this guy.
They all burned them.
You're killing my battery with
Like 6 million people died. Gas chambers that don't have locks on them, wooden doors, all that, You eat that shit up.
Because they have locks on them to be a gas chamber.
You're a descendant
Well,
of...
Barthology, I'm sorry that my voice is eating up your battery. I know you have a family, so obviously you have responsibilities. I don't know why listening to Cynic is a very responsible thing to do, personally. He wastes your time talking about nothing.
Amos, are you still there?
Amos is sleeping.
Maybe I will drop that. As long as my picture is in, I'm listening to all the rubbish, but I see what the conquerors sign on the corners. There's no dig, no stuff.
Did you say cynic? I don't know if you said cynic too. You just named me Shuki and I think comedian. I didn't hear you say cynic. Or did you say cynic?
I said the two other corners, Shuki, Eric, Cynic, Cynic.
Bring up some more people. Sick and tired talking to cynic. Bring up Frederick. He wants to talk to cynic too.
Turn the Holy Land into the capital of homosexuality.
Raise your hand, Frederick. Raise your hand.
Never choose to anyone.
Tel Aviv, the most gay-friendly city in the world. A third of Israeli men are bisexual, or engaged in homosexual activity. A third, holy shit.
Let's give the fabric
A third, well, if you thought it was a religious practice, you wouldn't be fucking yourself this way. A third.
Yeah, but the thing about Judaism is we don't kill our people for not obeying the religion. We're not like Islam. We don't kill our people that call them infidels.
You wouldn't be doing it.
See, the thing about it is we're ethno religion. You even said this a couple days ago too.
That you don't do homosexuality. You're gonna do homosexuality.
I mean, yeah, you're right. Hashem said that. You're right.
This is how it works.
It's not a cult. It's an ethno religion. But you even said that a couple days ago too.
It's a fucking cult.
Well, okay.
Everybody knows it's a fucking.
Why did you say it was an ethno religion yesterday then?
It's a cult, and Cynic is an anti-Zionist patriot trying to save humanity from this evil cult. Oh, Cynic, you're a hero. Does your girlfriend know how much of an anti-Zionist patriot you are and how many hours you put into solving this problem? Wow, Dr. Cynic, you're doing such great work. You're such an inspiration to the young people, Dr. Cynic.
And we're paying the price of this mistake. We're paying the price of this mistake. We should have allowed Heraclius to finish the job and then come in. But no.
Yeah, why don't you go back in your time machine and tell him to finish the job then?
Well, the problem is, like, even if he did, this cult would have continued, and people would have converted into this cult for the same reason they're converting into it.
Then what's the point of telling you to go finish the job then?
Into it because they want to be part of this, the satanic elite. That's what they want.
There's still riding donkeys in these countries. Tell us what's good and bad.
Riding donkeys.
Cynic, how many laptops did you get repaired today?
Because you're not from that region. That's why.
We haven't. What's wrong with riding on two donkeys? There's something wrong with that.
Right.
It's a cult, Cynic. It's all just a big cult, isn't it? Oh, Cynic, you're so right. Why didn't I ever see it before? It was right in front of my eyes, and you told me the truth, Cynic. You liberated me from this cult.
Are you a Middle Eastern comedian?
Habibi, ana bar shway Arabi.
They're all Middle Easterns. What did you learn in the Psalms today?
I learned that you waste your fucking time and you should try to read a book sometime.
Don't worry, we just read some tonight.
Oh, you read Tanakh? Maybe. Yeah.
No, you can go if you want to catch up. Jeremiah 31, go for it.
Jeremiah 31. One day, an incredible schmuck will arise on a social audio chat app named Dr. Cynic, who will waste 80 hours a week talking about as a cult. And as an anti-Zionist patriot who is solving the world's problems and freeing humanity from all the evil on the planet, we should all worship Cynic as the bringer of truth, the Lord of wisdom, and the teacher of absolute purity. Thank you, Dr. Cynic, for purifying us and cleansing us from this filthy cult which is spread out across the world. Thank you, Dr. Cynic. Oh, yeah. Free Tory.
Oh, I'm ghetto, but you're sitting with a white man recording the fashion. Fuck you.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. You can record all I want. I don't care. You don't give a shit. My name is not on here. I don't care.
You got fucked by a white man when you were young, right? You faggot.
Yeah, it was your mom, actually. You're right. The one with the dick, transgender. I forgot. Yeah.
My mom's been dead for years. Do that.
Don't even do that. Don't even do that.
When I know who your daddy is. That's it.
My mommy is couple my mama.
But I know your daddy's.
I know your daddy.
Am I supposed to kill your dads or I'm supposed to let them fucking walk? I don't get that part.
Alright, stop drinking promethazine coming onto that, okay? You sound like you've been drinking too much of that lean.
Everybody's always looking for the weekend. Friday. Gotta get that up.
Why are you like 17-year-olds like hands in a liquor on here?
Friday. Shut your mouth, you're a bitch ass nigga. Friday. Fuck you, bitch. Friday. Friday, bitch. Friday. Fucking Friday, I will kill you.
This girl is mentally ill, I think. I think something's wrong with her.
My wife would kill me if I was screaming out of my house.
Your wife doesn't pay bills, she just sucks your dick. And then the bills are right here. Fuck you, bitch. Call the police. Pussy.
Wow, please take this person down. Can't hear it screaming.
Big Love, don't you know this is a coexistence room and Cynic has declared that the Jewish people are nothing but a cult and he is an anti-Zionist propagandist trying to solve the world's conflict?
Wednesday, or whoever is shouting so much.
Somebody at the top. This thing is a bitch. Next, nigga, I'll kill you. You don't fucking I'm gonna take dropping bombs, Greg.
Thank you. Holy shit. That's like she gave me a heart attack.
Yeah, this isn't fair. Some people are here for intellectual conversation, man. Come on, guys. Let's be a little serious here. We were getting into something serious before.
Shuki or Harry? What the fuck?
Either one, man. We could try. We could try.
What do you mean either one? I wasn't screaming like a fucking crazy girl on top of my lungs like that bitch was.
I know, it's crazy.
No, Cynic, your new name is retarded, actually.
No, actually, I That's your mama's name.
Oh, good comeback, bro.
Good comeback, bro.
That was actually your mama's name. That's how you gotta think about it for a second. So you just resorted to the mom joke. That's so funny.
Cynic is a troll, guys. He's schizophrenic.
No, he's not a troll, guys. Stop it.
I know.
Yeah, he's just a retard. We know.
I know, it sucks. I know that DNA is just taking part. I know. Oh, Requit is down there. Oh, the one magically transformed. I forgot. I should have clicked that. God made Aaron a different paternal haplogroup, so now, all these Jewish months can claim to be from the line. I forgot.
So cynic, since they did the Inquisition, right? Okay, let's look at that.
Don't disappoint me. Tomorrow I'll hear news how you want the home.
If you give him on, I'm leaving.
Yeah, exactly. Like a bitch.
Oh no! It is a cult. Cynic is in the cult now.
Free. God gave them out for free. It was like, fuck, take these shits.
You disappoint me before I go to sleep.
You're gonna tell me, oh, you want to listen to comedian or Harry? Come on, bro. I mean, no, you're a.
So cynic, let me ask you a question.
Yeah, I want to say you're a respectful guy. I feel Amos. You're not the. I think
Amos is amazing. He's amazing.
What is it? You're older in age and you have memory problems, but I think you're a reasonable person.
When people use the power not for the good reason, when people use the power not with a good reason, so we didn't wait that I would go out of the room. We'll go.
Yeah, keep going. Yeah, keep going. That's what he does. Don't worry, I'm gonna let you finish, but I got him next. Finish, I got him.
You want the room?
I don't want to run it, but I'm gonna tell him to huck to in his face. He's a bitch. He's a pussy. You know what I mean? He's a pussy. Yo, listen. Amos, you're good. Amos, you're cool. Cool. You, Amos, cool. You know what I'm saying? You're cool.
Yes, I'm cool, babe. I'm cool, babe. Yes.
Give me the green thing. Give me the green dot.
I think about it.
Amos, you're cool, man. We accept you in the Catholic Church, bro. You're awesome.
I'm from Canada. What the fuck? I don't give a fuck about these Americans. Hey, yo, listen. Amos, fuck these Americans. I'm Canadian. Fuck these Americans. I'm Canadian. We really care about you guys. Like, you know what I mean? Like, get this American. Like, they don't give a fuck.
You let the room turn into a circus.
I turned this cornfield into a party. Big love. What's up, bitch? The fuck you mean? Pussies.
I want to close the room. Don't want to argue with
Just stop.
Okay, so like now it's only me and you before I go to sleep.
What? tell you.
Before I go to sleep, because you anyway.
I'm gonna tell you, and we're gonna help you out. And Netanyahu is done. There's no winning this war. You guys lost. And all this is just a bunch of nonsense that's happening right now. And killing people, killing women and children, and destroying buildings is only gonna backfire at the end of the day. And we're not going anywhere. And when the day comes, we are going to make sure that the mistake we made in history isn't repeated. None of you guys are going to survive. Right? That's it. And when Galut Ishmael comes, in your religion, Galut Ishmael is coming, and when it comes, it is going to be the last Galut. This is in your eschatology. Now, if you don't know it, go learn it. And this is going to be divine judgment. Because all you are idolaters. All you guys are worshiping the golden calf, Zionism. And you're sacrificing your children. You're sacrificing your children on the altar of Zionism. And that is what's happening. You are sacrificing them to kill Arabs and Muslims. That is what you're doing.
Just looking one side of the coin. You don't see the other side.
No, I see the other side. I see the other side.
You can keep on telling us about
Amos, I told you I see the other side. You want a Jewish state. You want a Jewish majority state. And you want it at the cost of the people who are indigenous to this land and who are the actual descendants of Abraham. This is who you want to steal this land from. And you don't want to live in peace. You don't want coexistence. You want to be the majority. You want to be a majority in the Arab world. In an Arab world, you want to be the majority. The enemy isn't just the Palestinians. The enemy is the whole Arab world and then the Muslim world. That is who your enemy is. And Israel will not tire. Israel will always continue to find reasons for war because they can't live in an Arab world. Because the Arab world is Arab, and it is not going to change. And killing people isn't going to change that. How many Arabs are you going to kill till you figure out that you will never have this Jewish majority that you dream of?
but I go to another room now and I close this room.
Now see, Amos, you don't want to have the talk. You don't want to have it. This is the facts.
I'm too tired to speak. I heard you the whole night.
You want to flood the room with circus clowns because you want to avoid talking about the truth. And you know the truth because we've talked before and you know the truth. You know the truth.
I'm too tired and I'm in the audience looking for rooms and I don't see any room.
That's okay. I know you don't really believe in religion and all that, but this idolatry and this sacrificing of children, you're sacrificing your children.
I'm very proud that you're coming to my room.
You're sacrificing your children. That's what's happening. Just to kill us, you want to sacrifice your children. Okay.
We're
gonna make sure you don't sacrifice children anymore and no more idolatry. Just wait. Everything that's happening the price is gonna be paid. Why? Because this is God's law. This is God's law. And in your book aside for a night. In your book aside for a night.
No, you know the Talmud, it says not to eye for eye, literal.
Now that your Talmud, you can go use it as toilet paper.
Why do you talk like this about sacred object?
It's not sacred.
If you believe documentary,
is the Talmud prophet.
It's a YouTube channel, non-staff collector. Like, and the joke is, yeah. And so he has this, like, all these, like, cartoons of, like, you know, how Noah, like, built the ark, and it's like a game show.
Is this a play on, like, the, like, Jesus saves postage stamps joke? Is that?
No, the joke about how, like, it's like when people, I forgot who said it first, but, like, the idea that, like, to kind of club all atheists together and say that atheists do this and atheists do that, to create a category out of atheists, It's kind of like saying there's a category of like non-stamp collectors.
Okay. Oh, you know. On Clubhouse. So this is where it comes from.
Oh, hi,
I think it's
Edward.
actually probably, it sounds
I'm
like
gonna
something
record your
that Dawkins
room
would say,
later. I hope you enjoy the recording on
This
YouTube.
is almost like a Russell's teapot, similar thing, right? Yeah. It's like almost a intuition pump. Are you?
Doesn't work like that. You need to get rid of the evil fellow.
Yeah, but there's no consensus on that either.
Of course there is consent.
They're not getting.
Of course there is those who are willing to admit, and those who say, oh, my head is underneath the sand, so I don't see it. So it's not a good.
We're not.
Yeah. Well, my great grandfather on my mother's father's side, they're Polish and Russian, and then my grandma's side, my mom's mom, she's like 100%.
Titled Metaphysics of Science.
And by the way, again,
Hold on.
One second, let me just get this out, right? Nasser is a learned man. He went to university. He has a degree in philosophy. Literally, look at his responses. He's agreeing with me, right? He's saying, yeah, right. They don't experiment in the empirical sense. That's the point. It's metaphysics, Abe. It's not physics. Again, you're already starting by not knowing the very principles of my science. You don't know.
Hold on, right. First of all, what you just posted isn't proof that metaphysics is a science. If you read it.
No, sure. I mean,
you brought me down an article that says metaphysics of science. Those are people who they like to do philosophy on scientific data. That is separate from the question of metaphysics on its own. Me and FL are right now talking about whether metaphysics standing alone.
well, if you keep reading, the second paragraph says metaphysics of science is a subfield of both metaphysics and the philosophy of science that is and can be allocated together, but it's philosophy, which means that it implicates both.
It can be allocated to either, not neither.
That's what I said.
I thought
If you read the next sentence, it says that exhausts neither.
Right. Look at this, right? Nasser has a good point, right? Mathematics is a science, despite not writing it, and its consensus empirically means the conclusion. Sorry.
Okay, but here's the thing, right?
And it's still science, right? Math is still science.
Mathematics is a tool that we've developed. It's a tool of understanding the world through like symbols, but they're extremely accurate. So the reason that in math we use math and we use it for science is because it maps onto physical reality extremely accurately. Now, if you're claiming that metaphysics is a system like math, then we have a lot to discuss because they are not alike in any way, shape, or form. Mathematics is a tool we use.
This is simply retarded because you don't even. Yeah, but you don't even understand what metaphysics even is dealing with. So again, how can you critique a system you don't know at all?
I do know, and I reject.
But Abe, how are you ever going to get to like 2 + 2 = 4 without affirming logic?
Facts. By the way, logic is not empirical. By the way, it's not something the senses. By the way,
Jesus
don't even
actually fulfilling any of the messianic prophecies. It's just like radical interpretation to say Jesus, did anything resembling like the messianic prophecies.
There's no way he fulfilled a single one of those. It's so out of bounds.
It depends on what your goal is. Like I'm a liberal Christian. I think we oftentimes discuss like with conservative theology people about these things. But if your goal is like to turn them atheist, like it could work, but I mean, I guess it shouldn't. Like if you go and see someone that there are problems with the Bible, like that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to turn atheist. They can just accept liberal theology. Like we do accept that there are problems with the Bible, and we're still Christians.
Yeah, and on the other end too, what I find is that with an external critique, is they can always go back to like, even if the science doesn't make sense, even if the facts don't make sense, they can say, well, God can do, and like
God is miraculous, God is supernatural. It doesn't matter, for instance, like with the flood, right? You know, there's a million scientific problems with the flood, like the heat problem, the problem of the world actually being submerged in water for 40 days and 40 nights, you know, the idea of like where the water went, you know, where it came from, all this, you know, kind of just really devastating stuff to the idea of a worldwide flood, you know. But even if the science doesn't make sense, a lot of Christians in the end, if they're backed into a corner, will just say, well, God is, you know, miraculous. God can do anything. God could make the water disappear. God could erase the heat problem. God could, you know, just poof the water into existence and then poof it out of existence, right? I mean, it's like not a problem for them, right? These external critiques, because they just say, well, you know, miracles can explain anything, right? Or the supernatural can explain anything. So it's kind of hard to get anywhere if you do that. But I find that like the internal critiques. So Zeleny, you said you're like a liberal Christian. Do you believe that Jesus was the Messiah? That like he actually fulfilled like the Old Testament messianic prophecies?
Personally, I don't care about that, but I think like a lot of liberal Christians probably will have some general kind of view that God was active like in Jewish history and kind of promised them some sort of Messiah, and that Jesus is the guy, but they're only going to take some sort of like kind of, I don't know what I would call it, like very precise, kind of funny, like, oh, let's dissect like some prophetic book and see like this gets fulfilled in Jesus. Like they're just gonna have some sort of a general view of that.
Wait. So what are you saying there? Wait, hold on a second. So you think that any of these like Old Testament?
My forces here have to narrate some type of deception and say, well, he's saying this, well, he's saying that, to cloud what you just heard and then make your mind be like, oh, well.
Okay, this is Shabbos Goys only. We're looking for a Shabbos Goy.